Chapter 1 Uchiha Qingming. Chapter 1 Uchiha Qingming. Inside the room, Qingming woke up slowly and looked around, his eyes full of confusion. Where is this? As soon as this thought came to his mind, a large number of fragmented memories flooded into his mind. Ninja. Konoha Uchiha. Qingming quickly sorted out the memories in his mind, and familiar yet unfamiliar words gradually allowed him to understand his current situation. There is no doubt that he traveled through time. According to the memory in his mind, the original owner of this body had the same name as him, but was a member of the Uchiha clan of Konoha. Uchiha Qingming just turned 10 this year and is in the 4th grade at the ninja school. The reason why he was able to take over the magpie's nest was very simple. The other party had just finished school this afternoon and suddenly received the news that his parents had died. As a result, he was too sad and died accidentally. Then, he became the new owner of this body. However, none of this matters. What's important is that this world is the famous ninja world, and it is the ninja world that is in the midst of the Third Ninja World War. There is one word that is very appropriate to describe this period: human life is worthless. Not only the lower-class civilians, but also the upper-class ninjas were living a precarious life during this chaotic time. This made Qingming feel even less secure. This is true even in the most powerful village, Hidden Leaf Village. What's more, the original owner was from the Uchiha clan, who had betrayed their father. After the Ninja World War, there was the disaster of genocide. It was really like adding insult to injury. Oh! I thought sudden death from overwork was tragic enough, but I have to go through this. Qingming was speechless. What? You mean supernatural powers? Please, Qingming has already felt it just now. Even though the original owner suffered such a great shock, he still did not awaken the Sharingan. This qualification can no longer be described as poor, it is rubbish. As for chakra? Well, a little bit. But so what? In the final analysis, the ninja world still fights for blood. Whoever's bloodline is closer to Kagaya Otsutsuki will have a higher upper limit. Otherwise, at best he will be just like Might Guy, a flash in the pan. Qingming has no idea of saving the world. He is still very clear about his own understanding. Maybe he has some ability, but that's just a little. It is almost impossible for him to take a different path like Orochimaru. If only I had a golden finger. After thinking for a long time, Qingming couldn't think of any good solution, and finally could only speak out helplessly. However, the moment he finished speaking, a light blue translucent panel appeared in his field of vision. Name: Uchiha Qingming. Age: 10 years old. Constitution: 5. Spirit: 7. Chakra: 60, 125. Bloodline: Sharingan unawakened, 51/100. Skills: none. This is the system panel. Qingming sat up straight, and all the negative thoughts in his mind were swept away. He was not a person who gave up easily, but the situation just now was too difficult to solve, which inevitably led to a slack mood. But now, although it's not quite clear what this panel is used for, at least there is some hope, isn't it? I scanned the panel, not mentioning name and age, just basic information. It's about physical and mental. The former represents his physical potential, including but not limited to physical recovery, nerve reaction speed, muscle density, bone strength, etc. All physical related abilities are included. As for the latter, it represents spiritual potential. The values of these two aspects for ordinary people are around 3 points. If they are over 3 points, they have the qualifications to become a ninja. His physique is 5 points and his spirit is 7 points, which seems to be good, but it is not. At this age, a physique of 5 points is indeed good among civilian students, but don't forget that the original owner inherited the excellent bloodline of the Uchiha clan, so this is a bit low. As for the spirit, 7 points is indeed not low, but Qingming estimated that it was his arrival that raised this attribute, otherwise it would probably be only around 5 points. Otherwise, it cannot explain why the other party has not awakened the Sharingan. It would be nonsense to say that the original owner had no feelings for his parents. Didn't you see that the other person was so heartbroken that he died after hearing the news of his parents' sacrifice? How could there be no true feelings? But even so, the awakening level of the previous incarnation's Sharingan was only barely halfway. It can only be said that the qualifications of this body are really too poor, otherwise there is no other explanation. However, this trouble now falls on Qingming. After thinking for a while, Qingming had no good solution and could only let it go for the time being. He looked at the skill bar, which was empty. Logically speaking, since he has integrated the memories of his predecessor, he should have at least a few skills, but there is nothing on the panel. Although Uchiha Qingming's aptitude was not very good, he still knew the most basic 3 body techniques, which made him a little puzzled. If chakra had not been flowing in Qingming's meridians, he would have thought that those memories were false. Is it because I didn't do it myself? Thinking this in his mind, Qingming stood up, and according to the memory in his mind, he mobilized the chakra in his body and formed the 3 seals of Wei Yin at a snail's pace, trying to perform the clone technique. However, after the chakra was consumed, nothing happened. Wait! Qingming's eyes focused as he looked at the skill bar on the panel. He saw a distortion there, and finally a line of text appeared, Clone Technique, LV0, 1/100. Is it because I didn't do it myself? Looking at the latest skills, Qingming murmured softly, then turned his gaze to the levels and numbers behind them. If he guessed correctly, this should be proficiency. With this thought in mind, Qingming once again mobilized his chakra, and like before, he formed seals and performed the clone technique. Not surprisingly, he failed again. However, Qingming did not show any impatience on his face. LV01/100 LV03/100. After this, Qingming can basically conclude that this is the proficiency system. As for why 2 points of proficiency were added this time, Qingming guessed that it should be related to the memories in his mind. At this moment, he is equivalent to regaining the power he once had, so his proficiency growth is unstable. It is also easy to verify. Qingming took a deep breath to calm his restless mood. Then tried his best to recall the memories of his previous incarnation practicing the clone technique and began to restore them. After a few seconds, a cloud of chakra smoke suddenly appeared, but quickly disappeared. The clone technique failed. However, the proficiency increased by 3 points, clone technique, LV0, 6/100. Apparently, his guess was correct. In this way, he could quickly convert everything his predecessor had into cash in the shortest possible time, thereby covering up the abnormality in his body. You know, there is no shortage of mind-reading and soul-confusing ninjutsu in the ninja world. If he reveals his true colors, Qingming doesn't think he can escape the interrogation of the Anbu. Although the possibility of the Anbu noticing him was very small, it would never be wrong to be cautious. End of this chapter. Chapter 2 Going to School. Chapter 2 Going to School. Continue. Qingming collected his thoughts and stopped thinking about it. He raised his hand and continued to familiarize himself with the art of cloning. However, as soon as he formed the seal, he found that the chakra in his body was empty and was not enough to support him to perform the clone technique again. I opened the panel and took a quick look, and sure enough, my chakra had run out. Recalling the memories in his mind, Qingming sat cross-legged, sank his mind into his body, and used his mind to draw physical energy produced by the cells in his body. Afterwards, it is evenly mixed with spiritual energy, and after a transformation, it becomes chakra and merges into the chakra meridians throughout the body. As the process progressed, the chakra in his body gradually became full. After 1 hour, Qingming opened his eyes. Panel. With a thought, Qingming opened the proficiency panel. Name, Uchiha Qingming. Age, 10 years old. Constitution, 5. Spirit, 7. Chakra, 252, 125126. Bloodline, Sharingan Unawakened, 51/100. Skills, Chakra Refining, LV0, 1/100. Clone Technique, Level 0, 6/100. Just like the clone technique, after he personally refined the chakra once, a skill called Chakra Refining Technique appeared on the panel. The Level 0 Chakra Refining Technique can increase his chakra limit by 1 point and restore points of chakra every hour it runs. At the same time, proficiency will increase a little. It can be predicted that as its level increases, the effect will inevitably increase. Now, his growth rate may not be as fast as some geniuses, but that may not be the case in the future. With this thought in mind, Qingming no longer wasted time. He concentrated again, closed his eyes and began to refine his chakra. Time passes minute by minute. In the blink of an eye, another hour passed. Qingming opened his eyes and felt the chakra in his body. It was almost at its limit, so he stopped refining it. Of course, he couldn't continue refining it. After all, chakra is not created out of thin air, and the process of refining it requires the consumption of his physical and mental energy. Before, integrating the memories of his predecessor had consumed a lot of his energy. After that, he was thinking about countermeasures and exploring the functions of the panel. His spirit was already exhausted. If we continue like this, not only will we damage the foundation, but at least we will get half the result with twice the effort. In this case, we might as well stop for now. However, the chakra in my body cannot be wasted. Thinking of this, Qingming forced himself to cheer up, reviewed the memories in his mind, began to form seals again, and tried to perform the clone technique. After a few minutes, the chakra was exhausted and Qingming performed the clone technique 5 times in total. Without any surprise, all failed. Come to think of it, it would take a serious ninja school student several years to master the 3-body technique. For an outsider like him, it is undoubtedly a pipe dream to expect to succeed after imitating it a few times. Even with the added memory of his predecessor, he couldn't do it. However, judging from the proficiency panel, he is only 4/5 away from success. Now, the only thing that limits his progress is the amount of chakra. But this situation is difficult to improve in a short period of time. He is not a genius, and he has so much chakra at such a young age. For now, he can only develop step by step. Looking up at the bright moon outside the window, Qingming didn't think any more about it. After washing up, he returned to the bedroom. Soon, faint snoring sounds were heard from inside the room. Outside the window, a figure appeared at some point. The scarlet pupils were particularly bright in the night, and it was actually an Uchiha ninja who had activated the 3 Magatama Sharingan. He stared at Qingming for a while, then disappeared silently. The next day, early morning, Qingming woke up from his sleep, and the first thing he did was to open the panel. Age, 10 years old. Constitution, 5. Spirit, 7. Chakra, 37, 127. Bloodline, Sharingan Unawakened, 51/100. Skills, Chakra Refining, LV0, 2/100. Clone Technique, Level 0, 19/100. After confirming that all this was not an illusion, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he turned his attention to chakra. It can be seen that after a night's rest, even though he did not specifically refine the chakra, his body recovered more than 30 points of chakra on its own. However, Qingming did not consume it immediately. He still had to go to school today. If he needed it then, it would be very troublesome. In fact, he also thought about taking a few days off to realize the legacy left by his predecessor, but doing so might attract more attention. In this case, I might as well go to school. By then, even if some flaws are revealed, they can be explained by sudden changes. If you stay at home and someone comes to your door, it will be even harder to fool them. After weighing the pros and cons, Qingming decided to continue going to school. As long as he kept a low profile, there shouldn't be any big problems. Having made the decision, Qingming didn't think any more about it. He quickly packed up, ate something, and after filling his stomach, he immediately rushed to the ninja school. The current Uchiha clan has not been forced to move to the corner of the village, and is still located in the central area, not far from the ninja school. So, Qingming arrived at school quickly. He found his class according to his memory. Someone greeted him on the way and he just nodded in response. Fortunately, his predecessor was like many Uchiha clan ninjas, who were relatively aloof, otherwise it would be difficult for him to disguise himself. Jingle bell bell. About 10 minutes later, the class bell rang. A ninja in his 20s walked into the classroom. He was their homeroom teacher and subject teacher, named Suginoki Ichiteng. From the memories of his previous life, he knew that like most teachers in the school, he did not treat different students differently. Therefore, Qingming does not have to worry about the Uchiha surname causing trouble. Just as he was thinking this, Qingming noticed that Shan Muyaiteng glanced at him, which made Qingming's heart beat fast. Fortunately, the other party didn't look at it for long and started the class soon. Qingming didn't hear anything Shan Muyaiten said on the podium. He was just wondering why the other party was looking at him just now. He was sure that the other party was not just glancing at him casually, but was really observing him. Did he discover something? Qingming was worried. Jingle bell bell. Suddenly, the bell rang for the end of get out of class. Qingming was suddenly awakened. It turned out that a class had passed without him noticing. Shan Muyaiteng looked at the absent-minded Qingming, shook his head, and without saying anything more, he shouted "Get out of class, dismissed," and left the classroom. As Qingming's teacher, he naturally knew the news of his parents' death in battle. In other words, he would receive news if a relative of every student in the class died. This was news specifically conveyed to the teachers by the KONOHA High UPS. As for the purpose, naturally, this is to enable them to guide their students in a timely manner to avoid the occurrence of some extreme situations. Originally, he also wanted to enlighten Uchiha Qingming today. But the Uchiha clan ninjas had already informed him last night that there was no need to give him advice, so he did not interfere. The purpose of Uchiha doing this is very simple, which is to see whether Qingming can awaken the Sharingan. For the Uchiha high-ranking officials, it was no big deal to destroy a clan member with ordinary qualifications. If he could awaken a pair of Sharingan, it would be a big profit. That's why they didn't let Shan Muyaiteng interfere. If it were Irika in the future, he might still withstand the pressure and guide Qingming, but Sugimoto Ichiteng was different. His sense of responsibility was not that strong, so he just went with the flow. Qingming didn't know all this. He was still feeling guilty about Shan Muyaiten's special attention to him. However, after thinking for a while, he roughly guessed that Sugimoto Yaiten probably had no ill will towards him. It is probably because she knew the news of the sacrifice of her previous life's parents that she paid more attention to him. Call. After thinking this through, Qingming finally breathed a sigh of relief. End of this chapter. Chapter 3 Basic Physical Art. Chapter 3 Basic Physical Art. In the blink of an eye, a morning passed. Generally speaking, courses at ninja school teach theoretical knowledge in the morning and practice in the afternoon. Thanks to his adult thinking and the memories of his previous life, Qingming managed to keep up with the theoretical class in the morning. As for the practical classes in the afternoon, as long as you are not tested on the 3 body techniques, you can get away with it. The 3 body technique. According to the memory of my predecessor, there was a test about once a week, and the rest of the time was spent teaching fighting knowledge and the use of ninja tools. The last test was 3 days ago, so there is no need to worry about being exposed for the time being. As for next time, 4 days was enough for him to master the art of clone. With it as a foundation, you don't have to worry about assessment issues. Time flies and it's afternoon. On the playground, Shan Muyitang looked at the more than 30 students below and said solemnly, "Next, I will divide you into groups, and then you will fight each other. You must not stop until I say stop. Even if you lose, you must get up and continue fighting. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, the students below immediately became noisy. There was no other reason. When they fought in the past, they came in groups, and Shan Muyiten would watch over them and provide comments and analysis. And now, not only do they have to take action at the same time, they are not allowed to retreat. This has never happened before. Qingming didn't know what others thought, but he saw the urgency in it. Yes, it's urgent. Logically speaking, this form of combat should only be carried out in the 5th or even 6th grade. Asking them to undergo such training now is obviously bringing the course forward. Combined with the current situation in the ninja world, it is not difficult to guess that the school is planning to have them graduate early. However, this is normal. In peacetime, there is nothing wrong with a 6-year system, but in wartime, when there is an urgent shortage of manpower on the front line, the time spent in school will naturally be shortened. If I remember correctly, KONOHA's graduation exams are held from October 7th to 10th every year. 3 days later, the school will send the assessment results to the top management, and after approval by the Hokage himself, they will be officially registered on October 15th. And today is September 3rd. In other words, he would be forced to graduate in about a month at the earliest. This made Qingming feel a sense of urgency. "Quiet!" Shan Muyiteng's voice came from above, immediately suppressing everyone and making them dare not say anything. "Next, I'll read out the name, Huishan Kundeo." Hearing the sound, a sturdy student walked out. "Hirematsu." Another student walked out. Shan Muyiteng looked at the two of them and said, "You two form a team." "Is teacher?" Hanada Sunmiki and Hirematsu stood together and responded at the same time. "Ah!" Shan Muyiteng nodded and continued to call out, "Yamano Hana, Aoki Liuzi." As he spoke one after another, the whole class was quickly divided into more than a dozen groups. Qingming was no exception. He was grouped with a civilian ninja named Morimukage, who had good qualifications and was as strong as his predecessor. But that was his predecessor. And the current Qingming has no confidence in defeating the opponent. Even though the opponent is just a kid of about 10 years old, Qingming can't even catch up with him in terms of combat experience. After all, the school in his previous life didn't teach him how to fight. Fortunately, his adult psychological quality allowed him to remain calm. Soon, Shan Muyiteng's voice came again, "Remember, no weapons are allowed in the next battle." Hearing this, Qingming breathed a sigh of relief. Although the kunao used for training was not sharpened, it would not feel good to be hit in the vitals. It just so happens that he needs to accumulate experience, and it is better to suffer less. He is not a masochist. That's right, Qingming was ready to be beaten. Now I just hope this beating is not in vain. Thinking this in his mind, Qingming opened the panel and took a look. If his guess was correct, after today, he would have one more skill on his panel. "Ready, form the seal of opposition." Shan Muyiteng's voice came. Qingming and Senmuj raised their right hands at the same time and formed the seal of opposition. "Start!" Sujimua fell down with a thud, and Morimukage rushed out, smashing Qingming's face with his right fist. Faced with this swift attack, even though Qingming had been mentally prepared, he was still caught off guard. However, whether it was the influence of his previous life's memory or the muscle memory of his body, he actually reacted at the critical moment and barely avoided the attack by turning sideways. Not only that, almost at the moment of dodging, he instinctively attacked and punched Morikage in the face. Bang! Moriki Tetsu raised his right arm to block the attack. The moment the two passed each other, Moriki Zhe used his left foot as the center, exerted force on his waist and abdomen, twisted his body 90 degrees, and swept his right leg towards King Ming's head. Fuck, a little brat, so cruel. Feeling the strong wind blowing by his ears, Qing Ming complained wildly in his heart. However, he also knew that this was the battle of a ninja. Not only was he ruthless to himself, but he was even more ruthless to his enemy. The process of fighting was like dancing on the edge of a knife. Now it is just the adaptation stage. When Shan Mu Yitang allows them to use weapons, it will be even more dangerous. If he wants to survive in this chaotic world, he must adapt to everything as quickly as possible. Otherwise, even if he has a proficiency panel, he will end up being a waste. With this thought in mind, Qing Ming no longer thought about it, and instead focused all his attention on the memories in his mind and the current battle, absorbing the legacy of his predecessor at the fastest speed. Time passed by minute, the fighting on the playground never stopped, and from time to time someone would wail because of injuries. However, no matter how miserable they screamed, Shan Mu Yitang did not shout to stop. During this period, Qing Ming was defeated many times. Although he had the memories of his previous life and could deal with Moriki Tetsu in a short period of time, his moves were too rigid and he was soon caught in a flaw. So he suffered. I don't know whether much he had a grudge against his predecessor or what, but he was so ruthless that by the time school was over, King Ming's body was covered with bruises. Sigh. Rubbing his blue eyes, Qing Ming walked on the street. But he did not have much resentment in his heart. On the contrary, he wanted to thank the other party. There was no other reason. At this moment, there was an extra skill on his panel, basic physical skills. Panel. With a thought, Qing Ming opened the panel. Immediately, a light blue screen appeared in his vision. Name, Uchiha Qing Ming. Age, 10 years old. Constitution, 5. Spirit, 7. Chakra, 6, 127. Bloodline, Sharingan Unawakened, 51/100. Skills, Chakra Refining, LV0, 2/100. Clone Technique, Level 0, 19/100. Basic Physical Skills, LV0, 35/100. It can be seen that after only one battle, his basic physical skills reached level 0, 35/100, directly surpassing the clone technique and becoming the skill with the fastest fusion progress. According to King Ming's estimation, the skill level of his predecessor was just at the initial LV1 level. In other words, as long as he fights like this 2 or 3 more times, he will be able to completely integrate everything about this skill from his predecessor. Such progress was possible thanks to Moriki Zhe's ruthless actions, which forced him to respond with all his strength. In this case, how could he possibly resent the other party? End of this chapter. Chapter 4, Throwing Ninja Tools. Chapter 4, Throwing Ninja Tools. That night, inside the room, Qing Ming finished refining the chakra once again, and his eyes were full of fatigue when he opened them. Despite this, he still forced himself to cheer up and used the chakra he had just recovered to perform the clone jutsu, one of the 3 body jutsu. Unlike before, his movements were now obviously much more skillful, and the time for forming seals could be maintained within 5 seconds. This is the school's assessment criteria. But this does not mean that he has learned this technique. There is no other reason. If it were just about making seals, he could easily meet this requirement. But this is of no use. When performing ninjutsu, the most important thing is not the hand seals, but the simultaneous mobilization and transformation of chakra in the process. The seal itself is to assist and guide this change. If the ninja is skilled enough, he can simplify the process and reduce the number of seals to be made, or make seals with one hand. Of course, these have little to do with Qing Ming for the time being. Up to now, he hasn't even mastered the art of clone. Don't think about running before you learn to walk. Bang! A cloud of chakra smoke dissipated, and a distorted figure appeared on the side, looking somewhat similar to Qingming. Qingming glanced at the other person expressionlessly, and then cancelled the clone technique. After closing his eyes and thinking for a while, Qingming mobilized chakra again and began to form seals. 5 seconds later, another cloud of chakra smoke dissipated, and a shadow resembling Qingming appeared again, still so distorted. In this way, Qingming performed the clone technique 5 times in succession, and only stopped practicing after he had used up all the chakra in his body. Taking a deep breath, Qingming summoned the panel. Name, Uchiha Qingming. Age, 10 years old. Constitution, 5. Spirit, 7. Chakra, 11, 131. Bloodline, Sharingan Unawakened, 51/100. Skills, Chakra Refining, LV0, 8/100. Clone Technique, Level 0, 46/100. Basic Physical Skills, LV0, 35/100. Tonight, he refined chakra for 4 hours, and the upper limit of chakra in his body increased by 4 points, from 127 to 131. During this period, he recovered a total of 200 chakra points. Each time the clone technique is performed, about 20 points of chakra are consumed. Tonight, he practiced the art of clones 10 times. Thanks to the memories and experience left by his predecessor, he would gain 2 to 3 points of proficiency every time he performed the clone technique. Just like tonight, he gained 27 points of proficiency. So, adding the previous 19 points, there are 46 points in total, which means we are already halfway to getting started. In addition, his chakra refining technique also benefited from his predecessor's gift, increasing his proficiency by 2 points more than previously expected, for a total increase of 6 points. In this way, as long as he persists for 4 hours a day, he will be able to master it in about half a month. By then, the effect will definitely increase, and his embarrassing situation of lack of chakra will be alleviated. After that, the improvement speed of each skill will also increase accordingly. From this, it is not difficult to imagine that as time goes by, the speed at which his strength improves will inevitably become faster and faster. As for now, let's take it slow. Perhaps he could squeeze his body, practice a few more hours every day, and learn the chakra refining technique in advance, thus speeding up his progress. But what's the use of that? If his guess is true, he will graduate soon. In such a short time, to what extent can he improve his strength? Genin? Chunin? It can't be Jonin. Moreover, even if he is a Jonin, how much of a role can he play in a battle that is sweeping the entire ninja world? I'm afraid it's difficult to change a local battle. Why would he do such a thankless task? What's more, he is still an outsider. If he rashly improves his strength, he will only put himself under the spotlight, and then he might be caught. In this case, it is better to follow the rules. Shaking his head, Qingming didn't think any more about it. He turned and walked out of the room, returned to the bedroom, lay on the bed, looked at the bright moon outside the window, and soon fell into a deep sleep. The next day, in the afternoon, it's still the same playground. However, today Sujumu Ichitang did not let them fight each other, but asked them to practice throwing kunao and shuriken. Just like fighting, these two skills are also the main means of combat for genin. Add in the 3-body technique, and a qualified battlefield cannon fodder is formed. As for other ninjutsu, forget it. Take Uchiha Qingming as an example. His qualifications are indeed ordinary, but that is compared with his classmates who are from ninja clans. If he is placed among civilians, his qualifications are already considered good. If he hadn't traveled through time, the other party wouldn't have had much chakra in his body after graduation, enough to perform the three-body technique a few times at most. If he is like this, you can imagine what those ordinary students are like. In this case, learning other ninjutsu is a complete waste of time. So, it's not that schools are unwilling to teach more, but that there is no need. Most students with potential have family inheritance and do not need to be taught in school. Students without inheritance but with potential will be assigned to some strong senior ninjas to be taught by them. In this way, schools naturally don't need to teach more. Moreover, this group of people will most likely graduate early, and their ability will definitely be worse than in previous years, so there is even less need to teach them. Thump! A kunao flew out and hit the target 5 meters away. Seeing this, Qingming breathed a sigh of relief. If he didn't hit the target again, he really didn't know what to do. Ever since he started practicing, Sujamo Yiden has been looking at him frequently, and the same was true when he fought with Moriki Zhe yesterday. Qingming knew that his performance in the past 2 days was quite different from that in the past, and he had already thought of an excuse to fool people. Unexpectedly, the other party didn't even ask a question, as if he didn't care about him as a student at all. This made Qingming not know whether to be happy or sad. Panel. With a thought, Qingming opened the proficiency panel. Name, Uchiha Qingming. Age, 10 years old. Constitution, 5. Spirit, 7. Chakra, 44, 131. Bloodline, Sharingan Unawakened, 51/100. Skills, Chakra Refining, LV0, 8/100. Clone Technique. Level 0, 46/100. Basic Physical Skills, LV0, 35/100. Ninja Tool Throwing, Level 0, 1/100. As expected, as the kunao hit the target, a new skill appeared on his panel, Ninja Tool Throwing, LV0, 1/100. Following the feeling just now, Qingming threw another kunao. There was a thud, and the kunmu narrowly hit the target. Then, on the panel, the proficiency of Ninja Tool Throwing changed to level 0, 2/100. Looking at the newly gained proficiency, Qingming's eyes lit up. If he guessed correctly, this skill might become his first entry-level skill. As for the reason, it is very simple. Practicing ninja tool throwing does not require the consumption of chakra. As long as he has not reached the level of his predecessor, he can quickly accumulate proficiency and get started. Just. Qingming glanced at the cedar tree in the distance and thought to himself, will the other party notice anything? Thinking of this, Qingming picked up the kunao and shuriken he had thrown, came to the 10-meter target, and began to practice seriously. Even with the experience he had just had, he still missed the target several times. This undoubtedly slowed down his time to gain proficiency, but it was worth it. There was no other reason. When his predecessor practiced at the 10-meter target, he would miss the target from time to time. Although he missed the target more often now, it was not as obvious as with the 5-meter target. As long as he is given a little time, he will be able to improve his proficiency, and then he won't have to worry about being exposed. End of this chapter. Chapter 5 Entry and Pension. Chapter 5 Entry and Pension. Phew phew. A slight sound of breaking through the air was heard, and 6 shurikens flew out from Qingming's palm, cutting through the air, and finally landed accurately on the target. Proficiency +3. This is Qingming's latest discovered skill, which is to throw multiple shurikens or kunao at the same time. If they hit the target, more proficiency points will be increased. Thanks to this, in less than 2 hours, his proficiency in ninja tool throwing reached level 0, 96/100. After that, you just need to practice 2 more times to get started. Boo-hoo-hoo. Several more shurikens flew out. Proficiency +2. Proficiency +3. LV096/100 LV11/200. The moment his proficiency level was upgraded, Qingming seemed to have broken through a layer of window paper, and gained a new understanding of ninja tool throwing. In the past, when his proficiency increased, he had had this feeling, but it was never as obvious as it is now. With a thought, Qingming grabbed the kunao beside him and threw it casually. Even though he didn't throw it with much effort, the kunao still hit the target. Is this what it feels like to get started? With such emotion in his heart, Qingming threw all the practice kunao and shurikens around him, and just like before, all of them hit the target. He casually opened the panel and took a glance, and the joy on Qingming's face disappeared instantly. There was no other reason. After throwing so many kunao and shurikens in succession, his proficiency in ninja tool throwing only increased a little. Is it the limit of level 1, or some other reason? Qingming thought about it and started the test immediately. About half an hour later, Qingming stopped. After dozens of tests, he has figured out the reason. There are probably two reasons why the proficiency increases so slowly. One is that the level of the predecessor is roughly here. In other words, the experience and memories he has left can no longer help him make progress. In this way, the growth rate will naturally slow down. This is the second one. It's just that his practice just now was too casual. For level 1 ninja tool throwing, he must hit the bullseye, and it must be the bullseye of a 10-meter target, so that his proficiency will increase. Otherwise it will be in vain. As for the kunao and shuriken he threw just now, except for one shuriken which happened to hit the bullseye, the rest were outside the bullseye. Therefore, only a little proficiency was added. From this we can also see that the proficiency panel is not something that can be fooled around with. If you want to improve your strength, you must put in the corresponding effort. The proficiency panel only materializes his efforts. But that's enough. Many people lie down not because they don't want to work hard, but because they see no hope after working hard, so they choose to give up. As long as every bit of sweat can bring rewards, Qingming believes that most people will persevere. Shaking his head and not thinking anymore, Qingming once again focused all his attention on ninja tool throwing. For him now, hitting the 10-meter target is not a problem, but hitting the center of the bullseye is a bit difficult. He must concentrate to have a chance of success, but it is just a possibility. Time passed by minute, and kunao flew out of his hands. Most of them missed the bullseye. And only less than 10% of the kunao hit the bullseye. Just like that, Qingming's proficiency in ninja tool throwing began to improve bit by bit with difficulty. Before I knew it, it was time to go home from school. Amidst the noise, Qingming opened the panel. Name, Uchiha Qingming. Age, 10 years old. Constitution, 5. Spirit, 7. Chakra, 21, 131. Bloodline, Sharingan Unawakened, 51/100. Skills, Chakra Refining, LV0, 8/100. LV046/100 LV035/100. Ninja Tool Throwing, Level 1, 29/200. It can be seen that after half an afternoon of practice, his proficiency in ninja tool throwing has increased by another 28 points. To this end, he consumed more than 20 points of chakra to replenish his physical strength. Otherwise, even an Iron Man would not be able to persevere. Fortunately, everything is worth it. According to today's progress, he will be able to reach LV2 in less than a week. By then, as far as throwing ninja tools is concerned, his ability will be no less than those students who have been in school for 6 years in previous years. This way, even if he graduates early, his ability to protect himself will be stronger. However, it is not enough to just rely on ninja tool throwing. Basic physical techniques and 3-body techniques must also be followed. There is no need to rush for basic physical training. With the foundation left by your predecessor, you will be able to get started quickly. You just need to keep practicing and you will be done with it. It's the 3-body technique. After dealing with the weekly test in 3 days, you can consider putting substitution skills and transformation skills on the agenda. Although the 3-body technique is slightly powerless against ninjas of higher levels than itself, it is still somewhat useful against ninjas of the same level. Therefore, before graduation, he must learn all of them, even up to level 2 or even level 3. Only in this way can he feel a little safe. Thinking while walking. Soon, Qingming returned home. After eating a small amount to fill his stomach, he immediately began to practice. First, he refined the chakra for 2 hours. After the chakra in the body was full, he began to practice the clone technique. After exhausting the chakra, he performed the chakra refining technique for another 2 hours. After recovering about 100 points of chakra, he continued to practice the clone technique. After 2 cycles, it was almost dark at night, and his body had almost reached its limit, so he could rest. After waking up, it's a new day. Go to school, practice, and repeat over and over again. In this way, a week passed. Qingming had just returned home when he heard a knock on the door. Dong dong dong. The sudden knock on the door made Qingming very puzzled. Since he traveled through time, he has basically had no interaction with anyone other than his classmates and teachers. How could someone come to find him? Despite his doubts, Qingming still opened the door. As for the danger, not to mention that this is the heart of Konoha, the name of Uchiha alone is enough to intimidate a large number of people. Unless there are scoundrels causing trouble, it is absolutely safe to be in the Uchiha clan's territory. And now, the few guys who can cause trouble have either not grown up or are not in the village, so what else does Qingming have to worry about? Crunch! The door opens. I saw an Uchiha ninja wearing a Konoha Jonin uniform standing outside the door. Qingming. The visitor spoke. Ah. Qingming nodded doubtfully and replied, "It's me, who are you?" "My name is Uchiha Naruto, and I'm here today to give you the pension money from the village." Hearing this, Qingming instantly regained his previous life's memories, a hint of sadness appearing on his face. Seeing this, Uchiha Jito did not doubt him and continued, "In addition, the clan will give you 10,000 ryo every month for living expenses until you become a genin." As he spoke, he handed over an envelope. "Thank you." Qingming bowed his head, thanked him, and took the thick envelope from the other party. End of this chapter. Chapter 6 Progress. Chapter 6 Progress. Crunch. The door closed again. The sadness on Qingming's face disappeared instantly. Although he had integrated the memories of his previous life, he did not have much feelings for the parents he had never met. However, in consideration of the pension, Qingming decided to offer a bouquet of flowers at his grave every year. Of course, the premise is that he can survive. Otherwise, nothing you say will be of any use. I opened the envelope and counted the money inside, and found there was a total of 1.01 million taels. Not bad, no one is greedy. The parents of his previous life were both chunins. After they died in battle, they received a pension of 500,000 ryo each. In this way, plus the 10,000 taels of living expenses issued by the clan, that would be 1.01 million taels, not a penny more or less. But, think about it, if people are greedy for even this kind of money, then what kind of cohesion will the clan have? Moreover, although 1 million taels may seem like a lot, it is not. In Konoha, the reward for a D-level mission is 5,000 to 50,000 taels, the reward for a C-level mission is 30,000 to 100,000 taels, the reward for a B-level mission is 80,000 to 200,000 taels, the reward for an A-level mission can be as high as 150,000 to 1 million taels, and the reward for an S-level. Chunins can take C and B-level missions, and Jonins can take B and A-level missions. Although the village takes a cut and companions share the profits, it is still not difficult to earn 1 million ryo. As for the living expenses of 12,000 taels, a bowl of ramen costs 60 taels. If you eat ramen 3 times a day, it will cost 5,400 taels a month. That's it, it's just eating. But for ninjas, the most important thing is training. Therefore, 10,000 taels of living expenses were only enough for Qingming to avoid starvation, but wanting to invest it in spiritual practice was undoubtedly a foolish dream. He has been practicing under such circumstances for more than a week. It's different now. With this 1 million taels, he can buy some secret medicines to assist in his practice. With this thought in mind, Qingming walked out of the room and went straight to the medicine shop run by the Nara family. In Konoha, the Nara clan has the highest achievements in medicine, and what they produce represents quality. However, after walking around, Qingming discovered that the most useful thing for him was the Bing Liang pill. That's right, it's the kind of military pill that one pill can replace a whole meal. It can supplement various nutrients needed by the human body and is generally the ration for ninjas when they go out on missions. Some special Bing Liang pills can even temporarily enhance a ninja's chakra. However, Qingming did not need this kind of military ration pills. He only needed the kind of military ration pills that could be eaten as meals. In this way, he could extend the time of practicing the chakra refining technique, and then use the extra chakra to practice the 3-body technique, eventually forming a linkage effect and increasing the proficiency of multiple skills at the same time. Qingming did it as he thought. He took out money and bought a large number of Bing Liang pills at one time under the strange gaze of the store clerk. That is to say, it is Bing Liang pills. If it is replaced with other supplies, it might attract the attention of the village. However, just in case, Qingming doesn't plan to go out to eat for a while. In this way, others would at most think that he practiced very hard and ate the Bing Liang pills as meals. Go home. Qingming opened the panel. A familiar light blue screen appeared in the field of vision. Name, Uchiha Qingming. Age, 10 years old. Constitution, 5. Spirit, 7. Chakra, 17, 131-159. Bloodline, Sharingan Unawakened, 51/100. LV08/100 LV053/100 LV046/100 LV12/200. Asterisk transformation, level 0, 77/100. Asterisk substitution technique, level 0, 71/100. LV035/100 LV116/200. LV129/200 LV210/500. In the past week, he insisted on practicing the chakra refining technique for 4 hours every night. Most of the time, he could only gain 6 points of proficiency, but occasionally he would get a little more. So, after 7 days, he gained a total of 45 proficiency points. LV08/100 LV053/100. During this period, his chakra limit increased by 28 points, from 131 to 159. Although it was still not much, at least he saw hope. Qingming believed that as long as he persisted, he would be able to become Chaejinla or even Chitanla sooner or later. In addition, the 200 chakra points restored by practicing the chakra refining technique every day were all used by him to practice ninjutsu. In the past 2 days, he concentrated his energy and mastered the clone technique to level 1. He successfully got started and could create an illusory figure. Afterwards, just as planned, he managed to pass the weekly exam. However, after the clone technique reached level 1, the same problem as the ninja tool throwing appeared. Continuing to practice, only a little proficiency can be gained each time. Qingming knew that this was the limit of his predecessor's ability and he could only rely on himself from now on. So, he turned around and began to practice the transformation technique and the substitution technique. Thanks to the experience and memories left by his predecessor, the speed of practicing these 2 ninjutsu is no less than the clone technique before entering the sect. Basically, you gain 2 to 3 points of proficiency each time you practice. LV077/100 LV071/100. At this rate, he would be able to master these two skills in less than 2 or 3 days. By then, he would have almost exhausted the legacy of his predecessor. Let's look at basic physical training. In the past week, Sujimo Yaitang organized 3 more battles. Taking this opportunity, he successfully mastered the basic physical skills and even reached level 1, 16/200, but that was all. After that, he needs to practice hard. The last one is ninja tool throwing, which still has the fastest progress and has now reached LV2, 10/500. At this stage, he can hit the center of fixed targets within 10 meters with 100% accuracy. This level is no less than that of some genin who have graduated for 2 or 3 years. However, ninja tool throwing does have its limitations after all. Qingming estimated that if he could not awaken the Sharingan, he could only raise its proficiency to level 3 at best. After all, the current practice requires him to shoot at a target 15 meters away, and he has to hit the center of the bullseye, otherwise his proficiency will not increase at all. It takes 2 proficiency points to upgrade from LV3 to LV. It can be imagined that once he maxes it out, his level should be no weaker than that of an average mid-level or upper-level ninja. Unless you have the help of Sharingan and can use the ninja tools to your advantage, otherwise. It is basically impossible to kill people in this way, except by sneak attack, siege, and bullying people who are much weaker than you. But the Sharingan. Qingming glanced at the progress, 51/100, on the panel and remained silent. Over the past week or so, he had thought about improving the awakening progress of the Sharingan, but after trying several methods, he saw no results. The progress seemed to be stuck and not moving at all. However, Qingming did not give up. Since the panel could display it, it meant that the progress could be advanced, but he just didn't find the right method. End of this chapter. Chapter 7 News. Chapter 7 News. Retracting his gaze and closing the panel, Qingming took out a military pill and put it into his mouth. Click. Use a little force with your teeth to crush it. Immediately, a bitter taste burst out, causing Qingming's eyes to twitch. No wonder no one likes to eat this, the taste is so good. Qingming shook his head, suppressed the discomfort, and swallowed the crumbs in his mouth. Soon, a warm current emerged from the stomach and quickly spread to the limbs and bones. Qingming did not waste any time. He immediately sat cross-legged, concentrated his mind, and began to refine chakra. More than 2 hours later, the chakra was restored to its full state. Qingming stopped the chakra refining technique and began to practice the transformation technique and substitution technique. Among them, the transformation technique is easy to do. You only need to mobilize chakra step by step and change your own appearance to gain proficiency. But the substitute technique doesn't work. To practice this technique, you need to prepare auxiliary props in advance, such as a wooden board for the substitute. The so-called substitution technique does not involve spatial transformation, it is more like a sleight of hand. That is, at the moment of attack, quickly replace the body with a substitute prepared in advance, causing the opponent to misjudge. At this point, the caster can take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack or escape. Therefore, this technique really tests the ninja's grasp of timing. If used well, it will be a magical skill, but if used poorly it will even reveal more flaws. However, no matter how proficiently one uses substitution techniques, there are still limits to it. As long as there is a substitution process, flaws will inevitably be revealed. This flaw may not be a big deal in the battle between Genin and Chunin, but at the Jonin level, basically everyone can seize such an opportunity. Therefore, in battles between Jonin, substitution techniques are rarely used to confuse the opponent. However, this is a bit far for Qingming. At this stage, the substitution technique is indeed a rare life-saving skill for him. Therefore, even though it was very troublesome to practice, he did not feel impatient at all. After more than 10 minutes, the chakra was exhausted. Qingming swallowed another soldier pill and began to refine the chakra. 2 hours later, his chakra was almost recovered, and he would practice the transformation technique and substitution technique again. Just like that, near midnight, Qingming finally completed his last round of training. Compared with the past, today he practiced the chakra refining technique for 2 more hours, which increased his chakra limit by 2 points and his proficiency by 3 points. At the same time, the extra 100 chakra points restored also increased his proficiency in the transformation technique and substitution technique by more than 10 points. Don't underestimate this change. As the saying goes, little by little, it adds up to a lot. If so much increases in one day, how much will there be in a month? What about in a year? Well, a year is a bit far. But Qingming is still worth looking forward to for a month. If it weren't for the fact that refining chakra and practicing ninjutsu were extremely mentally taxing, and that eating too many Bingliang pills would cause indigestion, Qingming would really want to work hard all night. After stretching, yawning, and washing up, Qingming returned to the bedroom. Soon, a familiar snoring sound was heard. Time passes minute by minute. At a certain moment, a figure appeared on the electric pole outside the window, a pair of scarlet 3-Magatama Sharingans staring at Qingming, as if observing something. After a moment, the figure disappeared. Deep in the Uchiha clan territory, the residence of the Great Elder. Dong dong dong. There was a soft knock on the door. Come in. An old voice was heard in the room. Uchiha Jito pushed the door open, looked at the old man behind the table, bowed and said, Grand Elder. Oh, it's Hiran. The old man looked up at Uchiha Jito and said, What's the matter? Your Highness, these are the results of my observations regarding Qingming. Uchiha Jito replied respectfully. Hearing this, the old man's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and then he asked slowly, How is it, have you awakened the Sharingan? No. Uchiha Jito shook his head and said, After observing for these few days, there has been no explosive growth in the chakra in his body, and his mental state is relatively stable. It can be basically confirmed that he does not have the qualifications to awaken the Sharingan. Is this so? After hearing Uchiha Haruto's answer, even though he had expected it, the old man still felt a little disappointed. Generally speaking, if a member of the clan has the qualifications to awaken the Sharingan, he or she can immediately awaken the Sharingan when receiving a stimulus similar to the death of their parents. Even if you don't awaken immediately, there will be some changes in your body and mind, and then with a little stimulation, you will be able to awaken smoothly. However, after learning the news of his parents' sacrifice, Qingming did not wake up immediately, and his body did not undergo corresponding changes for a period of time afterwards. From this, it can be basically confirmed that he does not have the qualifications to awaken the Sharingan. Great Elder, do you want to continue observing? Seeing that the old man was slow to speak, Uchiha Jito spoke. No need. The old man waved his hand and said, You go down. Yes, Great Elder. With that, Uchiha Jito left the room. Qingming didn't know that today was his last chance to be valued by the clan. If he could awaken the Sharingan today under the stimulation of the pension, he wouldn't be able to rise to the top immediately, but his future path would definitely be much smoother. Even getting a bodyguard at the genin stage is not a problem. That's right, this is the Uchiha clan. Although they are difficult to deal with outsiders, they are quite united internally. Well, except for a certain traitor. However, Qingming did not awaken the Sharingan, so he was destined not to enjoy the treatment of a genius. However, even if Qingming knew, he wouldn't care. He has never relied on the Uchiha clan. With the proficiency panel, he will be able to grow up sooner or later. 5 days later. School is about to end. Bang bang bang. Shan Muyitang clapped his hands and shouted loudly, "Students, everyone come here! Teacher, what's up? School is almost over." Yeah. Hearing Shan Muyitang's call, more than 30 students crowded around him, talking to each other, and the scene was very lively. Qingming stood on the outskirts of the crowd without saying a word. He could tell something was wrong on Shan Muyitang's serious face. Sure enough, what Suja Muyitang said next confirmed his guess. "Quiet!" Shan Mu shouted loudly, and after everyone quieted down, he said, "The village has decided to change your annual assessment in half a month to a graduation assessment. At that time, those who pass the assessment will be granted the status of Konoha Genin and become a true ninja." Although it was expected, when Qingming actually heard the news, he still felt a sense of urgency. However, it was different from his solemnity. Many students in the crowd shouted excitedly when they heard the news. "Teacher Sujamu, is what you said true?" "Yes, sensei, can we really become ninjas ahead of time?" Hearing these somewhat naive words, Qingming shook his head and thought to himself, "These people are still too well protected. They have no idea how dangerous the profession of ninja is, especially in this period." If possible, Qingming would like to stay in school for the rest of his life. But this is not possible. Now I just hope they won't be sent to the battlefield right after graduation, otherwise. End of this chapter. Chapter 8, The Art of Reflecting the Heart. Chapter 8, The Art of Reflecting the Heart. Panel. After returning home, Qingming opened the panel immediately. A familiar light blue screen appeared. Name, Uchiha Qingming. Age, 10 years old. Constitution, 5. Spirit, 7. Chakra, 21, 159-189. Bloodline, Sharingan Unawakened, 51/100. LV053/100 LV098/100 LV12/200 LV120/200 LV077/100 LV119/200 LV071/100 LV118/200 LV116/200 LV165/200 LV210/500 LV242/500. It can be seen that in just 5 days, his strength has improved a lot. Among them, the chakra upper limit increased by 30 points to 189 points. This level of chakra may not be a big deal in front of a genius, but compared to his peers, it is already an upper middle level. After all, he is only 10 years old this year. For ninjas, the golden period of growth is from 12 to 16 years old. Before that, except for some geniuses, there would not be much gap. But Qingming has gradually widened the gap with his peers, which means that he can also be called a little genius. Of course, if we only look at chakra, it is somewhat unworthy of its name. But if you count the LV1 clone technique, transformation technique and substitution technique, as well as the basic physical technique, and the LV2 ninja tool throwing, then it is truly worthy of the name. Now, even among the graduates of previous 6-year programs, he is considered to be at an upper middle level. What's more, there is still half a month before the graduation examination, which is enough time for him to improve his strength further. By then, even if we go to the battlefield, well, it still seems a little unsafe. Qingming glanced across the panel and suddenly realized that he seemed to be missing a trick. Coincidentally, his proficiency in the chakra extraction technique has reached level 0, 98/100, and he is about to get started. After getting started, the effect of restoring chakra will definitely increase. This way, he would have enough energy to learn a higher level ninjutsu. As for where ninjutsu came from, don't worry about that. There are a few ninjutsu scrolls left in the study of his predecessor's parents. Once he has mastered the chakra refining technique to level 1, he will find one to learn. And with the existence of the proficiency panel, he doesn't have to worry about not being able to learn it. As long as it does not conflict with his chakra attributes, he can completely grind it to the entry level, or even higher levels. Qingming did it as soon as he thought of it. He closed the panel, took out a soldier pill from the inner room, swallowed it, and then started to run the chakra refining technique. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Soon, 2 hours passed. Suddenly, Qingming opened his eyes, a ray of sharp light flashed across his eyes, and all kinds of insights came to his mind. At this moment, Qingming had a new understanding of the chakra extraction technique. If the efficiency of LV0's chakra extraction technique in tapping the body's potential is 1, then LV1 is 2. In other words, in the same amount of time, he can refine more chakra, which is not only related to his chakra recovery speed, but also to his chakra upper limit. With this thought in mind, Qingming closed his eyes again and began to refine chakra according to his new understanding. About half an hour later, Qingming opened his eyes. Panel. With the thought, Qingming summoned the proficiency panel. Name, Uchiha Qingming. Age, 10 years old. Constitution, 5. Spirit, 7. 1711891921/100. Skills, Chakra Refining, LV1, 1/200. Clone Technique, Level 1, 20/200. Transformation, Level 1, 19/200. Substitution Technique, Level 1, 18/200. Basic Physical Skills, LV1, 65/200. Ninja Tool Throwing, Level 2, 42/500. Just as he expected, in just half an hour, the effect of the Level 1 chakra refining technique was equivalent to the effect of the Level 0 chakra refining technique that had been running for an hour. That is, restore 50 points of chakra and increase the chakra limit by 1 point. The only pity is that after the chakra refining technique is upgraded to Level 1, it still takes an hour to improve the proficiency a little bit. In fact, there won't be any additional proficiency gained this time. After all, the predecessor's chakra refining technique was still at level LV0, otherwise the additional proficiency provided would not be so little. However, Qingming is already content. At least after today, the chakra he can use every day will be twice as much as before. Of course, these energies would not be created for no reason, so he would probably have to increase the amount of his military ration pills in the future. But these are minor issues. Anyway, he had bought a lot of military ration pills before, and in order to survive on the battlefield later, he had to temporarily put his stomach at risk. Collecting his thoughts, Qingming stood up and left the room, going straight to the study of his previous life's parents. Over the past period of time, he was either attending classes at school or practicing at home, and had no extra time to sort out the belongings of his previous parents. I just took a rough look at the study and knew there were a few ninjutsu scrolls there, but I didn't take a closer look at what they were specifically. Today was the first time he had carefully read these scrolls. Let me see what I have. Muttering softly, Qingming opened the first scroll, which was the Uchiha clan's iconic ninjutsu, Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Specifically, it manifests itself by spitting out a fireball from the mouth, which has the effects of high-temperature burning and explosion. The power depends on the amount of chakra injected. It is a very practical ninjutsu. The learning difficulty is C, which is enough to serve as a trump card for genin. However, Qingming did not make a decision in a hurry. He opened several other scrolls, 2 of which also recorded ninjutsu, namely Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Technique and Fire Style, Dragon Fire Technique. Even though they are also C-level, they are more difficult to learn than Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Especially the Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Technique, which requires the Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique as a foundation, otherwise it will be difficult to learn. In addition, there are 2 scrolls, each recording an illusion. One of them is called the magical shackle technique, which is an illusion that requires the cooperation of the Sharingan to perform. The specific effect is to construct a spiritual world, conjure up iron nails to nail the opponent's body, making him feel pain and thus lose the ability to move. The parents of the predecessor did not awaken the Sharingan, and left this scroll. Obviously they had high expectations for the predecessor. Unfortunately, the predecessor did not awaken the Sharingan. As for the second scroll, the illusions recorded on it were a bit strange. Qingming had at least heard of the magic technique of Jaghang, but he had never even heard of the art of reflecting the heart. That's right, the illusion recorded on the second scroll is exactly an illusion called the art of reflecting the heart. Qingming unfolded the scroll and read its contents carefully. As he read deeper, his expression changed again and again. From the initial indifference, to the subsequent doubt, and then to urgency and anticipation. After finishing reading, his face was full of relief. Now, of course I was overjoyed. There is no other reason. This technique of reflecting the mind is likely to solve the dilemma of his Sharingan awakening progress being stagnant. End of this chapter. Chapter 9 half a month later. Chapter 9 half a month later. The so-called art of reflecting the heart is to convey the inner emotions and thoughts to the other person through the eyes in the form of spiritual thoughts. In this way, the target's senses are disturbed, thus affecting their judgment. On the surface, this is a visual illusion that couldn't be more normal, but once you really understand it, you will find that it is not the case at all. The most obvious one is that the difficulty of learning is totally disproportionate to the effect of the illusion. According to what was written on the scroll, the difficulty of learning the art of reflecting the heart was as high as A level, but its actual effect was not even as good as some C-level illusions of the same type. If my previous parents wanted to learn illusion, they would never choose this one. But they chose it. And he collected it with great care. There is only one reason for this, and that is that this technique can help the Uchiha clan awaken the Sharingan. Well, at least that's what the scroll says. The ninja world has never lacked visionary people, and the Uchiha clan is no exception. Long time ago, some Uchiha clan members realized the drawbacks of the Sharingan. Not only is it difficult to awaken, but it is also easy to go to extremes. So, they thought about whether they could awaken the Sharingan in a gentler way to make the process more controllable. This will not only enhance the Uchiha clan's strength, but also make the clan more stable. Then, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan came into their sight. As one of the 3 major eye techniques, the process of opening the Byakugan is much gentler than that of the Sharingan. Even if one's bloodline is not so pure, it can be gradually opened up through hard practice after adulthood. This is something the Sharingan does not have. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan requires strong mental stimulation to awaken. Once people reach adulthood, their 3 views are basically formed. He has experienced almost everything he should have experienced. Unless he encounters some major stimulation, it will be impossible for him to awaken the Sharingan after he becomes an adult. Therefore, they wondered whether they could start from the Hyuga clan's Byakugan training method and develop a similar training method. The art of reflecting the mind was born under such circumstances. The principle is to imitate the changes in chakra and mental power in the brain when the Sharingan activates its hypnotic ability, and reversely stimulate the brain nerves and visual nerves, as well as body cells and mental power, thereby stimulating the awakening of the Sharingan. This is equivalent to first creating a breeding ground suitable for the existence of the Sharingan, and then allowing the power of blood to take effect and bear fruit in this breeding ground. They succeeded, but they also failed. It succeeded because the heart-reflecting technique could indeed assist in the awakening of the Sharingan, but it failed because its effect was too poor. According to the records on the scroll, more than one person from the Uchiha clan had practiced this technique, but none of them awakened the Sharingan through it. If the developer had not sworn that this technique was effective, and the ninjas in the clan who had awakened the Sharingan had not also confirmed that it could indeed promote the evolution of the Sharingan to a certain extent. I'm afraid everyone will think this is just a white lie. However, its difficult learning conditions and almost untraceable effectiveness still make it a useless thing. After all, there is no need for the Uchiha clan members who have awakened the Sharingan to learn it, and there is no obvious effect for the Uchiha clan members who have not awakened it to learn it with great effort. In this case, how could one not be ignored? Now, only a few people in the Uchiha clan who are unwilling to be ordinary are still trying to practice this technique, while others have never even heard of it. No wonder Qingming didn't know. Having said that, the parents of the previous life collected this technique, obviously because they were unwilling to be ordinary. Unfortunately, before they could complete their cultivation, they had already died on the battlefield. However, Qingming will inherit their will and awaken the Sharingan in this way, becoming the first person in Uchiha history to awaken the Sharingan with the help of this technique. Others may be limited by their qualifications or have run out of patience, and may not be able to practice the art of reflecting the heart to a higher level. But Qingming won't. With the proficiency panel, he can see and feel every bit of progress. Therefore, as long as it is confirmed to be true and effective, Qingming will not give up. This will be the key to his climb to great heights. Call. After taking a long breath and calming down, Qingming picked up the scrolls containing the fire style, great fireball technique and the heart reflection technique and left the study. In the next half-month, he planned to devote half of his energy to the practice of these two ninjutsu and illusion techniques, not seeking to get started, but just to become more familiar with them. Judging from how lively the village is, the situation on the front line should not have completely collapsed, so it is highly likely that these newbies will not be sent directly to the battlefield. This way, he still has some buffer time. At that time, I will introduce the fire style, great fireball technique as a trump card, and see the effect of the heart reflecting technique by the way. If possible, it is best to awaken the Sharingan, so that you will have more power to protect yourself on the battlefield. Thinking this in his mind, Qingming began his practice tonight. In a blink of an eye, half a month passed. The time came to the end of September. At this time, there was only 1 week left until the graduation examination. After understanding the content of the assessment, Qingming took a week off and prepared to devote all his energy to cultivation. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult to ask for this leave, but now, as long as the reason is acceptable, Shanmu Yiteng will not object. After returning home, Qingming opened the panel. Name, Uchiha Qingming. Age, 10 years old. Constitution, 5. Spirit, 7. Chakra, 16, 192 372. Bloodline, Sharingan unawakened, 51/100. LV11/200 LV191/200 LV120/200 LV195/200 LV119/200 LV194/200 LV118/200 LV193/200 Asterisk fire style, great fireball technique, level 0, 30/100. Asterisk art of reflecting the heart, level 0, 30/100. LV165/200 LV1185/200 LV242/500 LV2120/500. In the past half-month, he insisted on practicing the chakra refining technique for 6 hours every night. Thanks to the powerful effect of LV1, his chakra limit will increase by 12 points every day, which is 180 points in half a month. Therefore, compared to half a month ago, his chakra limit almost doubled, from 192 to 372. The chakra required to perform the three-body technique once is approximately 20 points, and 372 points of chakra is enough for him to perform the three-body technique 18 or 19 times. The average genin ends up at this level. In other words, apart from some combat experience, his strength is no weaker than those senior genin. However, as the chakra grew, Qingming also vaguely felt its limit. This limit is not the limit of chakra refining technique, but the limit of this body. Chakra refining technique only speeds up his efficiency in tapping his potential, and will not directly increase his physical limit. If this body is compared to a wooden barrel, then the chakra refining technique is the spoon used to draw water. How much water a barrel can hold does not depend on the size of the spoon, but only on the size of the barrel itself. Physical fitness 5. Spiritual fitness 7. Apparently, his barrel wasn't big enough. In other words, his body has its limits, and when the chakra grows to a certain level, it will stagnate. By then, unless you raise your physical limit, it will be useless even if you practice chakra refining technique to the maximum. Fortunately, as time went by and he practiced basic physical skills, he could vaguely feel his physical condition improving. This has caused his physical ceiling to continue to rise. End of this chapter. Chapter 10 Training Sprint. Chapter 10 Training Sprint. Speaking of basic physical skills. In the past half-month, it seemed that in order to allow his students to survive longer in the subsequent war, Sujimo Yaiteng had deliberately strengthened their training in this area. LV165/200 LV1185/200. Qingming plans to fill it up tomorrow. In addition to the basic physical skills, his 3 physical skills have also improved their proficiency by 1 point each in the past half-month, and the progress of LV is about to be halfway. Qingming plans to raise their levels to level 2 before the graduation examination. This is also one of the reasons why he asked for leave. If he were in school, his daily practice time would be limited, and it would be impossible for him to upgrade them all within a week. This could only be done by saving time during school hours. The other 2 are Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique and Heart Reflection Technique. These 2 ninjutsu and illusion techniques are worthy of being called C-level and A-level respectively. The difficulty of learning them is simply incomparable to E-level ninjutsu such as the 3-body technique. Even with the proficiency panel, he had only mastered less than 1/3 of the level in half a month. Only the Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique and the Reflection of the Heart Technique can adjust the consumed chakra independently, otherwise he might not be able to even reach 30 points of proficiency. Until this point, the heart reflecting technique had not shown the desired effect, and his Sharingan awakening level was still stuck at 51/100. Qingming estimated that it would take time for him to get started before the corresponding effect would be seen. Fortunately, Qingming is not in a hurry. After taking stock of the gains of the past half-month, Qingming skillfully took out a military pill, put it in his mouth, crushed it and swallowed it, and then began to practice step by step. Soon, the night passed. The next day. Early morning. Within the Uchiha clan. A training ground somewhere. Because of the war, there are not many people here. Qingming came to an open area, wrapped the bandages and weights prepared in advance around his arms and ankles, and then began training in basic physical skills. Basic physical skills not only includes knowledge related to combat, but also includes a lot of training to strengthen the body and enhance physical fitness. Therefore, you can still gain proficiency without fighting with others, but the process will be slower. Fortunately, there is still plenty of time. Bang bang bang! Qingming punched and kicked the tree, making it bang loudly. Soon a large piece of bark was stripped off, revealing the fiber layer inside. Qingming ignored it and continued to hit steadily. Take a break when you feel tired, then change to another movement and continue training. Because he could see the proficiency, Qingming didn't find it boring at all. Soon, the morning passed. LV1199/200 LV21/500. Then, a flash of enlightenment emerged in Qingming's mind, giving him a deeper understanding of the battle. Not only that, the breakthrough in basic physical skills also caused a chain reaction. A warm current emerged from deep in his bone marrow, quickly flowing through King Ming's body through his blood vessels and meridians. Qing Ming felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his body, and he felt extremely comfortable. I opened the panel and took a look. As expected, the physical attribute increased a little, from the previous 5 to the current 6. This is not entirely due to the basic physical skills. It accounts for at most 1/3 of it, and more actually depends on the foundation accumulated by King Ming's body during its growth and development. These foundations were activated through basic physical skills and exploded at the time of his breakthrough, which caused his body to undergo a transformation. If a physique of 5 points is considered average among peers, then a physique of 6 points can be considered a genius. The growth of physical fitness is not linear. A 6-point physical fitness is not as simple as 1/5 more than a 5-point physical fitness, but it is almost half higher. This is also the reason why he devoured the soul of his predecessor, but his spiritual attributes were only 7 points. From this, we can see how difficult it is to have this physique. For the next period of time, he no longer had to worry about the upper limit of his body. After adapting for a while, Qing Ming no longer wasted time, casually took out a Bing Liang pill, stuffed it into his mouth, and then began to refine chakra. The basic physical skills has been promoted to level 2, achieving his goal. The next step is to work on the 3 body techniques, the fire style, great fireball technique, and the heart reflection technique. After more than 3 hours, the chakra was restored to its full state. Qing Ming stood up and began to practice the 3 body technique. The level 1 3 body technique can only be said to be entry level. Although it can be fully displayed, it has many flaws. That's why Qing Ming wants to train it to level 2. By then, he will be able to perform it easily even in battle. Soon, the chakra was exhausted and his proficiency in the 3 body technique increased by 12 points. Qing Ming began to refine chakra again. After his chakra was refilled, he began to practice the 3 body technique again. He repeated this 3 times, and after his proficiency in each of the 3 body techniques increased by 15 points, he would use the remaining chakra on the fire style, great fireball technique and the heart reflection technique. By the time we finished practicing these 2 ninjutsu and illusion techniques, it was almost late at night. At this time, Qing Ming would rest and then repeat the process the next day. Although this process is boring and tedious, Qing Ming enjoys it. Soon, a week passed. That night, Qing Ming completed his last round of training and opened the panel. A familiar light blue screen appeared. Name, Uchiha Qing Ming. Age, 10 years old. Constitution, 6. Spirit, 7. Chakra, 5, 372 580. Bloodline, Sharingan unawakened, 51/100. LV191/200 LV1195/200. Clone technique, level 2, 1/500. Transformation, level 2, 1/500. Substitution technique, level 2, 1/500. LV030/100 LV052/100. LV030/100 LV061/100. Basic physical skills, LV2, 1/500. Ninja tool throwing, level 2, 120/500. Looking at the brand new panel, a smile appeared on Qing Ming's tired face. Nearly 2 points of chakra, level 2 3 body technique, plus level basic physical technique and ninja tool throwing, make Qing Ming full of hope for the future. Since traveling through time, he has been walking on thin ice, being careful and cautious in everything he does, for fear of revealing any flaws. Now, a month has passed and he has finally gotten through his weak period. Next, as long as you awaken the Sharingan before going to the battlefield, your safety will be guaranteed to a certain extent. By then, by slacking off while working hard to improve your strength, I think you will be able to get through this ninja world war safely. As for what comes later, that depends on how things develop. At his current rate of growth, he would be able to stand at the top of the ninja world in a few years. By then, even if someone wanted to do something to him, he would be able to kill them with ease. Therefore, he did not take the so-called disaster of genocide seriously. Of course, if someone makes him unhappy, he doesn't mind killing him in advance. After pondering for a moment, Qingming stopped thinking about it and turned around and went into the bedroom. End of this chapter. Chapter 11 Graduation. Chapter 11 Graduation. The next day. Early morning. Qingming arrived at the ninja school early. After listening to Sarutobi Hiruzan's meaningless graduation speech, he walked into the examination room as required. It is impossible for the ninja exam to only test the 3 body techniques. Theoretical knowledge such as code deciphering, map drawing, etc. must also be tested. So, the first few exams were all written tests. However, compared to the Chunin exam, the written test for the ninja graduation exam is very simple, and it consists almost entirely of common sense that a ninja must know. As long as you stay in school for a few years, you can basically pass the exam easily. Of course, there are also some smuggled goods. For example, the understanding of the will of fire. Although Qingming hasn't written an essay for more than 10 years in his past and present lives, it is not a problem for him to write a flattering article. Jingle bell bell. Soon, the morning passed. There are no exams scheduled in the afternoon, so students can move freely. Qingming naturally would not waste time in school. His chakra refining technique had already reached level 1, 195/200, and he was about to be promoted, so he naturally had to hurry up. After returning home, Qingming started practicing directly. It took more than 6 hours for Qingming to complete 2 rounds of training, and finally he mastered the chakra extraction technique to level 2, 1/500. Although he had expected it, he still couldn't help but feel excited when he truly felt the effect of the level 2 chakra extraction technique. Compared to LV1, LV2's chakra extraction technique has doubled the efficiency of tapping into the body's potential. Now, for every hour of refining, you can recover 200 points of chakra and gain 4 points of chakra limit. This means that his practice efficiency will be greatly improved. However, it is almost impossible to achieve a doubling effect. As for the reason, it's very simple. His body has its limits. Even if there are enough ration pills, it will be useless if he can't absorb them. Not everyone is Uzumaki Naruto who can eat Bing Liangguan like candy beans. After all, it is a compressed food, and eating too much will cause indigestion. In the previous week, Qingming had almost felt his limit. If I practice with all my strength now, I can only raise my efficiency to 1.5 times of before. However, this does not mean that the advancement of chakra refining technique is meaningless. At the very least, it could save him a lot of time. If there are any other ninjutsu that need to be practiced in the future, you don't have to worry about not having enough time. Day 2. Just like the first day, the 3 body techniques were still not tested. Today's assessment content is basic physical skills and ninja tool throwing. Because we have to do it one by one, the speed is slow. It was not until mid-afternoon that it was Qingming's turn. Uchiha Qingming, 10 rings, full marks. Wow! Suddenly, there was a noise all around. Qingming's expression on the field did not change at all, and he still had the same cold and aloof attitude as before. This was nothing to be proud of. With his current level 2, 120/500, ninja tool throwing, shooting at a 10-meter target was extremely easy. As for basic taijutsu, he also scored full marks. LV1100/200. LV080/100. This shows how loose the assessment standards are this year. Silent all night. Day 3. Compared with the previous 2 days, the students were obviously much more nervous today. After all, although the exams in the previous 2 days were important, they could not serve as the final word. But today is different. If you fail the assessment, you will be eliminated no matter how well you did in the previous 2 days. After all, being a ninja is all about strength. If you don't have the strength, no matter how solid your theoretical knowledge is, it will be useless. As the saying goes, the one with the bigger fist is right. Your fist is not strong enough and no one will listen to what you say. For ninjas, ninjutsu is their fist. If you can't even learn ninjutsu, what's the use of you? Of course, the above only applies to ordinary people. The ninja world has never lacked people who break the rules. Just like Might Guy, his ninjutsu talent is rubbish, but his taijutsu talent is the best in the entire ninja world. Such a freak naturally cannot be measured by common sense. However, most people certainly do not have the qualifications to make KONOHA break the rules. Therefore, today's test is very important for all students who aspire to become ninjas. That is why the students were more nervous than the previous 2 days. Sitting in the classroom, Qingming felt a sense of calm as he watched his classmates being called to the podium one by Shanmu Yiteng to test their 3-body techniques. The level 2 3-body technique gave him enough confidence. Not to mention, Aoki Liuzi, are you ready? Sujimo Yiteng spoke. Yes, teacher. Aoki Ryako nodded and replied softly. Very good, choose one of the 3-body techniques and perform it, said Sujimo Yiteng. That's right, this year's assessment was not assigned by the teacher, but allowed students to choose one of the 3-body techniques to demonstrate. Obviously, compared with the former, the latter is undoubtedly simpler and easier to exploit loopholes. For example, if someone only knows the transformation technique, but his mastery of the clone technique and the substitute technique is not perfect, then he can choose to demonstrate the transformation technique to pass the assessment. In the past, if the teacher happened to specify the clone technique, he would not be able to pass the test. How could Shanmu Yiteng fail to see such a simple loophole? The answer is of course no. He must have done this after receiving instructions from above. Combined with the intentional relaxation of the assessment standards yesterday, it is not difficult to guess that KONOHA is expanding its reserve forces. However, it is unknown how many of these people can survive the battlefield. Uchiha Qingming. Sujimo Yiteng's voice came from the front. Qingming stood up and walked forward slowly. You can start when you are ready. Seeing Qingming standing still, Shanmu Yiteng spoke. Hearing this, Qingming nodded, then raised his hands, quickly completed the seals, and performed the clone technique. Then, 2 shadows appeared on his left and right sides. 3 seconds, not bad. Shanmu Yiteng nodded with satisfaction, recorded Uchiha Qingming's results, and then said, Okay, you can go down. Is teacher? After responding, Qingming returned to his seat. Wow, Qingming Jun is so powerful. In the crowd, a female classmate shouted. Suddenly, the classroom became noisy. However, none of these affected Qingming. After returning to his seat, he began to review the contents of the art of reflecting the heart in his mind. Compared to ninjutsu, illusion techniques are generally more difficult to learn. What's more, this illusion that imitates the hypnotic ability of the Sharingan is extremely complicated. The main targets of other illusions are other people, so even if something goes wrong, it's no big deal. But the heart reflecting technique is different, as most of its effects are on oneself. The so-called influencing of the target's senses is just an ability that comes with this illusion. Otherwise, its actual effect would not be even worse than a C-level illusion. If it weren't for the proficiency panel, Qingming wouldn't dare to try this technique easily. It won't be like it is now, when we are almost getting started. LV061/100 LV092/100. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be able to get started tonight. By then, we will know whether it can have a positive effect on the awakening of the Sharingan. End of this chapter. Chapter 12 Hope. Chapter 12 Hope. That night, in the training room, Qingming skillfully formed a series of hand seals, and the chakra in his body surged. The next moment, a gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes. In front of him, in a cage, a rabbit he was staring at immediately fell into a coma. Proficiency +1. LV099/100 LV11/200. And with the upgrade of the heart-reflecting technique, a special chakra was born in his brain, flowing into his eyes along the chakra meridians. This is... Suddenly, Qingming thought of Senju Tobirama's explanation of the Uchiha clan's opening of their eyes. That is, the Uchiha people are born with great love. When they lose this love, special chakra will surge out of their brains and act on the optic nerves. At this time, their eyes will change, which means their eyes are opening. This process was so similar to what had just happened in his mind that Qingming couldn't help but think about it. Panel. With a thought, Qingming opened the proficiency panel. Name, Uchiha Qingming. Age, 10 years old. Constitution, 6. Spirit, 7. Chakra, 415, 580 622. Bloodline, Sharingan Unawakened, 51/100. Skills, Chakra Refining, LV2, 9/500. Clone Technique, Level 2, 1/500. Transformation, Level 2, 1/500. Substitution Technique, Level 2, 1/500. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique, Level 0, 52/100. Heart Reflecting Art, Level 1, 1/200. Basic Physical Skills, LV2, 1/500. Ninja Tool Throwing, Level 2, 120/500. Unchanged. Looking at the Sharingan Awakening progress which still showed as 51/100, Qingming was stunned. He never thought that the art of reflecting the heart would be useless. No, that's not right. Qingming took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly, closed his eyes and pondered for a while. After he calmed down, he formed seals again and performed the art of reflecting the heart once again. Before getting started, he needed a rabbit as a target to ensure the success rate. But now, without the need for an external target, he can perform this technique at will. The only thing that made Qingming uncomfortable was that after being promoted to level 1, every time he performed the heart-reflecting technique, he would have to consume at least chakra points. Although the chakra consumed by the three-body technique before and after entry also changes, it is far less than that of the reflection heart technique. However, think about it, the three-body technique is only the lowest level E-grade ninjutsu, and it only consumes about 20 points of chakra to perform each time. However, the art of reflecting the heart is as high as A level. Before getting started, each practice consumes at least 100 points of chakra. Now consuming 200 points is reasonable. It's only because he has a lot of chakra now, otherwise he might not be able to hold on. Qingming collected his thoughts and stopped thinking about it. He began to carefully feel the effect of the art of reflecting the heart. Just like before, a special chakra was born in his brain again and flowed into his eyes. After a few breaths, Qingming opened his eyes. On the panel, the awakening progress of the Sharingan remained unchanged. However, Qingming did not show much emotional change this time. There was no other reason. Based on his previous feeling, he could be sure that his eyes were getting closer to the Sharingan. In other words, the art of reflecting the heart is effective. But the effect is somewhat weak. Reflected on the panel, the awakening progress of the Sharingan has not moved. Now it depends on how many times I need to perform the heart reflection technique to increase the awakening progress of the Sharingan by +1. Thinking this in his mind, Qingming once again mobilized his chakra, formed seals and performed the heart reflecting technique. Once, twice, 3 times. A few hours later, LV110/20052/100. This made Qingming breathe a sigh of relief. Although he had expected this, he was not completely relieved until the panel actually changed. After secretly calculating, he consumed about 2,000 points of chakra, which increased the awakening progress of the Sharingan a little. The price is both high and low. It is indeed not easy for a genin to gather so much chakra, but a chunin can definitely afford it. Even if I don't want to gain 10 points of proficiency at once like he did, it's okay to do it separately. Even if you persist in performing it once a day, it will only take a few months to awaken the Sharingan. Why didn't anyone from the Uchiha clan succeed? If you ask me to persist for a few years, maybe no one can do it, but some people have definitely done it for a few months. Qingming would not underestimate the Uchiha clan's desire for the Sharingan. With this belief as support, it will not be a problem to persist for a few months. But even so, still no one has awakened the Sharingan with the help of this technique. This made Qingming feel gloomy. After pondering for a long time, Qingming still couldn't figure it out. Since he couldn't think of it, he didn't bother thinking about it. The progress on the panel had already moved anyway, so he just had to work hard. It just so happens that he doesn't have to go to school for the next few days, so he can take the opportunity to learn the fire style, great fireball technique and test and confirm the increasing pattern of the Sharingan awakening progress, so as to better formulate a training plan. However, these are all later stories. Qingming yawned and looked at the time. It was already 5 o'clock in the morning. In order to determine the effect of the art of reflecting the heart, he had stayed up until now, and it was time to rest. The next day, noon. After eating something casually, Qingming came to the training ground and began to practice alone. The first thing was to refine the chakra. The level 2 chakra refining technique was quite effective, and in just 3 hours he recovered points of chakra. With sufficient chakra, he began to practice fire style, great fireball technique. As a C-level ninjutsu, and an offensive ninjutsu at that, the minimum chakra consumed for practicing it once is 50 points. Currently, the level of his fire style, great fireball technique is LV0, 52/100. Every time you perform it, as long as you follow the standard process, your proficiency will increase a little, regardless of whether it is successful or not. In other words, it will take another 48 times to upgrade. 48 times 50 equals 2400 chakra points. This is almost the maximum amount of chakra Qingming can use every day. Unless your physical fitness improves a little bit, or you find a kind of military pills that are easier to absorb and digest, it will be difficult to increase this limit. Boom! A fireball was spit out by Qingming, which then quickly grew larger and eventually expanded into a huge fireball with a diameter of 1.5 meters. The fireball hit the ground, creating a big pit. The inside of the pit was charred black, and even though the flames were extinguished, they still emitted scorching heat. In one afternoon, he had raised the fire style, great fireball technique to level 0, 75/100. Although he had not yet mastered the art, he could still succeed occasionally. Just like what happened just now, that's already the entry level. Looking up at the sky, the sun had already set. Qingming did not stay any longer and immediately returned home. After just a short rest, he began to practice again. It was not convenient to practice ninjutsu in the house, so Qingming focused his energy on the art of reflecting the heart. Over and over again, until late at night, he finally fell into a deep sleep. This continued for the next few days. End of this chapter. Chapter 13 Classification. Chapter 13 Classification. 5 days later. Early morning. Standing in front of the floor-length mirror, Qingming lifted up his long hair, tied the KONOHA forehead protector on his head, and straightened his clothes. At this moment, he suddenly looked a little more solemn and murderous. Graduating from the ninja school means officially embarking on the path of becoming a ninja. Whether he lives or dies from now on is entirely up to him. After standing still for a moment, Qingming summoned the proficiency panel. Name, Uchiha Qingming. Age, 10 years old. Constitution, 6. Spirit, 7. Chakra, 312, 622 862. Bloodline, Sharingan, unawakened, 52/100, 57/100. LV29/500 LV269/500. Clone Technique, Level 2, 1/500. Transformation, Level 2, 1/500. Substitution Technique, Level 2, 1/500. LV075/100 LV11/200. LV110/200 LV165/200. Basic Physical Skills, LV2, 1/500. Ninja Tool Throwing, Level 2, 120/500. Last 5 days. Apart from the first 2 days, when he spent some chakra to master the fire style, Great Fireball technique and added a trump card for himself, the rest of his time and energy were spent on practicing the Reflection of the Heart technique. A total of more than 10,000 points of chakra were poured down, and the proficiency of the Heart Reflecting technique immediately soared by 55 points. As a result, the awakening progress of the Sharingan also advanced by 5 points. Basically, every 10 points of proficiency in the Mind Reflecting technique can lead to 1 point of progress in the Sharingan. From this, Qingming finally understood why no one in the Uchiha clan could awaken the Sharingan with the help of this technique. Even though he could advance the awakening of the Sharingan a little bit every time he practiced the Heart Reflecting technique 10 times, that was because he was making progress every time he performed the Heart Reflecting technique. If it were someone else, without the help of the proficiency panel, it would not be an easy task to gain 10 points of proficiency. Especially as you get further along, it becomes more difficult. However, if the proficiency of the Heart Reflecting technique does not meet the requirements, it will not promote the awakening of the Sharingan at all. In other words, one must constantly improve the proficiency of the Heart Reflecting technique in order to awaken the Sharingan to the greatest extent possible. Qingming will not relax because he can see the exact progress. But other people? I guess I'll give up when I don't feel any obvious progress. Even for him, if the initial awakening progress of the Sharingan was above 70/100, the LV0 and LV1 Heart Reflection technique would be useless, and he would probably be worried. Would other people spend several years or even more than 10 years to practice an extremely difficult but not very practical illusion to a very deep level? Not to mention whether they have the talent or not, even if they do, it would be difficult for them to persevere due to the lack of positive feedback. What's more, he had a hunch that the last few awakening stages of the Sharingan would not be so easy to break through. This makes it even more difficult for people to persist. However, Qingming was not too worried. With the proficiency panel in place, as long as he is proven that this path is feasible, he will stick to it. Qingming collected his thoughts and stopped thinking about it. He left the floor-length mirror, locked the door, and ran straight to the ninja school. Ninja school. In a classroom. Qingming sat in the last row, looking at the graduates in front of him, whether they knew him or not, and secretly guessing which one would be assigned to the same group with him. About half an hour later, a young teacher walked into the classroom with a list. It was not Sujamol Yitan. Qingming had some impression of him. He was a teacher of another class, and his name seemed to be Mayabo Ye. Students, be quiet. Mayabo Ye stood on the podium, clapped his hands, and spoke in a gentle voice. Hearing this, the classroom gradually became quiet. Then I heard Gong Bei introduce himself. My name is Gong Bei. Some of you may know me, and some of you may not, but it doesn't matter. First of all, congratulations, from today on, you are a real ninja. Hearing this, the classroom, which had just been quiet, became noisy again. Pa pa pa! Mayabo clapped his hands and signaled everyone to be quiet. After everyone stopped talking, he continued, I believe your teacher has already told you in advance that today is the day for class division. The so-called division means that you will be divided into groups of 3, led by an experienced jonin, to carry out missions together. From now on, you will be my closest partners and most trustworthy comrades in arms. Upon hearing this, some people were whispering to each other excitedly, some were quarreling to compete for friends, and some were so nervous that they were fidgeting. In short, everyone was very active. Seeing this, Mayabo Nono smiled but did not interrupt them immediately. After several minutes, when it seemed like the time was almost up, he said, Students, if you have anything to say, please wait a moment. Be quiet for a moment while we divide into classes. Hearing this, everyone immediately quieted down and stared at Miyaboye nervously. Miyabono smiled, picked up the list in his hand, and began to read, Class 11, Nakajima Kanata, Hanako, Filong, Class 12, Kimura Soda, Yamanaka Haru, Kuroda Ichiro, Class 13. Mayabo Noboru read out the names one by one. The students below were either excited or frustrated, but no one spoke loudly. Soon, Qingming heard his name. Team 17, Uchiha Qingming, Mizutani Shizuko, Ryasuke, Team 18. Mizutani Shizuko. Ryasuke. Hearing these two names, Qingming quickly looked forward. Soon, 2 figures with different expressions came into his sight, one male and one female. The male looked more lively. Qingming didn't know him, but he had an impression of him in his previous life. He should be a classmate from another class. The girl was a bit quiet and was in the same class as him. She had a jonin father and was physically weak but had solid theoretical knowledge. Without awakening the Sharingan, Qingming couldn't see their potential, but he thought it wouldn't be too bad. Not to mention his identity as a member of the Uchiha clan, based on the final exam results alone, it was impossible for the top management to group him with people with such poor potential. In that case, even if the Uchiha clan didn't say anything, the leading jonin wouldn't do it. Because the potential is so different, it is difficult to lead the team. As for genius, come on, KONOHA doesn't produce geniuses every year. Overall, geniuses are always a minority. And for most graduates, it is considered good enough if they can become a chunin in the end. Therefore, Qingming did not expect to have a talented companion. In fact, to him, his companions are just companions. The battlefield is so dangerous, who knows whether they can survive in the end. Investing too much emotion will only add to your troubles if something unexpected happens. In this case, it is better to handle the matter impartially. In a short period of time, Qingming had made up his mind. At this time, Miyabono had finished reading the list, and everyone in the classroom had their own companions. Next, you guys get to know each other. The leading jonin will be here soon and you just need to follow him. Miyabono said finally. After saying this, he left the classroom. And just as he left the classroom, a noise came out from the classroom, and people ran around looking for their companions. End of this chapter. Chapter 14 Furukawa. Chapter 14 Furukawa. Hello, my name is Ryasuke. Uchiha Qingming. Looking at Liangja who came to the table, Qingming replied concisely. After saying that, he looked at another person. Shizuko Mizutani felt a little embarrassed by his gaze, so she shrank her neck and said in a whisper, My name is Shizuko Mizutani. After the 3 of them exchanged their names, they sat together after some negotiations by Ryasuke. From then on, it was Ryasuke who was talking, with Mizutani Shizuko responding intermittently, while Qingming remained basically silent. From their conversation, Qingming knew that Ryasuke's parents were both chunins, and both were technical talents. One was engaged in code decryption work, and the other was a ninja in the barrier class. Just Qingming didn't know why these two people gave birth to a chatterbox like Liangzhe. Is it because he is holding it in at home? Just as Qingming was secretly complaining, Liangzhe's voice suddenly interrupted him. Qingming, you haven't told me about your parents yet. Sacrificed. Qingming replied in a calm tone. Hearing this, Liangzhe was slightly stunned, scratched his head awkwardly, and said, Sorry, Qingming, I don't know. It's okay, it's all over. Qingming replied calmly again. Despite this, Ryusuke still shut his mouth embarrassedly. Shizuko Mizutani on the side seemed to want to say something, but after mustering up her courage several times, she finally couldn't make up her mind to speak. Seeing this, Qingming did not ask any questions. It was nothing more than some words of comfort, which his predecessor might have needed but he didn't. Time passes minute by minute. About half an hour later, more than a dozen jonin arrived at the classroom. Well, not all of them are real jonin, most of them are special jonin. The so-called special jonin are jonin whose strength does not reach the jonin level but who have unique talents in certain aspects. These people are called jonin, but in fact they are just ninjas between chunin and jonin. Come to think of it, for this class of students, the potential of most of them can be seen at a glance, and it is not worth wasting too much energy of the senior ninjas. Now is a time of war, and as the backbone of the village, there is a lack of strong ninjas everywhere. Although the training of reserve forces is also very important, it is not as important as the battle situation on the front line. Class 11, please stand up. At the podium, a special jonin spoke. Suddenly, the three students named Nakaji Masuda, Hanako, and Heilong stood up. After making sure there was no problem, the special jonin led his men away. Then the 12th and 13th classes. Soon, it was the turn of class 17 where Qingming was. Uchiha Sime? Mizutani Shizuko? Ryusuke. On the podium, a middle-aged ninja with scars on his face stared at Qingming and the other two and said, It's us, teacher. The middle-aged ninja flipped through the files in his hand, nodded, and said, Okay, follow me. After saying that, he left the classroom. Qingming and others followed immediately. 10 minutes later, the group arrived at the 10th training ground. This place is remote. Normally, it takes half an hour to get here from the village center, but now it only takes half the time. Therefore, except Qingming, Ryusuke and Mizutani Shizuko were both exhausted. Especially for Shizuko Mizutani. She is a girl and has weak physical fitness, so it is not easy for her to run here in such a short time. Despite this, Qingming did not think of helping the other party, because he was not sure whether this was a test from the previous jonin. According to his observation, it was very likely that Shizuko Mizutani could hold on, so he just let it go. Okay, that's it. Arriving at the center of the training ground, the middle-aged jonin finally stopped. Seeing this, Qingming and others also stopped one after another. The middle-aged jonin's eyes swept over the three people, lingering on Qingming for a while, and then said, You can keep up with my pace, which means you have passed the test initially. Test? Mizutani Shizuko panted and asked in confusion. Yes, it's a test. The middle-aged jonin nodded and said, On the battlefield, no matter what type of ninja you are, if your physical fitness is not up to standard, you are most likely to be sacrificed. Hearing this, Mizutani Shizuko was stunned and her face gradually turned pale. She really didn't expect to hear such a serious topic about sacrifice on her first day as a ninja. Thinking of the sacrifice, Mizutani Shizuko secretly glanced at Qingming and thought to herself, I wonder how Qingming felt after hearing the news of his parents' sacrifice? I'm afraid he must be very sad. Qingming keenly noticed the other party's little movements, but didn't say much. The middle-aged ninja changed the subject and continued, Okay, you guys take a break first. Hearing this, Ryusuke and Mizutani Shizuko both sat on the ground to calm their breath. Only Qingming stood aside, motionless. This amount of exercise is nothing to him. The middle-aged ninja glanced at Qingming and said nothing more. Let's take advantage of the break time to get to know each other. Okay, teacher, we don't know your name yet. Ryusuke, who had not gotten a chance to speak just now, spoke immediately. Hearing this, the middle-aged ninja nodded and introduced himself. My name is Furukawa. As you can see, I am a jonin. I am 37 years old. I like to play shogi and I hate people who don't follow the rules. After that, he looked at Ryusuke and said, you go first. Tell me your name and age, what you like and dislike, and what your ideals are. Yes, Mr. Furukawa. After responding, Ryusuke introduced himself. My name is Ryusuke, I'm 10 years old, I like making friends, I hate any food containing coriander, and my ideal is to become Hokage. Hokage? Another guy who has been brainwashed by the will of fire. Qingming sighed inwardly. Furukawa nodded expressionlessly, then looked at Mizutani Shizuko and said, what about you? Mizutani Shizuko rested for a while and finally spoke without panting. I only heard her say, my name is Mizutani Shizuko, I will be 10 years old after the Chinese New Year, I like flower arranging, I hate, Mizutani Shizuko thought for a moment and shook her head, I don't seem to have anything I particularly hate. As for my ideal. She looked around at the 4 people present and mustered up the courage to say, my dream is to become a medical ninja like Lady Tsunade. Tsunade? Qingming glanced at Mizutani Shizuko and thought to himself, Tsunade is really famous. No wonder she was able to become the 5th Hokage after being away from the village for so long. Just as he was thinking, Gu Chuan turned his gaze towards him and said, it's your turn, Qingming. Ah. Qingming nodded and said, my name is Uchiha Qingming, I'm 10 years old, I like to practice, I hate trouble, and I have ideals. Having said this, Qingming suddenly stopped. There was no other reason, because he found that he seemed to have never thought about the distant future, let alone any ideals. When he first traveled through time, he was worried that his identity as an outsider would be exposed, so he practiced hard. After fully absorbing the experience and memories of his predecessor, he became concerned about his survival in the Ninja World War, so he continued to practice hard. The furthest thing he thought about was how to survive the disaster of genocide. It seemed that he had never considered the future. Lord Qingming. Seeing Qingming suddenly stopped talking, Mizutani Shizuko poked his arm and called softly, what's wrong? End of this chapter. Chapter 15 Exercise. Chapter 15 Exercise. Profound. Qingming was awakened by Mizutani Shizuko, and then shook his head and said, nothing. After a short pause, Qingming continued the previous topic and said, my ideal is to awaken the Sharingan and become a powerful ninja. Although he said this, Qingming did not take it as his ideal. There is no other reason. As the heart-reflecting technique continues to upgrade, it is only a matter of time before he awakens the Sharingan. In this way, with the help of the proficiency panel, growing into a powerful ninja is almost a certainty. This naturally cannot be regarded as the so-called ideal. If one really wants to establish an ideal, Qingming has only one, which is to transcend this world and see a broader scenery. No matter how big the ninja world is, it is just a tiny star in the vast universe. The reason why the extraordinary power of chakra came into being is simply because the Otsutsuki clan planted a tree. Since there is the Otsutsuki clan in the universe, it doesn't make sense that there would only be them. Only by seeing more scenery and mastering more powerful powers can his life in this world be worthwhile. However, this idea can only be buried in my heart at this stage and cannot be told to anyone, so Qingming just found an excuse to act as his ideal. Sharingan? What Sharingan? Hearing Qingming's words, Ryusuke asked in confusion, and Mizutani Shizuko beside him also cast a curious look at him. After all, they are 2 little kids. Although they are precocious, they still maintain a strong curiosity about things beyond their understanding. Without waiting for Qingming to answer, Gokuen spoke first. Sharingan is the bloodline ability of the Uchiha clan. The ninja who opened the Sharingan is at least at the level of Chunin, and the strongest one is at the level of Chunin. Having said this, he paused for a moment, and cast his gaze towards the direction of the valley of the end outside the village. After a long while, he said leisurely, "The strongest one is comparable to the god of the ninja world." The existence of Uchiha Madara is no secret to some veteran jonin, but few of the new generation know about it. However, everyone is familiar with the name of the god of ninja world. This is also thanks to the existence of Hokage Rock. Anyone who aspires to become Hokage will unconsciously know the deeds of these people, and the first Hokage is no exception. And when they learn about how the first Hokage ended the chaotic times and founded the Hidden Leaf Village, they will naturally admire him. In this way, it would be hard for Hashirama Senju not to become famous. But now, I suddenly found out that there is someone who can compare to me, and I can't help but feel surprised. However, Furukawa did not go further into this topic. Although Uchiha Madara is not an absolute taboo in Konoha, it is not good to talk about it too much, as it might cause unnecessary trouble one day. Just now, he was just inspired after hearing King Ming's ideals. Although he didn't know much about the Uchiha clan, Furukawa knew that the fact that he was assigned to it meant that Qingming had little chance of awakening the Sharingan. Otherwise, a jonin from the Uchiha clan would teach them personally. Therefore, awakening the Sharingan will only be an unattainable dream for Qingming. But Furukawa would not tell this matter to anyone. It was good to have a thought in mind so as to avoid being lazy. After resting for about half an hour, Gu Chuan clapped his hands and said, "Have you rested well? If you have, let's start the next test." "Ah, there are more tests." Upon hearing this, Ryusuke sat up straight and said with a look of surprise. Next to her, Shizuko Mizutani also had a sad expression on her face. Qingming, on the other hand, didn't react much. Or rather, he had guessed it. Although the drills before the official team formation will vary due to the experience of each leading jonin, generally speaking, it will never be as simple as just now. Therefore, Qingming had already guessed that this would happen. I just don't know what it will test. Teamwork? Or spiritual will? Qingming thought to himself, but he was not too worried. Unless someone is in a situation like Kakashi who has suffered extremely severe psychological trauma, the test won't be too difficult. What's more, Konoha is in need of people right now. If everyone is kicked back to the ninja school, what's the point of graduating early? To put it another way, Qingming wouldn't care even if he was kicked back to the ninja school. Or rather, it's better that way. If he could survive for another year, his strength would surely increase significantly, and his chance of survival would undoubtedly be much higher when he goes into the battlefield again. But Qingming knew that this was impossible. As for deliberately making mistakes and then being held back? Do you really think that the Konoha high-level officials are just there to do nothing? Just give it a quick glance and they'll immediately find out the trick. You have so much chakra, but your strength is mediocre, there's something wrong no matter how you look at it. At that time, being regarded as a deserter would be fine, but if being regarded as a spy, it would be a big trouble. So, it's better to let nature take its course. That was just a basic test for you. What's coming next is the real test. At this point, Furukawa paused for a moment, revealed a malicious smile, and said, "Also, I have a piece of news for you." Gudong. Looking at the ferocious smile on Furukawa's face, Ryusuke swallowed his saliva and asked cautiously, "What news?" "If you fail the next test, you will be sent back to the ninja school and repeat the year." "What?" Upon hearing this, Ryusuke stood up. Obviously, it was difficult for him to go back to school to retake the course. "Teacher Furukawa, you are not kidding us, are you?" Ryusuke asked awkwardly. "Haha. Furukawa chuckled twice and did not answer his question. He just took out a scroll from his arms and said, "Next, your goal is to take this scroll from me." Time. Furukawa glanced at the rising sun and said, "Before noon." "Teacher, you are a jonin, and the three of us are only genin. How can we possibly take the scroll from you within 2 hours?" Ryusuke is not the ignorant Naruto. He has some idea about the gap between ninjas. Not to mention that there are only 3 of them, even if there were 30 more, they might not be able to snatch anything from the jonin. Furukawa glanced at the somewhat frustrated Ryusuke and said, "Don't worry, I haven't finished what I'm saying yet. Next, I will not initiate an attack, and the means I use will not exceed the level of genin. Do you see that mountain in the distance?" Qingming and others looked in the direction his hand pointed, and saw a mountain standing in the distance, about an hour away from here. "I will go there in a moment. You can ambush or launch a surprise attack. As long as you can snatch the scroll from me before noon, you will pass the test." "Is that so?" "That's a bit possible." Ryusuke touched his chin, looking thoughtful. Qingming rolled his eyes secretly when he heard what the other party said, thinking, "Where do you get your confidence from? We are just blank genin. Even if others suppress our strength to the genin level, our combat experience is not fake." However, they just said these words in their hearts. Qingming knew that Gukwen would not deliberately make things difficult for them. Judging from the tests they set up, they are obviously closer to actual combat, and are likely to test their abilities in this area. Then, in this process, observe what they do and determine their strengths and weaknesses, so as to lay the foundation for teaching them in accordance with their aptitude. End of this chapter. Chapter 16 Passing the Test. Chapter 16 Passing the Test. While Qingming was thinking, Gukwen had already distanced himself and said, "You guys can discuss it slowly. I'll leave first." After saying this, he turned and left. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Qingming had already pounced out, taking out several shurikens from his ninja tool bag on the way. Boo-hoo-hoo! Shuriken flew out. Most of them were used by him to block his escape path, and only 2 attacked Furukawa's throat and heart directly. Qingming's attack was swift and fierce. Any other genin might have been seriously injured by his sudden attack. But Furukawa is different. Just as Qingming thought, although the opponent's strength was reduced to the level of a genin, his combat experience was not comparable to that of an ordinary genin. It was seen that the moment Qingming made his move, the other party reacted. Only 2 clinking sounds were heard, and the 2 shurikens that attacked him were accurately blocked by his kunao. But this also gave Qingming an opportunity. Seeing that Gukwen's middle door was wide open, Qingming, who had already come close, did not hesitate at all. He immediately swung out his kunao and stabbed it straight into his chest and abdomen. Feeling the biting chill on his chest, Gu Chuan smiled, then took a light step back to avoid Qingming's attack. The difference in size between adults and minors was vividly revealed at this moment. Qingming's perfect attack was easily resolved by Gukwen just because of his size disadvantage. Qingming didn't have many complaints about this. After all, when you are on the battlefield, no one cares whether you are an adult or not. Since you are not as big as the opponent, you should find a way to turn this disadvantage into balance or even an advantage instead of complaining about it. As soon as he thought of this, Qingming's body swayed slightly, and the whole person was like a monkey. He nimbly moved to the side of the opponent and avoided the opponent's counterattack. Then, he kicked diagonally with his right leg, striking directly at his back. Why not kick in the back of the head? Qingming wanted to kick him too, but unfortunately he was not tall enough, so he could only kick him in the back. However, Furukawa was unwilling to give even such an opportunity. He crouched down, dodged Qingming's sideways kick, and at the same time, thrust out his elbow, aiming directly at Qingming's face. Not good. Qingming's heart trembled and he quickly raised his arm to block. Bang! A dull crash was heard, and Qingming felt his arm go numb, and he flew backwards involuntarily. In mid-air, Qingming adjusted his body shape and finally landed on the ground in a fairly elegant posture. Qingming! Lord Qingming! It was not until this time that Ryusuke and Mizutani Shizuko reacted. They quickly drew out their kunao and came to Qingming. Qingming, are you okay? Ryusuke stared at Furukawa and asked without turning his head. Fine. Qingming slowly stood up and replied. Not far away, Gu Chuan put away his kunao and said calmly, Qingming, your strength is not bad, but you alone can't take the scroll from me. After saying this, he leaped a few times and left everyone's sight, disappearing into the depths of the dense forest. Call. After Furukawa left, Ryusuke and Mizutani Shizuko both couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Even though they had just stood up, they were still a little timid in front of a jonin. Qingming didn't care much about this. The reason why he made the move just now was just to try his luck. If it works, that would be the best. If not, he could use it to test Furukawa's strength. In this way, you can have a general idea in your mind. Qingming, what should we do next? Ryusuke retracted his gaze, looked at Qingming and said. Not only him, but Shizuko Mizutani also turned her attention to herself. Obviously, these two people have regarded him as their backbone. This is also one of Qingming's purposes. Only when you demonstrate your own strength will others listen to you. Otherwise, why would they follow your ideas without any empty talk? Everything is good now. After what happened just now, I believe that his two companions will act according to his ideas. Although Qingming doesn't care about the position of captain, it is better to have less trouble. With this in mind, Qingming looked at the two of them and said, since teacher Gu Chuan said this is a test, then there will be no fatal danger. We can just go all out from now on. Yet, why didn't I think of that? Ryusuke pounded his palms and shouted excitedly, then what are we waiting for, let's go. Oh, if only it were that simple. Qingming was certain that the road ahead would definitely not be easy, but he didn't say much. It would be best if his teammates could stay motivated like this. As for the rest, we'll talk about it later. Thinking of this, Qingming said, well, let's go. I'll be in the front, Shizuko in the middle, and Ryusuke, you watch the back. What? After hearing Qingming's arrangement, Ryusuke asked in confusion, didn't Mr. Furukawa say that he would not initiate an attack? Why is he watching from behind? You never go too far wrong. Qingming replied. All right. Ryusuke nodded reluctantly agreeing to Qingming's arrangement. Where's Shizuko? Qingming asked. Mizutani Shizuko shook her head and said timidly, I have no problem. Okay, let's go. After saying that, Qingming took the lead and chased in the direction where Gukwen left. Shizuko Mizutani and Ryusuke followed closely behind. And underground, unknown to Qingming and the other two, Gukwen used the earth escape technique of fish reflecting in the earth to hide himself underground, secretly observing their every move. When he heard Qingming's words, it's better to be careful, he nodded with satisfaction. For a ninja, caution is a quality that must be possessed at all times. Qingming still did this even after he told him that he would not initiate an attack, which was enough to show his cautious nature. If that's all, that's it. But considering the attack he just launched, it can be seen that he is not lacking in adventurous spirit. He is cautious yet bold and decisive. He is a natural-born ninja. Qingming didn't know that he was just acting according to some memories of his previous life, but he actually left a very high evaluation from Gukwen. However, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Other people's evaluations are just other people's opinions. A blacksmith must be strong himself. As long as he improves his own strength, then everything he does makes sense. Let us turn our attention back to Qingming and others. Qingming and his three companions were running fast in the forest. searching for the traces deliberately left by Gu Chuan according to the knowledge taught by their school teachers. They encountered many traps and dangers along the way, but with the efforts of Qingming and others, they were all eliminated one by one. Near noon, the three finally reached the mountain and met Furukawa, who had arrived before them. Seeing them, Furukawa tossed the scroll in his hand and said, "Time is running out. What are you going to do? How to do?" Qingming and Liangzhi looked at each other, then ran out together, rushing towards Gukwen from the left and right. At the same time, Mizutani Shizuko forced herself to cheer up and threw several shurikens and kunao at a rapid speed to restrict Furukawa's movements. Furukawa dodged Mizutani Shizuko's attack by dodging her attacks. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qingming came to the other party's side and swung the kunao in his hand straight towards his waist and abdomen. "Hey!" A crisp sound of metal collision was heard, and Furukawa used a kunao to block Qingming's attack. Just at this moment, Ryusuke rushed over and stabbed Furukawa in the back with the kunao in his hand. It was about to hit, but maybe because he was afraid of hurting Furukawa or something, he hesitated for a moment. But it was this hesitation that caused the opportunity to be missed, and Furukawa dodged sideways. "Boy, face the enemy." After dodging the attack, Furukawa was about to say something when he suddenly saw Ryusuke smile slightly, and his left hand reached out to his chest where the scroll was hidden at an extremely fast speed, and his movements were much more agile than before. "Not good." Furukawa cursed inwardly, "Cunning boy," and quickly leaned back. Because of his position and height, Ryusuke's left hand could only barely touch Furukawa's chest, which was not enough to take out the scroll. Seeing this, Gu Chuan breathed a sigh of relief and said to himself, "That was a close call." However, at this moment, Ryusuke turned his right hand holding the kunao and stabbed the kunao into Furukawa's lower abdomen cleanly. "What?" Seeing this scene, Qingming, who rushed up first, screamed and his body shape changed from Qingming's appearance to Liangzhi's appearance. Seeing this, Furukawa looked down at Ryusuke in front of him, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Then, his figure turned into a ball of chakra smoke. A scroll fell from the smoke, which was exactly the mission target of Qingming and others. End of this chapter. Chapter 17 Chakra Control. Chapter 17 Chakra Control. Picking up the scroll on the ground, Qingming cancelled the transformation technique and changed back from Ryusuke's appearance to his own self. That's right, the Qingming and Ryusuke just now were both fake. In order to make Furukawa let down his guard, the two of them used transformation techniques to exchange identities before appearing. Only in this way can you successfully snatch the scroll from Furukawa. However, what Qingming did not expect was that Gukwen, who had been fighting wits and courage with them, was actually fake. Just a shadow clone was enough to fool them around, which gave Qingming a clearer understanding of the strength of the Jonin. Bang bang bang! Just then, a burst of applause came from far away. The three looked in the direction of the sound and saw Gu Chuan leisurely walking out from the woods. Teacher Furukawa. ×2. Ryusuke and Mizutani Shizuko, who had just recovered from their shock, saw the person coming and quickly greeted him. Gu Chuan nodded to them, then looked at Qingming and said, "You didn't hesitate at all when you attacked just now. Aren't you afraid of hurting me?" Hearing this, Qingming shook his head and replied, "Teacher Gukwen is a Jonin. Such an attack cannot really hurt you. If we are not determined to kill you, there is no way we can take the scroll from you." "Not bad." Furukawa nodded in satisfaction, then said to the other two, "You are not bad either. Teacher, do you think we have passed the test?" Ryusuke, who had recovered from his shock, asked anxiously. "Of course." Hearing this, Furukawa smiled and replied, "Congratulations, you don't have to go back to school to retake the course." "Yet!" Ryusuke shouted excitedly when he heard that. Shizuko Mizutani standing by also showed an excited expression. Only Qingming still had that serious look on his face. After everyone got over their excitement, Gu Chuan spoke again. To celebrate the establishment of Class 17, the teacher will treat you to a barbecue. Hearing this news, Ryusuk became even more excited. Even King Ming's mouth curled up into a smile. There was no other reason. He had almost vomited from eating so many Bingliang pills over the past period of time. Although he would occasionally improve his meals, they were never as delicious as barbecue, and he was reluctant to spend money on it before. Now that I can have a meal openly, I am naturally very happy. In the afternoon, Uchiha Clan. Qingming returned home and recalled Gukwen's painful expression just now, and couldn't help but want to laugh. However, these are trivial matters. Having wasted the entire morning, it's time to hurry up and complete today's practice plan. At this stage, as the chakra refining technique cannot break through level 2, and his physical and mental attributes remain stable, the maximum amount of chakra he can use every day is 2400-2500 points. Among them, he planned to use 2000 points on the practice of the art of reflecting the heart. In this way, the heart reflecting technique can gain 10 points of proficiency every day, and his Sharingan awakening progress will also increase by 1 point. In this way, within half a month, his Sharingan awakening progress will reach 70/100. As for later, that requires further planning. Because by then, his art of reflecting the heart will be upgraded to level 2. At that time, the chakra consumed for each cast may change, and the effect of promoting the awakening of the Sharingan will also change. As a result, plans will naturally change. Just gather in front of the Hokage building at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. We will officially start accepting missions. Thinking of what Gukwen said when they just separated, Qingming couldn't help but frown. Just as he thought, the village did not plan to send these newbies to the battlefield immediately, but they would not let them sit idle either. In the next period of time, they will most likely have to perform tasks like previous students, such as finding cats and dogs, picking up trash, and taking care of children. Although this was to familiarize them with the mission procedures and let them adapt to the life of a ninja, it was undoubtedly a waste of time. If he wants to make the most of chakra, he must ensure more than 10 hours of meditation every day to refine chakra. Obviously, the two are contradictory. It takes time to carry out tasks, and it also takes time to practice. There are only 24 hours in a day, and apart from eating, drinking, defecating, urinating and resting, there is not much time left. So, he had to find a way to resolve this conflict. After pondering for a long time, Qingming roughly thought of 3 ways. One is to increase the speed of the body's self-recovery of chakra. This requires improving physical and mental attributes. There is no hope in the short term, so it can be temporarily abandoned. The second is to increase the amount of chakra actively restored per unit time. This requires raising the level of the chakra refining technique, but upgrading the chakra refining technique from level 2 to level 3 requires 500 points of proficiency. Now, its proficiency level is less than 70. Even if one meditates to the maximum extent for 12 hours a day and increases proficiency by 12 points, it will still take more than a month. There is no hope in the short term either. So it can only be postponed temporarily. Then, there is only the third option left. The next day, in the afternoon, led by Gukwen, Qingming, and his 2 companions, each carrying a basket, picked up garbage from a river on the edge of the village. During this time, Ryusuk complained from time to time. Qingming waded through the river, moving forward carefully while bending down to pick up the garbage. If you look closely, you can see that his feet are not touching the river bottom, and his whole body is just moving forward in the water. A few minutes later. Proficiency +1. LV060/100 LV061/100. That's right, this is the third method Qingming thought of. That is, improve the control of chakra to reduce the chakra required to practice ninjutsu. For a ninja, the amount of chakra required to perform each ninjutsu is different. Mobilizing too much or too little chakra may cause the ninjutsu to fail. Even if there is no failure, it may result in a waste of chakra. Therefore, how to accurately control chakra is a problem that every ninja needs to consider. After continuous exploration, the ninja world has formed a set of effective training methods, which are climbing trees and treading water. For a ninja, it is most difficult to gather chakra on the soles of the feet, and the amount of chakra required to climb trees and tread water is very delicate. If there is even the slightest mistake, there will be failure. Therefore, as long as you practice these two items well, you can basically master your own chakra. And this is what Qingming is doing. Panel. With a thought, Qingming summoned the proficiency panel. A familiar light blue screen appeared, filling his vision. Name, Uchiha Qingming. Age, 10 years old. Constitution, 6. Spirit, 7. Chakra, 215, 862 910. Bloodline, Sharingan, unawakened, 57/100, 58/100. LV269/500 LV281/500. Clone Technique, Level 2, 1/500. Transformation, Level 2, 1/500. Substitution Technique, Level 2, 1/500. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique, Level 1, 1/200. LV165/200 LV177/200. Basic Physical Skills, LV2, 1/500. Ninja Tool Throwing, Level 2, 120/500. Asterisk Chakra Control, Level 0, 61/100. Practicing chakra control does not require consuming too much chakra, nor does it require setting aside separate time to practice. So, Qingming quickly upgraded it to LV0, 61/100. At this time, if he performs the same ninjutsu again, the chakra he consumes can be reduced by about 3%. Even though it is only a small amount, it should not be underestimated when it accumulates over time. What's more, with continuous practice, his chakra control will gradually upgrade, and the effect will also increase. With the same amount of chakra, if you can perform more ninjutsu, wouldn't that solve the problem of lack of time in disguise? The only thing that might be affected is probably the proficiency in chakra refining technique. However, his focus is not on this now, so it doesn't matter if he goes a little slower. End of this chapter. Chapter 18 Half a Month in a Hurry. Chapter 18 Half a Month in a Hurry. Qingming, what are you doing? Just when Qingming was wondering whether he could master chakra control before handing in the task today, Ryusuk's voice suddenly came from the side. He stared at his feet and asked in shock, "Why can you stand in the water?" Upon hearing this, Qingming looked down and found that the water quality here was better. He could clearly see his feet floating in the water. Qingming did not hide this and told others that he was practicing chakra control. What's the use? After listening to Qingming's narration, Ryusuk was puzzled. Without waiting for Qingming to explain, Gokun said, "Of course it is useful, and very useful." As he spoke, he had already walked over from a distance. Teacher. ×3. When Qingming and the other two saw him, they all greeted him. Ah! Furukawa nodded, glanced at Qingming's feet, and then continued, "Practicing this skill well can help you save chakra when learning and releasing ninjutsu, and it can also help you maintain longer endurance in battle. Can we learn it?" Ryusuk asked hopefully. Hearing this, Gu Chuan thought for a while before saying, "Originally I didn't plan to teach you this so early, but since Qingming has already started practicing, you can follow along." In fact, he had noticed Qingming's little tricks a long time ago, but he didn't say much because he just wanted to see how far Qingming could go without any guidance. Facts have proved that even if Qingming is not a top genius, he is better than most people. It is not possible for ordinary people to improve their chakra control to this level in just a few hours. Moreover, he had not yet exercised in the best way, which was to climb trees first and then tread water. If we had his guidance from the beginning, progress would have been faster. But this is just Furukawa's own opinion. For Qingming, there is no need to practice step by step. With the proficiency panel, he only needs to follow the standard process, gather chakra on the soles of his feet, and maintain it for a period of time to gain a little proficiency. As his proficiency accumulates, his control over chakra will also improve rapidly. In this case, there is naturally no need to start from climbing trees, because that will not significantly increase the speed at which he accumulates proficiency. Teacher, are we going to start treading water training as well? Ryusuke shouted excitedly from the side. No. Furukawa directly denied it. Why? Ryusuke asked in confusion, isn't this how Qingming practices? That's because others are geniuses. Furukawa really wanted to say this, but he couldn't because it would discourage the students. So, he said tactfully, everyone's situation is different. Qingming can start by treading water, but you can't. So how do we practice? Ryusuke asked. Climb a tree. Furukawa replied. Climb a tree. ×2. Ryusuke and Mizutani Shizuko spoke at the same time. Yes. Gu Chuan nodded and said to Qingming, you practice here by yourself first. Ah. Qingming responded, indicating that he understood. You guys come with me. Furukawa called Ryusuke and Mizutani Shizuko, and the three of them walked towards the woods not far away. After that it was a familiar process, gathering chakra, sprinting, climbing up the tree, falling down, sprinting again, climbing again, and falling again. Perhaps because of Qingming's example, both Ryusuke and Mizutani Shizuko practiced extra hard. Although Ryusuke usually looks carefree and seems to care about nothing, he is actually very strong-willed. Although he didn't say anything about Furukawa's different treatment, he secretly wanted to prove himself, so he practiced extra seriously. Not only him, but also Shizuko Mizutani has a gentle appearance but a strong heart. Although he often keeps silent and seems to have few opinions, he will still do his best to complete what he has set his mind to. It can be said that Qingming's two companions are not mediocre people. However, think about it, if I didn't have some advantages, how could I be assigned to the same group with him and be taught by a real jonin? However, Qingming had never even heard of these two people in his previous life. It is very likely that they died in the Third Ninja World War or in subsequent missions. From this, we can also see the cruelty of the Ninja World War and the danger of the ninja path. Whenever he thought of this, Qingming dared not relax at all. He could only seize every opportunity to improve himself so as to make plans for the future. Time flies by like a white horse. In the blink of an eye, another half-month has passed. It was the beginning of November. Uchiha Clan Land. Qingming's home. Late at night, Qingming completed his last round of training and opened the panel with a tired spirit. Name, Uchiha Qingming. Age, 10 years old. Constitution, 6. Spirit, 7. Chakra, 16, 910 1546. Bloodline, Sharingan, unawakened, 58/100, 71/100. LV281/500 LV2240/500. LV21/500 LV2140/500. LV21/500 LV2130/500. LV21/500 LV2110/500. LV11/200 LV116/200. LV177/200 LV21/500. LV21/500 LV2150/500. LV2120/500 LV2260/500 LV061/100 LV2350/500. Over the past half month, everything has been going on in an orderly manner. During the day, he followed the team to carry out some tasks that did not require any technical skills, and at night he took the time to practice alone. Initially, the mission did affect his practice. But as chakra control continues to upgrade, the impact becomes smaller and smaller. Upgrading from LV0 to LV1 reduced the chakra required to release ninjutsu by 5%. From LV1 to LV2, it becomes 10%. Now, the proficiency has been raised to level 2, 350/500, and the chakra savings has reached 13.5%. In other words, when he performed the same ninjutsu now, he could save nearly 15% of chakra compared to the original one. Obviously, this is not a small number. This is how it goes, plus the occasional extra training when you are not performing any tasks. In the end, he only upgraded the art of reflecting the heart to level 2 a day or two later than planned. As expected, the awakening progress of his Sharingan increased by 13 points, from 58/100 to 71/100. The only pity is that after the heart-reflecting technique was upgraded to level 2, the minimum chakra consumption when performing it did not decrease, but the speed of sealing was much faster. However, this had no effect on him. Fortunately, with the upgrade of the heart-reflecting technique, the Sharingan awakening progress, which had slowed down slightly before, has returned to its original speed. In a short period of time, you can still maintain the proficiency of 10 reflection heart techniques and accelerate the awakening progress of 1 Sharingan. Now it depends on how long this speed can be maintained. As for a one-time clearance, Qingming had never thought about this. If it were really that simple, someone from the Uchiha clan would have used this technique to awaken the Sharingan long ago. Qingming estimated that he would have to at least master the art of reflecting the heart to level 3 before he could succeed. But this is not a difficult task for him. In addition to the heart reflection technique and the awakening of the Sharingan, his other skills have also improved in the past half-month. This is mainly due to Furukawa's training. Unfortunately, due to the limited amount of chakra input, his growth rate is average. The proficiency of skills that do not consume much chakra, such as 3-body techniques, basic physical techniques, and ninja tool throwing, has increased by more than 100 points. Because chakra control can be practiced anytime and anywhere, it has soared 2 levels, from entry level to level 2, 350/500. This is already the highest level of all his skills. As for the fire style, Great Fireball technique, since it consumes at least 100 chakra points each time it is released, Qingming hardly practices it, so his proficiency has only increased by a dozen points. In addition, the biggest change is that his chakra limit has increased from 910 points to 1546 points. This is almost the average level among civilian chunins. I can only say that the gap between people is sometimes greater than that between people and dogs. It is said that Kakashi has less blue, but when the Sharingan continues to consume blue, Kakashi can also use Reikari and Kamui several times. These are all S-level ninjutsu and I techniques. And that's not even counting the B-level ninjutsu performed during the battle, such as Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall and Lightning Style, Shadow Clone. If all are taken into account, according to the calculation method of the panel, the amount of chakra is probably more than 10,000 points. Therefore, lack of blue is only relative. I'm afraid that the chakra of many senior ninjas cannot reach Kakashi's level. Therefore, Qingming still has a lot of room for improvement. End of this chapter. Chapter 19 Sea Level Mission. Chapter 19 Sea Level Mission. Day 2. 9 in the morning. Qingming arrived in front of the Hokage building on time. Before he could get close, Ryusuke's voice could be heard from afar. Qingming, Here. Qingming looked in the direction of the voice and saw Ryusuke waving his arms and Mizutani Shizuko standing quietly beside them. So, he walked over quickly. Lord Qingming. Seeing Qingming coming, Mizutani Shizuko whispered. Yeah, Shizuko. Qingming nodded and responded. Qingming, why are you here on time again? Couldn't you have come earlier? Ryusuke looked at Qingming, who was not in a hurry, and said with a complaining tone. Qingming knew that the other party had no ill intentions, so he casually replied, You came too early. The teacher said to gather at 9 o'clock, and it's not even 9 o'clock yet. Hey! Hearing this, Ryusuke sighed and muttered in silence, He's so mysterious all day long. He leaves after completing the mission, and I don't know what he's doing. What? Of course, I'm practicing. However, you just need to know these, there is no need to say them out loud. Therefore, Qingming pretended not to hear his words and waited quietly for Gukwen's arrival. During this time, he did not forget to gather a small amount of chakra under his feet to improve his proficiency in chakra control. Although this method is not as efficient as climbing trees or treading water, it can be done anytime and anywhere, so the progress is good. Qingming estimated that in another 4 or 5 days, he would be able to upgrade to level 3. By then, 15% of chakra can be saved. However, going further up would be more difficult. Qingming has already vaguely felt the limit of this method of increasing proficiency. Once you reach level 3, it will be difficult to accumulate proficiency simply by gathering chakra on the soles of your feet. Even if you can, your efficiency will probably be greatly reduced. After that, maybe find some other ways to exercise. As for the target, Qingming also has a rough idea, that is the chakra thread used by the puppeteer of the Sand Village to control the puppet. To condense chakra into such a thin line and manipulate it flexibly is by no means an easy task, and the chakra control required is definitely not low. If you can get the corresponding training method, you will definitely be able to improve the level of chakra control. However, these are later stories. At this stage, the focus is still on awakening the Sharingan. 9 o'clock sharp. A figure appeared silently. It was none other than Furukawa. Teacher. ×3. Seeing the person coming, Qingming and others hurriedly greeted him. Ah! Gu Chuan nodded, his eyes swept across Qingming's feet, and then he said, Since we're already here, let's go in. After saying that, he walked towards the Hokage building. Qingming and others hurriedly followed. After passing through the door, everyone came to a spacious hall. There is a circle of wooden counters in the hall, behind which sit Chunins, who are the staff responsible for reviewing and issuing tasks. Qingming and his group walked towards them. On the way, Ryusuke asked boredly, Teacher Furukawa, what task are you taking this time, picking up trash or taking care of children? Do not. Furukawa said without even turning his head, we are taking a sea-level mission this time. What? Hearing this, not only Ryusuke was shocked, even Qingming showed a bit of surprise. You know, in Konoha, a newly graduated genin usually has to perform more than 8 D-level missions before being allowed to engage in C-level missions. This is also the minimum threshold to participate in the Chunin exam. Generally speaking, D-rank missions do not involve combat and are mainly for rookie genin to practice with, and are basically trivial tasks. When it comes to C-level missions, combat will be involved. Although you won't fight against ninjas, there is a high possibility that you will encounter bandits, robbers, gangsters, and other criminals. Therefore, it is not absolutely safe. In the past half-month, they have only carried out 4 missions in total, and all of them were D-level, which does not meet the requirements for accepting C-level missions. It seems that Konoha is going to speed up the growth of our group. Almost in an instant, Qingming came to this conclusion. This also made his heart, which had finally calmed down, feel more urgent. Konoha did not send them directly to the battlefield, but it also did not intend to train them step by step. If his guess was correct, it wouldn't be long before this group of people would be heading to the battlefield. Great, I can finally leave the village. Looking at Ryusuke, who was still talking excitedly, Qingming didn't say much, but just followed Furukawa quietly. Although the other party is his companion, there is no need for him to remind him of everything, as the other party also needs to grow. In front of the counter. After talking with the staff, Furukawa received a scroll. After opening it, there is a task inside. Mission: suppress bandits. Content: a group of bandits is entrenched in Xiahe Mountain, which has a huge impact on the business route below the mountain and needs to be eliminated as soon as possible. Grade: C grade. Requirements: kill all the bandits. Reward: 75,000 taels. It's actually a direct combat mission. So, actual combat capability is more important. After reading the contents of the scroll, Qingming glanced at Gukwen and muttered to himself. It can be seen from the content of the survival drill that compared to other teachers who pay more attention to students' character, Furukawa obviously attaches more importance to practical ability. For the same sea-level mission, direct combat missions are obviously more difficult than escort missions. After all, the former is almost certain to result in a fight, while the latter is likely to remain unscathed. Bandits and thieves are also human beings and are afraid of death. When they see that their target is guarded by ninjas, they might give up pursuing him. So there is a certain possibility of avoiding fighting. In this case, the novice genin who is carrying out the mission only needs to bear the psychological pressure and does not need to actually fight. On the contrary, direct combat missions are different. They require real fighting with real guns and swords, and blood is bound to be shed. Logically speaking, even if you accept a sea-level mission, you should do the easy ones first and then the difficult ones, but Furukawa obviously didn't have this plan and started with the most difficult one. This will inevitably cause greater pressure on the genin. Just like now, after reading the content of the task, Ryusuke, who was shouting excitedly just now, immediately became quiet. And Mizutani Shizuko next to him also turned pale. After all, he is only a 10-year-old child. Even though he has learned a lot of killing skills in the ninja school, he is still a little hesitant when it comes to really killing someone. Not to mention them, even Qingming, an adult, inevitably felt a little shaken after knowing what was about to happen. As a young man who grew up in a peaceful era, Qingming has an instinctive reverence for life. Even if you travel through time and space and accept the memories of your previous life, the three views that have already been formed are not so easy to break. However, he also knew that in the ninja world where human life was worthless, if he could not overcome his psychological barriers, only death would await him. In order to protect myself, my fellow Taoist would rather die than myself. What's more, these bandits are not good people. Killing them is also getting rid of harm to the people, and there is no need to have too much psychological burden. As if he had convinced himself, Qingming let out a sigh of relief and his mood gradually calmed down. Looking at the three people who remained silent, Gu Chuan did not say anything to comfort them. He just ordered, "Go back and pack your equipment now. Gather at the village gate at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Remember, don't be late." After saying that, he left the hall with a teleportation technique. Looking at Gu Chuan who disappeared without a trace, Qingming retracted his gaze and looked at his two bewildered companions. He also did not say a word to comfort them. He just said, "I'm leaving first," and walked away. Looking at Qingming's back, Liangzhi raised his hand and wanted to say something, but when the words came to his lips, he gave up in the end. End of this chapter. Chapter 20 Arrival. Chapter 20 Arrival. Go home. Qingming sat for a while, then began to pack up his equipment. Although we are setting off tomorrow, we can prepare the equipment early so we won't be in a rush when the time comes, and we can also check for omissions and fill in the gaps later. Taking the ninja tool bag, Qingming began to put things into it. 6 kunao, 15 shurikens, a roll of steel wire, 5 detonating talismans, a can of ointment for treating external injuries, 2 rolls of bandages, 3 commonly used detoxification pills, and a pack of military ration pills. As for other things like maps, Furukawa would bring them, so he didn't need to worry about them. After finishing all this, Qingming began to seize the time to practice. Fortunately, he doesn't have to go on a mission today, so he can complete his training early and reserve chakra for tomorrow's mission. Although it was just a simple bandit suppression mission, they had to leave the village after all, so Qingming would not be careless. It's war time now, and there's no telling how many enemy ninjas have infiltrated the Land of Fire. Although their main mission is to undermine the stability of the Fire Nation, attack logistical transportation lines, assassinate important figures, and collect intelligence, who knows if they will be killed easily after encountering them. No matter how strong Furukawa is, he is only a jonin. If they are besieged, they will not be able to save their lives. Of course, the greater possibility is that the two sides will not meet. This way, they can complete their tasks with peace of mind. But what if? Qingming never puts his hopes on luck, so he must make necessary preparations. It is unrealistic to learn new ninjutsu at the last minute, and it is impossible to upgrade the ninjutsu that has already been learned in such a short time. The biggest trump card, the Sharingan, cannot be awakened just by saying so. Therefore, in addition to equipment, the most important thing is to ensure that there is sufficient chakra in the body before setting off. This requires him to complete today's training as quickly as possible so that he can reserve chakra for tomorrow's actions. With this thought in mind, Qingming closed his eyes and began to refine chakra. Time passes minute by minute. The room gradually became quiet, with only the faint sound of Qingming's breathing remaining. The next day. Morning. 10:15, Qingming arrived at the gate of Konoha. From a distance, he saw Ryusuke and Mizutani Shizuko. The two men were also fully armed today, but their spirits were not as good as yesterday. Seeing Qingming coming over, Liangja forced a smile, covered his mouth and yawned, then said, "Why are you here so early today?" Qingming did not answer this question, but asked, "Looking at the two of you, did you not sleep well last night?" Hearing Qingming's question, Mizutani Shizuko, who had panda eyes, lowered her head in embarrassment, and Ryusuke also said awkwardly, "No, nothing." Obviously, they didn't want Qingming to know their predicament. After all, Qingming looked no different from usual, even more energetic. This makes them feel a little inferior. Just when the three people had different thoughts, Furukawa's figure appeared in front of them. "Teacher. ×3. Qingming and the other two greeted. "Ah." Furukawa nodded, his eyes swept over the three people, taking in their conditions. But he didn't say much, just asked, "Is the equipment ready?" "All right." The three of them replied in unison. "Okay, let's set off now." After saying this, he took the lead and ran out of the village. Seeing this, Qingming and others immediately followed. No one spoke on the way. Ryusuke and Mizutani Shizuko, who were originally a little nervous, gradually calmed down during this boring journey. A few hours later, it was getting dark. A few hundred meters away from Xiaohe Mountain, Qingming and others stopped. They traveled such a long distance without any rest. Although the overall speed was not fast, everyone was exhausted. Well, to be more precise, Ryusuke and Mizutani Shizuko were exhausted, especially Mizutani Shizuko, who was almost exhausted. Among the four, she has the weakest constitution. If it weren't for the belief that kept me going, I would have collapsed long ago. Needless to say, for a jonin, this level of exercise was nothing. After Qingming's physique improved a little, it also surpassed that of ordinary people. Coupled with the abundant chakra, he has been running until now without any major problems except for his slightly heavy breathing. As for Ryusuke, his situation was slightly better than Mizutani Shizuko's, as he still had some strength left, but it would be too difficult for him to fight. Fortunately, Gokun did not go so far as to ask them to suppress the bandits immediately, otherwise Qingming would have to act alone. After stopping, Gu Chuan glanced at the three people and said, "Take this time to rest. We will start the mission in 2 hours." Hearing this, Ryusuke and Mizutani Shizuko sat down on the ground. The two men opened their ninja tool bags, each took out a soldier's ration pill and stuffed it into their mouths, then they chewed it up and swallowed it, and then began to take a rest. Qingming also swallowed a ration pill, but did not rest. Instead, he climbed to the top of the tree and took out a monocular telescope before the night fell completely to observe the direction of Xiaohe Mountain. He bought this telescope specially this morning. Since he doesn't have any detection ninjutsu, he can only use this for now. As for Furukawa standing by, why did he have to be so careful? The reason is very simple. Furukawa had already said on the way that after arriving here, he would no longer provide any opinions or suggestions, nor would he take any action during the mission. Everything would depend on themselves. That's why Qingming is so careful. Fortunately, the bandits did not get the news of his arrival and did not launch an attack. During the time he was observing, they stayed safely on the mountain. What? How could the bandits get this information? That's not certain. What if Furukawa wanted to increase the difficulty of the mission and deliberately leaked the information? The other party would know about it. It wasn't difficult for a Jonin to do this without telling them. Fortunately, Furukawa is not so crazy as to do this. In fact, Qingming had misunderstood the other party. Furukawa values students' practical combat abilities more and wants to train them into talents as soon as possible so that they have a better chance of survival in future battlefields. But the students' ability to bear the burden will also be taken into consideration. It was obvious that, except for Qingming, Ryusuke and Mizutani Shizuko had already been pushed to their limits both mentally and physically under the heavy pressure, so there was no need to do anything unnecessary. Therefore, after seeing Qingming's actions, even Gokun, who usually appears serious, couldn't help but twitch his lips. Obviously, he had guessed Qingming's thoughts. By the way, am I that crazy? Furukawa recalled what he had done and thought to himself, it seems not. However, he began to appreciate Qingming even more. It is fine to practice diligently, but the key is to not be arrogant or impatient, and to do things seriously and cautiously. No matter when or where, caution is a must for a ninja. If he had to choose the one among the three who is most likely to survive the battlefield, Gu Chuan would definitely choose Qingming. Because his personality gives him the greatest chance of survival. As for strength? Sorry, in that battlefield that is like a meat grinder, even a Jonin may not be able to save his life, let alone a genin. Hey, I hope everyone can survive. With a light sigh, Gokun withdrew his gaze from Qingming, flashed to another big tree, and looked into the distance. His gaze seemed to penetrate the mountains and forests and see the ninjas from various villages fighting on the front line. End of this chapter. Chapter 21 Kill. Chapter 21 Kill. Click. The crisp sound of bone cracking sounded. Qingming expressionlessly withdrew his hand from the head of a bandit and let his body slowly fall to the ground. Call. Let out a small breath. Turning back, Qingming looked at Ryusuke and Mizutani Shizuko and said, all the light and dark sentries have been dealt with. Let's act according to the plan. Shizuko. Hearing Qingming's call, Mizutani Shizuko stood up straight unconsciously. You take care of the way down the mountain and be responsible for dealing with any fish that slip through the net. Qingming said. Although still a little nervous, Mizutani Shizuko nodded seriously to indicate that she understood. Then, Qingming looked at Liangjia and said, Liangjia, you and I will go up the mountain and wipe out those bandits. No problem. Compared to Mizutani Shizuko, Ryusuke was much calmer and did not show much fear even when he had to carry out more dangerous missions. What to say? As expected of a child born in the ninja world, he adjusted himself so quickly. After taking a deep look at the other party, Qingming said, "Then let's get started." Ah! Ryusuke and Mizutani Shizuko nodded in agreement. Qingming immediately rushed towards the mountain. Ryusuke followed closely behind him. Shizuko Mizutani stood there for a while, then went into the dense forest and hid her body. At this time, 3 hours had passed since they arrived at the Zyahei mountain area. They spent the first 2 hours resting and the last hour clearing the post. Now that the obstacles have been cleared, it's time to launch the general offensive. Well, the general offensive seems a bit exaggerated. From the sentries, Qingming already knew that there were only about 50 people on the mountain, and there were probably less than 40 people still alive. For these people, as long as there are no out-of-specification people, there is no big pressure at all. The only thing they need to pay attention to is overcoming psychological barriers. Fortunately, both Qingming and Liangjia adapted well. Under the moonlight, Qingming and Liangjia stepped on rocks and branches and approached the bandits' camp silently. It is called a camp, but in fact it is just a wooden building with more than 20 wooden houses. There is not even a wooden fence around it. Seeing this simple camp, Qingming finally understood why they had posted so many sentries. It turned out they were afraid of death. Shaking his head and not thinking any more, Qingming made a few gestures to Liangjia, and then the two of them moved towards the camp from the left and right. The wooden building was the bandit leader's residence, located in the center of the camp. In order to avoid being surrounded, he and Ryusuke decided to start from the outside. As long as the speed is fast enough, there is no need to worry about alerting the enemy. Puff! The sound of a sharp knife penetrating flesh was heard. Inside a wooden house, Qingming covered the bandit's mouth with one hand and thrust the kunao into his chest with the other. After suffering such a severe blow, the bandit immediately opened his eyes. He was confused at first, then in pain, then in fear, and finally turned into ashes. Qingming stared into the other person's eyes the whole time, without escaping or dodging, just staring quietly, forcing himself to accept it all, to adapt to it all. Before he had the ability to change the world, he could only learn to adapt. Only by adapting to the rules of the ninja world could he survive better. Call. After letting out a sigh of relief and confirming that the target was dead, Qingming left the cabin. This wooden house is at the outermost edge. Both its geographical location and the house itself are the worst, so naturally only one person lives in it. Therefore, Qingming doesn't have to worry about alarming others. After standing outside and observing carefully for a while, Qingming picked a similar wooden house again and approached it carefully. After observing through the crack of the door for a while and confirming that there was only one person in the house, Qingming used a kunao to pry open the door and slipped in. After a moment, Qingming came out. Things were going smoothly. The other party was still asleep when he had his throat cut by him. Afterwards, he repeated the same thing. Qingming was like the god of death, walking in and out of the wooden houses, reaping the lives within. The whole process was silent. If we can continue like this, we can save a lot of trouble. Unfortunately, things often don't develop according to people's wishes. Just as he was about to kill the 10th man, a scream of terror resounded throughout the camp. Qingming paused slightly, then killed his men even more swiftly. Then, he flashed outside the house and looked in the direction where the sound came from. A bandit rushed out of the house, holding his neck, and shouted, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" However, before he could even shout a few words, a figure rushed out from the house. Who else could it be but Ryusuke? He was seen sprinting behind the bandit and stabbing him in the back with a kunao. The bandits' voices suddenly stopped. Despite this, the entire camp became restless. Faintly, Qingming could hear slight noises coming from the wooden houses. After a little thought, Qingming came to a wooden house, kicked the wooden door, and it shattered. While the two people in the house hadn't figured out the situation, he rushed in quickly and killed them in an instant. Then he rushed out of the wooden house and came to another wooden house, and did the same thing, killing the bandits inside. Not only him, Ryusuke also no longer hid his body, just wanting to kill as many enemies as possible in the shortest time. Just like that, when the chaos subsided, only 12 bandits were left in the camp. The bandit leader looked at the remaining 11 people gathered around him with an unpleasant expression. Tap tap tap. There was a sound of footsteps. Qingming and Liangzhe walked out of the house, one on the left and one on the right. Looking at the forehead protectors on their heads, a bandit shouted in horror, "It's a ninja! We are being targeted by the ninja! It's over, we are done!" Obviously, the Ninja World War not only involved the major ninja villages, but also millions of ordinary people. Perhaps in peacetime, these bandits could not recognize the identities of Qingming and Ryusuke as ninjas, but after the baptism of the Ninja World War, they immediately recognized them. Not only that, they also had a certain understanding of the horror of ninjas. Slap! A crisp slap came. "Pa, nonsense!" The bandit leader slapped the frightened bandit in the face, spat, and glanced at Qingming and Liangzhe, saying viciously, "What are you afraid of? They are just two little brats. If everyone attacks together, I don't believe we can't kill them." Having said that, he was about to take the lead in the charge. However, at this moment, Qingming flipped his hands, and 6 shurikens appeared between his fingers. The next moment, the shuriken flew out. The bandit leader wanted to dodge, but the level 2 ninja tool throwing was no joke. If it were a ninja, he might be able to avoid the vital points or block it, but how could a mere bandit leader have such ability? Then we saw that the bandit leader had just taken half a step when he fell straight down. "Ah, the boss is dead! Everyone, run!" I don't know who shouted, but the 11 bandits immediately scattered like birds and beasts, running in all directions. Qingming and Liangzhe looked at each other, and followed the running bandits, leaving only the bandits running down the mountain road. End of this chapter. Chapter 22 Return to Chapter. Chapter 22 Return. The other side. Shizuko Mizutani was guarding the mountain path, her mind racing. Sometimes she was worried about the safety of Qingming and Ryusuke, and sometimes she was wondering what she would do if the enemy came. Time passed slowly as she waited anxiously. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly a burst of hurried footsteps came from a distance. Shizuko Mizutani woke up instantly, her spirit stretched to the limit at this moment. Who is it? Qingming? No, his footsteps are not that heavy. Ryusuke? That's not right. The steps are too big. They are the footsteps of an adult. It's the enemy. In an instant, Shizuko Mizutani got the answer. At this moment, all the thoughts in her mind disappeared. Without much hesitation, Shizuko Mizutani leaned over. On the mountain road, 2 bandits were running quickly, one in front and one behind. While running, don't forget to look back from time to time. There was fear on their faces, as if they were worried that something was catching up with them. Swoosh! Suddenly, a sound of breaking air came from the side. The bandit in front hadn't even seen what was coming when his calf was pierced by a kunai. What? A scream came out of his mouth, and then he stumbled and fell heavily to the ground, rolling several times, looking very embarrassed. The bandits behind saw this and stopped immediately. They looked nervously in the direction where the kunai came from, and then they saw a little girl half a person's height walking out of the woods. At first glance, his eyes were drawn to something on the girl's forehead. Just a while ago, 2 demons wearing the same thing slaughtered dozens of them, and now they encountered another one. This terrified him greatly. However, when he saw the girl's pretty face, a glimmer of hope arose in his heart. Without any hesitation, he fell to his knees on the ground and cried, "Please spare me, I joined them out of necessity and have never done anything evil. I have 2 children at home, about your age. If I die, they won't survive. They are so small and so pitiful. Please, for the sake of the child, let me go, I will never do bad things again. As he spoke, he kowtowed several times with such force that his forehead bled. The miserable appearance made Shizuko Mizutani feel a little bit of pity, and she thought to herself, is what the other party said true? If it is true, then I will kill him, kid. Just as Mizutani Shizuko was struggling with her inner thoughts and unable to make up her mind, and the bandit showed a look of relief on his face, a kunai suddenly shot from a distance and accurately pierced his throat. Qingming flashed in front of the bandit, then suddenly pulled out his kunai, letting the blood splatter. Then, he walked up to another frightened bandit and calmly stabbed his kunai into his chest, ending his life. Qingming. Shizuko Mizutani looked at Qingming and stammered. Don't think too much when doing tasks. Before she could continue, Qingming waved his hand and interrupted, don't forget the mission requirements. After saying this, he walked down the mountain on his own. Mizutani Shizuko stood there, stunned for a long time, and then murmured, kill all the bandits. That's right, the requirement of their mission this time is to kill all the bandits on Xiahe Mountain. Letting any one of them escape would strictly speaking be considered a mission failure. It's not that Qingming is so obsessed with the mission, he is not Kakashi. The reason he did this is just to let Mizutani Shizuko understand that the mission is just a mission. Thinking too much when performing a task can easily lead to mistakes. In the foreseeable future, for a long period of time, their Class 17 will be a whole and will carry out tasks together. Qingming doesn't want to be dragged down by stupid teammates one day. So, be cruel when it is time to be cruel. Of course, this is also a temporary measure. It is impossible for him to do whatever the village asks him to do. If so, he will become a task tool like the root ninja. When he becomes stronger, he can naturally make a choice. At this stage, just be a good tool. Down the mountain. The three of them gathered together again. Furukawa, who had disappeared for several hours, also reappeared. His eyes swept over the three people one by one, and finally he just said not bad, and then led the three people towards the village. Perhaps considering the insecurity outside, Furukawa had no plans to sleep outside and prepared to take them back overnight. Qingming wholeheartedly agreed with this. If possible, he would like to stay in the village. Unfortunately, this is simply not possible. In fact, from now on, he would have to leave the village from time to time to carry out missions. Now I just hope Furukawa can take it easy and not take on too many sea-level tasks. In a flash, several hours passed. Early the next morning, Qingming and the others returned to Konoha village. The journey was uneventful and so smooth that Qingming felt it was unreal. Sure enough, I am not the protagonist, the world does not revolve around me. Qingming couldn't help but feel a toothache when he thought about how Naruto would eventually reach S rank in any mission. Fortunately, I don't have the aura of a protagonist, so I won't be so unlucky. Qingming secretly rejoiced in his heart. Okay, let's go back and rest. Walking into the village, Gu Chuan stopped and said, there are no missions in the next 3 days, so you can relax for a while. Goodbye, teacher. ×3. Qingming and the other two replied weakly. Okay, let's go. Furukawa waved his hand, signaling them to leave. After saying goodbye to his two companions, Qingming hurried towards the Uchiha clan's territory. After returning home, Qingming sat on the chair for a while before taking off his equipment. Although the mission only took 1 day, it felt to him as if a much longer time had passed. He also went from being an ordinary person who had never killed a chicken to an executioner with more than 20 lives on his hands. Although he convinced himself that these people deserved to die, and even had the leisure to pay attention to the mental state of his teammates, he still felt uncomfortable when he thought about it now. The scenes before those people's death kept replaying before his eyes, making it impossible for him to muster the energy to practice. However, no matter whether you can cheer up or not, you can't give up your cultivation. Qingming forced himself to calm his mind, and began to practice the art of reflecting the heart methodically, just like a beginner. There were no accidents during this mission, and not much chakra was needed to kill those bandits. So he still had plenty of chakra in his body. This certainly cannot be wasted. So, Qingming started to improve his proficiency in the art of reflecting the heart. Looking at the proficiency increasing little by little on the panel, Qingming's heart calmed down unconsciously. Soon, the chakra was exhausted and Qingming began to refine the chakra again. After the chakra was full, he practiced the heart-reflecting technique again. Just like that, after 2 rounds of practice, it was already noon. Qingming could no longer hold on, so he washed up casually and fell asleep. In the bedroom, Qingming had no idea what he was dreaming about, his brows furrowed and relaxed from time to time. End of this chapter. Chapter 23 Ordinary. Chapter 23 Ordinary. 3 days later. Northwestern part of Konoha. In a forest, Qingming and others came here. Is this right here? Ryusuk looked around and asked. Ah. Gu Chuan nodded and said, next, you will collect herbs here according to the mission requirements. Remember, don't pick the wrong ones. That's right, they started their mission again today. Just as Qingming thought, Gukwen did not continue to take C-level missions, but found a D-level mission of collecting herbs. There is no doubt that this task must have been issued by the Nara clan. After all, they are the ones who contracted this forest. Not only are various medicinal herbs that are difficult to cultivate artificially grown there, but there is also a large herd of deer raised, whose horns are all precious medicinal materials. All things added together, the value is self-evident. Therefore, even ninjas from the same village cannot enter without their permission. It was only because they accepted the mission, otherwise they would have been stopped before they could get close. Understood. Hearing Furukawa's instructions, Ryusuk waved his hands impatiently and muttered, really? Such a simple task can be done by ordinary people, but we have to do it. Ryusuk, stop talking. Hearing his words, Mizutani Shizuko first comforted him, and then explained seriously, although this forest is relatively safe, there are still occasional wild animals that stray into it. It would be very dangerous for ordinary people to encounter it, so we, the genin, have to do it. Seeing Mizutani Shizuko explaining seriously, Ryusuk quickly said, okay, Shizuko, stop reading, I get it. Seeing the two of them like this, Qingming secretly felt relieved. Obviously, 3 days were enough time for them to adjust their mindset. However, the mission 3 days ago did have an impact on them, even though they are behaving no differently than before. But after seeing the blood, the childishness on their faces was obviously much less. And this is probably the purpose of Furukawa and even the village. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Qingming had an idea and gathered some chakra under his feet. Then he followed the footsteps of his 2 companions and headed into the depths of the jungle. LV2350/500 LV33/1000. Now, when he performs the same ninjutsu, he can save 15% of chakra while ensuring the power remains unchanged. This is already the limit of what ordinary people can achieve. Even for him, with the bonus of the proficiency panel, which can ensure continuous improvement, it is unlikely that he will have any new breakthroughs in a short period of time. There is no other reason. After being promoted to level 3, the efficiency of gaining proficiency is greatly reduced. Before, he could gain about 40 to 50 points of proficiency a day, but now it is only 5 points at most. Compared with the effort put in, this little gain is totally insignificant. In other words, practicing chakra control doesn't consume too much chakra, nor does it take up too much of his time, otherwise he would have stopped long ago. He no longer intended to waste too much time and energy on it until he found a more effective way to exercise. From now on, he would probably only practice it in his spare time. Just like now, when I am collecting herbs and have nothing to do, I can practice. Qingming, hurry up. Just as Qingming was daydreaming, Liang's voice came from the front. Hearing this, Qingming replied, coming. As he was speaking, the man had already moved closer. Time passed slowly, and Qingming and the other two were carrying out D-level tasks that required no technical skills, just like when they had just graduated. In the blink of an eye, a week passed. This night, at home, Qingming opened his eyes, letting the special chakra stimulated by the reflection heart technique in his brain dissipate, and slowly opened the panel. Name, Uchiha Qingming. Age, 10 years old. Constitution, 6. Spirit, 7. Chakra, 14, 1546-2011. Bloodline, Sharingan unawakened, 81/100. LV2240/500 LV2360/500 LV2140/500 LV2270/500 LV2130/500 LV2260/500 LV2110/500 LV2250/500 LV116/200 LV130/200. Heart Reflecting Art, Level 2, 110/500. LV2150/500 LV2280/500 LV2260/500 LV2380/500. Chakra Control, Level 3, 25/1000. Beyond the basic attributes, Qingming locked onto the awakening progress of the Sharingan at a glance. As expected, there is no increase. Looking at the Sharingan awakening progress, which was still at 81/100, on the panel, Qingming murmured. Just now he felt that the art of reflecting the heart was not powerful enough, and now he saw that it was indeed true. LV2110/50082/100. But the reality is that its progress is still there, 81/100. As expected, the thing I was worried about finally happened. Qingming knew long ago that it was not so easy to awaken the Sharingan, and the effect of the heart-reflecting technique would inevitably become worse as the awakening progressed. As expected, when the awakening degree of Sharingan reached 81/100, the proficiency of points of heart reflection technique was no longer enough to advance 1 point. If it were any other Uchiha clan member, they would basically be stuck here. After that, either wait for an opportunity and open the eyes in the traditional way like the Uchiha clan members who awakened the Sharingan in the past, or work hard to improve the proficiency of the reflection of the heart technique and hone it slowly. If the former succeeds, it will inevitably weaken the effect of the art of reflecting the heart, and there is basically no hope for the latter. Because this is just the beginning. Now 10 points of proficiency in the heart-reflecting technique cannot bring about any awakening of the Sharingan, and later 20 or 30 points may not be able to do so either. This is a road with no end in sight. Of course, Qingming is different. With the proficiency panel, he can easily improve his proficiency in the art of reflecting the heart. No matter how long the road is, he can see the end. Suppressing the urge to continue practicing the art of reflecting the heart, Qingming looked at other parts of the panel. Not to mention the 3 body techniques, basic physical techniques, and ninja tool throwing, the speed of improvement has not changed much. In 10 days, the proficiency has increased by more than 100 points. However, the chakra limit was more than 10 points less than expected. Originally, if the proficiency of chakra refining technique increased by 120 points, the chakra limit should have increased by 480 points. 1546 plus 480 equals 2026. But now, his chakra limit is only 2011 points. 15 points less than the theoretical value. The reason for this is very simple, his barrel is about to reach its limit. The chakra refining technique accelerated the process of exploring his potential, but it could not raise the upper limit of his qualifications. Now, the upper limit of chakra increased by it is only a dozen points lower than the theoretical value. After a period of time, it will probably be dozens of points. When his potential is fully tapped, the effect of the chakra refining technique will probably only be the restoration of chakra. I have to awaken the Sharingan as soon as possible. Only by awakening the Sharingan can I greatly improve my qualifications. With a murmur, Qingming closed the panel and began a new round of practice. End of this chapter. Chapter 24 Chance Encounter. Chapter 24 Chance Encounter. Qingming, this way. Inside the Konoha village, on a street, Ryusuke waved at Qingming from afar, with Mizutani Shizuko standing beside him. Upon hearing this, Qingming walked over slowly. When Qingming approached, Liangzhi said dissatisfiedly, "Qingming, you are too slow. We agreed to go shopping together, why can't you arrive earlier?" Qingming knew that Liangzhi was not really dissatisfied, but just complained out of habit, so he did not explain anything, but just asked, "Where are we going first?" Originally, according to Qingming's personality, it was impossible for him to waste time shopping. There's not much to see in Konoha. But considering that this period of time has been too tense, after some hesitation, he finally accepted the invitation of Ryusuke and Mizutani Shizuko to come and relax. At this time, half a month had passed since the effectiveness of the art of reflecting the heart declined. During this half-month, Furukawa took them on another sea-level mission. However, it was not to suppress bandits, but to protect the caravan. Although we encountered some troubles during this period, they were all within the scope of the mission and we did not encounter any danger. This made Qingming sigh again that it's good not to have the halo of the protagonist. "Let's go over there. There's a new meatball shop over there. It's delicious." Ryusuke pointed and said so. Hearing this, Qingming looked in the direction of the other party's finger, and sure enough, there was a newly opened shop there. There was a long queue in front of the door, and the food must be good. Just as he was thinking this, Qingming suddenly heard a few familiar names. "Kakashi, hurry up, we need to make up for Lin's missed birthday today." "Ah, Obito, stop it. No, I have to make up for it. I know there's a new meatball shop up ahead. It's delicious. I'll treat you later. Kakashi, don't compete with me. Kakashi Obito Rin." Mumbling silently in his heart, Qingming looked in the direction where the voice came from. At the other end of the street, I saw 3 small figures walking together, one in front and 2 behind. The person in front of him had his back to him, and the back of his clothes had the same Uchiha clan emblem as his. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be Uchiha Obito. The other party was saying something excitedly at this moment, and didn't seem to care about the gazes of the people around him. The 2 people behind him, a man and a woman, were facing him, so he could easily see their faces. Well, no, there is one person who can't see clearly. He is about 11 or 12 years old, with silver hair, a short sword on his back, a mask on his face, and a cold expression. He is none other than Kakashi Hatake, who has not yet gotten over the shadow of his father's death. Because of the mask, Qingming couldn't see his full appearance even when they were face to face. Just as Qingming was observing the other person also looked over. What a keen sense! Qingming was still sighing, but the moment their eyes met, a chill surged into his heart. It was a strange feeling, as if being stared at by some ferocious beast, making one's heart tremble. Qingming quickly looked away. "Qingming, what's wrong?" Seeing Qingming suddenly stopped and looked a little unhappy, Mizutani Shizuko asked with concern. "Call." Qingming exhaled a breath of foul air and slowly said, "Nothing." After saying that, he moved his feet and continued to walk forward, and his eyes inevitably met Kakashi's again. However, this time, he did not have the fear he had just now. That's right, when they looked at each other just now, he was afraid. It is true that he had killed people, but they were only some powerless bandits and robbers. Kakashi was different. The other side has actually been on the battlefield and fought in mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The two sides are not on the same level at all. Therefore, it is not a big deal to have fear, as long as you can overcome it. Uchiha Obito saw Kakashi looking behind him and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" As he spoke, he also looked back. At just one glance, he recognized Qingming's identity. There's no way, that ping-pong racket is too conspicuous. Younger generation in the clan. Thinking this in his heart, Obito withdrew his gaze and asked Kakashi, "What's wrong with him?" Judging from Qingming's attire and age, he is most likely a graduate this year. Uchiha Obito couldn't understand why such a person was worthy of Kakashi's attention. Hearing Obito's question, Kakashi just shook his head and didn't say much. Soon, both parties arrived in front of the meatball shop. Kakashi, Obito, and Rin were in the front, while Qingming and his two companions were behind. In the team, Obito and Ryusuke kept talking about something. Rin and Mizutani Shizuko echoed them, while Kakashi and Ayamine said nothing. A few minutes later, Kakashi and the others bought the meatballs and left together. Qingming stood in the team, watching the three people leaving, and muttered to himself, "They should be back to take part in the Chunin exam." That's right, after thinking for a while, he had roughly guessed why Kakashi and the others appeared in the village. Konoha holds the Chunin exams twice a year, once in early January and once in early July. It is now the end of November and the new Chunin exam is about to begin. Considering their age, it is not difficult to guess the purpose of their return at this time. A month is a long time, but it is also a short time. If it were peacetime, it would be no big deal, a month would be enough to get back, but in wartime, this time would be a bit short. Although most genin are cannon fodder on the battlefield, this definitely does not include those guys who are recommended by the leading jonin to take part in the Chunin exam. This type of genin usually has certain tasks on the battlefield. To gather these people together, it is naturally impossible to just give an order like transferring those cannon fodder genin. At the very least, people have to be arranged to take over their jobs. In addition, for the safety of these people, special escorts have to be sent. To some extent, these genin are the future of the village. If something happens to them on the road, the village might be extinct. Therefore, to be safe, they will definitely not return at the same time. That way, it wouldn't be unusual to see them a month in advance. If his guess was correct, the three opponents should be the first group of genin to return to the village, and more would probably come back in the next month. As for whether the guess is accurate, we just need to look at the number of young genin in the village in the next month. But Chunin exam. Qingming had a hunch that after the Chunin exam, this group of rookies might be sent to the battlefield. In other words, he doesn't have much time left. When he thought of this, Qingming wanted to go home and practice immediately. But after looking at the two teammates in front of him, he finally suppressed the restlessness in his heart. Now that you have decided to relax, you can't give up halfway. As the saying goes, sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. The short rest now is for more diligent practice later. Qingming, what flavor do you want? Just as Qingming was lost in thought, Ryusuke turned around and asked. Spicy. Qingming replied casually. End of this chapter. Chapter 25 Level 3. Chapter 25 Level 3. Leisurely time always passes quickly. In the blink of an eye, a morning passed. The three of them went their separate ways after lunch. Qingming did not waste any time, went straight back home, and started practicing without stopping. In the past half-month, I was delayed for a while because I left the village to carry out a sea-level mission, so the chakra refining technique that should have been upgraded a few days ago has only reached level 2, 495/500, until now. Fortunately, it will be soon. According to the current progress, we should be able to advance before dark. Thinking of this, Qingming closed his eyes and entered a state of cultivation. Time passes minute by minute. In the blink of an eye, several hours passed. The sun is setting in the sky. Inside the house, Qingming suddenly opened his eyes, and a sense of enlightenment emerged in his mind. After a long while, he said to himself, "Is it finally level 3? After saying this, he closed his eyes again and began to refine his chakra. After an hour, Qingming opened his eyes and called out, "Panel." The next moment, a familiar light blue screen appeared. Name, Uchiha Qingming. Age, 10 years old. Constitution, 6. Spirit, 7. Chakra, 1650, 2510. Bloodline, Sharingan, unawakened, 81/100, 85/100. LV31/1000, LV32/1000. LV2270/500, LV2430/500. LV2260/500, LV2420/500. LV2250/500, LV2410/500. LV130/200, LV150/200. LV2110/500, LV2260/500. LV2280/500, LV2450/500. Ninja Tool Throwing, Level 3, 1/1000. Chakra Control, Level 3, 78/1000. Just as he realized just now, the effect of the chakra extraction technique that was promoted to level 3 was further enhanced. Among them, the chakra recovery speed has increased from 200 points per hour to 400 points now, and the upper limit of chakra that can be increased during this period should have increased from 4 points to 8 points. The reason why he was unsure was that his chakra limit had reached 2,500 points a week ago and he hadn't moved much since then. The next 10 points will increase automatically as time goes by. Therefore, the level 3 chakra refining technique can increase the chakra limit by 8 points every hour of operation, which is just his estimate. However, a vague feeling told Qingming that this number should be correct. But this is of no use. His potential had been exhausted a week ago. Without improving his aptitude, the growth of his chakra would only be achieved through hard work. This cannot be solved by upgrading the chakra refining technique. The two are not on the same channel at all. In other words, the current chakra refining technique has only one effect for him, which is to quickly restore chakra. Of course, you can continue to improve your proficiency. If he could raise his level to a higher level, when the Sharingan awakens one day, his aptitude will be improved, and he will be able to realize his new potential more quickly. However, Qingming estimated that he would not be able to wait until that day. It's not that there is not enough time, but he estimated that his Sharingan should be able to awaken before its level is increased. After all, to upgrade the chakra refining technique from level 3 to level 4, it requires a full points of proficiency. At the rate at which proficiency increases by 1 point per hour, that would take 1,000 hours. But with his current physical condition and adequate nutrition, he can only last for 8 hours a day at most. 1,000 divided by 8 equals 125. That's 4 months. In such a long time, how come his Sharingan has awakened? Even though his Sharingan's awakening progress has only increased by 4 points in the past half month, from 81/100 to 85/100. It seems to be totally inconsistent with the 150 points of proficiency added by the art of reflecting the heart. But it is undeniable that it is one step closer to awakening. And as his chakra refining technique was upgraded to level 3, the maximum amount of chakra he could use every day also increased. Before, it was around 2,400–2,500 points, but now it has become around 3,500 points. If 3,000 points were used to practice the art of reflecting the heart, combined with the 3% chakra reduction brought by level 15 chakra control, the proficiency of mind reflecting technique can be increased by 17-18 points every day. In this way, the awakening progress of his Sharingan will inevitably be accelerated. That's why Qingming said that the Sharingan can be awakened in 4 months at least. Even 4 months is a huge overestimate. There is no other reason. According to this plan, it will take less than 2 weeks for his art of reflecting the heart to be upgraded to level 3, and the effect will definitely be greatly enhanced by then. In this way, the speed of his Sharingan awakening will definitely be far beyond expectations. Forcing himself to suppress the restlessness in his heart, Qingming shifted his gaze away from the awakening level of the Sharingan and looked at other skills. Although these skills were not his main focus, he made good progress by taking time to practice them, such as the three-body technique. Their proficiency has reached LV2, 400/500, or above. If, as he expected, these E-level basic ninjutsu are at level 3, which is the maximum level, then they are not far off. By then, he might be able to learn another ninjutsu. As for what to learn, Qingming probably had an idea as well. He doesn't need offensive ninjutsu for the time being, but he can use the fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu for now, and he will have the support of the Sharingan later, so he has no shortage of means of attack. On the defensive side, there are no proper defensive ninjutsu in the ninja world, so they can only find ways to escape in disguised form. Then, the technique of instant body movement came into his sight. In the ninja world, instant body movement techniques can be roughly divided into 3 categories. One is the ninjutsu type, like Gaara's sand flash body, Zabuza's mist flash body, Hanzo's water flash body, and the most widely circulated D-level ninjutsu in the ninja world, flash body technique, etc. These all achieve flash body through the effects of ninjutsu. The second is physical skills. This type of instant body movement technique achieves the purpose of fast movement by strengthening the ninja's leg muscles. Among them, the more representative ones are Might Guy and the fourth Reikage. As for the third category, that is the instant teleportation technique represented by Flying Thunder God, which is a method of direct space transfer. Compared to the first two, which are not worthy of their names, they just speed up the movement speed through various means. The latter is undoubtedly closer to the concept of teleportation. However, Qingming's target is not the Flying Thunder God technique. It's not that he doesn't want to, or that he's worried that he won't be able to learn it. With the proficiency panel, as long as there are no special requirements, he can force himself to learn any ninjutsu through hard work. The Flying Thunder God technique falls into this category. So, in theory, as long as he gets the practice method of Flying Thunder God technique, he will be able to learn it. But the problem is, he can't get it. If it was a ninjutsu from the clan, he could still think of a way, but the Flying Thunder God technique was an S-level ninjutsu recorded in the Book of Seals. He is just a genin, how could he have a chance to get it? After all, he is not Naruto, and no one paves the way for him. Therefore, what he was going to learn was actually the common D-rank ninjutsu, the instant body movement technique. But its popularity does not mean that it is ineffective. On the contrary, it shows that it is universal, just like the shadow clone technique, and it has a very high cost effectiveness. It just so happens that he can use this technique to transition. Once your strength improves, you will have more choices. After pondering for a while, Qingming turned his attention to basic physical skills and ninja tool throwing. LV2450/500 LV2 LV3. Unfortunately, after being promoted to LV3, 1/1000, its proficiency level got stuck. Qingming had anticipated this. Without the coordination of the Sharingan, the limit of ninja tool throwing is here. I still need the Sharingan. With a sigh, Qingming closed the panel and began to improve his proficiency in the art of reflecting the heart. End of this chapter. Chapter 26 News. Chapter 26 News. Zizi, Qingming, prepare to intercept, it's coming to your side. Ryusuk's voice came from the headphones. Qingming pressed the headset and replied, okay, I saw it. On a tree branch. Qingming looked at the giant wild boar charging towards him and threw a kunao. The kunao flew through the air like a bullet, hitting the wild boar's left eye quickly and accurately. Blood dripped down the kunao, causing the wild boar to roar in pain. Roar! I have to say, these animals in the ninja world are really outrageous. Not only are they huge in size, but they also have extremely tenacious vitality. Just like now, even though its eyes were pierced and its brain was injured, the wild boar below was still alive and kicking. But that's it. With a mutter, Qingming raised his right hand and ignited the detonating tag tied to the kunao. Boom! A violent explosion sounded. A ball of red flame suddenly appeared, enveloping the entire wild boar. The pain caused by the burning flames made the wild boar wail incessantly, and it rammed the surrounding trees frantically. Even the big tree where Qingming was hiding was hit. As a last resort, Qingming could only change his hiding place. After a few breaths, the flames gradually disappeared, and the wild boar was no longer crazy. It just lay on the ground, motionless. Looking at the charred wild boar, Qingming did not approach it, but took out another kunao and threw it out like lightning, hitting the wild boar's other eye. Puff! The sound of a sharp knife penetrating flesh was heard. The wild boar stood up suddenly, howled, crashed into several large trees, and fell to the ground again. Looking at the wild boar's chest and abdomen gradually stopping rising and falling, Qingming snorted coldly, humph! A beast is a beast, no matter how cunning it is no more than this. Although the opponent knew he was playing dead, his chest rising and falling easily exposed his trick. Qingming naturally couldn't fall into such a trap. But now, you can be sure that the other party has hung up. Brush swipe. Two figures appeared, they were Ryusuk and Mizutani Shizuko. Qingming, this is such a waste. Ryusuk looked at the wild boar's head that was charred by the exploding talisman and said, don't you know the great fireball technique? Why do you need to use the exploding talisman? Indeed, it is not cost-effective to use a detonating talisman to kill such a wild boar. Even if there is a mission reward, you will still lose money when the bill is settled in the end. But this saves chakra. Although performing fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu can also increase his proficiency, his current focus is not on this, so the more money he can save, the better. For Qingming, it is not a loss if he can spend a little money to use more chakra where it is needed. At this time, a week had passed since he met Kakashi and others. During this week, apart from eating, sleeping and completing tasks, he spent the rest of his time practicing. With such hard work, the results achieved are naturally not bad. First of all, he has practiced the 3 body techniques to perfection, which is level 3. At this moment, no matter whether it was the simplest transformation technique or the most difficult substitution technique, he could complete it within 1 second. What is this concept? Many chunins are not as proficient as him in performing these 3 ninjutsu. Of course, that's all. After all, it is a basic ninjutsu, and the learning difficulty is only E level. As long as a chunin puts in some effort, it is not too difficult to practice it to perfection. Secondly, his basic physical skills were also upgraded from LV2 to LV3. Originally, he was expecting that it could improve his physical fitness a little bit more like the upgrade from LV1 to LV2. In this way, his chakra limit can continue to increase. But he was disappointed. Basic physical skills were upgraded from LV2 to LV3, and even though they had reached perfection like the 3 body skills, they could not bring about any changes to his physical attributes. However, think about it, if physical attributes can be improved so easily, there wouldn't be so many ninjas in the ninja world who would spend their entire lives as genin. You know, every improvement in physical fitness is a transformation for a ninja. As long as you transform once or twice at the genin stage, you can become a chunin, but at least you will definitely have enough chakra. Therefore, it is normal that his physical attributes did not increase when the basic physical skills level 2 was upgraded to level 3. At least some advanced physical skills would be needed to make it possible. The last one is the art of reflecting the heart. 125LV2260/500LV2385/500. Thanks to this, his Sharingan awakening progress increased from 85/100 to 87/100. Not surprisingly, there was no further reduction in speed. Now he just had to wait for the heart reflecting technique to be upgraded to level 3. If the effect was good, maybe he could awaken the Sharingan before the end of the Chunin exam. Otherwise, he will have to go to the battlefield naked. That's right, Qingming has already received the news that their graduating class will return to the battlefield with the newly promoted Chunins. That is why he attaches great importance to every bit of chakra. Even the plan to learn the technique of teleportation was put on hold. Next, apart from the necessary consumption, he planned to use all the remaining chakra to practice the heart-reflecting technique. Without the Sharingan as a trump card, he really didn't feel safe. All kinds of thoughts flashed through my mind. Qingming looked at Ryusuke and Mizutani Shizuko and said, "There are many wild beasts in this forest. Our mission is heavy. It's okay to waste a few detonating talismans." The mission they received this time was to drive away all the wild beasts within a radius of 10 kilometers, and the mission required that the number of kills must not be less than 1/3 of the total number. If so many beasts were to be driven away or killed using conventional methods, it would consume a lot of chakra and would also prolong the mission time. Qingming didn't want to waste time and energy here, so he would rather spend a little more money to complete the task as soon as possible. Without giving Ryusuke a chance to speak again, Qingming pulled out his kunao from the wild boar, wiped it, and said, "I'm going to area number 2. You guys hurry up and drive the wild animals over." After saying this, he left without caring about their reactions. Watching his leaving figure, Ryusuke turned back to Mizutani Shizuko and said, "Shizuko, do you feel that Qingming has been a little impatient recently?" "Ah." Upon hearing this, Shizuko Mizutani nodded. In fact, she had already discovered this, but she just didn't say it out loud. "Then do you know why?" Ryusuke asked curiously. "Maybe it's because of the Chunin exams." Mizutani Shizuko replied. "Chunin exam?" Ryusuke looked confused and asked, "What does this have to do with us? We're not participating." Upon hearing this, Mizutani Shizuko hesitated for a moment, carefully glanced around, and after confirming that there was no one around, she told the news she had received from her father, the Jonin. "I heard that the village plans to let our group go to the battlefield with those new Chunin after the Chunin exam." "What?" When he suddenly heard the news, Ryusuke screamed in surprise. Although he hated carrying out D-level missions that did not require any technical skills, he was also aware of the dangers of the battlefield and naturally did not want to go to the battlefield so quickly. "SHH." Mizutani Shizuko raised her right index finger, made a silencing gesture, and said, "Keep your voice down. My father won't let me tell anyone about this news. Don't spread it around." "Profound." Ryusuke reacted, nodded, and said, "Don't worry, I won't say anything nonsense." In fact, they were worrying too much. It wouldn't matter even if it got out. Because this matter is already a done deal. Although the news is still only circulated among the senior ninjas and major families, it will not be long before everyone knows it, and there is no need to keep it secret. "Okay, Ryusuke, let's go." The two were silent for a while, and it was Mizutani Shizuko who spoke. "Profound." Hearing this, Ryusuke came back to his senses, responded, and said, "Let's go." Afterwards, the two rushed to area number 3 together. End of this chapter. Chapter 27 Awakening. Chapter 27 Awakening. Time flies by like a white horse. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. On this day, the last round of the KONOHA Chunin exam was in progress. Although it was not as lively as the joint examinations of several villages in peacetime, there were still many people going to watch. However, Qingming is not among these people. Because today is a very important day for him. With the thought in mind, Qingming opened the panel. I saw that the awakening degree of the Sharingan had reached 99/100, and it was only one step away from complete awakening. Looking at the art of reflecting the heart, its proficiency has already exceeded LV2 and reached LV3, 595/1000. Just as he expected, after the heart reflecting technique was upgraded to level 3, its effect on promoting the awakening of the Sharingan was far greater than level 2. The maximum level 2 only allows his Sharingan to reach the awakening level, 89/100. But after being promoted to LV3, the effect is greatly enhanced. Basically, every 50 points of proficiency accumulated would advance his Sharingan awakening progress a little. So, for more than a month, Qingming used almost all of his available chakra in practicing the art of reflecting the heart. Finally, the proficiency was raised to level 3, 595/1000. Originally, according to the rules, when his proficiency in the heart reflection technique reaches LV3, 550/1000, the Sharingan should awaken. But I never expected that the last bit of progress would not be achieved. Now, his proficiency in the art of reflecting the heart has reached level 3, 595/1000, but he still hasn't been able to break through. However, it's soon. A mysterious intuition told Qingming that as long as he could master the heart-reflecting technique to level 3, 600/1000, he would be able to awaken the Sharingan. Feeling his heart pounding in his chest, Qingming took several deep breaths until his mood was completely calmed down, and then he began to practice the art of reflecting the heart. Once, twice, 3 times. 5 times. Soon, the proficiency of the art of reflecting the heart reached level 3, 600/1000. And in the next moment, when Qingming performed the heart-reflecting technique for the 6th time, the special chakra in his brain that was activated and catalyzed by it suddenly surged. These chakras poured into Qingming's eyes, as if reaching some critical point, changing his visual nerves from the root. A sour, numb, and itchy feeling came, and Qingming couldn't help rubbing his eyes. And when he moved his hand away, a pair of blood-red single Magadama Sharingan appeared in his eye sockets. In an instant, Qingming felt that everything around him became clear, as if the picture quality in front of him changed from 720p to 1080p. The dust in the air, the patterns on the leaves outside the window, the smiling faces of pedestrians on the distant street, everything is so clear. Is this the vision of the Sharingan? It took a long time for Qingming to come back to his senses and he couldn't help but let out a sigh. Then he lowered his head and looked at himself. Although it is impossible to directly see the chakra meridians and acupoints like the Byakugan, the amount of chakra and its general flow direction can be seen. Just like now, he can clearly see that there is not much chakra left in his body. And the chakra is still gathering towards his head and eyes. From this, we can imagine that when he fights with others in the future, he will be able to see these as soon as he opens his eyes. Then, no matter what the enemy wants to do, he can predict it in advance, and the advantage is self-evident. No wonder there is a saying circulating in the ninja world, when facing the Sharingan, 1-on-1, you must run away, 2-on-1, attack from the rear. Indeed, in a head-on battle, when the difference in strength is not too big, the Sharingan can be said to have the advantage. That's just the insight effect of the Sharingan. In addition to insight, the Sharingan also has 2 powerful functions, hypnosis and copying. The former can make Uchiha ninjas immune to the effects of ordinary illusions and enhance the effects of illusions against the enemy. The latter allows the Uchiha ninja to replicate the opponent's taijutsu and ninjutsu. However, the development of this ability depends largely on the abilities of the Uchiha ninja himself. For example, body cloning. The enemy's movements may be easily copied, but if one's own physical fitness is not up to standard, then even if one copies them, one cannot use them, and if one uses them forcibly, one may end up hurting oneself. Another example is ninjutsu. First of all, ninjutsu related to bloodline limit cannot be copied. Secondly, ninjutsu that does not match one's own attributes cannot be copied. For example, Qingming now has a chakra attribute of fire, so before he develops other attributes, he can only copy fire-style ninjutsu. Even if one does not have a deep understanding of the changes in the form and nature of fire attribute chakra, the ninjutsu copied will be just for show. Precisely because of these limitations, among so many Sharingan, only Kakashi, who has all the attributes and extraordinary talent, has earned the title of Copy Ninja. Qingming collected his thoughts, closed his Sharingan, and opened the proficiency panel with a thought. Name, Uchiha Qingming. Age, 10-11 years old. Constitution, 6-7. Spirit, 7-9. Chakra, 230, 2510 2570. Bloodline, Sharingan Single Megatama, 1/1000. LV32/1000 LV3266/1000. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique, Level 1, 50/200. Heart Reflecting Art, Level 3, 601/1000. Ninja Tool Throwing, Level 3, 1/1000. LV378/1000-102/1000. 3 Body Techniques, Level 3, 0/0. Basic Physical Skills, LV3, 0/0. Just as he expected, the awakening of the Sharingan led to an improvement in his qualifications. Among them, the physical attribute increased by 1 point, and the mental attribute increased by 2 points. 1 point and 2 points may seem to be very similar, but in fact they are not. Whether it is physical attributes or mental attributes, they become more difficult to improve as time goes by. Improving physical fitness from 6 points to 7 points and improving mental fitness from 7 points to 9 points are not at the same level of difficulty. If we have to compare, the latter is at least 10 times more difficult than the former. Therefore, this improvement in physical attributes is more like a byproduct of the improvement in mental attributes. And this is more in line with the characteristics of the Sharingan. Originally, the Sharingan is the power of Yin Tun, so it is normal to stimulate the growth of mental attributes after awakening. The growth of physical attributes is actually more due to the continuous development of the body during this period, which has accumulated enough foundation, and this is the natural change. The awakening of the Sharingan only serves as an introductory role at most. However, no matter what the process is, the result is good. The improvement of the 2 basic attributes has allowed his potential to reach a new level. In this way, his chakra refining technique also came in handy, and when it was activated later, the chakra limit could be increased. As for how much the improvement can be achieved, it is not clear yet. However, Qingming estimated that it would not be less than 1,500 points. Turning his eyes away from the basic attributes, Qingming looked at the bloodline column. The original Sharingan Unawakened, 99/100, has been changed to Sharingan Single Megatama, 1/1000. If there is a progress bar, it means that it can continue to evolve by increasing its proficiency as before. However, how to brush it remains to be tested. Another issue is the consumption of the Sharingan, which also requires detailed testing. Qingming doesn't want to find himself in the middle of a battle with someone one day and suddenly find that he doesn't have enough chakra, and then die miserably. With the proficiency panel, he can quantify these consumptions and have a clear idea of them. End of this chapter. Chapter 28 Plan. Chapter 28 Plan. In a blink of an eye, another week has passed. The time to set off for the battlefield is getting closer. Yes, the news has been made public. This group of graduates will go to the battlefield of Rain Country together with the newly promoted Chunins, the Genins who failed to be promoted, and a large number of family ninjas. The land of rain. In the room, Qingming sighed softly and remained silent. If there was one place he least wanted to go, it would undoubtedly be the battlefield in the Rain Country. The Rain Country is located between the Wind Country, the Earth Country, and the Fire Country, and is bordered by several small countries. Its unique geographical location has made it a must-fight place for all villages in every ninja world war. This time is no exception. The Sand Ninjas, the Iwagakur Ninjas, the Konoha Ninjas, the Bounty Ninjas, the Rain Country's own ninjas, the Akatsuki Ninjas led by Yahiko, the Anbu Ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Mist Village, etc., all the visible and hidden ones are here, and the situation is extremely complicated. The complicated situation also made the ninjas from all sides nervous, fearing that the slightest disturbance would result in a fight to the death. As a result, the Rain Country became a famous ninja graveyard and battlefield meat grinder. The survival pressure faced by the ninjas there is much higher than that in other battlefields. That's why Qingming didn't want to go there. Unfortunately, this is not up to him to decide. As for betraying the village and leaving, not to mention that there are many ninjutsu in the Uchiha clan and Konoha that he needs, the price of becoming a traitor is too high for him to afford. Although he has awakened the Sharingan, his overall strength is only at the level of a Chunin. With such strength, it is impossible for him to escape the pursuit of Konoha's Anbu. Moreover, in today's world, it is not necessarily safe outside. You know, the Uchiha clan's Sharingan has been on the black market's acquisition list for many years. Once his identity is exposed, he will surely be greeted by waves of bounty-seeking ninjas. Qingming doesn't want to be chased around like a mouse. Instead of this, it is better to follow the village's arrangements and go to the battlefield. With the Sharingan as his trump card and the proficiency panel to assist his growth, Qingming felt that if he could stay safe, his life would not be in danger. Thinking of the Sharingan, Qingming opened the panel. The familiar light blue screen then appeared in his field of vision. Name, Uchiha Qingming. Age, 11 years old. Constitution, 7. Spirit, 9. Chakra, 1450, 2570, 3018. Bloodline, Sharingan Single Megatama, 1/1000, 30/1000. LV3266/1000, LV3322/1000. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique, Level 1, 50/200. LV3601/1000, LV3683/1000. Ninja Tool Throwing, Level 3, 1/1000. Chakra Control, Level 3, 102/1000. 3 Body Techniques, Level 3, 0/0. Basic Physical Skills, LV3, 0/0. Over the past week, he has been intensively testing the consumption of the Sharingan while exploring the growth pattern of its proficiency. After a week of testing, both questions have answers. The first is the consumption of the Sharingan. If you simply open your eyes and don't fight, it will only consume a little chakra per minute. But if a battle occurs, varying amounts of chakra will be consumed depending on the situation. The more complicated the external situation is, the higher the requirements for the Sharingan, and the more chakra is consumed, and vice versa. In addition, actively activating the power of the Sharingan, or using the Sharingan to cast illusions, will consume additional chakra. In other words, if he did nothing, he could open the Sharingan 24/7 without any pressure, but if a high-intensity battle occurred, his chakra might be exhausted in 10 or 20 minutes. However, Qingming estimated that he would not put himself in such a dangerous situation. After talking about the consumption of Sharingan, let's talk about how to improve its proficiency. First of all, it is worth being happy that the art of reflecting the heart is still effective. In fact, because the Sharingan has been awakened, the mind-reflecting technique no longer requires dozens of points of proficiency to move the Sharingan forward a little bit like before. Now, he only needs to accumulate 10 points of proficiency in the heart-reflecting technique to increase the proficiency of his Sharingan by 1 point. If that were all, Qingming wouldn't be too happy. Because to increase the proficiency of the heart-reflecting technique by 10 points, one needs to consume a full 1,700 points of chakra. The amount of chakra he can use every day is only about 3,500 points. In other words, he could only accumulate 2 points of Sharingan proficiency every day at most. However, the evolution of the single Megatama Sharingan into the double Megatama requires a full 1,000 points of proficiency, which is 500 days, 1 year, and 4 months. Qingming obviously couldn't wait such a long time. Fortunately, there is more than one way to improve the proficiency of the Sharingan. While testing the consumption of the Sharingan, Qingming discovered that continuously opening the Sharingan could also cause the Sharingan to evolve. As reflected on the panel, proficiency increases with the length of time the Sharingan is open. So Qingming started testing immediately, and finally came to the conclusion that for every 5 hours of opening the Sharingan, he could gain a little proficiency. And this only requires a minimum of 300 chakra points, which is more than 4/5 less than the 1,700 points required by the reflection heart technique. According to this calculation, the proficiency of his Sharingan should not be only 30 points. The reason for this is simple: there are only 24 hours in a day. Apart from eating and sleeping, he only has a dozen hours to improve his proficiency. Because of this, he accumulated 29 proficiency points in 7 days. Even so, it was because the heart-reflecting technique contributed 8 points, and no one disturbed him these days, so he could open the Sharingan for the longest time. Otherwise, the number would probably be even smaller. Therefore, the practice of the art of reflecting the heart cannot be interrupted. As long as he does not intend to expose the existence of the Sharingan, he must increase the level of the reflection of the heart technique. Only in this way can you accumulate the proficiency of the Sharingan faster and evolve it into a double Megatama Sharingan. However, this step cannot be rushed. In a few days, he will go to the battlefield. But the means he currently possesses to fight the enemy are rather simple. Therefore, Qingming plans to enrich his skill list in the next few days. The first thing is the teleportation technique. As a means of saving lives, this can't be delayed any longer. He must improve his proficiency before going into the battlefield to fight others, so that he can use it smoothly when needed. Secondly, he also planned to learn the other 2 ninjutsu left by his previous parents: Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Style, and Fire Style, Dragon Fire Style. The former allows him to have the means to attack in groups, so that he will not be at a loss when facing multiple enemies. The latter allows him to strike enemies at medium range. And then there is illusion. Now that the Sharingan has been awakened, illusion techniques are naturally indispensable. The combination of the two can achieve an effect where 1 + 1 is greater than 2. At present, he only knows one illusion, which is the heart-reflecting technique. But the main function of this technique is to assist the evolution of the Sharingan. Using it to deal with the enemy is really a bit difficult for it. Coincidentally, the previous incarnation's parents also left behind another illusion technique, the magical art of shackles and hangs. This technique is not only a serious illusion, but also an illusion developed specifically for the Sharingan. Qingming can be used for learning. End of this chapter. Chapter 29 Race Against Time. Chapter 29 Race Against Time. Ziyin Suzhou Mao Yin, Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Technique. Qingming's hands flew like a butterfly flying through flowers. He formed 6 hand seals in succession, then took a deep breath and exhaled suddenly. The next moment, balls of flame flew out of his mouth, like balsam seeds, and shot towards the 7 or 8 big trees in front. Sharingan. With a thought, Qingming opened his Sharingan. In an instant, his pupils turned blood red, and a black jade appeared in them, spinning rapidly like a windmill. With the powerful insight brought by the Sharingan, Qingming controlled the flames and flew them crosswise towards different large trees. Bang bang bang! A series of explosions sounded. Then we saw that after a series of irregular dances, the flames accurately hit several large trees. The whole process is extremely visually impactful. It's not that Qingming was deliberately showing off his skills and making the scene so gorgeous. Rather, the key point of this technique is to combine the real and the fake, using dazzling attacks to conceal the real intentions and thus deal a fatal blow to the opponent. Even more extreme, you can also use shuriken to attack. With this thought in mind, Qingming formed hand seals again, and at the moment of performing ninjutsu, he took out several shurikens and threw them out at high speed. The flames hit the tree again, but faster than the flames were the shurikens hidden inside. The shuriken, which was burned red by the high temperature, flew out and hit the trunk of the big tree, instantly burning the nearby bark black. It is conceivable that if such an attack were to fall on a human, how could a flesh and blood body resist it? I'm afraid he will be seriously injured and fall to the ground in an instant, or even lose his life directly. Who said that fire escape can't kill people? The combination of physical and magical attacks will make anyone feel uncomfortable. The only pity is that this method of attack is a waste of shurikens. Basically, the shuriken is useless after one throw and is not even worth recycling. However, the capacity of the ninja tool bag is limited. Qingming cannot carry too many shurikens at all times, so this move must not be used lightly unless it is a critical moment. Qingming collected his thoughts and stopped thinking about it. He opened the proficiency panel with a thought. The next moment, a familiar light blue screen appeared. Name, Uchiha Qingming. Age, 11 years old. Constitution, 7. Spirit, 9. Chakra, 1208, 3018 3210. Bloodline, Sharingan Single Megatama, 30/1000, 50/1000. LV3322/1000 LV3346/1000. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique, Level 1, 50/200. Asterisk Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Technique, Level 1, 5/200. Asterisk Fire Style, Dragon Fire Technique, Level 1, 1/200. Asterisk Magic Jail Hanging Technique, LV1, 1/200. Asterisk Telekinesis, LV1, 10/200. Heart Reflecting Art, Level 3, 683/1000. LV31/1000 LV360/1000. Chakra Control, Level 3, 102/1000. 3 Body Techniques, Level 3, 0/0. Basic Physical Skills, LV3, 0/0. At this time, 10 days had passed since he opened his eyes, and 3 days had passed since he began to practice the fire style, Phoenix Fire Technique. Thanks to his early introduction to the fire style, Great Fireball Technique, he was able to make rapid progress in his practice of the fire style, Phoenix Fire Technique. Because the two ninjutsu had something in common, he only practiced it about 30 times, and his fire style, Phoenix Fire Technique accumulated 0 points of proficiency, successfully introduced it, and was promoted from LV1 to LV. This process consumed about 2,500 points of his chakra. Originally it was going to be 3 points, but the LV102, 1000/15.5, chakra control allowed him to save % of the chakra. So it became 2,500 points. In addition, there is the fire style, Dragon Fire Technique. Because he had learned the fire style, Great Fireball Technique and the Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Technique successively, Qingming had a deeper understanding of fire style itself. In this process, he gradually mastered some basic knowledge about the changes in the form and properties of fire attribute chakra. Any fire style ninjutsu cannot be separated from these two. Therefore, when Qingming was practicing the fire escape, dragon fire technique, he was able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. After trying it for less than 40 times, I accumulated enough proficiency points to successfully get started. During the training, minus the chakra saved by chakra control, he consumed about 3,000 points of chakra. In this way, the two ninjutsu together consumed 5,500 points of his chakra. In 3 days, the total amount of chakra he could mobilize was about 10,000 points. Therefore, he used the remaining chakra to practice the magic jaghang technique and the instant body technique. The former was an illusion tailor-made for the Sharingan. It was easy for Qingming to learn. He only repeated it about 20 times and spent more than 1,000 points of chakra before he successfully mastered it. During this period, Qingming also discovered that the proficiency of the Sharingan was increasing faster. So, Qingming began to analyze and test the key. Finally, after strengthening the control of Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Technique and Fire Style, Dragon Fire Technique, Qingming figured out the reason. In fact, the reason is very simple, that is, use it or lose it. The more intensively you use the Sharingan, the faster you gain proficiency. How much faster exactly? According to Qingming's estimation, it takes about twice as long as simply opening the eyes. Unfortunately, this method consumes a lot of chakra. On average, 1,000 points of chakra are required to improve 1 point of proficiency. Although it is less than the 1,700 points of the art of reflecting the heart, it is far more than the 300 points of wasting time. With his current chakra amount, it is simply not enough to support such consumption. Perhaps once he has enough chakra, he can use this luxurious method to improve his Sharingan proficiency. And this requires that the level of his chakra refining technique cannot be lowered. With his current physical and mental attributes, as long as the level of chakra refining technique is raised, the amount of chakra he can use every day will definitely increase greatly. At that time, you can try to use this method to improve your proficiency. In addition, this method has another advantage, which is that it can also improve the proficiency of the skills that go with it. After wiping the saliva from the corner of his mouth, Qingming withdrew his thoughts and focused on the telekinesis technique. Because it is only a D-level ninjutsu that requires a minimum of 30 chakra points to perform once, Qingming easily mastered it. However, after reaching level 1, its minimum chakra consumption has risen to 50 points. In fact, if you want to move a longer distance, the chakra consumption will increase further. However, Qingming would definitely not do this when it comes to gaining proficiency. For him, as long as he can gain proficiency, it is enough. On this basis, using any more chakra is a waste. Step. Subtle footsteps were heard. Qingming's ears moved slightly, and then he quickly completed the seal, opened his mouth, and spit out a huge fireball. The fireball flew out rapidly and hit between several large trees in front, then exploded with a loud bang, and the raging flames instantly engulfed everything around it. End of this chapter. Chapter 30 Departure. Chapter 30 Departure. Bang bang bang. There was a round of applause. Qingming looked in the direction of the voice and saw a figure appear not far away, then flashed and came in front of him. Uncle Clan. Seeing the person coming, Qingming bowed slightly. The man's name is Uchiha Fiwo, he is 18 years old this year, his Sharingan has opened to 3 Megatama, and he is a genius in the Uchiha clan who has recently become famous. Unfortunately, Qingming had never heard of this name in his previous life. No one knows whether he died in the Ninja World War, or in a certain mission, or was killed by Itaki and turned into an unknown corpse. Not knowing that Qingming was criticizing him in his heart, Uchiha Fiwo nodded, glanced around, and said casually, "The great fireball technique is well practiced." After that, without waiting for Qingming to say anything, he took out a scroll from his arms and threw it to Qingming, saying, "Hey, this is the shadow clone technique you applied for. Remember not to spread it to others." "That's right, in addition to the fire style, Phoenix fire technique and the fire style, dragon fire technique, as well as the magic, the technique of the cage hanging and the telekinesis technique, he also plans to learn the shadow clone technique. Any ninja from the Uchiha clan, as long as he graduates from the ninja school and becomes a genin, can apply to the clan for a ninjutsu, genjutsu or taijutsu. This is the welfare of the Uchiha clan. Qingming has not received this benefit since graduation. I am about to go to the battlefield, and I don't know when I will come back next time, so naturally I have to get this benefit first." Moreover, he really wanted to learn this ninjutsu. Because as the skill level increases, the proficiency required for each skill will increase, and he alone cannot take care of it all. As a physical clone, the shadow clone can perfectly transfer experience and memory to the original body, so there is no need to worry about it not being able to help you increase your proficiency. But how efficient it is remains to be seen. After taking the scroll, Qingming roughly flipped through it, and after confirming that there was no problem, he thanked Uchiha Fiwo. Uchiha Fiwo waved his hand, without staying for long, and left the place in a few flashes. Qingming sat on the ground, carefully looking through the scroll in his hand. After a long time, when he confirmed that the other party had indeed left, he put the scroll away. It's no wonder that Qingming is so cautious. He simply has too many secrets. If any one of them is exposed, it will bring him endless troubles. Qingming just wants to progress quietly and doesn't want to get involved in any trouble. Therefore, we must be cautious. Otherwise, he would not have used the fire style, great fireball technique immediately after noticing someone approaching, destroying everything around him. You know, there is a difference in the effects of ninjutsu performed with the assistance of the Sharingan and without the assistance of the Sharingan. Just like the fire style, Phoenix fire jutsu, the Uchiha ninja without eyes could indeed perform it, but they would never be able to control it as precisely as he did. Ordinary people may not be able to see any subtle differences, but experienced Uchiha ninjas, especially those with open eyes, can basically find out the trick with just a glance. By then, the secret of his awakening the Sharingan might be exposed. Qingming didn't want to bet on whether the person coming was an Uchiha ninja, nor did he want to bet on whether the other party could tell, so it was better to burn it with fire. Not only are there traces of his training, but even when he goes out on a daily basis, Qingming will not let his chakra volume exceed 2000 points. You know, whether it is the Sharingan, the Byakugan, or some sensory ninjas, they can all judge the amount of chakra in the ninja's body to a certain extent. Then use this to determine the strength of the ninja. 2000 points is a safety line. If the value is lower than this, he may not be able to cope with any emergency. If the value is higher than this, it may attract the prying eyes of others. Although Qingming didn't think that anyone would pay special attention to a small fry like him, he still did not restore his chakra to more than 2000 points just in case. Anyway, he needed a lot of chakra to improve his proficiency, so he easily controlled the amount of chakra in his body. Now, the only thing he needs to consider is whether he should maintain this state when he sets out for the rain country with the team in a few days. As you can imagine, this journey will not be peaceful. Perhaps within the Fire Kingdom, the enemy would not dare to attack wantonly, but once they leave the Fire Kingdom and enter the Rain Kingdom, it's hard to say. If he falls into a trap due to insufficient chakra, it would be a big joke. After standing there and thinking for a while, Qingming suddenly sighed and said to himself, "Hey! Now I just hope that there will be more people when we set off, otherwise it will be a bit difficult." After saying that, he stopped thinking about it and started to seize the time to practice the telekinesis technique. As a predetermined means of escape, Qingming must upgrade it to a higher level. shake. The time came 3 days later. This morning, Qingming dressed neatly, put on his ninja tool bag, fastened his forehead protector, put on his backpack, and walked out of the room. Qingming walked through the streets and alleys and rushed to the gathering place. Along the way, from time to time one could see 1 or 2 ninjas dressed similarly to him, carrying large and small bags and heading towards the gate of Konoha. That's right, today is the day we set off. They must first gather at the entrance of Konoha village, then count the number of people, and after confirming that everyone is correct, they will rush to the battlefield of Rain Country together. A few minutes later, Qingming arrived at the entrance of Konoha village. At this time, quite a few people had gathered here. In addition, there were dozens of carts lined up together, some carrying food, some loaded with ninja tools. In short, they were all full. These are the things they need to escort to the front battlefield. Whether in the past life or this life, what is tested in the end of a war is the logistical capabilities. If the logistics cannot keep up, the war cannot be won. Therefore, in addition to these rookies, there were also many jonins traveling together, and they were all jonins from certain families. This made Qingming feel a little relieved. After all, he only had 2,000 points of chakra in his body, which was not enough to unleash his full strength. That's right, in the end Qingming decided to maintain his previous state. He didn't believe that he was so unlucky as to encounter an enemy that even 2,000 points of chakra couldn't defeat. If he really encountered one, the worst that could happen was to run away. Qingming, here. Just as Qingming was looking around, Liangji's voice came from the crowd. Qingming looked in the direction of the voice and saw him and Gukwen standing in front of a cart. They were waving at him, so he walked over quickly. Seeing Qingming coming over, before Ryusuk could speak, Furukawa asked first, "How is your practice of the instant body technique going?" That's right, Qingming learned the teleportation technique from Gukwen. This technique was not included in the ninjutsu left by his previous incarnation's parents, and he didn't want to obtain it from his clan, wasting his precious opportunity on a mere D-level ninjutsu. So, the attention was turned to Furukawa. The leading ninja has the obligation to teach his students ninjutsu, so after hearing Qingming's request, Furukawa taught him this ninjutsu without much thought. Logically speaking, Qingming would not teach this technique until he was promoted to Chunin. But Furukawa had seen Qingming perform a C-level ninjutsu, fire style, great fireball jutsu, and knew that a mere D-level ninjutsu was nothing to him. So, there was no jam. Now, a few days have passed, and I heard Furukawa ask again. LV110/200 LV215/500. With this level of proficiency, he can perform it in less than a second. However, Qingming, in keeping with his usual low-key style, simply replied, "I've learned it." Is it? After hearing Qingming's answer, Gukwen remained silent. End of this chapter. Chapter 31 Ambush. Chapter 31 Ambush. Qingming, have you really learned it? Furukawa didn't show any reaction to Qingming's answer, but Ryusuk beside him couldn't remain calm. Although he had long known that there was a certain gap between himself and Qingming in learning ability, the young man's unyielding character still made him unwilling to fall behind. Before, when Furukawa taught the Qingming flickering technique, he did not avoid him. So he followed suit and learned. He had practiced very hard over the past few days and had finally mastered some tricks. They might not be usable in intense battles, but he would have no problem fully displaying them in normal times. Although this cannot be considered as having mastered the technique, it is enough for Ryusuk to be proud of. He originally thought that Qingming's progress would be similar to his, and even if he was ahead, he would only be ahead by a little at most, but the reality was far from that. After being a companion for several months, he had a certain understanding of Qingming's way of speaking and doing things. The other party might deliberately downplay his own strength, but would never exaggerate it. In other words, the actual level of what Qingming said he had learned must be far more than that. Therefore, Ryusuk's mood was extremely complicated, as he failed in his pursuit again. For a moment, his body was filled with negative energy. Qingming was keenly aware of his emotional changes, and after just a moment of thought, he roughly guessed the reason. However, he did not say anything to comfort her because that was the truth. Not wanting to dwell on this issue any further, Qingming immediately asked, "Where's Jingzi? Hasn't she come yet?" You know, in the past when the group gathered, Shizuko Mizutani was always the first to arrive. And now? Qingming looked at the time. It was almost the last minute for gathering, but the other party hadn't arrived yet. This made Qingming a little surprised. Did something unexpected happen? Qingming thought. I do not know. On the side, Ryusuk replied weakly. As he spoke, he looked towards the village gate and happened to see Mizutani Shizuko, who was rushing over. So, he waved and called out, "Shizuko, this way." Hearing his call, Mizutani Shizuko quickly turned her head, and after seeing them clearly, she forced a smile and walked over quickly. "Shizuko, why are you here so late today? Is there something wrong?" Ryusuk asked without waiting for Mizutani Shizuko to come closer. Hearing this, Mizutani Shizuko shook her head, forced a smile again, and said, "It's okay, I just got up late." "Is this so?" Ryusuk touched his chin and said seriously, "Then you should set an alarm clock so that you won't oversleep, like me." Looking at the chattering Ryusuk, Qingming didn't know whether the other party was really generous or was intentionally relieving Mizutani Shizuko's pressure. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the reason why Shizuko Mizutani came here at this time was not because she had overslept. The red and swollen corners of the other person's eyes showed that he had just cried not long ago. Considering the fact that they were about to go to the battlefield, it is not difficult to guess that this was left behind when they said goodbye to their families. This also made Qingming deeply realize that this is a real world. Here, war is war. And death will not be taken for granted because of one or two slogans. Ninjas are also human beings. They have their own emotions, families, friends, and lives. Once they die, it will affect a large number of people. Therefore, there are many people who fear war, but they are bound by a series of rules and concepts and are forced to accept it. Ah! This is indeed a twisted world. With a sigh, Qingming stopped thinking about it and began to wait patiently for the team to set off. Time passed by minute. After the team had assembled, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, appeared in front of everyone. After that, there was a passionate speech. It must be said that the other party's words were very inflammatory, and after the speech, the young middle and lower ninjas were all so passionate that they couldn't wait to go into battle and kill the enemy. Even Mizutani Shizuko, who was in a bad mood, smiled a little after hearing what the other party said. Only the Jonin kept serious faces throughout the whole process, and seemed to have no reaction to his words. But, think about it, those who can become Jonin have all fought their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Their firm will cannot be shaken by a few words. If you want to mobilize their enthusiasm, you must either bind them with actual benefits or drive them with justice. Otherwise, why would they listen to you if you are just empty talk? Just because you are Hokage? The Hokage wasn't chosen by everyone. Well, maybe, probably. Qingming shook his head and stopped thinking about it. These things were still far away from him for the time being, and he was not willing to get involved in these things. In the final analysis, the ninja world is still a world where strength is respected. As long as you are strong enough, even if you know nothing, you can speak with your fists. If you don't like someone, just knock him down with one punch. Why think about so much? Therefore, improving your strength is the right path. A few minutes later, after the speech, the team started to set off. Qingming roughly counted and found that there were about 30 Jonins, with another 60 or 70 special Jonins accompanying them. As for the Chunins and Genins, together they number more than 300, nearly 400 people. Such a large team naturally cannot move too fast. What's more, there are dozens of supply trucks. Therefore, it took them 2 full weeks to get out of the Fire Country territory and enter the Rain Country battlefield. As soon as they entered the land of rain, they were greeted by continuous drizzle, and often the sun would not be seen for 3 or 2 days. Therefore, the team moved more slowly. Nearly a week later, they arrived at a canyon, crossed the canyon, and walked forward for dozens of miles to reach Konoha's base camp in the land of rain. The destination of their trip was there, and these dozens of trucks of supplies were also sent there. Qingming looked at the deep canyon in front of him and his brows twitched. Even a rookie on the battlefield like him knew that this kind of terrain was very suitable for setting up an ambush. Qingming didn't believe that those senior ninjas would not be able to see it. Then why go here? Qingming couldn't think of any other reason except that he had no choice. In other words, Konoha's situation on the battlefield in the land of rain was far less optimistic than he had imagined, otherwise such a supply channel would not have been retained. Fortunately, the Konoha Jonin was not an idler and he slowed down the team before entering the canyon. At the same time, several teams were sent out to search the cliffs in front and on both sides to see if there were any enemy ambushes. Time passed by minute, and the team moved forward slowly. Suddenly, a huge explosion was heard from the distant rock wall, and a ball of red flame could be vaguely seen rising. It's a detonating talisman. There's an ambush. Someone in the team shouted and the crowd suddenly became panicked. Fortunately, the Jonin spoke up in time and stopped the chaos. End of this chapter. Chapter 32 Battle 1. Chapter 32 The First Battle. Everyone, form a defensive formation. A loud shout came from the front of the team. Upon hearing this, the Chunin in the team immediately took action and organized the Genin around them to defend based on the principle of proximity. And those special Jonin also began to act according to their areas of expertise. Those who are good at fighting immediately rushed out of the team to support the ninjas responsible for reconnaissance. Those who were good at perception sat down on the spot and began to perform ninjutsu to explore the surrounding situation and prevent surprise attacks. The others also have their own jobs. Everything was so efficient, as if it had been rehearsed dozens or hundreds of times, and everyone could find their place. Only new genin like Qingming know nothing and can only follow the instructions of the Chunin around them, like puppets. This feeling is terrible, as if your own destiny is in the hands of others, and you don't feel safe at all. Despite this, Qingming still did not act rashly. The current situation was not one where a mere genin like him could show up. In the past 3 weeks, due to the large number of people and the rush to travel, he did not have much time to improve his proficiency. He compressed his rest time as much as possible every day and could only squeeze out 3 or 4 hours of practice at most. Therefore, the chakra that can be mobilized is only about 1,500 points. LV3683/1000 LV3875/1000. The total proficiency increase of 192 points also increased the proficiency of his Sharingan by 19 points, becoming 69/1000. Although the improvement was small, a mosquito leg is still meat, so Qingming did not despise it. In addition, there is the chakra refining technique. LV3346/1000 LV3454/1000. As a result, his chakra limit increased by 864 points and now reaches 4,074 points. At this point, he vaguely felt the limits of his body. Qingming estimated that when his chakra limit increased to about 5,000 points, it would stagnate. However, this was much better than he expected. Boom! Just when Qingming was wandering in the sky, a huge explosion suddenly came from the side of the cliff, followed by the sound of metal colliding. Qingming looked up and saw several ninjas wearing the Uegakuer Jonin uniforms fighting with Konoha Jonin, and beside them, there were dozens of Uegakuer Chunin. Sharingan. Seeing that no one around was paying attention to him, Qingming quietly opened his Sharingan. In an instant, everything in front of me became clear. In the sight, the Uegaku Chunins took advantage of the Konoha Jonin being entangled, quickly completed the hand seals, and then slapped the rock wall together. Seeing this, Qingming seemed to have thought of something, and said to himself that something was not good. He quickly closed his Sharingan, grabbed his two companions, and leaped back. Being pulled so suddenly, Ryusuke and Mizutani Shizuko both lost their balance and stumbled on the spot. However, out of trust in their companions, they did not struggle. And the next moment they retreated, a sound of cracking rocks came from the side of the cliff. Then, countless pieces of gravel of all sizes fell from the sky like a meteorite rain, hitting the area where Qingming was. Suddenly, there was chaos below. Although ninjas are not ordinary people, their defense is not much stronger than that of ordinary people. If they are hit by such falling rocks, even if they do not die, they will be seriously injured. So, everyone is trying their best to dodge. After a few breaths, the dust settled. The drizzle hit my face, leaving streaks of mud. Qingming, thanks to you. On the side, Liangzhi looked at the mess on the field and said sincerely. The wave of falling rocks just now might not be a big deal for a Chunin, but for genin like them, especially the new genin, it is a bit dangerous. Now, there were more than a dozen genin lying in the rubble around. I don't know whether they are dead or alive. However, Qingming and others had no time to care about the lives of these people for the time being, because their troubles had come. Then they saw nearly 100 rock ninjas appearing in front and behind the canyon, surrounding them from both sides. If we only look at the quantity, they still have an absolute advantage, but if we look at the quality, the gap is quite large. The Uegaku ninjas were clearly well prepared this time. There wasn't a single genin in the team, all of them were elites above the Chunin level. And what about their side? The team consists of nearly 400 people, most of whom are genin, and many of them are newbies like Qingming who have just graduated. It can be said that this battle is extremely dangerous. Now I just hope that the frontline headquarters can react as soon as possible, otherwise. Qingming glanced at the two jonin who were still fighting on the rock walls on both sides, took a deep breath, and whispered, "Don't be too far away from me later." Hearing this, Ryusuke and Mizutani Shizuko's nervously beating hearts calmed down a little. Qingming still wanted to take care of these two companions to the best of his ability. After all, they had been together for nearly 4 months, and Qingming didn't want them to die like this. Of course, if something is impossible, he won't force it. Anyway, he had been mentally prepared when the team was first formed. Time passed by minute, the field was quiet, and everyone was ready for battle. Finally, just as the two sides were about to come into contact, someone in the crowd shouted "Kill!" In an instant, the entire battlefield was noisy, with roars, wailing, weapons colliding, ninjutsu bombarding, and all kinds of sounds ringing in the ears. The word "kill" was like turning on a switch, throwing the entire battlefield into chaos. Although Qingming and others were located close to the center of the team, they were directly targeted because of the attack from falling rocks and their formation was relatively loose. Then, more than 30 Uegaku Chunins were seen using earth escape techniques to quickly approach here from underground. Judging from their appearance, it was obvious that they wanted to attack from the center and split the entire convoy into 2 parts, thereby expanding the scope of the battle between the two sides and causing maximum casualties to the Konoha ninja. Qingming carefully felt the position of one of them, quietly took out a kunao, and threw the kunao in his hand the moment he jumped out of the ground. "What?" a scream came. Just then, the rock ninja just emerged from the ground when a kunao accurately hit his eye socket. Blood slid down his cheek. The opponent wanted to see who had attacked him. But the next moment, another kunao came and pierced his heart. After receiving this fatal blow, the rock ninja closed his eyes unwillingly. The process of Qingming killing this Uegaku Chunin seems simple, but it is not. First of all, he needs to have an accurate grasp of the opponent's position, only in this way can he shoot the kunao in the first place. Secondly, the accuracy of kunao throwing is required to be very high, otherwise it will not be able to kill the opponent with one blow. If the opponent has room to fight back, it will be difficult to kill him. Finally, you need to have a strong mental quality and not be disturbed by external things. Just like now, another Iwagakure Chunin has already started fighting with Ryusuke. If he had chosen to stop the opponent just now, he would definitely not be able to kill the Iwagakure Chunin in front of him with one blow. End of this chapter. Chapter 33 Paddling. Chapter 33 Paddling. Black Stone. Seeing that the Iwagakure Chunin was killed by Qingming with one blow, the Iwagakure ninja who was fighting with Ryusuke was furious. After shouting loudly, he forced Ryusuke to retreat and rushed straight towards Qingming. Seeing this, Qingming did not dodge or evade. He pushed the ground with his feet and ran towards the opponent. Hey! The two kunao collided with each other, making a crisp metallic collision sound. The two of them exerted force at the same time, causing intense friction and sparks to fly. Looking at the anger in the other person's eyes from a close distance, Qingming's expression did not change at all. Perhaps the other party had a close relationship with the Iwagakure ninja he killed and was angry about his death, but he who kills will be killed. Since you are on the battlefield, you must be prepared for death. It is impossible that others want to kill him and Qingming will remain indifferent. Therefore, Qingming had no psychological burden about killing the other party. Drink. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. Qingming let out a low roar and used force to deflect the kunao of the rock ninja in front of him. After taking a half step back, he rushed forward again. Ding ding dang dang. The harsh sounds of metal collisions rang out one after another. Qingming danced the kunao in his hand tightly, and he used all the fighting skills included in the basic physical technique to the fullest extent. Although he didn't have any advanced skills, he was still able to fight on equal terms with the Chunin in front of him. Distance again. The two men stopped, and Ichiro Ishii looked at Qingming who was a few steps away. His sanity, which had almost been lost due to the death of his friend, finally returned to normal. Although he didn't want to admit it, the young genin in front of him was indeed worthy of his serious attention. Apart from anything else, in terms of close combat, the opponent is not much weaker than him. In fact, if he had not had more practical experience and the considerable advantage of his adult body size, he might have suffered a small loss in the battle just now. While Ichiro Ishii was observing Qingming, Qingming was also observing him. Through the recent fight, he has roughly figured out the opponent's strength. Although neither side has used other means, Qingming is sure that the other party is not his opponent. But Qingming glanced around secretly. At this time, the battlefield was in chaos and the sounds of fighting were everywhere. Although Konoha had the advantage in numbers, the reason why there were so many of them was that the Chunins were unable to move freely. The canyon area was not very spacious, and those Iwagakure Chunins were well prepared and did not engage in a head-on fight with the Konoha Chunins. Whenever they had the chance, they would slip into the crowd and use the large number of Konoha genin as shields. As a result, the forces of both sides were mixed together, and the Konoha Chunins were afraid to use any powerful ninjutsu, and even had to use detonating tags with caution. On the contrary, these elite rock ninjas do not have so many concerns. Anyway, the genin in the field poses little threat to them, so they can just roam around and cause damage to them with their rich combat experience. In this way, one side is restrained and the other side is unscrupulous. And the result is predictable. Qingming didn't know about other places, but nearby, several genin had already fallen. Therefore, even if he had the confidence to deal with the rock ninja in front of him, Qingming did not intend to do so, because it would only bring him more trouble. As the saying goes, if the trees are beautiful in the forest, the wind will destroy them. Geniuses are often the targets of ninjas from each village. Killing Heishi could be explained by a sneak attack, but if Ichiro Ishii was killed head-on, that would be hard to explain. Qingming doesn't want to be the first to stand out, he just wants to live in peace until the war is over. So, all we have to do next is maintain balance. Although Konoha was caught off guard, it was not completely wiped out. After all, this place is not far from Konoha's base camp in the Land of Rain, and they may find something unusual at any time and provide support. If the Hidden Rock Village does not retreat in time, the situation will be reversed. The purpose of the Iwagakure village's surprise attack was to gain an advantage and weaken Konoha's reserve forces as much as possible, rather than to fight Konoha to the death. Therefore, Qingming estimated that these rock ninjas could not stay here for long. All he has to do is to hold on through this period. If we want to survive this period of time, we cannot let the rock ninja in front of us sit idle. With this thought in mind, Qingming no longer wasted time. He completed the seal with his hand and performed the instant body movement technique. He came in front of Ichiro Ishii like a gust of wind and fought with him. D-level ninjutsu, instantaneous body movement technique, can only show an effect similar to teleportation when facing someone with lower strength than oneself. But when facing opponents of the same level or even higher level, their reaction ability is already able to see this level of teleportation. So what appears to the eye is that the speed is a little faster. Therefore, even though Qingming used the instant body technique, Ishii Ichiro still reacted and made a blocking move. As a result, Ichiro Ishii was forced to interrupt the process of performing ninjutsu. That's right, just now Ichiro Ishii was planning to use ninjutsu to deal with Qingming. Since it is certain that Qingming is not inferior to him in close combat ability, he naturally has to play to his strengths and avoid his weaknesses, and attack with ninjutsu that the Chunin is more proficient in. Unfortunately, this idea was noticed by Qingming, and he had no chance. Not only is it not there now, but it will be the same in the future. No matter whether they were pretending to retreat or forcing themselves to keep their distance, Qingming would interrupt as long as there were signs of forming hand seals and performing ninjutsu. Either close combat or using ninja tools, in any case, they left him no chance to perform ninjutsu. It is this method that enables the samurai of the Iron Country to gain a foothold in the ninja world. Although Qingming does not have the strength and speed of the samurai, with his level 3 basic physical skills combined with his level 3 ninja tool throwing, he has no problem suppressing an average strength Iwagakure Chunin. What's more, Ryusuke and Mizutani Shizuko are there to support him. Although the strength of these two people cannot threaten Ichiro Ishii, they can still interfere with the opponent by occasionally throwing 1 or 2 shurikens. In this way, Ichiro Ishii was forced to fight with Qingming. Time passes minute by minute. The battle on the outskirts and on the cliffs was still going on, and the noise caused by the Jonin was getting louder and louder. From time to time, the aftermath of the battle swept over, forcing everyone on the field to dodge. Even Ichiro Ishii seized the opportunity. He avoided the falling rocks above his head, raised his hands, quickly completed the hand seals, and in a breath he performed the iconic ninjutsu of the Hidden Rock Village, Earth Style, Earth Rising Spear. Looking at the densely packed spikes on the ground, Qingming did not hesitate at all. He immediately took Ryusuke and Mizutani Shizuko and retreated, narrowly avoiding this wave of attacks. Before they could launch the second wave of attack, Qingming let go of Ryusuke and Mizutani Shizuko. Then, with the touch of his hands, 3 kunai were held in his palms, and then he threw them casually, accurately hitting Ichiro Ishii's throat, heart, and lower abdomen. Looking at the kunai coming at him rapidly, Ichiro Ishii's heart skipped a beat and he quickly dodged to the side. During the previous battle, the kunai thrown by Qingming left a deep impression on him, so he naturally did not dare to be careless now. If there was nothing wrong with Qingming's eyes, he would have thought that the other party had awakened the Sharingan. That's right, Ichiro Ishii had already recognized Qingming's identity as an Uchiha ninja through the Uchiha clan emblem on his body. In his impression, only an open-eyed Uchiha ninja could use the kunai so smoothly at such a young age. Unfortunately, Qingming was cautious and never revealed the existence of the Sharingan from beginning to end. End of this chapter. Chapter 34 Kill. Chapter 34 Kill. Boo-hoo-hoo. Just as Ichiro Ishii dodged the Kunao attack, several shurikens flew over, vaguely blocking his space to dodge. As a last resort, Ichiro Ishii could only swing the kunao in his hand to block the incoming shuriken. Taking this opportunity, Qingming once again used the instant body technique and approached Ichiro Ishii at an extremely fast speed. After that, things developed just like before, the two of them were entangled again. Ryusuke and Mizutani Shizuko kept Qingming's instructions in mind and stayed around him the whole time, cooperating in their efforts to interfere with Ichiro Ishii. Hateful. Watching Qingming becoming more and more skilled in fighting, Ichiro Ishii felt like he had become the enemy's sparring partner, and he didn't know how to vent his anger. Just then, a kunao attacked from the side. But the target of the attack was not Ichiro Ishii, but Qingming, who was immersed in the battle. Careful! Careful! Two warning sounds came almost simultaneously. Qingming felt a chill in his heart and quickly retreated to the back. Swoosh! A kunao flew through the air and passed in front of him. Qingming glanced in the direction where the kunao came from, and saw a middle-aged rock ninja running towards him, and behind him, a Konoha Chunin was chasing him. The one who first raised the alarm was this Konoha Chunin. Qingming recognized the other person. He was the Chunin who organized them for defense not long ago. The other party had been putting out fires everywhere, and now he has come to rescue him. Just. Qingming looked at the middle-aged rock ninja who had just attacked him, his expression not looking good. If the other party hadn't done this, he would still be gaining combat experience from Ichiro Ishii. Hey, it would be nice if I could just paddle a little instead of forcing me to do anything. That's right, Qingming has already made plans to take action. It was obvious that the other party was targeting him. In this situation, if he continues to paddle, he will be besieged. In this case, we have no choice but to strike first. As for exposing strength, then expose some. With a thought, Qingming took out 6 shurikens and threw them out fiercely. 3 of them are used to block the opponent's retreat, 3 are used to predict his movement, and the remaining 2 are used to directly attack his chest and abdomen. The middle-aged rock ninja didn't seem to expect Qingming's counterattack to be so decisive, so his response was a little stiff. Because of this delay, the Konoha Chunin arrived from behind and started fighting with them. However, everything has its pros and cons. Qingming stopped the opponent from getting closer, but also gave Ichiro Ishii a chance to catch his breath. Almost at the moment he threw the shuriken, Ichiro Ishii threw a kunao at him at the same time. Qingming had no time to block and could only try his best to dodge. This flash gave Ichiro Ishii more time. Then we saw him quickly move away, complete the hand seal in the blink of an eye, and then slap the ground and perform the ninjutsu, earth-style, earth-splitting palm. In an instant, several feet-wide cracks appeared, with his palm as the center, spreading rapidly in a fan shape towards Qingming's location. During this time, Ryusuke and Mizutani Shizuko tried to interfere, but due to their lack of combat experience, they did not seize the right opportunity and their thrown kunao and shuriken all missed. In the end, he was able to perform the ninjutsu successfully. Feeling the shaking ground beneath his feet and looking at the cracks rapidly spreading towards him, Qingming looked serious. He raised his hands, completed the seals at the fastest speed in his life, and performed the instant body technique. Finally, before the crack engulfed him, he used his speed advantage to escape the range of the ninjutsu. It has to be said that this kind of ninjutsu that can cause earthquake effects is very unfriendly to ninjas who cannot fly. If Ichiro Ishii's chakra was not limited and he had not mastered this ninjutsu, Qingming would probably have trouble even standing, let alone running fast. Fortunately, everything is over. Qingming looked at Ishii Ichiro, who looked constipated in the distance, and rushed over without any hesitation. Arriving before him were the 3 kunai thrown by him. Ichiro Ishii had sharp eyes and saw the detonating tag tied to the back of one of the kunai, so he immediately retreated to the back. Boom! A flash of fire appeared and the detonating talisman exploded. A visible shock wave quickly spread out in all directions with the kunai as the center. Such a big commotion made the surrounding battlefield silent. However, Qingming did not pay attention to all this. Since he had decided to take action, he would not hesitate at all. Under the cover of the detonating talisman's flame, he approached Ichiro Ishii. Then, when they thought he was going to engage in close combat again, he suddenly stopped, waved his hands, and formed the 6 seals of Zi, Yin, Su, Zhou, Mao, Yin in his breathing. Taking a deep breath, Qingming gathered the fire chakra in his throat and exhaled violently. The next moment, balls of fire that looked like impatience seeds appeared one after another and flew towards Ichiro Ishii. Regardless of the effect of this ninjutsu, just looking at the scene, it is definitely one of the most gorgeous and perfectly in line with the Uchiha style. However, Ichiro Ishii had no mood to appreciate this scene. When he saw Qingming forming a seal, he had a bad premonition. Now, this premonition has come true, but he can only choose to dodge. Balls of fire flew towards him one after another. Ichiro Ishii dodged left and right, and finally was not completely engulfed by the flames. But injuries are inevitable. When the flames went out, we saw that his clothes were burnt in many places and there were several blisters on his face. This is because Qingming's fire style, Phoenix fire technique, is not of high level, the power of the flames it creates is average, and without the assistance of the Sharingan, it is impossible to achieve precise strikes, which is why the opponent was only slightly injured. Otherwise, with such a good opportunity, even if you can't kill the opponent directly, you can at least seriously injure him. Fortunately, he still has a backup plan. Without waiting for the chakra in his body to calm down, Qingming began to form seals again. Seeing this, Ichiro Ishii panicked and was about to use ninjutsu to escape. But before he could make any move, a brutal mental force rushed into his mind, and the image of Qingming throwing a kunai appeared before his eyes. Ichiro Ishii didn't have time to think about it and instinctively dodged to the side. But the next moment, a piercing pain came from his chest. Ichiro Ishii looked down and saw a kunai stuck in his heart. At the last moment of his life, Ichiro raised his head with great effort and looked at Qingming. Seeing that his arm had not fallen yet, he murmured, "Is it an illusion?" "That's right, just now, Qingming cast an illusion on him. However, it is not the magic jag art, but the mind-reflecting art which is in name only. The magical shackle technique requires the cooperation of the Sharingan. Although Qingming intends to reveal some of his strength, it does not include the Sharingan. Therefore, this technique naturally cannot be used. Then the only thing left is the art of reflecting the heart. Although this technique is in name only and its main function is to assist the evolution of the Sharingan, it does have some illusion effects. It can disrupt the target's senses to a certain extent, thereby affecting the target's judgment. Just now, he let Ichiro Ishii see the illusion of him throwing a kunai in advance, and after he dodged, he chose to actually attack. Finally, a fatal strike was completed. The reason why Ichiro Ishii fell into the attack without any resistance was entirely because Qingming had mastered this technique to such a high level. Level 3 is close to LV4, and he has the highest proficiency among all his skills. Although the effect does not reach the level of an A-level illusion, it is not weaker than an ordinary C-level illusion. It was normal for Ichiro Ishii to be tricked. After all, who would have thought that he, a mere genin, could master so many skills? End of this chapter. Chapter 35 Retreat. Chapter 35 Retreat. Swoosh. A kunai was fired from behind. Qingming seemed to have eyes behind his head. He turned his body slightly and avoided the sneak attack. Turning around and looking in the direction where the kunai was coming from, he saw Iwagakure Chunin abandoning the two Konoha genin who were being beaten by him and rushing straight towards this side. Not only him, another Iwagakure also gave up his opponent and moved over here. It was obvious that the two men were planning to join forces to deal with him. Qingming had anticipated this. When the middle-aged rock ninja launched a sneak attack on him, he knew that he had entered the field of vision of these rock ninjas, and it was only a matter of time before he was targeted. Since you can't avoid it, then take the initiative to attack. Therefore, Qingming chose to kill Ichiro Ishii quickly. The purpose is to interrupt the rhythm of these people. Just like now, once Ichiro Ishii died, the two people in front of him had to give up their goals and focus their energy on him. By doing this, Qingming seemed to have become a shield for these Konoha genin on the surface, but if you think about it more deeply, you will find that the risk he took did not actually increase. Even smaller overall. Because according to the opponent's rhythm, after these two people kill their targets, they will most likely besiege him together with Ichiro Ishii. Now that Ichiro Ishii is dead, the number of people besieging him has been reduced from 3 to 2, and the danger has been greatly reduced. At the same time, the few surviving Konoha genin will attract the attention of other nearby Iwagakure ninja, whether they like it or not, thereby reducing the number of potential opponents for him. In this way, as long as he masters the rhythm, he won't have to face more enemies in a short period of time. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. Qingming did not waste any more time. He immediately took out his kunao and ran towards the two people opposite him. Seeing Qingming rushing towards them, the two rock ninjas didn't waste any words. After looking at each other, they also rushed towards Qingming, obviously intending to engage him in close combat. Generally speaking, unless you are a genius-level ninja, the chakra in your body is very limited. Therefore, when fighting, ninjutsu is usually not used frequently, especially in such a chaotic battlefield. Because no one knows whether an enemy will appear and kill him after the chakra is exhausted. Therefore, every ninja is a master of calculation. It is true that Qingming had demonstrated impressive close combat abilities when he was fighting with Ichiro Ishii just now, but that was ultimately a one-on-one fight. Now, these two rock ninjas have joined forces, and I don't think Qingming will be their opponent. So, when they saw Qingming closing the distance and preparing for close combat, they did not choose to dodge, but to take the attack on the spot. They even felt a little relieved. After all, they still vividly remembered how Qingming used ninjutsu to kill Ichiro Ishii. Although they didn't say it, they were still a little afraid in their hearts. Now, Qingming chose close combat, which was exactly what they wanted. They just didn't believe it. Could Qingming fight two people at the same time? The facts are just as they expected. Even though he had perfected the basic physical training to level 3, had mastered all the skills, and had gained some practical experience from Ichiro Ishii, Qingming was still unable to fight two enemies at once. Therefore, in just a short period of time, several scars appeared on his body. Fortunately, they are just superficial injuries and will not affect the combat effectiveness for the time being. Ding ding! Qingming waved the kunao in his hand, blocking the attacks of two rock ninjas in succession, then took a step back and briefly created some distance. The two rock ninjas did not chase immediately, but stood on the left and right, slowly approaching from both sides. During this period, he did not forget to use psychological tactics to influence Qingming's fighting will. Boy, stop struggling. You can't possibly defeat us. Put down your weapons and surrender now. Maybe we can spare your life. One of them said. Yes, boy, do you think there is anyone around who can help you? Surrender now to avoid physical pain. Another person echoed. Hearing this, Qingming glanced at the battlefield with his peripheral vision. Indeed, everyone nearby was fighting and no one could help him, not even Ryusuke and Mizutani Shizuko. At this time, they were fighting with a young Iwagakure ninja, and there was a Konoha genin assisting them. 3 against 1, the situation is not very optimistic, but there will be no danger to life for a while. After confirming this, Qing Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he turned his attention to the two people in front of him. Indeed, outnumbering 2 by 1, without activating the Sharingan, relying solely on his melee combat ability, he was no match for the two. But at the same time, it would be unlikely for these two people to kill him easily. So the situation came to a standstill here. And this is exactly what he needs. As long as this situation can be maintained, Qing Ming will not be anxious at all. Anyway, time is on his side. As long as the reinforcements arrive, the crisis will be resolved. There is no need to fight to the death with the two opponents. Thinking of this, Qing Ming's mentality became more stable. Seeing that Qing Ming was not affected by their words at all, the two rock ninjas simply stopped wasting words and rushed towards him again. Ding ding dang dang. The harsh sounds of metal collisions rang out one after another. Qing Ming's perception was fully activated, and he was fighting 1 against 2, but was only slightly at a disadvantage. The fight lasted a minute or two. Finally, an Uegakure ninja couldn't bear it anymore. He made a gesture to his teammates and suddenly distanced himself, as if preparing to perform some ninjutsu. Seeing this, Qing Ming said inwardly, "Not good." Although he had known for a long time that the two would not allow him to delay time like this, it still caught him off guard that they would change their tactics now. He thought he could delay for a few minutes at least, but he was still caught off guard by losing patience in such a short time. Qing Ming was just about to distance himself when the only remaining IWA ninja in front of him suddenly intensified his attack, making it impossible for him to extricate himself for a moment. The situation was critical, Qing Ming thought. Should I use the Sharingan? With his plan in mind, Qing Ming had enough confidence to kill the rock ninja in front of him with one blow. But he was not sure if he could hide it from another rock ninja. If the Sharingan is exposed, not to mention the trouble that will follow, a bunch of Uegakure ninjas will probably come and attack him soon. After all, every Uchiha ninja who has opened the Sharingan is a potential stock, and if they can be killed, the credit will definitely be significant. Besides, the Sharingan is not guarded by a caged bird, and the Uegakure village wouldn't mind snatching one for research. Of course, Qing Ming would not necessarily be in danger if he didn't use the Sharingan, but the feeling of losing control of the situation made Qing Ming feel very insecure. Just as Qing Ming was struggling, several shrill whistles of varying lengths suddenly sounded on the battlefield. Hearing the whistle, the Uegakure, who was still attacking frantically, suddenly stopped, his expression changed drastically, and he quickly looked at the Uegakure who had retreated to the rear. Then the two of them formed hand seals together, performed some kind of earth-style ninjutsu, and rushed to the outskirts of the battlefield together. This is a retreat. Qing Ming was both surprised and happy. If the other party withdrew, he wouldn't have to worry about it. End of this chapter. Chapter 36 Reinforcements and the End. Chapter 36 Reinforcements and the End. They're going to run. Stop them. Don't let them get away. One after another, the sounds rang out on the battlefield. Obviously, Qing Ming was not the only one who discovered the rock ninja's intentions. Some people tried to stop him, but Qing Ming remained unmoved. He has already contributed enough in this battle, and now that things are almost stable, he really doesn't want to create any more trouble. However, since the Uegakure village chose to retreat, it means that Konoha's reinforcements have arrived, or are not far away. As I was thinking this, a huge monster suddenly appeared from the cliff in the distance. It was a giant poisonous snake with horns on its head and purple stripes all over its body. Its ferocious eyes were filled with the pressure of a top predator. 10,000 snakes. Qing Ming murmured. That's right, this giant snake is none other than the spiritual beast from Longdi Cave, Wan Shi. As for how Qing Ming recognized him, it was very simple. Right above its head, between the two horns, stood a sinister man with golden vertical pupils, purple eyeshadow and pale skin. If it's not Orochimaru, who else could it be? In this way, combined with the image of a giant snake, its identity can be easily guessed. If nothing goes wrong, this will be the first batch of reinforcements. What Qingming didn't expect was that Orochimaru would come in person. You know, the other party is the commander-in-chief of Konoha in the Rain Country battlefield. It is really inappropriate for him to leave the base camp so rashly. However, when Qingming thought of the other party's strength, he felt relieved. As one of the three ninjas, Orochimaru's strength is definitely not weaker than any cage-level strongman. With such strength, who can do anything to the other party in such a hurry? What's more, this place is not far from Konoha's base in the Land of Rain. If they really encounter an ambush, Orochimaru only needs to delay a little time and support will arrive soon. In this way, a short absence from the base camp is nothing. Moreover, with the presence of 10,000 snakes, the opponent can reach the battlefield in the shortest time possible and control the situation with absolute strength. In this way, we can not only buy time for subsequent reinforcements, but also reduce our own casualties. Killing two birds with one stone, why not do it? Afterwards, things developed pretty much as Qingming had expected. Orochimaru calmed the situation as soon as he appeared, and with just a few simple ninjutsu he stopped more than a dozen Uegakuer Jonin. In this way, if we count the people who were stopped by other Konoha Jonin, just in terms of Jonin, almost half of the Jonin who attacked from Uegakuer were left behind. In addition, dozens of Uegakuer Chunins were stopped. Obviously, Orochimaru's personal arrival was beyond the expectations of the Uegakuer village and disrupted their plans. Otherwise, the Uegakuer village was well prepared and should not have retreated so hastily. That's right, it was hasty. Otherwise, how could so many people be left behind? The whistle just now should be an order for an emergency retreat. That is why, after hearing the whistle, the Uegakuer Chunin who was fighting with him changed his face drastically and ran away in a hurry. This is the role of a top-level strongman. Just one person can change the situation of a battle. The IWA ninja, who was so majestic just now, turned into a stray dog in the blink of an eye and was chased away. However, Qingming had no intention of kicking the man when he was down. After making sure the surroundings were safe, he took out the ointment and bandages for treating external injuries from his ninja tool bag and began to treat his injuries on his own. Although he did not suffer any serious injuries in the previous battle, he had a lot of superficial injuries. If he was not treated quickly, there might be some trouble. Tap tap tap. There was a sound of footsteps. Ryusuke and Mizutani Shizuka walked over from not far away. Qingming looked up and saw that the two men also had many wounds on their bodies and their faces were pale. However, this was not caused by excessive blood loss, but was caused by being frightened by the scene in front of them. At this time, the battlefield was littered with broken limbs, blood and flesh, and with painful groans coming from time to time, it was considered good enough to be able to stand. Qingming took a rough look and found that there were about 200 surviving middle and lower ninjas on the Konoha side, which was about 2/3 of the previous number. It may seem like a lot, but don't forget that this battle only lasted a dozen minutes. Moreover, those rock ninjas specifically target and kill genin. Therefore, among the more than 200 survivors, most of them were chunins, and the death rate of genin was definitely more than 50%. Among these 50%, more than half are novice genin. Just think about it, there are corpses all over the ground, most of them are classmates you know, how would that feel? Qingming was better off. He was not familiar with these people, so he didn't feel deeply about them. But Ryusuke and Mizutani Shizuko are different. The former is good at socializing and has good relationships with many classmates, while the latter is more meticulous and remembers everyone. In this case, one can imagine how great the psychological pressure is. Qingming, do you think we will die on the battlefield one day? In the silence, Ryusuke suddenly asked. No. Qingming was about to say no, but he opened his mouth but no words came out. As for the Third Ninja World War, its brutality was no less than any other Ninja World War. It is still in the early to middle stages of the war and the casualty rate is not too high, but when KONOHA is pushed to the village gate, it will be tragic. Not to mention the middle and lower ninjas, even the upper ninjas died in large numbers. Qingming couldn't even be sure that he could survive to the end, so how could he tell Liangjia that the other party would not die? After a long silence, Qingming said, "Don't think too much, just try your best to live. Try to live." Ryusuk murmured and said no more. Time passes minute by minute. About 5 minutes later, the second batch of reinforcements arrived. This time, there were not only combatants but also quite a few medical ninjas. As the first village to establish a relatively complete medical ninja training system, KONOHA has more medical ninjas than any other major ninja village. Therefore, the survival rate of the injured is much higher than that of several other ninja villages. Just like now, those medical ninjas, under the protection of some combat ninjas, quickly roamed around the battlefield, using medical ninjutsu to treat those injured ninjas. Those with minor injuries can recover on the spot, and those with serious injuries can temporarily save their lives. Seeing the skin injuries on his body recovering quickly, Qingming decided that he must learn some medical ninjutsu in the future no matter what. There's no way, medical ninjutsu is just too convenient. As long as there is enough chakra, some minor injuries and illnesses can be easily cured. Qingming doesn't think that he won't get hurt later, so it's better to be prepared. Of course, if one could raise the physical attributes to a high enough level so that the body had a certain degree of self-healing ability, then medical ninjutsu would not be necessary. But that was all a long time in the future. The battlefield was so dangerous that I had to learn 1 or 2 medical ninjutsu to save my life. All right. The medical ninja in front of him removed his hand from Qingming's shoulder and instructed, "Don't touch water or do strenuous exercise in the next few days. You will be fully recovered in about 3 days." "Thank you." Qingming thanked him sincerely. "You're welcome." The medical ninja replied, then quickly walked towards the other injured person. End of this chapter. Chapter 37 1 month later. Chapter 37 1 month later. Brush. A figure suddenly appeared in front of me. Teacher Furukawa. ×3. Qingming, Ryusuk and Mizutani Shizuko saw the person coming and quickly stood up to greet him. That's right, the person who came was none other than Furukawa. As a jonin, Furukawa's mission is much heavier than theirs, so it's naturally impossible for him to stay with them all the time. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been bullied by a few Uegaku or Chunins just now. "Teacher, is the battle over?" Qingming glanced at the fighting sounds that were gradually subsiding in the distance and asked. "Ah." Furukawa nodded, glanced at the 3 people, and said with relief, "You are all still alive, that's good." However, hearing his praise, Qingming and others were speechless. Furukawa didn't care about this. He is an experienced person and knows how several people feel now. Despite this, he still did not choose to comfort or enlighten her. In Furukawa's view, a ninja must endure what ordinary people cannot endure, otherwise he is not worthy of being called a ninja. It is based on this concept that he never guides students ideologically, and survival of the fittest is his principle. After a moment of silence, Furukawa spoke again, "Pack up. The team will set out in about half an hour. If we are lucky, we will reach the base camp before dark. Then you can have a good rest." After saying this, he left in a hurry. "Okay, let's clean up." After he left, Qingming said this and then began to look for his package. Because he would be staying outside for a long time this time, when he set out, in addition to carrying equipment and props, he also brought a lot of daily necessities such as spare clothes. It's just that, during the battle just now, they were thrown away because they were in the way. Fortunately, they are the winning party and can calmly look for their own things. Seeing Qingming starting to take action, Ryusuk and Mizutani Shizuko calmed down and began to search for their own things. About half an hour later, the convoy sets off again. Only a small number of people were left to continue cleaning up the battlefield. That night, in the middle of a dense forest, inside a tent, Qingming sat cross-legged, meditating and refining chakra. At this time, he had arrived at Konoha's base in the Land of Rain. According to Furukawa, their main task in the next period of time is to adapt to the battlefield environment and adjust their mentality. There will be no heavy tasks during this period. There is no doubt that this is a rare opportunity for Qingming. He can take advantage of this period of time to improve his strength to a higher level. Judging from today's battle, without activating the Sharingan, his strength is only slightly stronger than that of an average Chunin. It's okay to fight alone, but it would be dangerous if you encounter more than 2 enemies at the same time. Even if the enemy had no scruples and exerted all his strength, one person would be enough to pose some threat to him. Although the threat is not great, there is always the possibility of hurting him. And if he uses the Sharingan, his strength should exceed that of most Chunins. But Chunin is nothing in the entire battlefield. Only by becoming a Jonin can one have a certain ability to protect oneself. But with his current strength, even if he uses all his power, he can never reach the level of a Jonin. Even if it was a second-rate special Jonin, as long as he was not a pure auxiliary type, he would most likely not be a match. Unless he can evolve the Sharingan to the second Megatama. But this will take at least several months. He can wait, but the enemy won't. Relying on this to improve strength is obviously not realistic. Therefore, Qingming planned to allocate a part of his chakra to upgrade the levels of several fire-style ninjutsu and illusion techniques. In this way, the combat power can be improved in a shorter period of time. In this way, the ability to protect oneself will naturally increase. Although doing so will slow down the evolution of the Sharingan, what use is the Sharingan if one loses one's life? Only by saving your life first can you have a chance to talk about the future. Otherwise, everything you say will be in vain. A month later, outside the base camp, 4 figures, 1 big and 3 small, were walking through the woods. It can be seen that they are very cautious. Not only do they always observe the movements around them, but they also stop from time to time to check some hidden traps and signs. These 4 people were none other than Team 17, consisting of Furukawa, Ami, Ryusuke, and Mizutani Shizuko. At this time, they were carrying out patrol missions to protect the base camp. In other words, they have been carrying out this mission for the past month, but as time goes by, the defense area they are responsible for has become more and more important. Of course, importance also means danger. At first, they didn't encounter the enemy for 10 days or half a month, so the mission was relatively easy. But once they adapted to the battlefield environment and the area they were responsible for was changed, the task became less easy. Now, almost every few days, they would find traces of enemy invasion. Although most of the time the enemy had already fled by the time they arrived, there were a few times when the enemy did not have time to retreat. At times like this, you have to fight hard. None of the enemies who can be sent to carry out covert infiltration missions are good people. Therefore, every encounter can be described as dangerous. Only their team leader is a real Jonin who can provide them with a safety net to a certain extent. Otherwise, Class 17 might have already lost some members. But I have to say that this kind of environment is very challenging. Whether it's Qingming, Ryusuke, or Mizutani Shizuko, after this month's mission, their student spirit has disappeared, and what remains is only competence. Just like now, the 4 of them stopped, and without Gokwen's instructions, Qingming and the other 2 tacitly did their own things. Qingming was in charge of the alert, while Ryusuke and Mizutani Shizuko were in charge of checking nearby traps and signs. Everything is so orderly. After a while, Ryusuke and Mizutani Shizuko returned to the team and reported, "Teacher, there is no problem." "Very good." Furukawa nodded and said, "Let's go to the last spot." "Yes, teacher." ×3. A group of 4 rushed to the last mission point. Along the way, no one spoke unless necessary, and 4 pairs of eyes were all paying attention to the surroundings, alert to any possible danger. Fortunately, I have good luck today. After checking the last mission point, they found no trace of the enemy. Qingming and the others all breathed a sigh of relief unconsciously. After waiting for a while and completing the handover with the patrol team that came to relieve the guard, they returned to the temporary base. Late at night. In the temporary station, Qingming completed the performance of the art of reflecting the heart once again. After a moment, he opened his eyes, and a hint of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. Is this level 4? Murmuring, Qingming raised his hands again and began to form seals to perform the art of reflecting the heart. The next moment, he was seen moving his hands and completing the seals. The speed was so fast that it was unimaginable. Not only the casting speed, but also the effect of reflection of the heart on the evolution of the Sharingan has been greatly improved after it has been upgraded to LV4. Qingming closed his eyes and carefully felt the special chakra in his brain nourishing his eyes. After a while, when it disappeared, he formed seals again and performed the heart-reflecting technique. Just like that, over and over again. After performing it 5 times, Qingming stopped. At this moment, he only felt that his Sharingan had advanced 1 step from single Megatama to double Megatama. End of this chapter. Chapter 38 Harvest. Chapter 38 Harvest. Panel. With a thought, Qingming opened the proficiency panel. A familiar light blue screen appeared. Name, Uchiha Qingming. Age, 11 years old. Constitution, 7. Spirit, 9. Chakra, 1150, 4074 5026. Bloodline, Sharingan Single Megatama, 69/1000, 112/1000. LV3454/1000 LV3664/1000. LV150/200 LV211/500. LV15/200 LV27/500. LV11/200 LV22/500. LV11/200 LV1105/200. LV215/500 LV2234/500. Asterisk Shadow Clone Technique, Level 0, 5/100. LV3875/1000 LV46/2000. LV360/1000 LV3210/1000. LV3102/1000 LV3131/1000. 3 Body Techniques, Level 3, 0/0. Basic Physical Skills, LV3, 0/0. Skipping the basic attributes, Qingming looked directly at the bloodline column. As expected, his Sharingan proficiency did improve a bit. Let's look at the art of reflecting the heart again. LV4, June 2000. In other words, with only 5 points of proficiency in the heart reflecting technique, the proficiency of his Sharingan increased a little, and the effect was twice as strong as at level 3. After confirming this, Qingming breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he expected, with the upgrade of the heart reflecting technique, its effect on the evolution of the Sharingan is gradually increasing. This means that he can use less chakra in exchange for greater progress in the future. In the past, when 10 points of proficiency were needed, a full 1700 chakra points were consumed, but now it only costs 850 points. Although it is still not as good as the 3 points of simply opening the eyes and killing time, it is much better than level. From now on, even if he can't expose the Sharingan at will, he won't have to worry about the speed of its evolution. The only pity is that since his chakra limit reached 5026 points a week ago, this value no longer increases when he runs the chakra refining technique. Based on past experience, Qingming knew that this was because his potential had been fully tapped. After that, if the basic attributes cannot be improved, they can only increase little by little over time. As a result, his idea of wantonly consuming chakra, performing the heart reflection technique, and speeding up the evolution of the Sharingan was ruined. However, Qingming was not too disappointed about this. Because even if there was no upper limit, he would not be able to use chakra recklessly. Limited by the level of the chakra refining technique and his own talent, at this stage, even with adequate nutrition, the chakra he can mobilize every day is only about 3,500 points. In this situation, even if he wanted to squander it, there would be no extra chakra for him to squander. What's more, he also needs to keep enough chakra in case of emergency. Then it is even more impossible to consume it at will. Retracting his thoughts, Qingming looked at the other skills in the skill bar. Thanks to the relaxed environment in the camp half a month before arriving, he drained his chakra almost every day and used all his spare time to practice. Finally, after spending more than 2 chakras, he successfully upgraded the Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique, Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Technique, and Fire Style, Dragon Fire Technique to level. At this time, performing these ninjutsu will not only be faster, but also the power of the ninjutsu can be adjusted over a larger range. At this point, he has initially achieved the goal of improving his combat effectiveness. In the next half-month, due to the increased difficulty of the mission, the time he could practice every day and the chakra he could use were much less than before. Therefore, the magic art of shackles was not cultivated to level 2 as desired, and the current progress is only barely halfway through level 1. Of course, if all the chakra is put into it, it can also be promoted to level 2. LV215/500 LV2234/500. Therefore, his magic jag technique did not advance. However, this is not important. Because at this stage he had no intention of exposing his Sharingan. This technique must be used in conjunction with the Sharingan to unleash its full power, so it doesn't matter whether you advance or not. If you want to launch a surprise attack, level 1 is enough. Of course, if he had extra chakra, he would not be stingy in investing it. After all, the higher its level, the better the effect and the more difficult it is for the enemy to deal with. In the long run, the Sharingan is definitely the core of his ability, so the various skills that match it cannot be neglected. Therefore, you will never lose money if you invest chakra in it. Nodding secretly, Qingming turned his attention to the 2 skills of ninja tool throwing and chakra control. Originally, after these 2 skills were upgraded to level 3, their proficiency levels did not change much. But since he awakened the Sharingan, the proficiency of these 2 skills has begun to increase again. Especially the ninja tool throwing, with the cooperation of the Sharingan, the progress was extremely fast. LV360/1000 LV3210/1000. Now, as far as the throwing of ninja tools is concerned, he is already a leader. The kunao and shuriken he throws can pose a considerable threat to ninjas of similar strength level. Of course, it would be a pipe dream to kill the opponent with just this one skill. Only when he upgrades ninja tool throwing to LV4 and then activates the Sharingan to assist, will there be a glimmer of hope. But it's just a trace. Ninjas with the same combat power as him must have some unique skills. It is too difficult to kill them with ninja tools alone. Shaking his head, Qingming finally turned his gaze to the newly added shadow clone technique. It can be seen that his proficiency in this technique is only LV0, 5/100. Apparently, he only tried it a few times before giving up. The reason for this is very simple, that is, practicing this technique causes too much loss of chakra. Take the example of creating a shadow clone. Even if he did nothing and immediately released the shadow clone after completing the spell, the chakra allocated to the shadow clone's body would still be lost by 10%. What does that mean? That is, he has 5,000 chakra points, and uses the shadow clone technique to create a shadow clone, with the original body and the clone each having 2,500 chakra points. At this moment, even if you do nothing, immediately cancel the shadow clone technique. The 2,500 chakra points in that shadow's body would be reduced by 250 points after returning to his body. And this is just a shadow clone. If it increases to 4, the main body and the clone each gain 1,000 chakra points, then after removing the shadow clone, he will lose 400 chakra points, which is 1/10 of each shadow clone. In other words, the more shadow clones he creates, the more chakra he loses each time. Even if he used the lowest standard, that is, creating a shadow clone, to brush up on his proficiency in the shadow clone technique, it would still consume 250 chakra points each time. How could Qingming be willing to do this? So, after practicing a few times, he gave up. Just wait until the chakra is sufficient, then practice. Anyway, he now has more time than chakra, and does not need shadow clones to help him improve his proficiency, so there is no need to rush to learn this technique. After summarizing the gains of the past month, Qingming closed the panel and began to meditate to refine chakra. 2 hours later, the chakra recovered to about 2,000 points. Qingming opened his eyes, stretched, and began to sleep and rest. There are still tasks to be done tomorrow, so he must ensure he is full of energy. End of this chapter. Chapter 39 Night Attack. Chapter 39 Night Attack, Part. Shake. It was late at night. Boom. Suddenly, an explosion was heard from a distance, waking Qingming from his sleep. In just a moment, his eyes changed from confusion to sharp. Without much hesitation, Qingming grabbed the ninja tool bag and forehead protector beside him, turned over and sat up. When he got out of the tent, he was already fully armed. There were several other people who walked out with him, including their team leader, Furukawa. He took 3 or 2 steps to Furukawa's side, followed his gaze and looked into the distance, where he could vaguely hear some fighting sounds. Obviously, something went wrong. The patrol and defense mission in this area is carried out by 2 teams. One team is responsible for the day and the other is responsible for the night. The first squad, to which their Class 17 belonged, patrolled during the day, while the second squad, which took over from them, patrolled at night. There is no doubt that it is the second squad that is fighting the unknown enemy. The second team is composed of 4 squads, 2 of which have the same configuration as their class, consisting of 1 Jonin and 3 Genin. The remaining 2 teams are composed of 1 special Jonin and 3 Chiyunins. In this way, if we count the squad leader at the Jonin level, the second squad has a total of 17 people, including 3 Jonin, 2 special Jonin, 6 Chunins and 6 Genins. This is almost no different from their first team. Now, Qingming only hoped that the enemy accidentally revealed their whereabouts and was caught by a team from the second squad, so that a battle would be forced. Otherwise, there will be big trouble. Because that means the enemy's overall combat power will not be lower than theirs, and the mission will no longer be lurking and infiltration as before, but a raid. In this case, both sides are bound to fight to the death. While Qingming was lost in thought, the first team had assembled. At the same time, sounds of fighting were heard from 2 other directions in the forest. Well, no need to guess. This is absolutely not lurking and infiltration. Anyone who wants to lurk or infiltrate will organize multiple forces at the same time, so it will be difficult to evacuate if they are discovered. Seeing that they didn't care about their whereabouts being disclosed, they were obviously preparing for a surprise attack. Qingming couldn't understand what the significance of the enemy's surprise attack was. This is just a temporary base without any important facilities. Even if we take it down, it seems to have no value. What's more, this place is not too far from the KONOHA headquarters. As long as they send the information back in time, the headquarters can provide support at any time. In other words, it is impossible for the enemy to hold on. There is even a risk of being made into a dumpling. Why would the enemy do something where the risks and benefits are totally disproportionate? Destroy Konoha's manpower? Please. There are only a few people here, and none of them are famous ninjas. Even if they are all killed, how much impact can it have on Konoha? Borrow the way? But you should not make any noise when borrowing the road. Due to the information asymmetry, Qingming couldn't guess the enemy's thoughts for a moment, so he simply stopped thinking about it. At this time, the captain of their first team, Hiroji Nakajima, stood up. This was a middle-aged jonin, and the first thing he said was an order. Everyone has it. Everyone immediately stood up straight, waiting for his next instruction. Team 1. Exist. A thin jonin stepped forward with 3 genin. Qingming knew that this person's name was Okura Seiya, and although he looked frail, he was actually very strong, not inferior to their leader, Furukawa. Seiya, your team will stay at the camp, Nakajima Hiro ordered. Yes, Captain. Okura Seiji had no objection, responded, and then stepped back. Nakajima Hiro looked at the others and said, second, third, and fourth teams. Exist. The captains of the 3 teams responded at the same time. Follow me immediately to support the second team. Yes, Captain. Furukawa and others responded again. Qingming didn't quite understand this arrangement. According to his thinking, Okura Seiya is so strong that he should join the team to provide support. It would be a waste of his talent for him to stay here. Fortunately, Nakajima Hiroji quickly made him understand the significance of this arrangement. He only said, Shenjai, summon your spirit beast now. Ah! Okura Sei nodded without any surprise, then bit the tip of his thumb, and blood flowed down his palm. Okura Sheng seemed to feel no pain. He quickly formed the 5 seals of Hai, Su, Yu, Shen, Wei, used blood as a guide, performed spiritualism, and summoned a night owl. Then, he used some kind of ninjutsu to connect Night Owl's vision with his own. In this way, he will see what Night Owl sees at the same time. Although this connection distance is limited, it is undoubtedly a good reconnaissance method. At this point, Qingming finally understood what Nakajima Hiroji meant. The other party obviously intended to let this Night Owl act with them, and then transmit the information back in real time through the connection between it and Okura Seiya. After that, Okura Seiya will contact the base camp and let them know the situation here. By then, whether it is support or counter-encirclement, we can be able to do it effectively. Sure enough, Nakajima Hiroji's next words confirmed his guess. See, you will be in charge of the owl from now on. Follow us secretly and pass on the intelligence to the base camp at any time. Hearing this, Okura Seiya nodded, indicating that there was no problem. Thump! There was a sound of flapping wings. The night owl summoned by Okura Seiya flew into the sky and disappeared into the night sky in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Nakajima Hiro nodded, and then said to Qingming and others, let's go. After saying this, he took the lead and ran into the forest. Qingming and others did not dare to delay and hurriedly chased after him. What made Qingming feel relieved was that Nakajima Hiroji did not divide his troops blindly, but took all of them to the nearest battlefield. It is obvious that he intends to find out the situation and then act accordingly. Qingming wholeheartedly agreed with this. The current situation is unclear, and rashly dividing our forces would undoubtedly be a very dangerous move. If we are defeated one by one, that would be a real nuisance. Fortunately, Nakajima Hiroji was able to become the squad leader. He is not a fool and did not make such a low-level mistake. This calmed Qingming's uneasy heart a little. Brush brush. In the dense forest, Qingming and the others were walking quickly and were about to approach the battlefield when Nakajima Hiroji in front of them suddenly raised his right arm and signaled everyone to stop. Everyone stopped immediately and looked around vigilantly. At some point, the chirping of insects and birds in the forest had stopped, and in the silent night, the only sound was the rustling of leaves in the night wind. It's eerily quiet around here. Everyone held their breath and looked around, as if there were some ferocious insects and beasts lurking around, making people afraid to breathe deeply. End of this chapter. Chapter 40 Night Attack. Chapter 40 Night Attack, Part. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, bursts of breaking sounds were heard. Dozens or even hundreds of kunao were shot out from the dense forest ahead, like raindrops, so dense that people dared not look directly at them. Careful! Nakajima Hiro shouted loudly, quickly formed seals with his hands, took a deep breath, and exhaled suddenly. Wind style, great breakthrough. The simple sea-level ninjutsu he performed was just as powerful as some high-level offensive ninjutsu. Then I saw a whirlwind coming out of his mouth, like a level 12 gale passing through, which knocked down a large area of forest in front. As for the kunao, it would have been blown back long ago. Qingming estimated that the other party's mastery of this technique should be no less than level 3, and the chakra consumed in a single time must be more than points. Otherwise, this effect will not occur. Logically speaking, if it was just to stop those kunao from getting closer, Nakajima Hiro wouldn't need to consume so much chakra. Does he have too much chakra and nowhere to use it? The answer is obviously no. The reason why Nakajima Hiro did this was, on the one hand, to prevent those kunao from getting close, but more importantly, he wanted to take the initiative and undermine the enemy's morale. By the way, destroy the traps that the enemy may have secretly set up and force the enemy to show up. It turned out that his approach was very effective. Before the smoke and dust settled, more than a dozen rock ninjas rushed out. Although they tried their best to appear calm, the fallen branches and leaves on their bodies still made them look a little disheveled. However, Qingming and others couldn't laugh. There was no other reason. Just after these people appeared, nearly 10 rock ninjas also came out from both sides of them. Glancing at these people, Qingming said inwardly, "Trouble." At this time, the Uegakure ninjas in the field were roughly divided into 6 teams, and the captain of each team was wearing the Jonin uniform of the Uegakure village. Although I don't know how many of them are real Jonin among them, the worst is 6 special Jonin, which is already beyond them. Excluding the first team that stayed behind at the temporary base, there were only 13 people on their side, including 2 Jonin, 2 special Jonin, 6 Chuyunin, and 3 Genin. And what about the other party? Excluding these 6 people wearing Jonin uniforms, among the remaining 18 people, half are Chunin and half are Genin. They are superior to them in both quantity and quality. That's not even counting the Uegakure ninjas who are fighting with the second team. Since the other party dared to dispatch so many people to block them here, it means that they are confident enough to deal with the second team. Either those people are very powerful or they are numerous. Either way, it is not a good thing for them. Because this means that when the battle over there is over, they will have more enemies. Fortunately. Qingming glanced at the night sky secretly. I believe that Okura Seiji has already seen the situation here. As long as they hold on for a while, support from the base camp should arrive soon. By then, all difficulties will be solved. If we act quickly, we may be able to surround these rock ninjas. However, what he could think of, the Uegakure village could definitely not think of. You'd risk such a big risk just to kill a few dozen of their minions? This is obviously impossible. Qingming had a bad feeling in his heart. But now, the arrow is on the string and has to be shot. Even if they want to delay time, the enemy will not let them delay. Sure enough, as soon as the rock ninjas on both sides approached and the encirclement was initially formed, they launched an attack. There is no nonsense on the battlefield, and once you fight, it is a fight of life and death. However, the huge difference in numbers puts KONOHA at an absolute disadvantage. The only thing to be thankful for was that there were Jonin on both sides, so there was no scene of Jonin bullying the weak and slaughtering Genin. This is also the unspoken rule of the battlefield: unless a jonin has an absolute advantage, he will not easily attack a genin. The gap in strength between the two is too great. Once a jonin attacks a genin without scruples, the death caused will be extremely horrific. In order to retaliate, the jonin from other countries will target their own genin. The result of mutual harm is that after a battle, there will be only a few genin left on both sides. All the village's reserve forces are dead. What's the point of fighting? Even so, Qingming and others were under tremendous pressure. Because after removing the jonin from both sides, they still have to face enemies that are twice their number. Looking at several teammates who were struggling to hold on, Qingming knew that he could not slack off any longer. He had to reduce the number of enemies as quickly as possible to relieve the pressure on his teammates. Otherwise, when his teammates are injured or killed, his pressure will increase dramatically. With this thought in mind, Qingming opened the panel and glanced at the chakra, 2,100 points, and then murmured, "Enough." Hearing his murmur, the young Iwanin who was fighting him paused slightly and blurted out, "What's enough?" Hearing this, Qingming was also stunned. He did not expect that the young man in front of him had such an active mind and did not forget to pay attention to what the enemy said during the battle. Maybe it's because there's not enough pressure. Thinking this in his mind, Qingming took advantage of the moment when the other party paused, burst out with all his strength, and approached his body at an extremely fast speed. Then, with the turn of his wrist, the kunao changed from a normal grip to a reverse grip and slashed straight towards the boy's throat. Looking at the incoming kunao and feeling its sharp aura, the boy's mind went blank and he just followed his instinct and dodged backwards. Hey! The kunao cut through the air, leaving a white streak, but failed to hit the boy. The boy touched his neck to confirm that he was still alive, and his eyes flashed with joy of surviving a disaster. But at this moment, a voice came from the side. "Careful! Be careful about what?" The young man was confused and looked sideways, only to see that the companion who had just assisted him in attacking Qingming was now looking at him anxiously. "No, to be more precise, I was looking at his chest." The boy looked down and saw an explosive talisman emitting a faint glow. In an instant, the boy's face turned extremely pale, and the joy in his pupils disappeared, leaving only deep despair. "Do not!" A roar of fear and despair came out of the boy's mouth. The next moment, a deafening explosion sounded. A red flame appeared and engulfed the young man's entire body in the blink of an eye. At this time, Qingming had already used the telekinesis technique to get away from the young man. The firelight shone on his face, but did not change his expression at all. The battlefield is a life and death struggle, and the two sides have different positions, so Qingming naturally will not pity the enemy. In fact, after killing the other party, he hardly stopped and immediately focused his attention on the Uegakuer genin who had just given a reminder. 3 shurikens flew out. The Uegakuer ninja dodged left and right, but was eventually hit on the arm by a shuriken. You know, Qingming's ninja tool throwing is level 3, 210/1000. The ninja tools thrown out are threatening to Chunin, let alone a mentally unstable genin. As a result, the other party was hit on the spot. It's only Qingming who doesn't have the right poison, otherwise the other party would have been waiting to die by now. However, it's not a big problem, just give it another blow and it will be fine. With this in mind, Qingming once again used the instant body technique and arrived in front of the Uegakuer genin at a speed that was difficult to discern with the naked eye. End of this chapter. Chapter 41 Quick Kill. Chapter 41 Quick Kill. Hey! There was a clear sound of metal collision. Qingming's body instantaneous technique was never mastered, and the level was only LV2, which made him unable to achieve the effect of teleportation in front of the genin. Therefore, before Qingming made his move, the Uegakuer genin reacted quickly, raised his kunao, and blocked Bai Shi's attack. However, due to the previous arm injury, his strength was not strong enough and he was easily suppressed by Qingming. Looking at the opponent's bloody arm, King Ming's eyes flashed slightly, and the kunao in his hand cut or stabbed, launching dozens of attacks in the blink of an eye. Even though the Uegakuer genin tried their best to resist, they still couldn't keep up with his pace. Finally, after Qing Ming swung the kunao again, he found an opportunity, exerted force on his waist and abdomen, and kicked out fiercely with his right foot. Bang! A dull crashing sound came. The Uegakuer genin only felt his left arm go numb, and the whole person flew backwards at an angle. Qing Ming refused to give in. Without waiting for his right foot to retract, he quickly threw out 3 shurikens, which, with the help of the level 3 ninja tool throwing, aimed directly at 3 vital points. Sensing the danger, the Uegakuer genin quickly dodged. Unfortunately, he was in midair with nowhere to gain leverage, and he twisted his body with great effort, only to dodge 2 of them. Finally, a shuriken hit his thigh. Blood gushed out, and the shuriken thrown by Qing Ming hit the artery in his leg. His body fell to the ground, and the Uegakuer genin lost his balance and staggered, letting out a muffled groan. At this moment, Qing Ming used the instant body technique and appeared behind him silently. A chill ran up from his back to his heart, beads of sweat the size of beans slid down the Uegakuer genin's forehead, and a strong sense of despair emanated from him. "Don't want." An almost pleading voice reached King Ming's ears. But he remained unmoved. Puff! The sound of a sharp knife penetrating flesh was heard. The Uegakuer genin's pupils suddenly dilated, and drops of blood oozed from the corners of his mouth. Ho 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 ho! A sound like his trachea was blocked came out of his mouth, and Qing Ming pulled the kunao out from the back of his heart with an expressionless face. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out of the Uegakuer genin's mouth. Then, he fell to the ground, completely lifeless. After killing the opponent, Qing Ming glanced around and then ran towards Mizutani Shizuko without stopping. The opponent's physical skills are already weak, and now he is besieged by 2 Uegakuer genin. The situation is already not optimistic, and Qing Ming must rescue him as soon as possible. Without any surprise, after he took over the main attack, in less than 3 minutes, the 2 Uegakuer genin fell to the ground. Afterwards, Qing Ming did not rest and once again targeted the 2 Uegakuer genin who were fighting with Ryusuke. Just like before, after he and Mizutani Shizuko joined in, the 2 Uegakuer genin had little room to resist and were killed in just a few minutes. Aoki and the other 2 were the only 3 genin on the Konoha side, so the men that Uegakuer sent to deal with them were also genin. This was an arrangement that couldn't be more normal, 2 against 1, both being genin, the Uegakuer theoretically couldn't lose. However, they did not expect that there would be a variable named Qing Ming. Although he was called a genin, his actual combat power was far beyond the level of genin. In the end, one mistake resulted in the deaths of 6 Uegakuer genin. However, that's as far as it goes. Just after he killed 6 Uegakuer genin in a row, he finally attracted the attention of other Uegakuer chunin. Immediately, 3 Uegakuer chunin gave up their opponents and rushed towards him. Seeing this, Qing Ming said to Ryusuke and Mizutani Shizuko behind him without even turning his head, "Help me hold back the guy on the left." Okay. ×2. Having fought together for so long, Ryusuke and Mizutani Shizuko had great trust in Qing Ming. Therefore, after he asked, they agreed immediately without any hesitation. After receiving a positive answer, Qing Ming did not waste any more time. He pushed off the ground with his feet and rushed towards the 2 Uegakuer chunins on the right. Several shurikens flew towards him. Qing Ming's body swayed slightly, like a butterfly flying through flowers, and he easily avoided the attack. Seeing this, the already serious faces of the 2 Uegakuer chunins became even gloomier. They were not surprised that Qing Ming was able to dodge this wave of attacks. After all, he must have some ability to kill 6 of their genin in such a short time. But what they didn't expect was that Qing Ming would dodge so easily, and several shurikens almost grazed his body. This seems simple, but it is actually very dangerous. Not only does it require the ninja to be brave and careful, and to be able to remain calm before an attack comes, it also requires the ninja to have a clear judgment of the opponent's attack. Otherwise, not only will you not save your energy, you might even get yourself covered in blood. Therefore, generally speaking, if a ninja is not absolutely sure, he will leave some room for error. But obviously, Qingming didn't. This made the two Iwagakure Chunins become even more cautious in their attitude towards him. It sounds like a long time, but in reality all this happened in a flash. Qingming dodged the shuriken attacks from the two men without slowing down. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the two men, followed by the clanging sound of kunai clashing. Thanks to the training over the past month, his practical experience has greatly increased. At this time, facing the joint attack of two Chunins from the Iwagakure village again, he was no longer as passive as he had been in the ambush before. However, his purpose is not just to delay the opponent. Qingming glanced at the battlefield. On the Jonin's side, although KONOHA was at a disadvantage, neither side had suffered any casualties. On the side of the middle and lower ninjas, in addition to the 6 Iwagakure genin he killed, 1 Iwagakure Chunin and 2 Iwagakure genin died at the hands of other teammates. However, in the end, KONOHA used the few to defeat the many, and killed these 3 enemies, at the cost of 2 Chunins. In other words, there are still 6 Jonin, 8 Chunin, and 1 genin on the Iwagakure side. And what about their side? Apart from the 2 Jonin and 2 special Jonin, there were only 4 Chunins left, as well as the 3 genin from their team 17. 4 plus 3 versus 8 plus 1, he has to kill at least 2 or 3 more Iwagakure Chunins to maintain a certain balance in the battlefield between the middle and lower ninjas. As for the Jonin battlefield, that was not something he could participate in or influence. All Qingming can do is to try his best to ensure that the battlefield here does not collapse. No matter how much more, he can't do anything. Unless he is willing to expose his Sharingan. But Qingming would not do this unless it was absolutely necessary. The Sharingan is his trump card, and the reason why it is called a trump card is that it has the final say. Even though his Sharingan only has a single Megatama, but with the help of the magical shackle technique he has mastered, even a Jonin would be affected to a certain extent by a sudden attack. Ninjas are all fragile, so as long as you can seize this opportunity, you can at least inflict heavy damage on the enemy, even if you don't kill them on the spot. This way, he would have a chance to escape. Therefore, he would not use the Sharingan unless he was forced into no other choice. End of this chapter. Chapter 42 Timing. Chapter 42 Timing. Retracting his thoughts, Qingming turned his attention back to the Iwagakure Chunin in front of him. The battle continues. Qingming fought 1 against 2 and was not at a disadvantage at all. But this is only temporary. Qingming is only one person after all, and facing the joint attack of 2 people, mistakes are inevitable after a long time. So, we must act quickly. If we want to achieve a quick victory, we must first get rid of the current situation of mutual entanglement. If he keeps fighting in close combat, he won't be able to take advantage of it. What are his strengths? That is of course the level 3 ninja tool throwing and the ninjutsu that is generally upgraded to level 2. With this thought in mind, Qingming began to think of countermeasures. When he saw Ryusuke and Mizutani Shizuko in danger at the hands of the Iwagakure Chunin, he suddenly had an idea. So, in the following battles, Qingming would turn his attention to that side from time to time, and whenever 2 people were injured, he would show anxiety at the right time. Naturally, these changes of his were noticed by the 2 Iwagakure Chunins. The 2 looked at each other and said nothing. Qingming also saw their changes, but remained calm. Now, both sides are waiting for an opportunity. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, Mizutani Shizuko was accidentally scratched on the arm by the Iwagakure Chunin, and blood was flowing. The intense pain made Shizuko Mizutani scream involuntarily. Seeing this, Qing Ming's face changed slightly, as if his attention was distracted, and his dodging movement was a little slow. Then, there was a swish sound, and the clothes on Qing Ming's left shoulder were cut open by an IWA ninja, and a few spots of scarlet oozed out from the cut. Seeing this scene, another Iwagaku Chunan's eyes lit up, and he quickly swung the kunao in his hand, pointing directly at Qing Ming's vital points. And Qing Ming's subsequent performance perfectly illustrates what it means to be slow at every step. Qing Ming suffered some injuries as he failed to dodge just now. Although the injuries were not serious and could even be said to be insignificant, the rhythm of the battle was disrupted. Therefore, under the attack of another Iwagaku ninja, he could only retreat step by step. The IWA ninja who was the first to injure Qing Ming also took the opportunity to launch a fierce attack on him. In the end, Qing Ming couldn't hold on any longer and someone found an opportunity and kicked him in the right arm. In fact, if Qing Ming had not blocked the kick with his arm at the critical moment, the kick would probably have hit him in the head. By then, it won't be as simple as flying out. That's right, after being kicked, Qing Ming involuntarily flew to the left and rear. However, what the two rock ninjas didn't notice was that the moment Qing Ming's feet left the ground, he pushed the ground hard, causing his backwards speed to increase a little. However, even if they noticed, they would not care, because they had no intention of giving Qing Ming time to catch his breath. Whoosh whoosh! Several shurikens and kunao were thrown by the two Iwagaku ninjas, chasing after Qing Ming who was flying backwards. Not only that, they also followed closely behind, ready to deliver the final blow at any time. Qing Ming was very familiar with this method of attacking by taking advantage of opportunities. Because not long ago, he had killed a Iwagaku genin in this way. There was no need to guess, Qing Ming also knew that no matter whether he could dodge this wave of shuriken and kunao attacks, he would be faced with a series of attacks from two Iwagaku chunins the moment he landed. At that time, if he failed to react in time, he would be killed on the spot by the two Iwagaku chunins behind him, just like the Iwagaku genin he killed. Even if he reacted, he would be in great danger if he lost the opportunity. It seems that his situation is very bad. However, there was no panic on Qing Ming's face, and he even looked a little bit contented. Bang bang bang! The shurikens and kunao shot by the two Iwagaku chunins all hit Qing Ming. However, the sound that came out was not the sound of a sharp blade entering flesh, but rather a bit like it was inserted into wood. And many more. Not like, but really stuck in the wood. Qing Ming, who had fallen to the ground, had turned into a piece of wood, covered with shurikens and kunao. Seeing this scene, the two Iwagaku ninjas who were about to go forward to finish off the enemy stopped in their tracks and exclaimed in surprise, "Substitution technique!" They were not surprised that Qing Ming knew the substitute technique, but they were surprised at how Qing Ming could perform the substitute technique in such a short time. Even if they do, they may not succeed. However, these are not important for the time being. What is important is, where is Qing Ming now? The two Iwagaku chunins were experienced in combat and immediately looked for suitable hiding places nearby. Then, they saw Qing Ming standing on the tree branch. Fire style, great fireball technique. Qing Ming placed his right hand in front of his mouth and spit out a huge red fireball. The two rock ninjas hurriedly dodged the rolling heat wave, but because they missed the opportunity, even though they moved swiftly, they were still affected by the exploding fireball. Bang! An Iwagaku ninja fell to the ground in a mess. Without even taking a breath, he quickly grabbed a tree trunk and tried to stand up. But at this moment, a kunao flew out from the smoke and dust. The IWA ninja quickly turned his body to the side and narrowly avoided the attack. However, before he could be happy, he saw the kunao fly behind the tree, suddenly changed direction, and came back from the other side of the tree. Zzz. There was a sound of steel wire rubbing against each other. Before the rock ninja could react, he was tied to the tree. Only then did he realize that there was an undetectable steel wire behind the kunao, and it was this steel wire that tied him to the tree. The Uegaku Chunin seemed to have thought of something, and said "oh no" secretly, and tried to escape, but his arms were bound by steel wires at this time, and he couldn't form seals at all, so he could only use brute force. But it is not so easy to break free from the steel wire. Just as he was struggling, a line of fire appeared from the smoke and dust, and along the steel wire, it burned straight towards him like a fire dragon. Ah! The painful wails echoed throughout the battlefield and took several breaths before gradually disappearing. Tap tap tap. Qingming walked slowly out of the smoke and dust, looked at the Uegaku Chunin whose body was charred but still alive, and threw a kunao, ending his life. Then he looked to the right not far away, where there was another Uegaku struggling. He was one of the two people who besieged him. At this time, the opponent had several shurikens stuck in his body and blood was gushing out uncontrollably. He tried to get up several times, but failed every time. There is no doubt that these shurikens were also created by Qingming. Just now, he took advantage of the smoke to briefly open his Sharingan. By doing this, he was able to do two things at once, not only trapping the rock ninja in front of him with kunao and steel wire, but also sending the shuriken into the body of another rock ninja. Looking at the struggling rock ninja, Qingming shook his head and threw a kunao, ending the other's pain. At this point, both Uegaku Chunins had been killed by him. Looking back at the entire battle process, the turning point can be said to have started with that kick. After deciding on the battlefield strategy of a quick victory, Qingming hinted to the other party that he attached great importance to the situation of his companions. Thanks to his age advantage and the fact that he immediately rescued Ryusuke and Mizutani Shizuko after killing their opponents, the two Uegaku Chunins did not doubt this. Therefore, when Qingming showed concern and confusion because of Mizutani Shizuko's injury, the two did not suspect anything. Afterwards, Qingming naturally revealed his flaws, and the two were fooled. The moment he was kicked away, Qingming knew that his plan was successful. Although the opponent's subsequent attacks were connected very smoothly, his substitution technique had already been cultivated to the level 3 perfection state long ago. Plus the time he gained by deliberately speeding up when leaving the ground, this was enough for him to perform the substitution technique. From this moment on, he turned from passive to active. First, he took advantage of the opponent's unpreparedness and used a fire-style, great fireball technique to strike down, catching the opponent off guard. Then, the Sharingan cooperated with the ninja tool throwing to trap one of the two and seriously injure the other. And then there was what he had just done. He started with fire-style, dragon fire technique and attacked the trapped Uegaku Chunin from a long distance, leaving him no chance to escape. After both of them have lost their fighting power, you can calmly finish them off and put an end to it. In general, the entire process of this battle was under his control. It was only when he turned the passive situation into the active one that it was a little risky. But that little bit of danger was within Qingming's tolerance. Not to mention that he was 90% sure that he could successfully perform the substitution technique. Even if he failed to perform it, he could still avoid subsequent attacks by exposing his Sharingan. So, overall, the risk is not that high. However, these two Uegaku Chunins were also unlucky. They did not perform any decent ninjutsu the entire time, and Qingming seized the opportunity and took them away in one wave. From this, we can also see how important it is to grasp the timing in battles between ninjas. End of this chapter. Chapter 43 Targeting. Chapter 43 Targeting. After killing two Uegaku Chunins, Qingming took a short rest and then followed the same method to assist Ryusuke and Mizutani Shizuko to kill another Uegaku ninja. But at this moment, a slight sound of breaking air suddenly came from the side. Qingming instinctively stepped back, and then saw a kunao flying past his eyes quickly. Qingming suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction where the kunao came from. Suddenly, a genin of Uegaku broke away from the battle besieging the genin of Konoha and walked slowly towards him. Qingming's face froze, and he cursed inwardly, "MD, you don't follow the rules, you beat the younger one and then the older one, right?" Before, he had killed a few genin, and it would have been fine if he had used chunin to deal with him. After all, there was no qualitative difference between genin and chunin. But now, it's the senior ninja who is targeting him. Isn't that a little unreasonable? Qingming looked at Gukwen for help. However, Furukawa just glanced over here quickly, made a hidden gesture to him to delay time, and then ignored him. Seeing this, Qingming gave up immediately. It is better to rely on yourself than on others. Qingming's mind moved slightly, and he managed to calm himself down and began to analyze the strengths and weaknesses of both sides. First of all, his chakra is sufficient for the time being. In the previous few battles, he did not use many ninjutsu, and the chakra he consumed was limited, with about 1,500 points left at the moment. This is already the amount of chakra that many chunins have at full strength, and is more than enough to support a battle. Secondly, his Sharingan has not been exposed yet. If used well, it can change the situation of the battle at a critical moment. This is equivalent to having a bottom line, allowing him to face the enemy more calmly. The last and most important point is that the other party is definitely not a real Jonin, otherwise Furukawa would not have allowed him to delay time. Because no matter the strength he usually shows, or the fighting power he just burst out by killing enemies one after another, they are not enough to fight against a real Jonin. But since Furukawa asked him to delay time, it means he has the ability to do it. And with the strength he has shown so far, the limit of what he can deal with is a special Jonin. In other words, the other party is most likely just a special Jonin. When he thought of this, Qingming felt more confident, and the tension he had just felt about having to face a senior ninja disappeared for the most part. He was not sure if he could fight against a veteran Jonin with all-around abilities, but if the enemy was just a special Jonin with an outstanding ability, he would still dare to give it a try. However, before that, it is better to leave this battlefield first. In this way, when you have to use the Sharingan, the risk of exposure can be minimized. As soon as he thought of this, Qingming suddenly used the instant body technique and quickly ran towards the periphery of the battlefield behind him. Seeing this, Bai Shi Kangdo let out a sinister laugh and immediately jumped up to chase after him. The two men escaped from the battlefield while one was chasing the other. A few minutes later, somewhere in the woods, Qingming is running fast. Suddenly, several kunao attacked from behind. Qingming dodged sideways, and the kunao hit the tree trunk in front, making a sizzling sound. Qingming looked carefully and saw that there was an explosive talisman tied to the back of one of the kunao. There was a flickering flame on it and it was about to explode. Qingming said secretly not good and quickly stepped back. Boom! A violent explosion sounded. The red flames swept over an area of several meters. The shock wave caused by the explosion of the detonating tag spread outward at a speed visible to the naked eye, causing the trees in the forest to creak. After a moment, a cough was heard. In the smoke and dust, a figure could be vaguely seen struggling to get up. The next moment, a kunao flew out and pinned the figure down. What? The figure seemed to have been severely injured and let out a scream. On the tree branch, Shiraishi Kangdo retracted his arm and watched everything with an expressionless face. Suddenly, several shurikens flew out from the smoke and dust, and hit Shiraishi Kangdo in the face. Humph! A small skill. Seeing this, Shiraishi Kangdo snorted coldly and pulled out the short sword across his waist. Then there was a series of clinking sounds, and all the shurikens that attacked him were cut down with one blow. The smoke and dust dissipated, Qingming walked out from behind the tree, and the afterimage of his clone beside him disappeared with him. This illusion created by the clone technique can only be of some use in situations where visibility is poor. Head-on battle? Then forget it. Turning his gaze away from the clone, Bai Shi Kangdo looked at Qingming and said with interest, "Boy, are you willing to come out?" Qingming said nothing. The smile on Shiraishi Kangdo's face faded, and he slightly raised the short blade in his hand and said, "Boy, are you ready to face death?" As he spoke, he exuded a strong murderous intent. Those with weak wills might give up resistance when faced with this murderous intent. But who is Qing Ming? He had long been determined to transcend this world. His ambitions were so lofty that they were no longer limited to a village or a country. How could he be so easily influenced by him? It would be more likely if it were Orochimaru. Seeing that Qing Ming remained calm, Beishi Kangdo finally put aside his contempt and treated Qing Ming as an opponent who needed to be taken seriously. The wind is still blowing rustlingly. One of them stood on a tree branch, and the other stood beside the trunk, not far from each other, but no one spoke, and no one took any action. They just stared at each other, as if they would stare at each other until dawn. Suddenly, a leaf fell, blocking Qing Ming's sight for a moment. The next moment, a fierce gust of wind blew from the side, and Qing Ming squatted down without thinking. The short blade cut through the air above Qing Ming's head. Beishi Kangdo's attack missed, and he immediately turned around and chopped down, slashing diagonally at the right side of Qing Ming's neck. The sharp aura emanating from the short blade scratched Qing Ming's cheek painfully. At the critical moment, Qing Ming raised his right arm and used the kunao in his hand to block Beishi Kangdo's short blade. But at this moment, Shiraishi Kangdo showed a smile of success. Seeing this, Qing Ming's heart inexplicably tightened and he immediately wanted to distance himself. But it was too late. A crackling sound of electricity was heard. Suddenly, a flash of lightning appeared, and a dazzling blue lightning burst out from the palm of Shiraishi Kangdo, along the short blade, and reached the kunao. Qing Ming's right hand felt numb and the kunao fell to the ground with a clang. Shiraishi Kangdo took the opportunity to swing the short blade in his hand. Even though Qing Ming tried his best to lean back to dodge, his chest was still cut by the short blade. The intense pain made Qing Ming unable to help but let out a groan. Then, a smell of burning flesh came. Without looking, Qing Ming knew that the wound on his chest was scorched by the lightning chakra attached to the short blade of Shiraishi Kangdo. The only thing to be thankful for was that he didn't have to worry about dying from excessive blood loss in the short term. Is this a sign of kindness from Shiraishi Kangdo? The answer is of course no. Although the lightning chakra attached to the short blade helped him stop the bleeding, it also caused his body to fall into a short state of paralysis. At this time, Qing Ming no longer cared about hiding. With a thought, he opened the Sharingan. In just a moment, his pupils changed from black to blood red, and a black jade as dark as ink was spinning wildly in them. Without time to form hand seals, Qing Ming directly activated the hypnotic ability of the Sharingan. The moment the two looked at each other, Shiraishi Kangdo's eyes changed from disbelief to confusion. Qing Ming knew that this kind of control was unstable. So, he pushed off the ground with his feet and quickly stepped back. At the same time, he flipped his hands, took out several shurikens from his ninja tool bag, and threw them out with force. End of this chapter. Chapter 44 Full Firepower. Chapter 44 Full Firepower. The shuriken cut through the air, making a slight sound, and was about to hit Shiraishi Kangdo, who suddenly woke up. I have to say that as a special jonin who is good at close combat, Shiraishi Kangdo's combat skills are really high. The moment he woke up, he made the most correct choice. He dodged and blocked most of the shurikens. The only injuries were some scratches on his left arm. However, Shiraishi Kangdo did not take this injury seriously. He was now staring at Qing Ming, his eyes unable to conceal the shock. Looking at those blood-red pupils, Shiraishi Kangdo felt both excited and afraid. The excitement is because there is a high reward for the Sharingan both on the black market and in the village. As long as he kills Qing Ming and hands over his body, he will immediately get a large sum of money. Ninjas are not saints who have no desires. Few people would not be tempted by such a large sum of money. Moreover, killing such a genius also filled Shiraishi Kangdo with an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. As for fear, that is naturally the reputation earned by the Uchiha clan. 1-on-1, you must run away. 2-on-1, attack from the rear. This is not a joke. Unfortunately, he is now facing a 1-on-1 situation. Therefore, Shiraishi Kangdo had an instinctive sense of fear in his heart. However, when he saw King Ming's young and tender face, the fear in his heart unconsciously subsided a little. Not to mention, Baishi Kangdo lowered his eyes and the hideous scar on King Ming's chest was clearly visible. Although the wound had been charred by the high temperature of the lightning strike and no longer bleeds, Qing Ming had suffered real damage. This gave Shiraishi Kangdo more confidence. While Baishi Kangdo was observing Qing Ming was also observing the other person. He had to admit that he made a mistake this time. He had never expected that the other party would develop a second chakra attribute. When he was fighting with the Uegakuer Genin before, he also took the time to observe the fight between the Jonin. Although he did not pay much attention to Shiraishi Karato, he remembered the scene of him performing earth escape. So, he instinctively thought that the opponent's chakra attribute was earth, and did not consider the possibility that the opponent would perform other types of ninjutsu. Although he knew that when a ninja reached the level of a Jonin, he would begin to develop his second attribute. However, subconsciously, he did not think that the special Jonin was a real Jonin, but just an enhanced version of the Chunin. As a result, this possibility was ignored and a great loss was suffered. However, it was also his bad luck that Shiraishi Kangdo hit his lightning attribute chakra, most likely to ambush the senior ninja on their side. As a result, he accidentally killed a mid-level and low-level ninja, which attracted the opponent's attack, and then he had to take the blame for several high-level ninjas. This also made Qing Ming understand a truth, that is, before one's strength reaches a certain level, one must never waste time. Otherwise, any small mistake may cost you your life. Feeling that the numbness in his body had mostly disappeared, Qing Ming no longer wasted time and immediately raised his hands to form seals. Upon seeing this scene, Shiraishi Kangdo immediately looked away. He was well aware of the danger of the Sharingan, so he didn't dare to look him in the eye when Qing Ming was forming a seal, for fear of being caught in an illusion. Unfortunately, Qing Ming's current illusion level is too low, and the degree of evolution of the Sharingan is not high, so he cannot perform illusions like Uchiha Itaka did later, with just a wave of his hand or a step. Otherwise, the way Shiraishi Kangdo looked at him so unscrupulously just now was an act of seeking death. Fire style, great fireball technique. As soon as Shiraishi Kangdo looked away, a huge fireball flew towards him. Shiraishi Kangdo didn't dare to resist and quickly dodged to the side. However, before he could stand firm, a kunao shot from the front. Shiraishi Kangdo wanted to swing his sword to block, but when he saw the burning detonating tag on the kunao, his face immediately changed and he jumped straight back. Boom! The detonating tag exploded but failed to injure Shiraishi Kangdo. Qing Ming was relentless and used a body flash technique to move to another tree. Then he quickly formed hand seals and performed the fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. The Megatama in King Ming's blood-red pupils was spinning rapidly, and the inside ability of the Sharingan was pushed to the limit. Balls of flames that looked like impatience seeds flew out of his mouth, as if they were equipped with navigation. Each one hit the place where Baishi Kangdo was about to land accurately, making him look very embarrassed. However, Shiraishi Kd lived up to his title as a special Jonin. Despite being targeted by Qing Ming, he did not suffer any serious injuries. If it were the previous Uegakuer Chunin, even if he didn't die, he would have been skinned alive. He is nothing like the current Shiraishi Kangdo, who only has some marks of burns from flames on his body. Cough cough. Baishi Kangdo coughed twice, resisting the burning sensation on his body, and glanced at King Ming's position, muttering, "Is it over? The end? Hee hee." Qing Ming sneered, appeared on another big tree, formed hand seals again, and performed ninjutsu. Fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. Dozens or even hundreds of flames were spit out by Qing Ming, and they smashed towards Bai Shi Kangdo like tracking missiles. At this moment, Qing Ming was like a fool. He didn't care about the consumption of chakra at all and just wanted to use ninjutsu to kill the opponent. After several times in a row, Shiraishi Karato could no longer bear it and launched a counterattack. It's not that Bai Shi Kangdo didn't have the patience to fight with Qing Ming, but as time went by, his dodging movements were gradually seen through by Qing Ming. This caused him to become increasingly stressed. Shiraishi Kd was afraid that if he continued like this, he would lose the chance to fight back. So, after dodging Qing Ming's attack once again, without waiting for Qing Ming to attack again, he walked out from behind the tree where he was hiding, performed the instant body technique, and approached Qing Ming at an extremely fast speed. Perhaps before he opens his Sharingan, the opponent's move could catch him off guard. But now, without waiting for the opponent to get close, Qing Ming had already used the instant body technique to create some distance between him and him. Shiraishi Kangdo wanted to continue chasing, but 3 kunao were suddenly shot at him, accurately hitting his steps and making him extremely uncomfortable. Fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. After using kunao to stop the opponent from approaching, Qing Ming used this technique again. Seeing the familiar fireball reappear, Shiraishi Kangdo quickly stopped, concentrated his mind, and prepared to dodge. But at this moment, several red-hot shurikens suddenly flew out from the flames and attacked his vital parts first. Shiraishi Kangdo was caught off guard, his expression suddenly changed, and he quickly swung his sword to block. However, the shurikens were all blocked, but there was no time to dodge the flames created by the Hosen fire jutsu. Boom! A ball of fire hit him and sent him flying backwards. Cough cough cough. Shiraishi Kangdo covered his charred chest and coughed violently. During this time, he struggled to stand up, but failed after several attempts. End of this chapter. Chapter 45 Summary. Chapter 45 Summary, Happy May Day. Brush. Qing Ming's figure appeared on the scene. Then, he threw a kunao and attacked Shiraishi Kangdo, who was still struggling. The kunao quickly flew over a distance of 7 or 8 meters and was about to hit the opponent. But at this moment, Shiraishi Kangdo suddenly raised his head and revealed a sinister smile. Then, the whole person turned into a flash of lightning and approached Qing Ming at an extremely fast speed. This state, not at all as weak as he had just appeared. It was obvious that Shiraishi Kangdo was acting just now. However, facing the sudden attack of Bai Shi Kangdo, Qing Ming did not show the panic he should have shown. It was as if he had anticipated this, and he had already retreated the moment the other party suddenly attacked. Not only that, while retreating, his hands were also rapidly forming seals. Magic, the art of the flail. Qing Ming's mind moved, and he performed this technique before Bai Shi Kangdo got close. Looking at the huge Sharingan that gradually filled his entire field of vision, Shiraishi Kangdo muttered, "It's not a ninjutsu." Obviously, he thought Qing Ming was also performing a ninjutsu this time, but it turned out to be an illusion that had never been performed before. The next moment, his spiritual will was drawn away, as if he had entered some illusory scene. Although he could still feel his body, he could not move at all. Looking down again, he saw several meters-long rusty iron nails piercing his limbs, chest, and abdomen. Even though he knew the scene before him was fake, the pain that penetrated deep into his bones still made him twitch his lips. At the same time, outside, Qing Ming looked at the short blade in front of his neck, whose lightning was gradually dissipating, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Just at this moment, a figure appeared from behind him and attacked him from behind with a speed no slower than the speed that Shiraishi Kangdo had just rushed it. It seemed that they wanted to take advantage of his laxity and kill him with one blow. But did Qing Ming really relax? The moment the person appeared, Qing Ming seemed to have sensed something and he flashed and hid behind Bai Shi Kangdo. Looking at the figure approaching rapidly in front of him, Qing Ming sneered, "You finally showed up. Having said that, he immediately stepped back. Seeing this, Shiraishi Kangdu, no, to be more precise, it was Shiraishi Kangdu's shadow clone, his expression changed, and he was about to step forward to remove the illusion for the real body. But at this moment, a little fire suddenly appeared on the back of Beishi Kangdu, and it turned out to be a burning detonating talisman. Boom! A violent explosion sounded. The crimson flames instantly engulfed Shiraishi Kangdu and his shadow clones, and the bright flames dispelled some of the darkness around them. Only at this point did Qingming finally relax and start breathing heavily. Although his victory in this battle seemed easy, it was actually all thanks to the convenience of the Sharingan. If it weren't for the hypnotic power of the Sharingan, he would have been killed by Shiraishi Suto's series of attacks after his initial mistake. It can be seen that Shiraishi Kangdu probably wanted to end the battle quickly at that time. Unfortunately, because he opened the Sharingan early on, he escaped the disaster. If that were all, he would have no choice but to survive under the opponent's pursuit. However, the Sharingan grants him powerful insight in addition to its hypnotic abilities. With this, he could see through Shiraishi Kangdu's movements and use the three-gate fire release ninjutsu and the skill of ninja tool throwing to the limit. Otherwise, even if he had practiced the three-gate fire style ninjutsu to level 2 and upgraded the ninja tool throwing to level 3, he might not be able to do anything to the opponent. And once his attack fails to threaten the opponent can simply waste time with him and exhaust his chakra. By then, death will be the only thing waiting for him. Fortunately, the Sharingan was powerful enough to force the opponent to actively launch a counterattack. However, Shiraishi Kangdu's counterattack was not a random attack, but he had his own plan. First of all, at the beginning of the counterattack, when he walked out from behind the big tree, he had already performed the shadow clone technique in advance and secretly created a shadow clone. Then, it used itself as bait and took the initiative to attack him, trying to attract all his attention and create an opportunity for the shadow clone. However, his strength was clearly beyond the opponent's expectations. The combination of fire style, Phoenix fire technique and ninja tool throwing caught the opponent off guard. At this point, the development of the matter gradually went beyond Shiraishi Kangdu's control. But the arrow is on the string and must be fired. So, after being hit by the Phoenix fire technique, Shiraishi Kangdu pretended to be seriously injured to attract Qingming to show up. Although Qingming saw the clues, he still showed up. At this time, both of them had their own calculations. Shiraishi Kangdu wanted to attack Qingming from the front and back with his shadow clone to kill him. Qingming wanted to take advantage of the opponent's strategy and defeat him in one fell swoop. This is not to say that he is so smart, but after the other party initially performed the shadow clone technique, he was mentally prepared. Although the Sharingan cannot directly see the chakra meridians and acupoints of the human body, it can still roughly see the amount of chakra. Therefore, although he did not see the other party performing the shadow clone technique, he could clearly see the strange situation in which the chakra in his body suddenly decreased by half. In this way, if he still can't guess anything, then his eyes will be wasted. Being mentally prepared, he was not too surprised by either Shiraishi Kangdu's sudden attack or the sudden appearance of his shadow clone. All I can say is that the saying circulating in the ninja world is not wrong. In a one-on-one fight, the Sharingan is too advantageous. From the very beginning, he had guessed Shiraishi Kangdu's trump card, so it would be strange if he could win in the end. Taking a deep breath, Qingming felt the pain in his chest ease a little. He stopped thinking about it and opened the panel to take a look. After the battle, his remaining chakra was almost consumed. Not all of this energy is consumed by performing ninjutsu, a considerable part of it is also consumed by activating the Sharingan. Although it only takes a little chakra per minute to open the Sharingan under normal circumstances, the chakra consumption will increase sharply in an intense battle. Just like just now, in just a few minutes, hundreds of chakra points were consumed. However, there is also good news. which is that the evolution degree of his Sharingan has increased by 10 points. This allowed Qingming to see a shortcut to increase the evolution of the Sharingan. However, Qingming thought about it and gave up. He didn't want to go through life and death situation again. With the proficiency panel, there was no need for him to take such a risk, even if it was a shortcut. Looking at the gradually dying flames in front of him, Qingming walked forward with his hands covering his chest, picked up the short blade on the ground, and then left. Next, he planned to find a place to hide and wait quietly for this strange raid to end. As for the battlefield, whoever wants to go will go. He has done enough. Whether they live or die depends on their luck. Moreover, even if he wanted to go to the battlefield, his body would not allow it. Not to mention his nearly exhausted chakra, the injury on his chest alone made it difficult for him to exert much of his strength. If you still want to join the war under such circumstances, you are simply seeking death. Qingming has no intention of sacrificing himself for others. End of this chapter. Chapter 46 Return to Chapter. Chapter 46 Return. In a flash, several hours passed. Qingming was originally worried that there were other enemies chasing him, but as the day was about to dawn, he didn't see a second person, which made his tense spirit relax a little. If the enemy has the advantage, they will not ignore Shiraishi Kangdu's life or death, so it is likely that our side will win. Next, he just had to wait patiently for rescue. As for returning on your own, Qingming thought about it and gave up. After all, his side's victory was just his guess. What if the situation was intense and the enemy couldn't take care of this side for the time being? Wouldn't he be walking into a trap if he went back? So, just wait patiently. And this wait lasted for 2 hours. 2 hours later. It's bright. Forest. 4 Konoha ninjas were running fast. Suddenly, the leading jonin stopped, threw out a kunao, and shouted, "Who is it?" Upon hearing this, the 3 Konoha genin immediately dispersed and formed a defensive formation. Hey! The kunao was intercepted in mid-air. Qingming walked out from behind the tree. Seeing his attire, a Konoha genin facing him exclaimed in surprise, "Konoha ninja!" Ah! Qingming nodded. Seeing this, the leading jonin still did not relax his vigilance, but asked, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Upon hearing this, Qingming told everyone his identity and what happened last night in detail. The leading ninja listened to his story, looked at the scar on his chest, thought for a moment, and then took him back to the temporary base. About an hour later, Furukawa appeared in the temporary residence. After his identity was verified, Qingming was brought back to the base camp. From the other party's mouth, Qingming finally understood the whole story. At first, he felt that the IWA ninja's surprise attack was unreasonable. There were no important facilities in their previous defense area, so there was little point in taking it down, and they couldn't hold it. Attacking here would be a completely thankless task. Now, Qingming finally understood that this was not meaningless. Because last night not only their defense zone was raided, but also several defense zones adjacent to them, as well as several defense zones on the other side of the base camp were raided. Moreover, it wasn't just the rock ninjas who took part in the raid, there were also the sand ninjas. It is unknown what agreement the two villages reached, but they launched a surprise attack on Konoha's headquarters at the same time. That's right, it's the base camp. The ninjas who attacked their outer defense areas could only be considered a feint. The real main force actually waited for a while before launching the attack. Last night, after receiving calls for help from all parties, the headquarters immediately dispatched several troops for reinforcement. However, soon after the team set out, the main forces of the Rock Ninja and the Sand Ninja appeared and attacked the base camp from the east and west directions. These main forces were not the mob that Qingming and others encountered. Once they appeared on the scene, the defense zones on the east and west sides could not hold on at all. It was broken through in just a short time. Seeing that the enemy was about to reach the base camp, Orochimaru had no choice but to order the support troops to return. So, just as Qingming and others were struggling to hold on, an extremely brutal battle broke out at the base camp. Needless to say, Konoha finally managed to keep its base. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to see Furukawa now. But Qingming glanced at Gokwen's empty right arm and couldn't help but sigh at the danger of the battlefield. That's right, Gu Chuan lost an arm in the battle last night, and it was his dominant right hand, which would undoubtedly reduce his strength by a large margin. But this is already the best result. Of the 4 Jonin from Konoha last night, only he and a special Jonin survived. The squad leader, Nakajima Hiroshi, and another special Jonin both died in the battle. In addition, only 1 Chunin was left. However, although Ryusuke and Mizutani Shizuko suffered serious injuries, they were lucky enough to hold on until Okura Seiya came to support them. That's right, although the base camp was unable to provide timely support, Okura Seiya, the senior ninja who stayed behind at the base, did provide support. It is precisely because of this that talents like Ryusuke were able to survive. Originally, Gokwen thought Qingming was dead, but then he suddenly heard news about him. At first he thought someone was impersonating him. After all, he hadn't shown up for such a long time, and when he left the battlefield, he was chased by a special Jonin, so his death was normal. But no one expected that Qingming actually survived and killed the enemy. This made Furukawa very pleased. As for the killing process, Qingming emphasized his enemy's contempt for him and his cautiousness. Anyway, no one has ever seen Shiraishi Kangdu burst out with all his strength, so the specific combat power is not up to him to decide. Even if someone guessed that there might be some problems here, as long as he refused to admit it, would anyone still stand up for his enemy, Shiraishi Kangdu? After a while, when his strength improves, this problem will no longer be a problem. Return to base camp. Qingming first went to see Ryusuke and Mizutani Shizuko. When the two saw him, they could almost be described as crying with joy. Seeing that they were fine, Qingming rarely smiled. The 3 of them talked for a while, and then Qingming went to the medical team to treat his injuries. The other skin injuries are minor, but the chest injury must be treated as soon as possible. Although the high temperature carried by the lightning had charred his wounds and stopped the bleeding, it would likely leave sequelae if not treated carefully. Qingming didn't want to be like Moonlight Gale later, coughing for a while after taking 2 steps. Speaking of Moonlight Gale, Qingming thought of the dance of the crescent moon. Last night's battle made Qingming realize that his ninjutsu was sufficient for long-range attacks for the time being. Next, just keep upgrading their levels. On the other hand, in close combat, basic physical skills are obviously not enough, and he must learn more advanced techniques as soon as possible. Of course, he didn't want to learn the crescent moon dance. When performing this secret technique, you must first use the shadow clone technique to summon 2 shadow clones, then quickly move the clones and the main body to the enemy, and finally attack the enemy's vital points from the top, left, and right directions. It can be seen from this process that this move consumes a huge amount of chakra and emphasizes a one-hit kill. So it is only suitable for ninjas like Moonlight Gale who specialize in sneak attacks and assassinations. Qingming's goal is to become a hexagonal warrior, not an assassin, so this move is not suitable for him. What he wanted to learn was the prerequisite sword technique, Konoha-style sword technique. Although this technique is not widely spread among Konoha ninjas, there are indeed only a few people who can master it. For example, the perennial genin Mariboshi Kasuke and the Konoha Jonin Bakumoyashin both know this technique and have developed their own secret skills based on it. Qingming felt that if he learned this technique and improved his proficiency, he should be able to develop his own unique sword moves. Of course, these are not the most important. The most important thing is that it is relatively widely circulated, and the villages are not so strict. Basically, as long as you have enough merits, you can exchange it. The relatively low difficulty in obtaining it is the main reason why Qingming set his sights on it. While walking, Qingming calculated the battlefield merits he had accumulated over the past month, and it was almost enough. Qingming planned to go to the logistics department to exchange for this technique after he had treated his injuries. End of this chapter. Chapter 47 Gain. Chapter 47 Gain. 3 days later. Early morning. Qingming walked out of the tent and passed through the base camp. Looking at the people coming and going, he inexplicably felt a sense of oppression as if a storm was about to come. Qingming knew where this feeling came from. With Orochimaru's personality, it was absolutely impossible for him to just take a beating without fighting back. The ambush in the canyon was one time, and the sneak attack 3 days ago was another time. After suffering 2 losses in a row, it was impossible for Orochimaru not to retaliate. He had reason to suspect that the other party was planning a big move. But Qingming glanced at the traces of smoke and fire around him and knew that even if he wanted to take revenge, it would not be possible in a short period of time. 3 days ago, although KONOHA resisted the joint attack by the Sand Ninja and the Rock Ninja, more than half of the supplies in the base camp were burned. Therefore, before the new supplies arrive, Orochimaru is unlikely to make any major moves. And based on the speed at which they rushed to the battlefield in Rain Country a month ago, it would take at least 20 days to deliver the supplies from KONOHA here. This does not include the time required to raise supplies. If someone disrupts the transportation of supplies, it will take even longer. Qingming estimated that it would take at least a month to complete it. In other words, there is a high probability that no large-scale fighting will occur in the next month. This made him relax a little. After leaving the base camp and passing through several lines of defense, Qingming arrived at a dense forest on the northwest side of the base camp. As soon as he approached here, he heard a few shouts of people hammering tree stumps, and in the distance there was the clinking sound of weapons colliding. Qingming was no longer surprised by this. This is the area allocated by the base camp for ninja training, so it is normal for people to train here. Even during wartime, it is impossible for ninjas to carry out missions all year round. Basically, they will get a few days of rest every 10 days or half a month. Under pressure from the battlefield, many ninjas would choose to practice during this period to improve their strength. In order to facilitate management, the base camp specially allocated this area. In the more than 1 month since he came to the battlefield, Qingming would come here whenever he had time, especially in the past 3 days, he came here to practice every day. Qingming quickly came to an empty corner and drew out a dagger. This short sword was seized from Shiraishi Kangdu. The sword was about half a meter long, with a silver-white blade. It was made of a mixture of fine iron mixed with some chakra-conducting metals. It is not only strong and durable, but also has excellent energy transmission efficiency. Unfortunately, Qingming's fire-style ninjutsu level was not high, and his understanding of fire attribute chakra was too shallow. He was unable to complete the shape and property changes of the corresponding attribute chakra, and was unable to unleash the full power of this short blade. Otherwise, when he uses the fire blade move, the enemy will not only suffer physical damage, but also have to endure the high temperature burns of the flames. Shaking his head and putting these thoughts behind him for the time being, Qingming began to practice the KONOHA-style swordsmanship. That's right, Qingming has already exchanged for the KONOHA-style swordsmanship, and the process was very smooth, without any shit happening. During the practice, Qingming discovered that the perfection of basic physical skills actually had an added benefit. In just less than 3 days, he had already mastered the KONOHA-style sword technique and even reached level 1, 60/200. According to Qingming's estimation, the difficulty of learning KONOHA-style swordsmanship should be at sea level. Even if it does not require too much chakra to practice, it will take at least 3 days to get started. In comparison, this one is much faster. As for the reason, Qingming has roughly figured it out, that is, many of the techniques in basic physical skills are actually included in the KONOHA style swordsmanship. In this way, the perfection of basic physical techniques is equivalent to him having learned part of the content of KONOHA style sword technique in advance. That's why the progress is so fast. However, Qingming estimated that this enhancement effect was limited and it was impossible to continuously assist the growth of the KONOHA style swordsmanship. After all, the basic physical skills only contained so much, and once these foundations were consumed, they would naturally be useless. Things developed pretty much as he expected. 2 days later. Morning. When Qingming completed the practice of KONOHA style sword technique again, his proficiency only increased a little. At the same time, on his panel, the basic physical skills in the skill bar flashed for a while and suddenly disappeared. At first, Qingming was worried for a while, but after confirming that the relevant knowledge was still in his mind, he felt relieved. It is obvious that the basic taijutsu was completely absorbed by the KONOHA style swordsmanship. At this time, the level of his KONOHA style swordsmanship is LV1, 181/200. Since he was about to be promoted, Qingming naturally would not waste time. After a short rest, he began a new round of training. However, without the buff of basic physical skills, the training speed inevitably slowed down. It was not until the afternoon that he finally mastered the KONOHA style sword art to level 2, 1/500. At this moment, although Qingming was not yet an expert in swordsmanship, he was able to wield the short blade in his hand quite well. After playing for a while, Qingming put down the short blade in his hand and began to review the whole process of practicing the KONOHA style sword technique in the past few days. One thing is clear, that is, the rapid improvement of his KONOHA style swordsmanship is absolutely inseparable from the basic physical skills that he has already perfected. From this, Qingming couldn't help but think of the situation when he was learning the fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. At that time, it was precisely because he had mastered the fire style, Great Fireball technique to level 1 early on that he was able to quickly master the fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. Even the fire style, Dragon Fire technique that he learned later was only able to accumulate proficiency at a faster rate because he had learned fire style, Great Fireball technique and fire style, Phoenix Fire technique one after another. At that time, he discovered a rule, that is, ninjutsu of the same attribute can promote each other to a certain extent. But after all 3 ninjutsu are upgraded to level 1, this effect is not obvious, or almost non-existent. So, he didn't pursue it further. Now, Qingming found out that he was wrong. He shouldn't have upgraded the levels of the 3 fire-style ninjutsu at the same time. Since they are both C-level ninjutsu and their proficiency levels are not much different, there is not much point in learning from each other. Therefore, proficiency can only be increased little by little. The correct approach should be to first improve the level of a ninjutsu, thereby mastering the advanced usage of the corresponding attribute chakra, and then learn other related ninjutsu. In this way, it is equivalent to senior students doing test questions for junior students, and the process will naturally be much easier. This is reflected on the panel, and the proficiency has increased exponentially. In this way, not only time can be saved, but also chakra can be saved. This made Qingming regret not thinking of this earlier. Fortunately, it's not too late. Qingming opened the panel and took a glance, and finally decided to first upgrade the level of fire style, Phoenix Fire technique among the 3 fire style ninjutsu. The reason for choosing this one is simple, it is the most practical. As for other skills, the correlation is not too great, just improve step by step. End of this chapter. Chapter 48 Rotation. Chapter 48 Rotation. Time flies by like a white horse. In the blink of an eye, another week has passed. After these days of recuperation, Qingming's chest injury has healed, and Ryusuke and Mizutani Shizuko's bodies have also returned to normal. Qingming has received the order that starting tomorrow, their class 17 will have to carry out their mission as normal. In other words, today is his last day of free practice. Under the shade, Qingming opened his eyes and felt the chakra in his body become full again. He nodded with satisfaction and then silently said, "Panel." The next moment, a familiar light blue screen appeared in his vision. Name, Uchiha Qingming. Age, 11 years old. Constitution, 7. Spirit, 9. Chakra, 3510, 5026 5027. Bloodline, Sharingan Single Megatama, 112/1000, 160/1000. LV3664/1000 LV3762/1000 LV211/500 LV221/500 LV27/500 LV2101/500 LV22/500 LV210/500 LV1105/200 LV1110/200 LV2234/500 LV2375/500 Shadow Clone Technique, Level 0, 5/100. Asterisk LV21/500 LV2315/500 LV46/2000 LV4186/2000 LV3210/1000 LV3570/1000 LV3131/1000 LV3150/1000 3 Body Techniques, Level 3, 0/0 LV21/500 LV2315/500 Now, Qingming is confident that he can suppress the two Uegaku Chunins who surrounded and killed him more than 10 days ago with his swordsmanship alone. If his Konoha-style swordsmanship could be upgraded to level 3, he could even kill them. Unfortunately, history cannot be repeated. Moreover, those two people had been killed by him. Shaking his head secretly, Qingming turned his attention to ninja tool throwing. It can be seen that in just over 10 days, his proficiency has increased by 3 points, which is undoubtedly very fast at the LV level. The reason for this is very simple, that is, he secretly opened the Sharingan for assistance. Although he didn't want to expose the Sharingan to others too early, he would not throw the baby out with the bathwater. As long as he was sure that the risks were controllable, Qingming didn't mind using it. The increased proficiency in ninja tool throwing also gave him a deeper understanding of this skill. Although it did not reach the level of qualitative change, it undoubtedly increased the threat to the enemy. The growth of strength is accumulated bit by bit in this way. Qingming retracted his gaze and looked at the bloodline column. He had been opening his eyes for 2 months, and had only accumulated a total of 160 proficiency points. No matter how patient he was, he couldn't help but feel a little anxious now. In order to speed up the evolution of the Sharingan, he had devoted almost 2/3 of his chakra to the practice of the heart-reflecting technique during the past 12 days of recuperation. But even so, it didn't increase the speed of the Sharingan's evolution much. According to the current progress, Qingming estimated that it would take at least 10 months to evolve the Sharingan to the second Megatama. Although this time is 1/3 shorter than the original 1 year and 4 months, it is still a bit long and Qingming cannot wait that long. Fortunately, his chakra refining technique is about to be upgraded. Now, its proficiency is LV3, 762/1000. If the next task is not so heavy and he can squeeze out 8 hours of practice every day, then Qingming can reach LV4 in just 1 month. By then, the amount of chakra he can use every day will be increased. In this way, he can use more chakra in the practice of reflection of the heart to speed up the evolution of Sharingan. In addition, his heart reflection technique is only at LV4 now, and every 5 points of proficiency can increase the evolution of the Sharingan by 1 point. But once it is promoted to LV5, the effect will definitely be improved. At that time, his Sharingan had evolved almost to the halfway point. In other words, in the next half, the evolution speed will be further improved. Qingming roughly calculated that it would only take about 4 or 5 months for his Sharingan to evolve from a single Megatama to a double Megatama. Although this time is still not short, it is much shorter than 1 year and 4 months and 10 months. After thinking this through, Qingming let out a long sigh, and his slightly anxious heart gradually calmed down. After closing the panel, Qingming stopped wasting time and continued his practice for the day. Ding ding dang dang. The land of rain. Northeast. On a small path in the field, hundreds of fully armed Konoha ninjas were escorting more than a dozen trucks of supplies and moving slowly forward. And Qingming is one of these more than 100 ninjas. But his face didn't look very good. There was no way. He had originally hoped to receive a relatively leisurely task, to practice the chakra refining technique to level 4 and speed up the evolution of the Sharingan. As a result, the headquarters sent them directly to the front line to change posts at a certain stronghold. Please. This is the front line. The mission is no less dangerous than lurking and infiltration. Because they are far away from the base camp, they will not be able to get timely and effective support, so if they encounter danger, they can only bear it on their own. It's just a general danger, but whether you live or die depends on your own strength. But if we encounter dangers beyond our control, then there will be no one to turn to, and we may end up being completely wiped out. The risks involved are imaginable. For a moment, Qingming wanted to just leave. But considering his own strength, he finally gave up this dangerous idea. After all, it's nice to sit under a big tree. It's better not to go solo until your strength reaches the level of a shadow actor. The dangers in the ninja world are more than what they seem on the surface. If you get tricked by someone while walking outside, you will have no place to cry. So, it's better to be stable. Now, Qingming just hopes that the base he is going to is not that important. In this way, as long as he stays safe and sound, it shouldn't be a problem for him to get through the 1-month rotation period safely. Of course, if he really encounters a danger beyond his tolerance, he will decisively run away. Qingming will not sacrifice himself for Konoha. Time passes minute by minute. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. The ambush that Qingming worried about did not happen, and they arrived at their destination safely. This is a small town with ruins and broken walls everywhere. The road is also bumpy and traces of earth-style ninjutsu can be vaguely seen. As for people, except for the Konoha ninjas who came to support them, there was no one else. Most of the original residents of the town, except for those who escaped at the beginning of the war, became corpses. Walking on the street, Qingming could clearly smell the smell of rotting corpses in the collapsed houses on both sides. As the saying goes, when gods fight, mortals suffer. Most of these corpses buried in the houses on both sides were affected by the battle between ninjas. They could be said to have suffered an unexpected disaster. The Ninja World War has always affected not only the ninjas, but also millions of ordinary people. End of this chapter. Chapter 49 An Unexpected Surprise. Chapter 49 An Unexpected Surprise. Ding ding dang dang. About 2 kilometers southwest of the town's outpost, in a dense forest, Qingming was fighting with Gukwen with a short blade in his hand. The kunao and the dagger kept colliding, making crisp sounds of collision. The two of them fought back and forth. It was very intense. This is already the 11th day that they have come here to carry out their rotation mission. Over the past 10 days, they had not encountered any serious danger. Even though they had fought several battles with the enemy, they were all minor skirmishes that were not worth mentioning at all. Qingming could clearly feel that the ninjas in the Uegakure stronghold further north who were confronting them were being very restrained. It can even be described as cowardly. These people did not bother with them at all, and the tasks they performed were mainly surveillance. Once they were discovered by them, they would evacuate immediately. Qingming guessed that the reason for this was that the other party was worried about Konoha's revenge. After all, Konoha will definitely fight back after causing trouble twice. In this situation, their main focus should be on preventing Konoha's surprise attack, so the front line is so restrained. Qingming was happy to see this happen. What was the point of fighting to the death? It would be better to use that time and energy to practice well. Just like now, under the sparring of Furukawa, his Konoha-style swordsmanship has improved rapidly and is about to break through level 2. 10 minutes later, Furukawa stopped attacking, put away his kunao, retreated, and looked at Qingming, saying, "Okay, let's stop here today. Thank you for your guidance, teacher." Upon hearing this, Qingming bowed slightly to express his gratitude. "Ah." Furukawa nodded and continued, "Your swordsmanship has almost reached its current limit. If you want to break through the current bottleneck, you need to work hard on it for a while." Hearing this, Qingming opened the panel and took a look. Konoha-style swordsmanship, LV2, 497/500. In this case, he only needs to practice seriously a few more times and accumulate 3 points of proficiency, and his Konoha-style swordsmanship will be able to break through the current limit and reach level 3. Bottleneck. Non-existent. However, although he thought so in his heart, Qingming did not show it on his face, but echoed, "Yes, teacher, I understand." After saying that, he started practicing on his own. On the side, Ryusuke and Mizutani Shizuko were originally planning to rest for a while, but after seeing Qingming's hard work, they no longer rested, and immediately stood up and continued their practice. Seeing this scene, Furukawa smiled without saying anything. He knew the talents of Ryusuke and Mizutani Shizuko. Although they were slightly better than ordinary people, they were definitely not at the level of geniuses. But because of Qingming's existence, the two of them practiced very hard, and the speed at which their strength improved was no less than that of some talented ninjas. Just over 4 months after graduation, their strength had reached the level of some chunins. That's the power of example. After an hour, it's approaching evening. Qingming, who was practicing sword, suddenly paused. Then he put away his sword, stood up, closed his eyes, and silently felt the changes in his body. LV2497/500 LV31/1000. At the same time, a warm current emerged from deep in his bone marrow, quickly flowed through his blood vessels and meridians, and nourished every cell in his body. Qingming was not unfamiliar with this feeling. He had felt it once when his basic physical skills were upgraded from LV1 to LV2, which led to the growth of his physical attributes. Now, this situation reappeared, and it was obvious that his physical attributes were about to be improved again. After a moment, the warm current disappeared. Qingming opened the panel and took a glance. As expected, his physical attribute changed from 7 points to 8 points. Then, he felt a sense of relief as if his shackles had been opened. Qingming is certain that if he practices the chakra extraction technique at this time, his chakra limit will definitely be increased. This is the result of breaking through the shackles of the body and increasing his potential. Originally, Qingming thought that he had to wait until the Sharingan evolved again. Unexpectedly, the Konoha-style sword technique gave him an unexpected surprise. However, think about it, Konoha-style swordsmanship originally contains the element of bodybuilding. Since basic physical skills can lead to the evolution of the body, there is no reason why the higher-level Konoha-style swordsmanship cannot do the same. Of course, as I said before, the main force that drives his physical evolution is the foundation accumulated from his long-term hard practice. Whether it is basic physical skills or Konoha-style swordsmanship, it is just an introduction. If you want to continue to improve in the future, you must practice hard. In addition, with this breakthrough, the evolution speed of his Sharingan should be able to speed up a bit. However, whether it is as he expected still needs to be tested in detail. Just as Qingming was deep in thought, Gokuen suddenly appeared on the scene and said, "Okay, it's almost time, we should go back." Upon hearing this, Qingming and the others packed up and followed Gokuen back to the town. That night, inside the room, Qingming sat cross-legged, closed his eyes and meditated, refining his chakra. After a long time, Qingming opened his eyes, opened the panel and took a look. Just as he expected, with the breakthrough in his physical attributes, his physical potential increased again, and the amount of chakra he could contain also increased. After a long time, he saw the scene of the chakra limit increasing rapidly again. If that were the case, it would not be possible to speed up the evolution of his Sharingan. Because as long as the amount of chakra he can mobilize every day does not increase, the evolution speed of the Sharingan cannot be improved. Now it all depends on whether his physical attribute can be increased from 7 points to 8 points, which will allow the maximum amount of chakra he can mobilize daily to break through the 3500 point mark. With this thought in mind, Qingming closed his eyes again. 3 days later, after a series of tests, Qingming was able to confirm that the breakthrough in his physical attribute from 7 points to 8 points had indeed allowed him to break the limit of only being able to use a maximum of 3,500 points of chakra per day. Now, the number has increased from 3,005 to 4,002. Even though it's only a 700-point improvement, when used in the art of reflecting the heart, it translates into 4 points of proficiency. And 5 points of proficiency can increase the evolution of his Sharingan by 1 point. In other words, his Sharingan will gain 4 points of proficiency every 5 days from now on, which is already a significant improvement. And this is just the most direct increase. As his physical attributes improve, the amount of time his body can withstand running the chakra refining technique every day will also increase. In this way, under the same conditions, his chakra refining technique will inevitably be promoted to level 4 at a faster speed. At that time, the amount of chakra that can be mobilized daily will increase further, and along with it the speed of the Sharingan's evolution will increase. This is the so-called quick step, step by step. As long as Qingming does his best in every aspect, he will be able to speed up the evolution of the Sharingan to the greatest extent. End of this chapter. Chapter 50 Order. Chapter 50 Order. What? A short scream was heard. Qingming pulled the dagger out of the chest of the rock ninja in front of him with an expressionless face, completing the final finishing job. He stood up and looked around, and could see that many Konoha ninjas were doing the same job as him. On the ground around them lay the bodies of many ninjas from both sides. Today marks the 20th day since his physical attribute breakthrough, and it is also the last day for their group to carry out the garrison mission. However, the IWA ninja who was confronting them more than 20 kilometers away did not seem to intend to let them go, and actually launched an attack today. Fortunately, they had the home advantage and repelled the invading enemy after paying a certain price. As for why they suddenly launched an attack, Qingming didn't want to think about this question. They would be going back tomorrow anyway. No matter what the other party planned, it was none of his business. After cleaning up the battlefield, Qingming and a group of Konoha ninjas returned to the town base. As soon as he returned to the base, Furukawa was called to a meeting. Seeing this scene, Qingming inexplicably had a bad feeling in his heart. As it turned out, his hunch was correct. In less than half an hour, Furukawa came back and brought some very bad news. That is tonight, or to be exact, in 3 hours, all of them will be divided into 4 teams and launch an attack on the Uegakure stronghold more than 20 kilometers away. This order was issued directly from the headquarters and they had no room to refuse. Moreover, it was not just their stronghold that received the order. Almost all the strongholds on the front line that were confronting the Uegakure village received the same order. In other words, it was an all-out attack. Is this Orochimaru's revenge? Isn't this too ridiculous? What's the point of this, other than both sides being hurt? Konoha doesn't have an advantage in terms of manpower in the Rain Country battlefield, so this kind of exchange is completely meaningless. Qingming was extremely confused. At the same time, he also felt a strong sense of malice. He could clearly go back in a day, but this happened suddenly. If the order had not been directed to all the strongholds on the front line that were confronting the Uegakure village, Qingming would have suspected that he or this stronghold was being deliberately targeted. Forget it. Anyway, there is no goal to be completed in this mission, so I can just do nothing when the time comes. Thinking this in his mind, Qingming opened the proficiency panel. In the field of vision, a light blue light curtain quietly emerged. Name, Uchiha Qingming. Age, 11 years old. Constitution, 7-8. Spirit, 9. Chakra, 3450, 5027 6100. Bloodline, Sharingan Single Megatama, 160/1000, 271/1000. LV3762/1000 LV3986/1000. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique, Level 2, 30/500. LV2101/500 LV312/1000. Fire Style, Dragon Fire Technique, Level 2, 13/500. LV1110/200 LV25/500. LV2375/500 LV3225/1000. Shadow Clone Technique, Level 0, 5/100. LV31/1000 LV3430/1000. LV4186/2000 LV4716/2000. LV3570/1000 LV43/2000. Chakra Control, Level 3, 180/1000. 3 Body Techniques, Level 3, 0/0. Originally, Qingming was worried that he would not have time to practice after arriving at the front-line stronghold. Who would have thought that the rock ninja would be unexpectedly calm? This gave him a relatively stable environment for cultivation. Therefore, in the past month, the skills that he focused on have all improved significantly. The first is chakra. 20 days ago, his physical attributes unexpectedly broke through, and the shackles of his body were opened. As a result, the upper limit of chakra began to increase. It took about half a month for it to rise from 5,027 points to 6,100 points. However, it got stuck afterwards. After all, only his physical attributes increased a little, and the potential it brought was limited, which was enough for his chakra to increase by that much. However, the progress of chakra extraction technique was a little faster. In just over a month, it had reached level 3, 986/1000. As long as he doesn't die tonight, he will be able to reach level 4 in less than 2 days after returning to the base camp. By then, whether it is to improve the proficiency of other skills or to increase the evolution speed of the Sharingan, everything will be on the fast track. Speaking of other skills, it can be seen that in the past 20 days, his proficiency in KONOHA style swordsmanship has increased significantly, and the progress to level 3 is almost halfway completed. According to Furukawa, his swordsmanship is already comparable to that of some jonin. Even if it was Gukwen himself, if he only competed with melee ability, he could at best draw with Qingming. Even if the battle drags on a little longer, Qingming might still have a chance of winning. By the way, Furukawa is no longer the one-armed man now. Orochimaru has reattached an arm to him. Although it is not his own, at least he can use it to make seals. It was also from that time that Qingming knew that Furukawa was a member of Orochimaru's faction. To round it off, he can also be considered to be in Orochimaru's faction. Whenever Qingming thought of this, he felt a little annoyed. Not to mention how obsessed Orochimaru will be with the Sharingan in the future, the mere fact that he would be liquidated by the village after his defection would be a problem. However, Qingming only thought about it for a moment and ignored it. With the help of the proficiency panel, if he still doesn't have the ability to fight against Orochimaru by then, he deserves whatever fate he ends up in. As for the settlement of the village, at that time, if he did not rebel against Konoha, it would already be a courtesy to Sarutobi Hiruzen. How could he dare to settle accounts with him? Did he really think he had a good temper? Retracting his thoughts, Qingming looked at the ninja tool throwing. Thanks to the assistance of the Sharingan, his proficiency has exceeded LV3 and reached LV4, February 2000. At this point, he could already use Kunao and Shuriken in a variety of ways with the help of the Sharingan. Unfortunately, it is a flying prop after all. Unless the enemy's level is really too low, it is still difficult to kill the enemy directly. However, it is excellent as an auxiliary means. In addition, level 4 is still not the limit of the skill of ninja tool throwing, but it will be slower to accumulate proficiency now. In addition to the above skills, the skills that have made great progress in the past month include Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Technique, Magic, the Technique of the Cage, and Telekinesis Technique. The former has surprisingly broken through the LV2 level and reached LV3, 12/1000. At this time, performing this technique again will not only be faster, but also more precise in control. If he were to face Bai Shi Kingdo again now, Qingming was confident that he could suppress the opponent for a considerable period of time without opening his eyes. Of course, to do what you did in the beginning and force the opponent to fight back, you still need the Sharingan to predict the opponent's movement. In addition, he also tried to first improve the level of Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Technique, and then practice Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique and Fire Style, Dragon Fire Technique, which can indeed speed up the process. However, his chakra is currently limited, and he does not intend to waste time on these two ninjutsu. When he upgrades the Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Technique to level 4 or even level 5, he can come back and practice these two ninjutsu at a faster speed. Moreover, after acquiring the Konoha style swordsmanship, his need for ninjutsu was greatly reduced, and for the time being, a Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu was enough. Not to mention, he also has the assistance of Magic Jiahang Jutsu and Telekinesis Jutsu. Under Qingming's deliberate care, both of his skills were upgraded to the next level. Among them, the Magical Flail Technique has been upgraded to level 2, with a faster activation speed and stronger control effect on the enemy. The Blink Technique has been upgraded to level 3. After activation, the movement speed is about % faster than before, and the effect is better whether it is escaping or raiding. It was precisely because of the improvement of these skills that Qingming had little resistance to the surprise attack on the Uegakure village stronghold. Otherwise, he would have lost his life and would not have cared about so many things. After all, strength is the root of everything. Without strength, any wave can kill you, but with strength, even when a tsunami comes, you can remain calm. End of this chapter. Chapter 51, Action Begins and Surprises. Chapter 51, Action Begins and Surprises. That night. It's raining lightly. It was pitch black all around. Qingming and others followed Gukwen, sneaking all the way and arriving at a location about 100 meters west of the village. This village is the base of the Uegakure. Faintly, you can see a few scattered lights there. When they arrived at a low slope, Furukawa raised his right fist and signaled everyone to stop. Immediately, everyone stopped and the whole process was characterized by strict compliance with orders. It has to be said that the battlefield is a place to train people. Those who have survived the battles with the Rock Ninja in the past month are not stupid. At least, no one is out of the ordinary and does something out of the ordinary. Furukawa looked at the time and determined that there were still more than 10 minutes before launching the attack, so he gestured for everyone to take a rest. Seeing this, everyone silently adjusted their breathing and prepared for the upcoming battle. Time passed by minute, and the surroundings were quiet. Apart from the faint breathing of the crowd, the only sound was the sound of raindrops falling on the ground. As if sensing that a war was about to break out, the rain in the sky quietly became heavier. Qingming stretched out his hand, felt it, frowned slightly, and thought to himself, this environment is not suitable for the use of fire escape. However, when he touched the short blade at his waist, he felt relieved. There is nothing much to say, the LV3, 430/1000, KONOHA-style swordsmanship gave him enough confidence. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion was heard from a distance. Qingming immediately looked in the direction of the sound and saw a ball of red flame suddenly rising from the south side of the village in front of him. It was the scene of the detonating talisman exploding. Then, there was a clanging sound of metal collision. It goes without saying that a battle must have taken place there. Someone was exposed. This thought popped up in Qingming's mind the first time. For this mission, they were divided into 4 teams and planned to launch an attack from 4 directions of the village simultaneously. Their team was led by Furukawa and was responsible for launching the attack from the west side of the village, while the other 3 teams were responsible for the other 3 sides. Judging from the current situation, it is highly likely that the team in the south has been exposed. Otherwise, they would not launch an attack without the agreed time. What Qingming can think of, Gokun can naturally think of as well. Therefore, after only thinking for a few seconds, he decisively ordered, "The plan has changed. Everyone, follow me." After saying that, he took the lead and rushed towards the Uegakuer base. Seeing this, Qingming and others immediately followed. Obviously, Furukawa was planning to launch an attack in advance, and there were more than one person who had the same idea as him. Just as they were rapidly approaching the Uegakuer base, explosions were heard from the north. "That's fine, as long as you don't fight alone." Thinking this in his mind, Qingming quickly glanced around, always alert to possible dangers in the dark. Click! A slight cracking sound was heard. Qingming suddenly lowered his head and looked down at his feet. Faintly, one could feel a slight vibration there, just like a level 1 or 2 earthquake, but the touch was not strong. But even this slight vibration made Qingming feel as if a disaster was about to happen. Without any hesitation, Qingming grabbed Ryusuke and Mizutani Shizuko on his left and right, one in each hand, and ran to the side like the wind. At the same time, he did not forget to remind his teammates, shouting, "Be careful underground." What? After hearing his warning, some people were confused and reacted a little slowly, while others reacted quickly and ran to both sides like him at the first moment. The next moment, the ground cracked, and dozens of cracks of varying sizes, accompanied by a strong earthquake, suddenly appeared on the path where Qingming and others were moving forward. The Konoha genin who were a little slow to react were almost instantly swallowed by the crack. It was only at this time that Furukawa and several jonin in the front of the team noticed something was wrong. This is not to say that Qingming's perception is sharper than those of the upper ninjas, but that the enemy is targeting them, the middle and lower ninjas, and specifically avoiding Furukawa and others. Otherwise, with the alertness of Furukawa and others, it would be impossible for them not to notice the movement underground. Before everyone could stand firm, dense rock spikes emerged from the ground, like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, one after another. Several Konoha ninjas were unable to dodge and were scratched by the rock spikes. Fortunately, no one died. You know, there are only a little over 20 people in their team, and 4 or 5 of them have died in the first wave of attack. If a few more people are lost, what's the point of fighting? All this is thanks to Qingming's shout. It was that reminder that made everyone mentally prepared and not be completely stunned by the first wave of attacks, otherwise several people would have died in the second wave of attacks. Whoosh whoosh! Several kunai were fired from the hands of several jonin including Furukawa. Immediately afterwards, several crisp metal collision sounds were heard in the darkness. Apparently, their attack was stopped. However, the attacks against Qingming and other middle and lower level ninjas also stopped. Tap tap tap. A dull sound of footsteps was heard. I saw Iwagakure Jonin walking out from the darkness. Seeing the person coming, Furukawa didn't waste any time and immediately asked a senior ninja beside him to step out and confront him, while he led his men to the Iwagakure base. Before setting off, Qingming and others had been informed of the objectives of this mission. The first was to eliminate as much of the enemy's manpower as possible, and the second was to destroy the enemy's stockpiles of supplies. Judging from Furukawa's intention, he plans to complete the second one. Qingming also didn't want to fight to the death with the rock ninja, so if he could achieve this, it would be great. With the explanation, they can retreat. But will the rock ninja let them complete the task so easily? The answer is obviously no. As soon as Qingming and others approached the village, they were immediately forced back by hundreds of kunai fired towards them. During the day, they had just used their home advantage to repel the rock ninja. I never thought that retribution would come so quickly. And I would have to face the enemy on their home ground at night. This kind of arrogant attitude of not treating kunai as money and throwing it casually is not a tactic they can use in away games. Unless one is proficient in space-time ninjutsu and can use sealing scrolls to carry extra equipment and props, the things a ninja can carry when going out are very limited. In this situation, it is naturally impossible to fight against the opponent and consume their energy. What's more, such defense is not that difficult to break through. Then, a KONOHA Jonin quietly walked out to Furukawa's side, raised his hands, and quickly completed the hand seals. The next moment, a large amount of chakra poured out of his body and mixed with the surrounding rainwater to form a giant water dragon more than 10 meters long. The water dragon roared towards the sky, then pounced forward and attacked the not-so-strong wall in front. If this impact hits the wall, it will collapse in an instant, and the Iwagakure hiding behind it will be in trouble. By then, even if they don't die, they will be injured. In this environment, the power of water-style, water dragon bullet technique is beyond doubt. The IWA ninja obviously understood this as well, so before the water dragon touched the wall, a roar came from behind the wall. Don't think about it. Along with the sound, a tall earth wall rising from the ground appeared. Qingming recognized this technique. It was the B-level ninjutsu known for its defensive power, earth style, earth flow wall. Originally, earth escape is more restrained than water escape, and this technique is performed by both jonin, so that water dragon bullet cannot break through the opponent's defense at all. Qingming only heard a dull crash. Feeling the ground beneath his feet tremble, the water dragon turned into splashing water and failed to cause any harm to the Iwagakure behind him. Fortunately, the senior ninja on their side had prepared more than just this one move. Sorry, there is only one update today. I am stuck in traffic now. I took the time to code this chapter on my phone. End of this chapter. Chapter 52 Infiltration. Chapter 52 Infiltration. Boom boom boom. Accompanied by dazzling flames, a series of explosions suddenly came from behind the earth wall. Along with it came the screams of the Iwagakure ninjas. Looking at the front of the team again, 2 KONOHA Jonin were missing at some point. It turned out that just now, 2 KONOHA senior ninjas took advantage of the confrontation between the two sides to perform earth escape ninjutsu and sneak into the Iwagakure base. Now, they are the ones creating chaos. After a few breaths, the earth wall built by the Iwagakure Jonin collapsed, revealing the chaotic battlefield behind it. At this time, the 2 KONOHA Jonin were being besieged by a group of Iwagakure ninjas. Seeing this, Furukawa immediately gave the order, Teams 1, 2, and 3 will entangle the enemy, and Team 4 will look for the enemy's supply warehouse. Unfortunately, Qingming was a member of Team 4. Besides him, there were 3 other people in the team, and all of them were chunins. Logically speaking, if a genin is forced into a chunin team, the team members will definitely have objections. But the fact is that after learning about the grouping, the 3 teammates did not express any objection. As for the reasons, it's very simple. After fighting with the Iwagakure ninjas over the past month, Qingming has proven his strength, which is no weaker than that of an ordinary chunin. His teammates were not worried about him holding them back, so naturally they had no objections. Otherwise, when it comes to matters of life and death, even Furukawa would not be able to make the decision on his own. However, only Qingming knew that Gukwen had arranged him to come in for a deeper meaning. Perhaps in the eyes of his three teammates, he was just an ordinary genin whose strength reached the chunin level, but Furukawa knew his real strength, which definitely exceeded the chunin level. Therefore, the reason for bringing him in was actually to have him act as a surprise soldier to complete the task at the critical moment. Qingming had no objection to this arrangement. In fact, compared to fighting on the frontal battlefield, this stealth and search mission is more to his liking. There is no other reason, the main reason is that the risk is not high. Although their raid had not yet been launched, a group of people revealed their whereabouts, but the Uegakuer were still caught off guard. At this time, the rock ninja stronghold was surrounded on all sides, and the enemy's jonin must have been separated early. Some of the middle and lower ninjas that stayed behind were not much of a threat to him at all. You ask why there are no jonin left? The reason is simple. After all, the war between ninjas is not a war between ordinary people. Although logistical supplies are equally important, they are still inferior to people. For the Uegakuer village, preserving more manpower is more important than so-called supplies. If supplies are gone, we can continue to raise them, but if the ninjas are gone, it takes several years to train them. Therefore, Qingming estimated that the rock ninjas would be like them and would send out as many high-end forces as possible to reduce the losses of middle and lower level ninjas when facing the enemy, especially when they were blocked at the door. That's why Qingming said that this mission was not very dangerous for him. Of course, that's only for him. For his three teammates, that's not necessarily the case. Inside the Uegakuer base, Qingming and his group of 4 quickly moved towards the center of the village. At this time, nearly 10 minutes had passed since they sneaked into the village, and they finally figured out the location of the rock ninja supply warehouse. This is also thanks to a chunin named Yamanaka Ichiryu in the team. Although he is not a direct member of the Shanzhong clan and has not learned the most advanced spiritual secrets, he has learned the art of mind reading. A few minutes ago, with the help of others, they got rid of the pursuers and sneaked into the village. After that, it took some time to find a chunin from Uegakuer who stayed behind. They succeeded in their surprise attack without any intention. After that, Yamanaka Ichiryu used the secret technique of mind reading to get what he wanted from his head without much effort. If the information was correct, the underground in the center of the village was the Uegakuer's material warehouse. Next, they just need to destroy these supplies and their mission will be accomplished. At that time, everyone can retreat. However, before that, they still have to deal with the defensive forces inside. When they arrived at the center of the village, Shanzhong Yuliang raised his right fist and signaled them to stop. Then, he made a few seals, closed his eyes, and began to sense the situation around him. Qingming didn't know what the ninjutsu the other party performed was called, but he could vaguely feel the spiritual energy that was constantly spreading out from him. I think it should be the secret technique of the mountain clan. Just as Qingming was lost in thought, Shanzhong Yuliang suddenly opened his eyes and looked at him fiercely. There was a flash of surprise and an uncontrollable scrutiny in his eyes. What happened? Seeing the other party looking at him, Qingming remained expressionless and spoke calmly. Hearing this, Shanzhong Liang came back to his senses, put away his scrutinizing gaze, and replied in a calm tone, "Nothing." Seeing this, Qingming frowned slightly. Recalling the other party's look just now, Qingming felt that the other party must have seen something. Sharingan. This thought just popped up in Qingming's mind, but he quickly rejected it. There is no other reason. Without the Sharingan opened, let alone a half-baked member of the Yamanaka clan, even the clan leader of the Yamanaka clan himself would probably not be able to see anything unusual. Then there is only one possibility. Feeling the vast chakra in his body, Qingming thought, have you discovered that my chakra capacity is different from that of ordinary people? Before setting off, in order to increase his own survival rate as much as possible, he did not waste chakra, and even performed the chakra refining technique to recover a lot of chakra. This caused the amount of chakra in his body to exceed the 4,500 mark. And this is far more than the chakra amount of most chunins. You know, he is only 11 years old now. According to the growth law of ninjas, he has not yet entered the stage of rapid development at this age. In other words, his chakra amount will continue to increase in the future. And since he did not reveal the existence of the Sharingan on the surface, this amount of chakra was naturally not normal. Qingming himself is also aware of this. Therefore, whether in the base camp or in the small town outpost, he was controlling the amount of chakra in his body, while reducing contact with strangers and trying not to reveal any abnormalities as much as possible. Unexpectedly, the secret was revealed today. Qingming estimated that he was too close to Shanzhong Yuliang just now, so the other party sensed some abnormalities using ninjutsu. In fact, it is. The secret technique that Yamanaka Iser had just performed was called spiritual touch, which could sense the number of living people within a certain range and roughly estimate their strength. The way to estimate strength is to detect the amount of chakra in the target. Originally, the detection result was not very accurate, but this could not withstand Qingming's excessive chakra. Just now, when Yamanaka Iser used the touch of the soul, he was startled by Qingming beside him, and thought that the other party was a disguised jonin. After confirming that it was really Qingming himself, he was even more shocked. However, with the mission at hand, he didn't have time to think about it. End of this chapter. Chapter 53 Quick Decision. Chapter 53 Quick Decision. Qingming looked expressionlessly at Shanzhong Yuliang, who had closed his eyes again and started to sense the surrounding situation, and said to himself, I hope you don't think of the Sharingan, or, even if you do, don't tell anyone, otherwise. Inexplicably, he felt a chill in the mountain and instinctively moved his body a little further away from Qingming. After a moment, Yamanaka Ichiryu opened his eyes and said, the enemy has two teams. One team is guarding the two-story building in front, and the other is hiding underground. They are all standard genin teams. The so-called standard genin team is a team consisting of 1 chunin and 3 genin. In addition, there are chunin teams and jonin teams. The former usually consists of 1 special jonin and 3 chunins, or 4 chunins, and is generally used to perform tasks with a difficulty of around B level. Just like their team and the mission they are carrying out. During this period, there may be a high possibility of fighting with enemy ninjas, but usually the jonin will not be involved. As for the latter, its composition is somewhat complicated. Depending on the difficulty of the mission, it is usually led by 1 or 2 jonin and several elite chunin. If the situation is more extreme, it is not ruled out that the team will be composed entirely of senior ninjas. However, this kind of mission is usually assigned to an elite jonin. After all, every jonin is the backbone of the village, and it would be a waste to put them together to carry out missions. I guess this situation would only occur frequently during wartime. Otherwise, jonin usually don't team up with each other. We have gone off topic. Since there are only 2 genin teams inside, there is nothing to worry about. Just fight quickly and decisively. Qingming's thoughts are also what everyone thinks. So, without much hesitation, the 4 of them rushed into the building in front. Whoosh whoosh! Dozens of kunao were shot at him. Give it to me! Qingming let out a low roar and came in front of the crowd with a big stride. With a clang, a short blade was pulled out from his waist. Then there was the sound of metal clanging. In just a blink of an eye, all the kunao that were shot at were shot down by Qingming and did not affect the 4 people at all. Shanzhong Yuliang and others fully believed in Qingming's strength, and rushed out before the kunao fell to the ground. The next moment, the sound of fighting was heard. Inside the small building, 4 Iwagakuer ninjas fought hard against the sudden attack of 3 Konoha chunins. Qingming looked around and after making sure that no one else was hiding, he immediately attacked the only Iwagaku Chunin in the field. The Iwagaku Chunin only saw a flash before his eyes, and Qingming appeared in front of him. So fast! The Iwagaku Chunin was secretly shocked. However, Qingming didn't care what he thought. He approached and raised his hand to strike him with a knife. The knife was as fast as lightning, leaving only a ray of cold light in the air. The Iwagaku Chunin's face changed slightly, and he instinctively raised his kunao to block in front of him. Hey! There was a crisp metallic sound. The Iwagaku Chunin only felt his arm go numb, and his kunao almost flew out. After all, he defended in a hurry and didn't have enough force. It's just that Qingming is still a child and his strength is slightly weaker than that of an adult, otherwise he could definitely chop the opponent's kunao away with one sword. However, this is not important. After a brief stalemate, Qingming suddenly turned his wrist, and the short blade changed from chopping to thrusting, slashing diagonally towards the opponent's face. Seeing this, the Iwagaku Chunin quickly leaned back. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the KONOHA Chunin who had just fought with him suddenly threw the kunao in his hand, aiming directly at the opponent's chest and abdomen. Sensing the danger, the Iwagaku Chunin immediately twisted his waist in an attempt to avoid the kunao's attack. But he couldn't even stand steadily at this time, let alone dodge. Finally, the kunao slashed across his body, leaving a deep scar on his waist. Blood dripped down. As the saying goes, if you are sick, I will kill you. Qingming will not show the slightest mercy to his enemies. There was a flash of cold light, and Qingming swung his sword again to attack the Iwagaku Chunin. Hey! Ding ding ding! At first, the Iwagaku Chunin could still keep up with his pace, but after a dozen moves, he couldn't anymore. Konoha-style swordsmanship is not some rubbish swordsmanship, it combines the advantages of many swordsmanships, highlighting the characteristics of fast, accurate and ruthless. Especially after Qingming practiced it to level 3, he could use various sword moves with ease and his offensive power became even stronger. Therefore, the Iwagaku Chunin in front of him was unable to stop it at all. Not to mention that there was a KONOHA Chunin nearby who suddenly attacked. So, after only 30 moves, Qingming seized the opportunity and thrust the short blade in his hand into the chest of the Iwagaku Chunin in front of him. Puff! The sound of a sharp knife penetrating flesh was heard. The Iwagaku Chunin looked down at the short blade that was piercing his chest, the kunao in his hand slipped, and he opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he couldn't utter a word. After confirming that the other party was dead, Qingming drew out the short blade and looked around again. At this time, on the other two battlefields, the situation of the 3 Iwagaku genin was also precarious. Qingming was worried about accidents and didn't want to waste time, so he didn't stop and immediately killed one of the Iwagaku genin with a knife. Similarly, the KONOHA Chunin who had just assisted him also attacked a Iwagaku genin. It's 3 against 4, and the enemies are all stronger than us. How should we fight? The 3 Iwagaku genin were filled with despair. In desperation, he burst out with extraordinary fighting power. But this is of no use. In less than 2 minutes, all 3 Iwagaku genin fell to the ground. Qingming and the others cleaned up the battlefield a bit, replenished the number of shurikens and kunao, and immediately asked, "Where is the underground entrance?" "This way." Shanzhong Yuliang didn't waste any time and immediately stepped forward to lead the way. The 4 of them walked through the lobby on the first floor and came to a corridor inside. Shanzhong Liang scanned the house numbers on both sides, compared them with his memory, and finally locked onto a room marked 107, and said, "The entrance is in this room." When I pushed open the door, there was a sound of breaking air. The 4 of them immediately dodged to the sides. Dong dong dong! Dozens of kunao flew out and pierced the door opposite. Just at this moment, a sizzling sound was heard. The 4 looked in the direction of the sound and saw several detonating talismans burning violently. Finally, some expressions showed on the faces of several people, but none of them were too panicked. There was no other reason. Before coming here, everyone had thought that the enemy might be lying in ambush. After all, although the previous battle ended quickly, it was not without any movement, so it was normal for another rock ninja team to notice it. Therefore, whether they were attacked when they opened the door or saw the detonating talismans, the four of them did not make a fuss. And with preparation, hiding is not that difficult. Almost in an instant, the four of them distanced themselves from room 107. Then, he pushed open the doors on both sides and slipped in. Boom boom boom. Several explosions sounded in succession. The red flames, accompanied by a huge shock wave, quickly spread to both sides along the corridor. End of this chapter. Chapter 54 Mission completed and bad news. Chapter 54 Mission completed and bad news. Crunch. The door was pushed open. Qingming and his four companions walked out of the room, passed through the charred corridor, and came to the two sides of the door of room 107. Then, Shan's Hongai Liang made a gesture. Qingming and others nodded. Then, each of them took out a kunao, carefully wrapped it with a detonating talisman, and then, at Yamanaka Izar's 3, 2, 1 gesture, they all threw them into room 107. Careful! Immediately, the slightly anxious warning voice of the IWA ninja was heard in the room. However, this did not stop the detonating talisman from exploding. Boom boom boom! A violent explosion sounded. Immediately afterwards, red flames burst out from the door of room 107, burning Qingming and others' cheeks so hard that they felt painful. Not only that, the walls on both sides of the room also shook 3 times due to the huge explosion. In such a small area, the damage caused by the detonating tag is far greater than detonating it in an open space. I wonder what happened to the Uegakuer inside. Thinking this in his mind, Qingming took the lead and, taking advantage of the moment when the flames disappeared, he rushed into the room with a short blade in his hand. In the smoke, several shurikens shot towards him rapidly. Qingming was not in a hurry. He waved the short blade in his hand continuously. Only a series of ding-ding-ding sounds were heard, and the shurikens that were shot at him were knocked down one by one. At this time, his 3 teammates also rushed in. 2 o'clock. Shan's Hongai Liang reported the enemy's position immediately. The other 2 did not hesitate at all, and immediately crossed the mountain and ran to the right front at an extremely fast speed. There, a Chunin from Uegakuer was halfway exposed above the ground, preparing to launch a second sneak attack. Looking at the other party's appearance, Qingming knew that the other party must have used the entrance to the underground warehouse to avoid the attack of the detonating talisman. Otherwise, in such a small room, if several explosive talismans were to hit the opponent's face, even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. Just like the Uegakuer genin who fell in front of him at this moment, although he avoided the direct damage of the detonating tag, he still couldn't avoid internal injuries from the shock wave of the explosion. How could we have the energy to launch a counterattack like we do now? Shaking his head secretly, Qingming stopped thinking about it and turned his attention back to the other person. At this time, the Uegakuer Chunin had already crawled out of the entrance of the underground warehouse and was fighting with the 2 Konoha Chunins who rushed up. In addition, 2 Uegakuer genin rushed out of the tunnel after him and fought with Yamanaka Izar who arrived later. Seeing this, Qingming took out 6 shurikens, held them between his fingers, and stared at several Uegakuer ninjas. The next moment, he threw out 6 shurikens, some at fast speeds and some at slow speeds. 2 of them even collided in the air, changing their respective flight trajectories. What followed was a muffled groan from the 3 Uegakuer ninjas. Of the 6 shurikens, only 2 missed the target, and the remaining 4 all pierced the Uegakuer ninjas. Although it didn't hit the vital points, it was enough for the 3 companions to seize the opportunity and end the battle. After a few breaths, accompanied by a few short screams, the 3 rock ninjas all fell to the ground, lifeless. After confirming that all the enemies had been eliminated, Qingming and the others did not waste any time and immediately entered the Rock Ninja's supply warehouse through the tunnel entrance. It can be seen that this is an underground space of 200 square meters, which was obviously dug out using Earth-style ninjutsu. There were shelves placed on the open space, filled with supplies, including food, ninja tools, medicine, detonating tags, etc., all kinds of things that a ninja needed. Especially the detonating talismans, which saved them a lot of effort. Qingming and others discussed it and took out all the detonating talismans and pasted them in every corner of the warehouse. After doing all this, the four of them carefully exited the underground space. Shanzhong Liang took several safety measures at the entrance of the tunnel. After making sure that there would be no problems, he said, "Okay, in 3 minutes, the mechanism will be triggered and we can leave." Upon hearing this, several people looked at each other and then quickly ran outside. To be honest, no one would feel at ease standing on such a large powder keg, even if the detonating talismans were placed by themselves. If it exploded, not to mention they were standing on it, even if they were far away from it, they might be affected. So, it's better to leave early. Next, they had only one goal, which was to rush to the small town stronghold as fast as they could. As for the mission completed signal. Please. With that big powder keg there, what other signal is needed? Tick 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 tick. Time passes minute by minute. 3 minutes later. A huge explosion was heard from the center of the village, and red flames shone through the cracks in the ground into the sky, lighting up the entire village. Not only that, but with the village as the center, the ground within 2 or 3 kilometers felt strong tremors. On the periphery, the Konoha ninjas in the 4 directions saw this movement and immediately realized that someone had completed the mission. So, they started fighting and retreating. But the IWA ninja seemed to be irritated and refused to let go, which caused the retreat plan to go wrong. The two sides chased each other and fought life and death. Ultimately, at this stage, the number of casualties on both sides exceeded even that of the initial melee. Qingming and others were inevitably involved. Even with Yamanaka Izura's advanced perception, they still encountered the enemy several times, and even one of their companions who were carrying out the mission together died. Wait until the second half of the night to return to the small town base. Qingming then realized that the losses of this mission were far beyond his imagination. The number of people in the stronghold was nearly half less than when they set out. With a heavy heart, Qingming returned to his team's base, and the first thing he saw was Mizutani Shizuko with red eyes. Somehow, Qingming's heart skipped a beat and he suddenly had a bad feeling. Sure enough, he heard bad news next. "Qingming, Ryusuke and teacher, they are all dead. Woo woo woo." As she said this, Shizuko Mizutani burst into tears. Upon hearing this, Qingming was also stunned on the spot. And every moment of their past time together flashed through his mind. Although he had not spent a long time with Ryusuke, and he often rejected his invitations to practice alone, his optimistic and positive personality still left some marks in his heart. Now, suddenly hearing the news of the other party's death, Qingming felt a sense of unreality. And Mr. Furukawa. Although he did not teach him much about ninjutsu, he allowed him to accumulate rich combat experience, and he would help him with some of his requests whenever possible. It can be said that these two people are one of the only few things he cares about in this world. Inhale, exhale. Taking a deep breath and then slowly exhaling, Qingming tried to calm down as much as possible. He looked at Mizutani Shizuko and asked, "How did the teacher and the others die?" End of this chapter. Chapter 55 Return. Chapter 55 Return. Hearing his question, Mizutani Shizuko cried even more sadly. From his intermittent narration, Qingming knew that Furukawa was there alone to cover the retreat of the entire team, and was eventually killed by 2 Iwagakure Jonin. As for Ryusuke, he sacrificed himself simply to protect Shizuko Mizutani. When they were retreating, they were unlucky and encountered a team of Iwagakure Chunin. In order to protect Mizutani Shizuko, Ryusuke fought desperately, but the gap in strength cannot be easily bridged by fighting desperately. In the end, the two were no match for the four opponents, and Ryusuke died on the spot. Afterwards, if a Konoha Jonin had not happened to pass by and rescued Mizutani Shizuko, the other party would probably have been killed. Qingming glanced at Mizutani Shizuko and discovered that she did have quite a few injuries on her body. It is not difficult to see from these injuries alone how critical the situation was at the time. At this time, Qingming was wondering if it would be better for him to stay with them if he did not carry out the mission of sneaking into the rock ninja base. After thinking for a while, Qingming came up with the answer: in terms of the results alone, it is definitely better. With his current strength, it is not certain that he can save Furukawa. This is too difficult. After all, the enemies are two real Jonin. But it was more than enough to save the lives of Ryusuke and Mizutani Shizuko. The mere four Iwagakure Chunins were no match for him, not even if they joined forces. But to put it another way, it is impossible for him to be a babysitter for two people for his whole life. Not to mention how he took care of the two of them during his usual missions, he took considerable risks to save them just during the 2 times when they encountered the Iwagakure ambush and night raid. Qingming thought that he had done enough, and if problems still occurred under such circumstances, they could only blame their bad luck. Therefore, Qingming did not feel guilty about the deaths of Ryusuke and Furukawa, at most he just felt a little regretful. Strength: we still need to improve our strength as soon as possible. Qingming made up his mind secretly. Ryusuke's death was ultimately due to his own lack of strength, otherwise he would have been able to survive the danger safely. Therefore, strength is the root of everything. With this thought in mind, Qingming no longer wasted time. He comforted Mizutani Shizuko with a few words and sent her to the medical ninja. After completing the initial treatment, he began to practice on his own. A few hours later, the sky is bright. Accompanied by the sound of rolling wheels, the ninjas who came to replace them arrived at the town stronghold. After the two sides completed the handover, Qingming and others began to rush to the base camp. There were 60 people when they came, but only less than people when they returned. The death rate was close to %, which was extremely cruel. Among the surviving ninjas, most were mid and top-level ninjas, and there were very few genin. Otherwise, why do people say genin are cannon fodder on the battlefield? Of course, there are special circumstances this time. Generally speaking, the death rate of ninjas rotating on the front lines is not as terrible as 60%. At the very least, a single rotation cannot achieve this level. On the road, the atmosphere in the team was a bit depressing. Qingming glanced at Mizutani Shizuko beside him. After several hours of recuperation, the other party's condition has improved a lot, but judging from his expression, he has not yet recovered from the shadow of the death of his teacher and companions. Qingming had no good solution for this and could only hope that time would erase it all. Time passed by minute, and the team moved forward at a moderate pace. Without the supplies that needed to be escorted, they could have moved faster, but there were too many wounded in the team, so they had to slow down. Despite this, they returned to the base camp before dark. As a genin, he didn't need to worry about the mission report. After returning to the base camp, Qingming started training without stopping. It just so happened that he had a long vacation this time, so he could first practice the chakra refining technique to level 4. 2 days later, late at night, inside the tent, Qingming suddenly opened his eyes, unable to hide the joy in his eyes. After 2 days of practice, his chakra refining technique was finally upgraded from level 3 to level 4. Then we'll see how effective it is. Murmuring, Qingming closed his eyes again and began to meditate and refine his chakra. It would have been fine if it hadn't been refined, but once it was refined, Qingming noticed the difference. If at level 3, he was operating the chakra extraction technique, he was using a small water pipe to extract the physical and spiritual energy contained in his body. Now we have added a high-pressure pump to this water pipe, which greatly increases the extraction speed. After an hour, Qingming opened his eyes, opened the panel and took a look. The chakra increased by 800 points. At level 3, this number is 400 points. In other words, when the chakra refining technique was upgraded to level 4, his chakra recovery speed doubled. In this way, he can spend more time practicing ninjutsu and other skills. In the past, before he learned the KONOHA style swordsmanship, he didn't have to worry about not having enough time. After all, it didn't take much time to perform a ninjutsu. All he needed to worry about was whether he had enough chakra. But when he learned the KONOHA style sword technique, especially after he mastered it to level 3, he had to pay attention. Although practicing this technique does not require too much chakra, if you want to accumulate proficiency, you must practice it over and over again. And this process takes a lot of time. So, for Qingming, this time-saving effect is just right. In addition, there is the most important chakra recovery amount. Before his physical attribute unexpectedly broke through 8 points, he could only use a maximum of 3,500 chakra points per day. When it broke through to 8 points, this number became 4,200. Qingming once estimated that this number would increase after the chakra extraction technique was advanced to level 4. Now it seems that his estimate was correct. Although it has not been tested in detail, based on the 1 hour of practice just now, he can already estimate a rough value, 5,500. That's right, it's 5,500 points. This figure is 1,300 points higher than the previous value. If all of this chakra is used to practice the reflection of the heart technique, 7.6 points of proficiency can be obtained. And 5 points of proficiency can increase the degree of evolution of his Sharingan by 1 point. In other words, his Sharingan will gain an average of 1.5 points of proficiency every day from now on. This will undoubtedly increase the evolution speed of his Sharingan once again. The only regret is that his basic attributes have not changed, his potential has long been fully tapped, and his chakra limit can only increase slowly with the passage of time. Otherwise, he would know how much the chakra limit can be increased in 1 hour by practicing the level 4 chakra refining technique. According to the rule of the previous 3 doubling increases, this time it should increase from 8 points per hour to 16 points. In this way, when his basic attributes are improved in the future, he will be able to realize his potential in the shortest possible time. End of this chapter. Chapter 56 The Storm is Coming. Chapter 56 The Storm is Coming. Base Camp. Northwest. Training Course. Qingming held a short blade and fought with Mizutani Shizuko. The sound of ding-dong continued to ring out. Mizutani Shizuko launched an attack with all her strength, but they were all blocked by Qingming one by one. The whole process was indescribably easy and carefree. After a long time, Shizuko Mizutani finally stopped attacking. It can be seen that sweat has already soaked her clothes, her hair is sticking to her face, and she looks visibly tired. Despite this, her eyes still revealed an indescribable determination. Seeing this scene, Qingming could only sigh in his heart. The other party had transferred all his regrets into the desire for strength. If this situation is not guided, problems will arise sooner or later. But Qingming didn't want to persuade him. As the saying goes, without madness, there is no life. In this chaotic world, how can you survive if you don't push yourself harder? Besides, it's better to focus on improving your strength than to feel sorry for yourself, isn't it? After a short rest, Mizutani Shizuko raised the kunao in her hand again and said to Qingming, "Come again." Hearing this, Qingming said nothing more. He took a quick step and instantly came in front of him, using the KONOHA sword technique smoothly. This time it was Qingming who launched the attack, and Mizutani Shizuko was under even greater pressure. In just a moment, she could no longer hold on, the kunao in her hand was knocked away, and Qingming's dagger was against her throat. Drops of cold sweat slid down her forehead and Shizuko Mizutani swallowed unconsciously. Although she knew Qingming would not kill her, she still couldn't help but shiver when the tip of the sword touched her throat. Putting away the dagger, Qingming glanced at the sky, and after Mizutani Shizuko recovered, he said, "It's about time, let's stop here today." "Ah!" Mizutani Shizuko nodded, bent down and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Lord Qingming." Hearing this, Qingming waved his hand and said nothing more. Although he spent some time and energy as a sparring partner for Mizutani Shizuko, he was planning to use these energy in his Konoha-style swordsmanship. Although the effect of sparring was not as good as when fighting with Furukawa, Furukawa is dead now, and having an opponent like Mizutani Shizuko is better than practicing alone. Therefore, this is a mutually beneficial process, and Qingming does not think that Shizuko Mizutani needs to thank her for this. But the other party always does this, so Qingming just lets it go. A few minutes later, the two returned to base camp. As he was walking, a large group of people came towards him. The two sides passed each other. Qingming suddenly stopped and turned to look at those people. Seeing this, Mizutani Shizuko asked, "What's wrong? Do you think they look familiar?" Qingming asked. Hearing this, Mizutani Shizuko glanced at the backs of those people, then turned around and asked in confusion, "This place is so small, isn't it normal to be familiar with them?" "Do not." Qingming shook his head with a serious look and said, "No, don't you realize that they are some of the people who took over our position in the town?" "What?" When Shizuko Mizutani heard this, she was shocked and hurriedly looked at those people again, but they had disappeared. She looked at Qingming and asked in confusion, "Isn't it a monthly rotation? It's only been 10 days, how come someone came back? Did something big happen there?" Speaking of this, Shizuko Mizutani couldn't help but recall their previous experiences, and a deep fear and unspeakable pain flashed in her eyes. Hearing her words, Qingming shook his head again and denied it. "Look at the condition of those people, there is no big problem, so the possibility of an accident at the base is very small. Then why did they come back early?" Mizutani Shizuko spoke again. Qingming thought for a while, then shook his head and said, "I don't know." Then, he changed his tone and said in a serious voice, "Anyway, be careful these days. My intuition tells me that something big is going to happen." "Ah." Hearing Qingming's instructions, Mizutani Shizuko nodded seriously. Then, the two walked towards their respective tents. Back in the tent, Qingming swallowed a few military pills and while recovering his strength, he recalled what had happened in the past few days. First, there was an unreasonable full-line attack, and then some of the ninjas who were on rotation secretly returned. All of this gave Qingming a feeling that a storm was coming. What he said to Mizutani Shizuko just now was not nonsense, but he really felt that something big was going to happen. "Unfortunately, the position is too low and I can't see the overall situation clearly. Therefore, all Qingming can do is to improve his strength as much as possible." Panel. With a thought, Qingming opened the proficiency panel again. The next moment, a light blue curtain of light appeared. Name, Uchiha Qingming. Age, 11 years old. Constitution, 8. Spirit, 9. Chakra, 2250, 6100 6102. Bloodline, Sharingan Single Megatama, 271/1000, 317/1000. LV41/2000 LV450/2000. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique, Level 2, 35/500. LV312/1000 LV3226/1000. Fire Style, Dragon Fire Technique, Level 2, 17/500. LV3225/1000 LV3305/1000. Shadow Clone Technique, Level 0, 5/100. Asterisk Healing, Level 1, 15/200. Magic Jail Art, Level 2, 5/500. LV4716/2000, LV4946/2000. LV3430/1000, LV3615/1000. Ninja Tool Throwing, Level 4, 50/2000. Chakra Control, Level 3, 190/1000. 3 Body Techniques, Level 3, 0/0. In the past few days, he has focused his main energy on practicing the Reflection of the Heart technique, KONOHA style sword technique, and Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. The impact of the chakra extraction technique being upgraded to level 4 has begun to show. In just a few days, his 3 skills have improved significantly. Especially the art of reflecting the heart, the proficiency increased by 230 points. Thanks to this, the evolution degree of his Sharingan also increased by 46 points, and the progress increased from 271/1000 to 317/1000, and he is about to complete 1/3 of the process. At this rate, in another 4 months, his Sharingan will be able to complete its evolution and become a double Magadama Sharingan. And this is only the case when the level of the art of reflecting the heart remains unchanged. The fact is, in about a month and a half, his art of reflecting the heart will be advanced. By then, its promoting effect on the Sharingan will inevitably become more obvious. In this case, the Sharingan's evolution would definitely take less than 4 months. Thinking of this, Qingming couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. His efforts were not in vain, and everything was going according to his expectations. Retracting his gaze, Qingming turned his eyes to the new skill that appeared in the skill bar, Healing. This is a medical ninjutsu that he had just learned recently. It was only after learning this technique that he understood why there were so few medical ninjas in the ninja world. Not to mention the theoretical knowledge that needs to be memorized, medical ninjutsu itself is very difficult. Just like this healing technique, although it is only a relatively basic medical ninjutsu, the learning difficulty still reaches sea level. In addition, practicing this technique requires extremely precise control of chakra, otherwise you can only learn the basics. These major conditions directly limit the number of medical ninjas. Qingming's chakra control has already reached level 3, and he has the assistance of the proficiency panel No Pain, No Gain. This is how you can get started in just a few days. If someone else comes, they may not be able to learn it in a few days, let alone dozens of days. At this point, Qingming has fulfilled his wish when he first arrived at the front battlefield, and is one step closer to becoming the hexagonal warrior he is aiming for. End of this chapter. Chapter 57 Meeting. Chapter 57 Meeting. In the next few days, Qingming paid attention to the changes in the camp and indeed found some problems. First of all, the number of ninjas in the base camp is continuously increasing, and many of them look exhausted, and it is obvious that they have been traveling a lot. Combined with the group of people he met a few days ago, Qingming had reason to suspect that these people had all rushed back from the frontline stronghold. Secondly, the base camp's external communication channels were tightened, and any person or object entering or leaving would need to undergo several inspections. Even going to the training ground is not allowed now. There is also a perception barrier covering the entire camp, which is open around the clock. Any slight movement may attract the attention of patrol troops. With all these things happening, he didn't believe that there wouldn't be any major action next, even if Qingming was beaten to death. Forget it, don't think about it anymore, just continue practicing. Shaking his head, Qingming withdrew his thoughts and continued his practice. Now, he couldn't go to the training ground, so he simply used all his chakra to practice the heart-reflecting technique. In this way, one can gain more than 30 points of proficiency every day, which is equivalent to 6 points of progress in the Sharingan. Watching the progress improve little by little, Qingming didn't feel bored at all, but felt very reassured. And just like that, another 3 days passed. This afternoon, Central Base Camp. Inside a tent. Dozens of Konoha jonin gathered together, sitting on both sides of the long table in silence. After a moment, a thin man with pale skin lifted the door curtain, walked in, and sat directly on the first seat at the top. At the same time, everyone on both sides of the long table stood up and greeted, "Lord Orochimaru." "Ah." Orochimaru nodded slightly and motioned for everyone to sit down. Then, he asked directly, "Are all the personnel in place?" Upon hearing this, a Konoha jonin immediately stood up and said, "Your Excellency, as of an hour ago, 90% of the scheduled personnel have arrived, and the remaining personnel will return before tonight." "Good." Orochimaru replied calmly, then looked at the other person and said, "How is the news blockade going?" Seeing Orochimaru looking over, the heart of this Konoha jonin tightened slightly, but he still quickly replied, "There is no sign of information leakage for the time being, but..." "But what?" Orochimaru asked. The Sand Village and the Iwagakure village seem to have noticed something. In the past few days, the outer patrol teams have discovered several waves of people trying to infiltrate. The Konoha jonin replied. "Is this so?" Orochimaru groaned and said, "This is normal. After all, we have transferred so many people back from the front line. As long as the other party is not blind, they will always find some abnormalities. We just need to ensure that the action plan is not leaked." Hearing this, the Konoha jonin immediately assured, "Don't worry, sir, the information has definitely not been leaked." "Ah." Orochimaru nodded. He believed in the ability of his subordinate. Since he made such a guarantee, it meant that the situation was under control. After thinking for a while, he turned his head to look at the corner of the tent and asked, "What about you guys?" Everyone followed his gaze and saw that a figure wrapped in a black robe had appeared there at some point. This person was none other than the Anbu of Konoha, no, to be more precise, a ninja from the Root organization under Danzo. Compared to the Anbu ninjas, the Root ninjas are more cold-blooded and ruthless. In order to complete the mission, they can sacrifice everything, including but not limited to their own lives. They are truly mission tools. Orochimaru took these people from Danzo in order to cooperate with him and complete his revenge plan. That's right, it was revenge for the raid launched by the Iwagakure and Sandagakure villages more than a month ago. The previous all-out offensive was just a prelude to this plan, the next action is the key. However, Konoha's military strength in the Rain Country battlefield was clearly insufficient to face two major ninja villages at the same time. So, after careful consideration, Orochimaru finally set his target on the Iwagakure village, which had a higher level of hatred. However, the Sand village cannot be ignored. The two villages had briefly joined forces last time, and no one can guarantee that they will not join forces this time. Even if they don't join forces, once they take action, their base camp will be empty. If the Sand village steals their base, it will be a big trouble. If you want to prevent the Sand village from causing trouble, you must create some trouble to distract their attention. Orochimaru transferred the Root organization ninjas here just to do this. At this time, hearing Orochimaru's question, the black-robed man immediately replied, "Everything is ready." After the plan begins, several important figures of the Sand village in the Rain Country will be assassinated. That's right, Orochimaru's plan was so simple and crude. As long as the Root ninjas can assassinate one or two important figures, the command system of the Sand village will inevitably be in chaos for a while. By the time they reacted and reorganized the command system, the operation on their side had already ended, so they no longer had to worry about the other side taking advantage of the situation. As for whether the assassination will be successful, if it was an Anbu ninja who came to carry out the task, Orochimaru might still be worried, but if it was a ninja from the Root organization, then there would be no need to worry. With the organization's mobility, if they know the target person's whereabouts, the assassination can be successful, if not 100%, at least 50% to 60%. Orochimaru also doesn't expect the root organization to eliminate all of its target people, because that is unrealistic. No matter how weak the Sand Village is, it is still one of the 5 major ninja villages. It is not so easy to assassinate an important figure of such a village. But as long as he can successfully assassinate a few of them, his plan will go smoothly. And this is enough. After making sure everything was ready, Orochimaru no longer hesitated and immediately ordered, "Go down and prepare immediately. Action must be taken on time at 7 o'clock tomorrow night." "Yes." Inside the tent, more than a dozen Konoha Jonin responded in unison. Orochimaru waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave. Soon, the tent became empty. At this time, Orochimaru rubbed his eyebrows hard, and a rare look of fatigue appeared on his face. To be honest, he didn't like doing these things. Compared to dealing with these chores, he preferred to study ninjutsu and explore the secret of immortality. But as a disciple of the third Hokage, he has the responsibility and obligation to share the pressure for his teacher. Just like Jiraiya took charge of the battlefield in the Land of Wind, he needed to be in charge in the Land of Rain. It would be great if there were no war. Thinking back to his dead parents, close friends, and apprentice, Orochimaru couldn't help but murmur. Inexplicably, he felt a little irritated and couldn't help wanting to put everything aside and concentrate on his favorite work. Unfortunately, he couldn't do that. Closing his eyes and clearing his mind, Orochimaru tried his best to calm himself. Suddenly, the only sound left in the tent was his faint breathing. End of this chapter. Chapter 58 The Action Begins. Chapter 58 The Action Begins. The next day. Night. In the drizzle, a large group of Konoha ninjas were moving forward rapidly. Qingming raised his head and glanced around. It was crowded with people. He estimated that there were hundreds or even thousands of people. Except for the ninjas who stayed behind at the base camp and frontline outposts, Orochimaru mobilized almost all the ninjas he could mobilize. This shows how powerful this action is. It was not until noon today that Qingming received the mission notification and learned that the goal of this mission was to attack a stronghold in the Iwagakure village. It would be impossible for Orochimaru to attack an ordinary stronghold with so much effort. In fact, this stronghold is the largest material transfer center of the Iwagakure village in the Rain country, responsible for providing various materials to 2/3 of the battlefield. Once this stronghold falls, the Iwagakure village will not be able to organize any decent attack in the next 1 or 2 months. It was also at this time that Qingming vaguely understood why Orochimaru had asked them to launch an all-out attack before. Firstly, they probably wanted to inflict losses on both sides so that the Iwagakure village would dispatch personnel to the front line, thus leaving the rear empty, thus paving the way for the current action. This is an open conspiracy. Even if the Iwagakure village notices something unusual, it must send more people to the front line, otherwise Orochimaru will definitely launch a second all-out attack. By then, who knows, the fake will become real and the battle line will be pushed towards the Iwagakure side. This will make the situation even more unfavorable. Therefore, the Iwagakure village could only dispatch personnel to the front line to make up for the lack of combat power on the front line. At this time, Orochimaru, after some investigation, determined that the goal had been achieved. Then, some of the personnel were quietly transferred back, thus briefly creating a numerical advantage. This is the reason why he dared to launch this surprise attack. There is also a second mission objective during the all-out attack, which is the mission that Qingming is carrying out, to destroy the reserve supplies in the enemy's stronghold. This might be the foreshadowing of Orochimaru's shortage of supplies in the Iwagakure village after this battle. In addition, there is the Sand Village. Qingming estimated that Orochimaru had already made arrangements to ensure that the other party would not take advantage of the situation. Tisk tisk, it's really a chain of events. With a sigh in his heart, Qingming quickened his pace following the main force. According to the plan, after they arrive at the designated location, they will be divided into 3 teams, 2 of which will be responsible for blocking the enemy's reinforcements, and the third team will be responsible for attacking the stronghold head-on. What? You said the intelligence had not been leaked, so why did we still have to block the enemy's reinforcements? Please. As long as the Iwagakure village is not blind, they will definitely notice their large-scale actions. Even if they don't discover it along the way, the Iwagakure village headquarters will get the news once the battle starts. If a ninja wants to pass on information to the outside world, there shouldn't be too many ways. Moreover, for such an important base, there must be a channel to contact the headquarters in an emergency. Therefore, it is almost inevitable that the enemy will provide support. In this case, were all the preparations Orochimaru made in vain? The answer is of course no. Everything Orochimaru did was just to create a time difference so that the Iwagakure village could not make an effective response in the first place. And this is enough. Next, the competition will be about the hard power of both sides. If you don't have the hard power, even if you use all kinds of strategies, it won't be of much use. It is just as the saying goes, in the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy or trickery is futile. All Orochimaru could do was to tilt the balance of victory slightly towards Konoha. Shake. More than 10 hours passed. The time came to the next morning. The sky is bright. Qingming and his group stopped in a dense forest. The route for this mission had been planned long ago, and there were no accidents along the way. Next, they will rest here for a day, and after nightfall, they will continue their journey under the cover of darkness. In this way, we can arrive at the designated location around tomorrow morning. After that, after a short rest, the raid will be launched before noon. This arrangement may be a bit tight in terms of time, but it is also necessary because if it is delayed any further, the risk of exposure will rise sharply. In order to catch the rock ninja off guard, the only thing to do was to attack as quickly as possible. The next day. Morning. Qingming and others arrived at the designated location smoothly. After a short rest, the team was divided into 3 parts. Qingming and Mizutani Shizuko followed a team of 300 people and headed to the first blocking point. This is a river-valley corridor, with mountains on both sides, a long river in the middle, and relatively spacious sandy land on both sides of the river. This corridor connects to the headquarters of Iwagakure village in the Land of Rain and is the shortest route to that logistic space. If the Iwagakure headquarters comes to support, they will most likely go this way. Their mission is to delay the enemy's reinforcements here so as to buy time for the 3 teams to attack the Rock Ninja stronghold. As the largest and most important logistical base of the Iwagakure village in the Land of Rain, there are quite a few troops stationed there with strong combat effectiveness. As a result, coupled with the advantage of fighting at home, even if they had more troops than the enemy, it would be impossible for them to break through in a short period of time. Therefore, the blocking mission is destined not to be easy. It is conceivable that this will be another brutal war. With this thought in mind, Qingming said to Mizutani Shizuko beside him, "Don't be too far away from me later." Ah! Mizutani Shizuko nodded obediently. She did not pretend to be hypocritical and say that she did not need protection. She also did not let hatred get the better of her and shout for revenge for Furukawa and Ryusuke. Qingming was very satisfied with this. Although he had said before that he would not be a babysitter for anyone, if his companion was so sensible, he still didn't mind helping out. After all, there were only 2 of them left in class 17. If the other one died too, he would be left alone. Time passes minute by minute. As noon approached, Qingming glanced at the time and muttered to himself, "It should have already started over there." Unfortunately, this place is some distance away from the battlefield over there, so even if there is a fighting over there, they can't hear it here. At this moment, the leader sent a message, asking everyone to wake up, pay attention to the movements around them, and be ready to meet the enemy at any time. Hiding in the woods on both sides, Qingming, like other Konoha ninjas, held a kunao, breathed the air carefully, stared at the river corridor, and waited quietly for the enemy to appear. However, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 1 hour. 2 full hours passed and the enemy still did not appear. Qingming could clearly sense that there was some slight commotion in the team. But it was quickly suppressed. In a daze, another half an hour passed. At this time, everyone had been waiting here for 2.5 hours. I don't know whether it was because the Uegakure village reacted slowly, or because Orochimaru's arrangement worked, or if they simply did not choose to take this shortcut. In short, the enemy reinforcements never appeared. But even if we changed the route, there would be people watching us, so it would be impossible that there would be no news at all. Just when everyone was nervous, a figure suddenly ran over from a distance and went straight into the jungle. Then after a while, the leader sent a message that the enemy would arrive in 3 kilometers and asked everyone to be prepared. End of this chapter. Chapter 59 Melee. Chapter 59 Melee. A few minutes later, the Uegakure troop appeared at the end of the field of vision. After getting closer, Qingming roughly counted them and found that there were just over 200 people. This made Qingming breathe a sigh of relief, secretly thinking that Orochimaru's plan was successful. Otherwise, it is impossible that the Uegakure village would only send so few people over such a long period of time. Now, 300 versus 200, they have the upper hand, so the battle will not be too brutal. The rock ninja team was getting closer and closer. Qingming and others had already raised the kunao in their hands, waiting for the leader's order to launch the first wave of attacks on the rock ninja. But at this moment, the leading Uegakure Jonin suddenly stopped. Seeing this, the leading Konoha Jonin did not hesitate at all and immediately ordered, "Shoot!" The next moment, dense kunao flew out from the woods on both sides and shot towards the rock ninja team like raindrops. "Careful!" Seeing this scene, the leading Uegakure Jonin immediately shouted. But the attack came too suddenly, and many Uegakure ninjas didn't have time to react and were hit. Especially some genin, they were directly stabbed like hedgehogs and died on the spot. In just one wave of attacks, 1/10 of the rock ninjas were killed. Then came the second wave of attacks. This time the rock ninjas were prepared and they all took out their weapons to block. In the end, only a few unlucky ones died. After all, they were fighting away from home and the number of ninja tools they carried was limited, so after the second wave of attack, the Konoha leader gave the order to attack. Suddenly, a group of Konoha's Jonin rushed out of the jungle howling. Before they arrived at the battlefield, several Konoha Jonin launched the third wave of attack. I saw several powerful ninjutsu falling from the sky and hitting the Uegakure team directly. The Uegakure Jonin reacted quickly as well and immediately used ninjutsu to resist, but he ultimately lost the initiative. In the end, nearly 10 middle-level ninjas of the Uegakure died from the ninjutsu attacks, and as many as 20 to 30 people were injured. At this time, there were less than 200 Uegakure surviving on the battlefield, and dozens of them were injured. It was also because the rock ninja was so eager to rescue that he didn't consider that there might be an ambush. By the time he discovered the problem, it was already too late. Otherwise, if they had sent out a few scout teams, they wouldn't have lost so many people. However, having said that, those who can serve as scouts are basically the elites among the ninjas. But with the configuration and number of people on their side, no matter how elite they are, they will die if they encounter them. So, is it more worthwhile to sacrifice some middle and lower level ninjas, or to lose a few elite ninjas? This depends on different people's opinions. Kill, kill, kill! Boom, boom, boom! The shouts and deafening explosions continued to echo in the scene. Qingming's forward speed was not very fast. Before the two upper ninjas fought each other, any middle and lower ninjas who got close would be in danger. Because no one knows whether the enemy's Jonin will kill you at will, and at this time no one will follow the unspoken rules on the battlefield. Therefore, Qingming always stayed in the middle of the team, and only after the Jonin from both sides engaged in the battle did he find a Chunin from Uegakure. As for why not find a genin? It's very simple. All the genin nearby were picked up by the KONOHA ninja in front. Obviously, on the battlefield, everyone has his own set of survival rules. Rushing to the front may lead to risks of force majeure, but subsequent battles will be slightly easier. Retracting his gaze, Qingming focused his attention back on the Uegaku Chunin in front of him. As luck would have it, the other party was also holding a long sword. He was a rare ninja in the Uegaku village who practiced swordsmanship. Because of the unique geographical environment and values, most of the ninjas in the Hidden Rock village don't like fancy things like swordsmanship. Compared to swordsmanship, they prefer to practice serious physical skills and various ninjutsu. Now that they have finally met a rock ninja who practices swordsmanship, Qingming naturally wants to compete with him. Similarly, when that person saw that Qingming was just a genin, he happily ran over. But he was happy too early. With a series of clinking sounds, Qingming slashed out dozens of swords in just a dozen breaths, each sword aimed directly at the opponent's vital points. At first, the Uegaku Chunin did not take it seriously and did not think that a little brat like Qingming could have such advanced swordsmanship. After all, genius is not a roadside weed that can be found everywhere. So, he resisted very casually. However, as the battle progressed, the Uegaku Chunin's face became more and more ugly, and beads of sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. The reason for this is very simple. This Uegaku Chunin suddenly discovered that in terms of swordsmanship alone, he seemed to be no match for Qingming. He has been in danger several times in the past period of time, and the frequency of these situations is increasing, which makes him extremely nervous. On the contrary, after Qingming got over the initial tension, he became more and more relaxed as the fight went on. Because he found that not only was the swordsmanship practiced by the other party not as advanced as his Konoha-style swordsmanship, but his proficiency was also far inferior to his. So, what does he have to worry about? It just so happens that I haven't had the chance to practice the Konoha-style swordsmanship and accumulate proficiency these few days. Now I can take advantage of the opportunity to fight and brush up a few points. Ding ding dang dang. The battle was proceeding in an orderly manner. Qingming was fighting with the Uegaku Chunin while paying attention to the battle situation on Mizutani Shizuko's side. The one fighting against the opponent was also a Chunin, but his level was not very good. Although he had a slight advantage, he was unable to completely suppress Mizutani Shizuko. Seeing this scene, Qingming felt relieved. Time passes minute by minute. Soon, more than 10 minutes passed. As time went on, the battle on the field became more and more intense. It's okay for Konoha, their main goal is to prevent enemy reinforcements, so they try to delay as much as possible. But the same couldn't happen to the Uegaku ninjas. The order they received was to rush to the attacked stronghold for support as quickly as possible, so they naturally couldn't delay too long. So, what we saw next was that powerful ninjutsu would appear from time to time on the battlefield of the Jonin, forcing the surrounding middle and lower ninjas to move away. Qingming was no exception. He left the place early with Mizutani Shizuko. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Uegaku Chunin who was fighting with him withdrew from the battle, and his opponent became another Uegaku ninja. This guy is also a Chunin and seems to be quite powerful. He just killed 2 Konoha genin who joined forces and they immediately came looking for him. Hey, kid, you're unlucky to meet me. Nishimura Akira rushed towards Qingming with a grim smile on his face, staring at Qingming's eyes along the way, as if he wanted to see the familiar sense of fear in them. As a veteran Chunin who has been fighting on the battlefield for a year, Ishihira Nishimura knows very well what this rookie who just graduated from the ninja school is afraid of. As long as he behaves ferociously enough, these rookies will only be able to display 70% of their full strength, and some will even be scared to death by him. So, fear, rookie! Ishihei Nishimura shouted in his heart. But until he got closer, he didn't see any fear on Qingming's face. The other person's eyes were calm. What happened? Ishihira Nishimura was nervous and felt like he had gotten into trouble. But the arrow is on the string and must be fired. So he shouted loudly, swung the kunai with all his might, and stabbed towards Qingming. End of this chapter. Chapter 60 Kill. Chapter 60 Kill. Hey! Ding ding ding! Sparks flew. Qingming swung out several swords in succession, accurately blocking Nishimura Ishihira's attack. Then, without waiting for him to continue his attack, Qingming stabbed out with his sword, directly hitting the opponent's vital point, turning defense into offense, forcing him to return to defense. Feeling the chill on the tip of Qingming's sword, Nishimura Ishihira did not dare to be careless at all. He quickly turned the kunai in his hand to block Qingming's attack. The kunai and the dagger collided, making a harsh friction sound. The distance between the two sides shortened, and a cold light flashed in Nishimura Ishihira's eyes. Then, he slightly tilted his body to avoid the sharp blade of the dagger, and then the kunai in his hand slid forward, trying to attack Qingming's neck directly. The disadvantages in height and body shape gave Ishihei Nishimura this opportunity. Seeing the kunai getting closer and closer to him, Qingming was not panicked at all. He just touched the ground with his toes and suddenly took 2 steps back, so Nishimura Ishihira's attack failed. Without waiting for him to change his moves, Qingming kicked the ground fiercely, and then the whole person shot out like a sharp arrow and instantly arrived in front of Nishimura Ishihira. Then, he swept the dagger in his hand across, cutting straight into the opponent's waist and abdomen. Being small also has its advantages, which is that it is flexible enough. Just like now, after avoiding Nishimura Ishihira's attack, Qingming can immediately launch a counterattack. Correspondingly, Nishimura Ishihira's defensive action was a little slow, and he just barely blocked Qingming's attack. As the saying goes, one step is slow, and every step is slow. Seeing that the dagger was blocked, Qingming did not hesitate at all. He immediately retracted the sword and swung it diagonally, launching a second attack, with the tip of the sword pointing directly at Nishimura Ishihira's carotid artery. Hey! There was a clear sound of metal collision. Nishimura Ishihira returned to defense in time and blocked Qingming's attack with the kunai in his hand. But soon, Qingming launched the third attack. This time, the dagger was aimed at Nishimura Akira's heart. Qingming's swordsmanship is like this, emphasizing fast, accurate and ruthless. Therefore, when attacking, every move must hit the vital points. However, Nishimura Akira had rich combat experience. When he sensed the danger, he reacted immediately. He swung the kunai in his hand and blocked Qingming's dagger aside. But this also made him completely lose the initiative. In the following battle, Qingming fully demonstrated the advantages of the KONOHA swordsmanship, attacking one wave after another. Correspondingly, Ishihei Nishimura could only defend passively. As time passed, it became increasingly difficult for Nishimura Ishihira to resist, and before he knew it, sweat had soaked his clothes. If that were all, it would be fine. Although he could not kill Qingming, Nishimura Akira was still confident that he could save his own life. But the problem is that the other party doesn't seem to be trying his best. That's right, Nishimura Akira now has a feeling that Qingming is using him to practice sword skills and is not using his full strength at all. This is a bit scary. Because this means his life could be lost at any time. The feeling of not being able to control your own destiny is definitely not a pleasant one. What to do? Nishimura Ishihei was in a state of confusion and his hands were becoming more and more anxious. When people are anxious, they are bound to make mistakes. And making a mistake means a flaw. Qingming's eyes flashed, and the dagger in his hand stabbed straight out. Then, a chill came over his heart, pulling Nishimura Ishihei from his wild thoughts. Then, he saw the dagger piercing his heart. At this point, it was too late to block. As a last resort, Nishimura Akira could only dodge sideways, but Qingming's attack speed was too fast and he seized the flaw in his movements. Therefore, although Nishimura Ishihira avoided the heart, a deep scar was left on the side of his waist, and blood soaked his clothes at that time. This was not the end. After Qingming thrust out the sword, he immediately swung the sword horizontally, apparently to aggravate the opponent's injury. The sharp blade smoothly cut into the opponent's body, but Qingming's face did not show any joy. There was no other reason, the attack missed. Qingming looked up and saw a cloud of chakra smoke dissipating, leaving a human-shaped stone where Nishimura Ishihara had stood before. There was a deep cut on the surface of the stone, which was obviously left by Qingming. Earth substitute. Qingming murmured in a low voice. That's right, at the critical moment just now, Ishihara Nishimura completed the ninjutsu, Earth style, Earth substitute, and successfully avoided the end of death. Thinking back now, it seems that the opponent had already started to perform Earth escape Earth substitute when he dodged the sword by turning sideways. Otherwise, there won't be enough time. After all, you still need the Sharingan. If he had opened his Sharingan just now, the other party's actions would not have been hidden from him at all. In this way, he would not be able to use the substitution technique. It would not be like what is happening now, where he would only realize it after it happens. However, then again, if he had activated the Sharingan, the other party would not have been able to hold on until now and would have probably died under his sword long ago. Retracting his thoughts, Qingming looked towards the distance ahead. I saw Nishimura Ishihara covering the wound on his waist, staring at this place nervously, as if he was afraid that he would continue to attack. What a pity, what are you afraid of? Since Qingming has chosen to take action, there is no way he would give up halfway. Then, Qingming reached into the ninja tool bag on his waist, and several shurikens appeared in his palm. After that, he threw the shuriken out without any aiming. Nishimura Akira had been paying attention to Qingming's movements, so he reacted the moment Qingming made a move. Originally, he thought he could dodge it easily. After all, human energy is limited. It is not easy for Qingming to master swordsmanship to such a level at such a young age. He does not believe that Qingming's abilities in other aspects will be so outstanding. However, it turned out that he was wrong. Compared to the LV3 Konoha-style swordsmanship, Qingming's proficiency in ninja tool throwing is higher and has already reached LV4. Therefore, after Qingming shot out these shurikens, the unprepared Nishimura Ishihara could only dodge hastily. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qingming used the telekinesis technique to quickly close the distance, and swung the dagger in his hand again, forcing Nishimura Ishihara to deal with it at close range. In this situation, he didn't even have the chance to perform ninjutsu. As a result, coupled with the injuries on his body and the tremendous psychological pressure, he only lasted a few minutes before Qingming seized the opportunity and stabbed his heart with a sword. Feeling intense pain, Nishimura Ishihara stopped and the kunai slipped from his hand. He looked down at the dagger stuck in his heart, then looked at Qingming with an expressionless face, and a trace of regret flashed in his eyes. Perhaps, he shouldn't have come to Qingming from the beginning. Or perhaps, his ending was doomed from the beginning. Inexplicably, he thought of Qingming's initial calm look. Facing his intimidation, he did not show any emotional fluctuations. You are truly a natural-born ninja. Muttering to himself, Nishimura Akira closed his eyes forever. Stab! Qingming casually pulled out the dagger and let the opponent's body fall to the ground. He saw Nishimura Akira's last look, but he didn't think he was a natural ninja. The reason why he was not afraid of the other party's intimidation was simply because he had enough strength. Facing an enemy that he could kill with ease, why would he be afraid? Therefore, the best way to overcome fear is to master sufficient strength. End of this chapter. Chapter 61, One wave has not subsided, another wave has arisen. Chapter 61, After one wave, another wave arises. Retracting his thoughts and shaking off the blood on the blade, Qingming turned his gaze to Mizutani Shizuko and the Uegakure Chunin who was fighting against her. It can be seen that after more than 20 minutes of hard fighting, Shizuko Mizutani has been completely at a disadvantage and has some skin injuries on her body. Originally, female ninjas did not have an advantage in physical strength, not to mention that Shizuko Mizutani was not yet an adult. Therefore, as the battle progressed, her disadvantage became greater and greater, and now she was on the verge of defeat and urgently needed his help. It is for this reason that he chose to kill Nishimura Akira, otherwise he could just continue to paddling around and waste time with the opponent. Swoosh! A kunao was thrown by Qingming and shot straight at the Uegaku Chunin. The other side. Ichiro Hire was holding a kunao and was planning to take down Mizutani Shizuko in one go, but unexpectedly, a kunao suddenly flew from the side. Sensing the danger, Ichiro Hire hurriedly dodged. After making sure it was safe, he looked in the direction where the kunao was flying from. It would not matter if he did not look at it, but he was shocked when he saw it. He had noticed the battle between Qingming and Nishimura shipping a long time ago. Just now these two men were fighting back and forth, but when I wasn't paying attention, Nishimura Ishihira was already dead. Although he was not very familiar with Nishimura Ishihira, he had met him several times and had a certain understanding of his strength. Although he was not the best among the Chunins, he was at least much stronger than him. But now, the other person was killed, and it was killed by a little kid. Doesn't that mean that this little brat is far stronger than him? Looking at Qingming's neat clothes, Ichiro Hire became more certain of his guess, but there was nothing to be happy about. The stronger the enemy, the more dangerous his situation will be. What to do? Ichiro Hire glanced around, trying to find a helper. But I'm sorry, the rock ninjas were not at an advantage in numbers to begin with, and after more than 20 minutes of melee, there were even fewer survivors. Now, any slightly stronger Uegaku ninja around was being besieged by 2 or 3 Konoha ninjas and had no hands to help him. So, I can only rely on myself. Thinking this in his mind, Ichiro Hire quickly threw the kunao in his hand, then formed seals with his hands, as if he was going to perform some ninjutsu. Upon seeing this, Qingming dodged the incoming kunao and at the same time quickly formed the 6 seals of Zi, Yin, Su, Zhou, Mao, Yin. Then, he took a deep breath, gathered the fire chakra in his throat, and then exhaled it continuously like a machine gun. The next moment, flames like impatient seeds appeared one after another, densely packed, and flew towards Ichiro Hire. Seeing this scene, Ichiro Hire's hands, which were forming seals, stopped unconsciously. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind, that is why it was so fast. Yet, why so fast? The answer is simple. Ever since Qingming focused on improving the fire style, Phoenix fire technique among the 3 fire style ninjutsu, his proficiency has increased rapidly. Although he only uses about a quarter of his chakra on this technique every day, its level has already soared to level 3, 226/1000. With this level of proficiency, facing an ordinary Chunin, it would not be a problem for him to strike later and arrive first, let alone launch a dimensionality reduction attack. Just like now, although Qingming performed the ninjutsu a little later than the opponent, he was the first to perform it in the end. This resulted in Ichiro Hire being stuck in a position where he was neither up nor down. If you continue to use ninjutsu, you will definitely be attacked by Qingming's ninjutsu. If you give up, the time you have gained before will be wasted. But for the sake of his own life, he had to give up temporarily. After all, he couldn't dodge attacks and perform ninjutsu at the same time. So we saw that after Ichiro Hire was stunned for a moment, he immediately stepped back, trying to avoid Qingming's ninjutsu attack. But he wanted to retreat, but someone didn't want him to leave. On the side, Mizutani Shizuko found an opportunity and took decisive action. Several shurikens flew out, aiming directly at the vital points on Ichiro Hire's body. Sensing the danger, Ichiro Hire quickly dodged. But his strength was indeed average. Although he avoided the shuriken thrown by Mizutani Shizuko, his arm was hit by a ball of fire spit out by Qingming. Immediately, a burning sensation came from his left arm, making Ichiro Hire frown. Qingming keenly caught this detail, so he used a flash body technique to close the distance and attacked the opponent from the right side. Ichiro Hire dodged left and right and didn't dare to confront him head-on. But the more this happened, the more Qingming wanted to force the opponent to engage in a head-on battle. His left arm was already injured, and as long as he focused on this half of the opponent's body, he would be able to make progress quickly. Finally, after dodging several swords in succession, Ichiro Hire had to fight Qingming head-on. But just as Qingming expected, the opponent was seriously injured shortly after the fight began, and his entire left arm was almost cut off by him. Tick-tock! The scarlet blood flowed down his arm, through his palm, and finally dripped from his fingertips. Ichiro Hire felt the pain in his left arm, but did not dare to take his eyes off Qingming's sword. Although it was only a brief fight, he already understood how powerful Qingming's swordsmanship was. It is no wonder that Nishimura Akira fell into the hands of his opponent. With this kind of swordsmanship, even a jonin, let alone a chunin, would probably be able to withstand a few moves from his opponent. Therefore, he didn't dare to look away, for fear that Qingming would suddenly attack. But in the current situation, there is no need for Qingming to launch any surprise attack. Normal combat is enough to deal with the opponent. As soon as he thought of this, Qingming leaped forward, followed by the sound of ding-ding-dang-dang of the dagger and kunai clashing. 2 minutes later, accompanied by the sound of a sharp blade entering flesh, Qingming seized an opportunity and stabbed the dagger into Ichiro Hire's lower abdomen. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out of Ichiro Hire's mouth. At the last moment of his life, Ichiro Hire activated a detonating talisman, trying to grab Qingming's arm and die with him. Unfortunately, the opponent was already at the end of his strength and his movements were very slow. Before he could make a move, Qingming had already distanced himself from him. The next moment, a violent explosion sounded, and a ball of red flame rose up, instantly engulfing Ichiro Hire. It was not until this time that Shizuko Mizutani came over. The pace of the battle just now was too fast, and Shizuko Mizutani couldn't get involved at all, so she just stayed aside to recover her strength. The stamina of a ninja is far beyond that of ordinary people. In just a short while, Shizuko Mizutani has recovered a lot of strength. Seeing the other party coming, Qingming was about to say something when suddenly there was another person next to him. Mizutani Shizuko had some stress reaction and immediately raised the kunai in her hand, while Qingming did not move. It's not that his reaction is slower than Mizutani Shizuko's. On the contrary, it was because he saw the person's face clearly that he did not act rashly. The person who came was none other than the captain of their team, named Haruki Mori, a special jonin. Haruki Mori ignored Mizutani Shizuko's overreaction and gave the order directly, "You will go to Area E3 immediately and follow the command of the captain of the second team." After saying this, without any hesitation, he immediately ran in another direction. Qingming followed the other party's footsteps and saw 2 Konoha chunins who had just defeated the enemy and were taking a short rest. He immediately understood that the other party was gathering manpower. But E3 zone? Isn't this another road from the Uegakuer headquarters to the logistics base? Could it be that the Uegakuer village has sent someone again? The more Qingming thought about it, the more possible it seemed to him. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. It's true that one wave has not yet settled, but another wave has risen. End of this chapter. Chapter 62 Elite. Chapter 62 Elite. On the side, Shizuko Mizutani is not stupid either. When he heard Chun Mushin asking them to rush to Area E3 immediately, he knew that something was probably wrong, so he asked worriedly, "Qingming?" Hearing this, Qingming gave her a reassuring look and said, "Let's go." After saying that, he packed up his equipment and ran to the E3 area. Seeing this, Shizuko Mizutani did not delay and hurriedly followed. Acting with them were several Konoha chunins who had just received orders. The so-called E3 area is actually a section of another mountain path leading from the Rock Ninja headquarters to the logistics base. It is not too far from this river valley corridor, no more than 1 kilometer in a straight line. Qingming and others went straight across the mountainside, and it only took a few minutes in total. When they arrived, there were no less than 50 Konoha ninjas gathered here. Among them, the vast majority are mid and jonin, with only a handful of genin, and even fewer who are as young as Qingming and Mizutani Shizuko. Therefore, their arrival still attracted some people's attention. However, Qingming has long been accustomed to this. As he continued to participate in wars and survived them again and again, he received more and more such looks. At first, he was a little uncomfortable with it, but as he gained more experience, he gradually got used to it. Ignoring these people, Qingming took Mizutani Shizuko straight to an open space and sat down. Seeing him close his eyes, everyone stopped paying attention. Time passed by minute by minute. The leader of the team did not speak, and everyone else did not speak. They just rested silently and recovered the strength consumed in the previous battle. As time goes by, more and more people gather here. 5 minutes later, the number of people in the field officially exceeded 100. Qingming opened his eyes and looked at the ninjas who were seriously injured, frowning, feeling that the situation might be more troublesome than he had expected. Otherwise, there would not be any need to transfer these ninjas whose combat effectiveness has been greatly reduced. Is there no one left? Qingming thought to himself. Before the battle, there were 300 people on their side. In the Battle of the Valley Corridor, although the losses were smaller than those of the Rock Ninjas due to their numerical advantage, dozens of people still died after the great battle. Now, the battle over there is not over yet, and we have to keep some people to continue fighting. It is estimated that only about 100 people can be transferred over. And now, there are more than 100 people in the field. Obviously, Konoha has mobilized all the personnel that can be mobilized. This shows that the enemy must be no simple one. Hey, I hope the battle over there can end soon, otherwise. With a sigh, Qingming stopped thinking about it and turned his gaze to the captain of the second team. Like him, others also focused their attention on the other person. He stood up, clapped his hands, attracted everyone's attention, and said directly, "Okay, it's almost time. I believe you have guessed it too. That's right, in the near future, a team of Uegakuer support troops will pass by here. Our mission is to stop them and buy as much time as possible for Team 3 to eliminate the target stronghold." Having said this, he paused for a moment and continued, "Next, I will divide you into 6 teams, each responsible for a defense zone, to ensure that the Uegakuer reinforcements cannot pass through." After saying that, he started to divide into groups without caring about everyone's reactions. Qingming and Mizutani Shizuko were assigned to the 4th team, responsible for the defense area in the middle section, and they would not be the first to engage the enemy. However, they did not have to expect the enemy to bypass them. In order to prevent being defeated one by one, the 6 defense zones are almost adjacent to each other, so there is a high probability that a single move will affect the entire body. The captain of the second squad made such arrangements just to extend the front line and delay the enemy's advance. After the groups were formed, everyone started to act. Hiding in the dense forest, Qingming felt depressed. All signs indicate that the enemy this time is very unusual, otherwise the captain of the second team would not have used such a delaying tactic. This also made him feel very insecure. In this depressing atmosphere, 10 minutes passed quietly. At this time, almost 45 minutes had passed since the blocking battle began. If we count from the time the plan was started, more than 3 hours have passed. According to the instructions they originally received, if the plan was not successful 4 hours after it was launched, the plan would be terminated and all personnel must evacuate immediately. In other words, they can just hold on for a few dozen minutes at most and then they can evacuate. If possible, Qingming hoped that the enemy would arrive as late as possible, because the longer the time dragged on, the greater the possibility of their safe retreat. Of course, it would be better if the enemy didn't come. But Qingming knew that this was impossible. Since the leading Jonin called them here in a hurry, it means he has obtained accurate intelligence, otherwise he would definitely not miss the opportunity to devour the previous batch of rock ninjas. Transferring them over halfway would only allow more rock ninjas on the river valley side to survive, while their losses would increase accordingly. The loss here is not a small one. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, the team leader would not make such an arrangement. But once such an arrangement is made, it means that the situation is extremely urgent, so urgent that someone must make a sacrifice. That's why Qingming is so uneasy. Just as Qingming was daydreaming, there was suddenly a commotion in the woods ahead. Before Qingming could figure out what was happening, he saw a long river of yellow sand surging towards him. The land along the way was quickly assimilated by it, and the trees on it were also tilted to this and that, pushed by the sand river, rushing forward rapidly. Qingming quickly jumped away, climbed up a big tree in 3 or 2 steps, and looked forward. They saw a river of sand running through the dense forest where they were hiding, clearing out a large area and forcing the Konoha ninjas inside to reveal themselves. At the source of the sand river, a sturdy young rock ninja slowly stood up. He was wearing a red ninja hat, had a big nose and a beard. He was the son of the third Tsuchikage, Noki, Koji. As a well-known figure in the ninja world, his portrait was widely circulated. And Qingming recognized him at the first sight. Huang Tu at this time might not be as strong as he was during the Fourth Ninja World War, but he was over 20 years old and his strength had almost reached the level of an elite Jonin. This can be seen from the ninjutsu he just released. The simple earth escape debris flow he performed had already reached the level of changing the topography. Looking at the Uegakuer ninjas behind him, although their number is less than 100, the lowest level among them is Chunin. Obviously, this is a team of elite ninjas. Seeing these people, Qingming's heart sank to the bottom. It can be imagined that the next battle will be very difficult. End of this chapter. Chapter 63 Targeting. Chapter 63 Targeting. Kill. Just as the two ninjas were confronting each other, someone shouted and the battle broke out instantly. First, dozens of Konoha ninjas close to the Uegakuer threw the kunao in their hands, but due to the lack of suddenness, they were easily avoided by the Uegakuer and failed to cause effective damage to them. Immediately afterwards, the IWA ninjas' counterattack came. I saw them quickly completing the seals and spitting out stones from their mouths. The stones were relatively small at first, but as the flying distance increased, they became larger and larger, and soon they turned into solid shells, smashing towards the Konoha ninjas. This technique is called Earth Style, Rock Cannon Technique, and is a fairly basic ninjutsu. If performed by one person, its power may not be that great. But when there are too many people, it will be like a meteorite shower, and the threat will greatly increase. Fortunately, the Konoha ninjas who were assigned to the front defense zone were all very strong, and no one was seriously injured. After one round of confrontation, both sides confirmed that the other side was not an easy opponent, so they simply gave up the meaningless consumption and started a close-range fight. Soon, the field became a mess, with explosions, shouts, wailing, weapons clashing, and all kinds of sounds ringing in the ears. Qingming was still paying attention to the battle ahead. Suddenly, there was a buzzing sound, like the sound of a bee flapping its wings. Bee. Qingming's heart trembled and he quickly looked in the direction where the voice came from. I saw a bee as big as a human head flying rapidly from a distance, followed by a large group of smaller bees. Qingming knew without even having to think that these bees were artificially bred. Not to mention that bees in nature simply cannot grow that big. Even if they can, their instinct to seek profit and avoid harm will keep them away from the battlefield. What's more, there happens to be a clan in the Uegakuer village that uses bees to fight. The situation was just right, and it was hard for Qingming not to guess the answer. Qingming looked around and soon locked onto an Uegakuer ninja wearing a Jonin uniform. The other person was short and ugly, and looked somewhat similar to a bee. Of course, this is not the key point. The key point is that there is a giant bee with a length of 2 meters next to the other party, which looks extremely ferocious. This person's perception was extremely sharp, and Qingming was discovered by him after just looking at him a few times. Seeing Qingming on the treetop and the Uchiha clan emblem on him, Akagi suddenly revealed a sinister smile, and then controlled the swarm of bees to fly towards Qingming. Seeing this, Qingming quickly jumped off the treetop and prepared to move to the rear. However, these bees flew at an incredibly fast speed, and he was caught up by them before he could take a few steps. Then, they stuck out their buttocks, swung them violently, and fired out their tail needles. If it were an ordinary bee, shooting out the stinger would mean death, but these bees are different. The stinger is just a means of attack for them. A dense swarm of bee stings came flying towards me. Qingming didn't dare to resist, so he dodged and hid behind a big tree nearby. Only a series of dong 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 sounds were heard. And countless bee stings pierced the other side of the tree trunk, but failed to cause any harm to Qingming. But before he could catch his breath, accompanied by a buzzing sound, a large group of bees flew out from both sides of the tree trunk and surrounded him. Seeing this, Qingming did not hesitate at all. He immediately formed seals with his hands and performed the ninjutsu, fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu before the opponent shot out the tail needle. Balls of flames flew out of his mouth, like flowers scattered by a fairy, burning towards the swarm of bees. Although these bees are much stronger than those bred in nature, they are still carbon-based organisms. Therefore, when you encounter fire, you can only dodge. But is Qingming's ninjutsu so easy to dodge? The answer is obviously no. Even without the Sharingan, Qingming's current control over chakra and his proficiency in the fire style, Phoenix Fire technique are enough to control these fireballs and launch precise attacks on the bee swarm. There was a burst of explosions, and a large number of bees were burned by the high temperature, their bodies swelled, and finally turned into a pile of corpses emitting a burnt smell. Boy, you are courting death. Feeling the rapid decline in the number of bee colonies, the red bee's eyes became bloodshot and it screamed sharply. The next moment, he controlled the giant bees beside him, carrying a larger swarm of bees, and surrounded Qingming. At the same time, the surviving bees turned around, aimed their mouth parts at Qingming, and sprayed out balls of sticky honey. Qingming didn't dare let the honey stick to his body, so he dodged. Fortunately, Qingming has practiced the KONOHA style sword technique to level 3, and his skills are much more flexible than those of ordinary ninjas, otherwise he might have really suffered a serious loss. But Qingming looked at the huge swarm of bees approaching rapidly in the distance and knew that he had to reduce the number of bees as soon as possible, otherwise it would be even more troublesome when they gathered together. After much thought, fire escape is still the most effective. After dodging another round of bee sting attacks, Qingming completed the seal while running, opened his mouth, and spit out balls of fire again. Seeing this, Akagi hurriedly controlled the bees to dodge, but unfortunately Qingming was very proficient in ninjutsu and not all bees could dodge. Finally, another large group of bees were burned into charcoal and fell down. Seeing this scene, Akagi's eyes became even redder. If there were no Megatama in them, Qingming would have thought that the other party was about to open the Sharingan. Of course, this is just a joke. Seeing that the swarm of bees was getting closer and closer to him, Qingming quickly found an opportunity to use the instant body technique to create some distance. Then, he used the fire style, Phoenix Fire technique again and slaughtered the bees that were chasing him. As the saying goes, a new trick can be eaten everywhere. Since fire style, Phoenix Fire technique is useful, Qingming will naturally find an opportunity to continue using it. So, in the next half-minute, Qingming took advantage of the cover of trees in the forest to avoid the attacks of the swarm of bees, while waiting for an opportunity to use ninjutsu to counterattack. In the end, before the two large swarms of bees merged. He killed most of the group of bees that approached him first. But that's as far as it goes. It was nothing. The red bee controlled the giant bees and brought the bee colony to surround him. It has to be said that although the Insect Masters clan, which was once as famous as the Aberme clan, has declined, they still have some means. Qingming almost broke out of the encirclement several times, but was stopped by the opponent's controlled bee swarm, and the losses were minimized. This made Qingming feel a little uncomfortable. Looking at the dense swarm of bees around him, Qingming smiled bitterly and thought to himself, I can only adapt to the situation from now on. There was a gap in the encirclement, and Qi Feng walked in with a gloomy face. Looking at Qingming, who was on full alert, he gritted his teeth and said, Uchiha boy, you killed so many of my bees, what do you think I should do with you? Uchiha. Hearing the surname mentioned by the other party, Qingming glanced at the Uchiha clan emblem on his body, and then thought about the reason for the decline of the Shenhe clan. I immediately understood that the other party was hating the Aberme clan and extending his hatred for all the Konoha clans. In that case, maybe I can try to provoke the other party. This thought suddenly popped up in Qingming's mind. If it were any other Iwagaku or Jonin, he wouldn't dare to do this. But for a Jonin who uses controlling bees as his main means of attack, and who is most likely a special Jonin, then he doesn't have much to worry about. If the decapitation can be accomplished, the surrounding bees will not be a concern. End of this chapter. Chapter 64 Beheading. Chapter 64 Beheading. Qingming did it as soon as he thought of it. He pretended to look at the surrounding bee colonies, then shook his head slightly and said, Is this the insect control technique of the Shenhe clan? His tone, combined with his actions, fully demonstrated what disdain was. Although Qi Feng guessed that Qingming might be deliberately provoking him, when he heard Qingming's words, he couldn't help but get angry and was about to say something. But before he could open his mouth, Qingming continued to stimulate him. With this level, he is also on par with the Aberme clan, hehe. Akaji, who was already very angry, could no longer control her emotions when she heard the name of the Aberme clan and the contemptuous hehe from Qingming's mouth. Immediately, he got angry and said, Uchiha boy, what do you know? If the Aberme clan hadn't used tricks in the last Ninja World War, how could our Shenhe clan have failed? Playing tricks? Haha. Qingming chuckled twice and shook his head, if you are not as skilled as others, then you are not as skilled as others. What do you mean by using tricks? Is this all you Shenhe clan have? Good. 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 Qi Feng was so angry that he said okay 3 times in a row. Then, he gritted his teeth and said, Uchiha boy, you have succeeded in irritating me. I hope that when I catch you later, you can still keep such a hard mouth. After saying this, he was about to control the swarm of bees to attack. But at this moment, a pair of blood-red single Magatama Sharingan came into his field of vision, occupying his mind and causing his consciousness to gradually sink. Sharingan? No. Thanks to the mental strength developed from years of controlling the bee colony, Qi Feng was not hypnotized by Qingming at the first moment. Just before falling asleep, he bit the tip of his tongue hard. Scarlet blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and severe pain woke him up. However, the moment he regained consciousness, he was greeted by Qingming's powerful sword. Stab! The sound of a sharp blade cutting through flesh was heard. Blood splattered everywhere, Red Bee let out a scream, and his body flew backwards involuntarily. A deep scar that was visible to the bone appeared on his chest, spreading from his right shoulder to his left waist, almost cutting him in half. If he had not stepped back half a step at the last moment, Qingming's sword would have been enough to take his life. Despite this, he was seriously injured. However, Qingming was not satisfied. His goal was to kill the enemy with one blow. For this purpose, he even opened the Sharingan. If the goal cannot be achieved, there will definitely be a lot of trouble in the future. With this thought in mind, Qingming did not stop and immediately rushed forward to complete the final kill. But Akagi is a special jonin after all. Although her own combat power is not strong, her combat experience is real. At this time, seeing that Qingming was not giving in, he no longer cared about the injury on his chest. He endured the pain and controlled the swarm of bees to attack Qingming, trying to stop him outside, while letting the queen bee drag him back. However, Qingming's reaction speed was greatly improved after he activated his Sharingan. In his eyes, the movements of these bees were no different from the crawling of turtles. Therefore, just by simply using the KONOHA-style sword technique, no bee could get close to him, and all long-range attacks were dodged by him one by one. His movements were simple and efficient, closing the distance between the two sides with every minute and every second. If it were in its prime, Red Bee might be able to control the swarm to stop Qingming and escape from the scene itself. But Qingming's sword just now injured him too badly, and he couldn't hold on for too long. If he delays any longer, he will be the one to die in the end. Thinking of this, Qi Feng's face turned grim. Feeling his body gradually becoming weak due to massive blood loss, Qi Feng no longer hesitated. He gritted his teeth and performed the last secret technique of the Shenhe clan, the insect fusion technique. The next moment, a sharp and strange cry came from the mouth of the queen bee beside him. Qingming looked in the direction of the sound and saw the queen bee suddenly spit out a large mouthful of honey, wrapping the red bee completely in it. Qingming was alert and was about to see what tricks the red bee was playing, but then he saw the queen bee swallowed the red bee in one gulp. What's happening here? Qingming was confused, but it did not stop him from attacking. Breaking through the obstruction of the bee colony, Qingming swung his sword and cut the queen bee's abdomen. Hey! There was a crisp sound of metal clashing. Qingming's sword was like cutting on hard metal. Not only did it fail to hurt the queen bee, but it also made his arm numb. Seeing this, a strange look flashed in Qingming's eyes. He really didn't expect that the queen bee's body would be so hard. You know, he had taken this into consideration before making the move, so he specifically targeted the queen bee's abdomen, which looked the softest. I never thought that this place would be so hard. I can't imagine how hard other parts of its body are. A sharp roar was heard, and the queen bee realized that she was being attacked, and immediately swung her front paws towards Qingming. Looking at the cold light on it, Qingming didn't dare to take it head-on. He dodged the queen bee's attack and came behind it. Then, he flipped his hand, took out a detonating tag from the ninja tool bag, and stuck it on the queen bee's back before moving away from it. The queen bee seemed to sense the danger and attacked Qingming frantically. But in the Sharingan, these attacks were not threatening, and Qingming quickly distanced himself from them with a few flashes. The next moment, a violent explosion sounded, and a ball of red flame suddenly erupted from behind the queen bee, engulfing her in an instant. Then, Qingming heard a shrill roar. After confirming that the detonating talisman was effective against the queen bee, Qingming no longer hesitated. While the queen bee was rushing around, he threw out several shurikens with detonating talismans attached to them. The shuriken hit the queen bee accurately, and the detonating tag exploded, and several fireballs rose up. The queen bee finally couldn't bear it and slowly fell to the ground. Qingming was still worried, so he raised his hand and formed the 6 seals of Si, Wei, Shen, Hai, Wu, Yin, and performed the ninjutsu, fire style, Great Fireball technique. Although this technique is not as flexible as the fire style, Phoenix Fire technique, its power is indeed strong, especially for single-point attacks. Moreover, Qingming did not save chakra this time. He used 200 points at a time, so the fireball he released was very huge. When it hit the queen bee, the sound was much louder than that of an explosive talisman. After a few breaths, the flames went out. Qingming looked up and saw that the queen bee had stopped struggling. Her whole body was charred black and there was no sign of life. Qingming was just about to take a breath when he suddenly felt something was wrong. He looked sharply at the surrounding bee colonies. They still maintained their encirclement posture without any sign of disarray. This is very unreasonable. The red bees and the queen bee are both dead. Without a leader, how can they maintain such discipline? And many more. Red wasp? Is this person really dead? As soon as he thought of this, Qing Ming looked suddenly at the queen bee's abdomen. There, several cracks were appearing, as if something was about to come out. End of this chapter. Chapter 65, The Art of Insect Fusion. Chapter 65, The Art of Insect Fusion. Click click. Hearing the slight cracking sound, Qing Ming did not hesitate at all. He immediately took out a kunai from his ninja tool bag, tied a detonating tag on it, and threw it over. However, before the kunai got close, the unknown thing seemed to sense the danger. With a bang, it broke through the queen bee's abdomen and flew into the sky at an extremely fast speed. Boom! The detonating talisman exploded, but failed to cause any damage to it. With the excellent insight brought by the Sharingan, Qing Ming saw the appearance of the unknown object clearly, which was Akaji bee. However, the other party now looked more like a bee than a human, and it was a bee standing upright. Its eyes were bulging, its body was hunched, its limbs were strangely twisted, and a pair of transparent wings on its shoulder blades were vibrating slightly. If the other party did not still have some human appearance, Qing Ming would have thought that he was Queen Bee number 2. It was also at this moment that Qing Ming understood why he had previously thought that Chifeng looked a bit like a bee. Obviously, the secret technique that the other party performed last time has a significant side effect, and may divert people towards the direction of bees. In addition, the other party's irritable and angry personality may also be related to this. Otherwise, as a special jonin, even if he had an irreconcilable feud with the Abermei clan, he should not have become so unwise after a few ridicules from Qing Ming. In fact, it is true. The art of insect fusion had significant flaws since its creation. Although performing this technique will allow a person to acquire some of the abilities of a queen bee, it will also subtly transform the person's body, causing them to become increasingly close to bees. This is not only reflected in appearance, but also affects people's mind. The longer the fusion time, the greater the impact. Therefore, even among the Shenhe clan, the insect fusion technique is a taboo and must not be used lightly unless it is absolutely necessary. But I have to say that the effect of this technique is still very good. Just like now, the red bee uses its pair of wings to fly into the sky, and Qing Ming has no good way to deal with it. In addition, his life-threatening injuries were healed. The combination of the two almost gave Red Bee a second life and a chance to turn defeat into victory. However, Qing Ming stared at Chifeng with a dim gaze and felt that there was something wrong with the other party's condition, as if he lacked some popularity. Qing Ming's feeling was not wrong. This brings us to another shortcoming of the insect fusion technique, which is that the weaker the caster's mental will, the greater the influence of the queen bee will be after the fusion. Originally, before the spell was cast, Chifeng had been seriously injured and his mental will had almost reached rock bottom. So, after the fusion, the impact will naturally be the greatest. Now, this body is dominated by the queen bee rather than the red bee. I guess even if Qing Ming is killed, the queen bee will not be able to cancel the insect fusion technique. In this way, over time, it can gradually become the new queen bee and completely occupy this body. And this was also the reason why Chifeng had been unable to make up his mind to perform the insect fusion technique for a long time. Judging from his appearance, one can tell that he has used this technique many times in the past. Then, he must be fully aware of the risks involved and know the consequences of performing the insect fusion technique in that state. Unfortunately, due to the situation, he had to take a gamble. Now it seems that he lost the bet. But this is undoubtedly good news for Qing Ming. Compared to dealing with a person, it is easier to target the queen bee. Even if the other party has mastered part of the red bee's memory, it is impossible to perfectly inherit the other party's combat experience. In this way, he might be able to solve it without much effort. With this thought in mind, Qingming glanced at the swarm of bees around him that were ready to move, and took the lead in launching an attack. Boo-hoo-hoo! Several shurikens flew out and attacked Akagi. With the LV4 ninja tool throwing and the powerful insight of the Sharingan, the shurikens thrown by Qingming were extremely threatening. Of course, this is mainly because the red bee did not get the queen bee's iron-hard shell. Otherwise, let alone a few shurikens, even dozens of them would not be able to break the opponent's defense. In that case, no matter how accurate his shooting is, it won't be of much use. Fortunately, this situation did not occur. The red bee sensed the danger and immediately flapped its wings, moving sideways half a meter and easily avoiding Qingming's attack. Seeing this, Qingming's mouth twitched slightly. He knew that killing the opponent by throwing ninja tools would not work, so there was only one way left. Dense swarms of bee stings shot over, interrupting Qingming's thoughts and forcing him to dodge. Fortunately, there are enough trees in the forest and Qingming has the help of Sharingan, otherwise it is really difficult for ordinary people to avoid such intensive attacks. Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Technique. Qingming is not a person who would just take a beating without fighting back. After dodging a round of needle rain, he seized the opportunity and immediately launched a counterattack. The blessing from the Sharingan makes his ninjutsu more precise. Suddenly, the bees in the air fell down like rain. Not to be outdone, the red bee immediately controlled the swarm to fight back. The two sides fought back and forth, and the fight was very lively, which attracted a lot of people's attention. Fortunately, the battle line was long enough and there was a swarm of bees to block it, so Qingming's Sharingan was not exposed. All people saw was a large group of bees flying wildly around a jungle, and they had no idea what was going on. Time passes minute by minute. Finally, when the number of bee colonies dropped to 2/3, Qingming found an opportunity. Looking at the red bee on the top of the tree in front of him, Qingming's eyes flickered slightly. In the following defensive counterattack, he accidentally stepped on a pool of sticky honey. Upon seeing this, Red Bee's eyes lit up, and he quickly controlled more bees to shoot out their stingers, while opening their mouths to spit out more honey, in an attempt to completely wrap Qingming. At the critical moment, Qingming used the substitution technique and only a wooden stake was left in the original place. Seeing this, a barely perceptible hint of disappointment appeared on Red Bee's ugly face. Then, he looked around for Qingming's trace. Just then, a voice called out from the big tree next to him, "Hey, look here!" Akagi did not have the alertness of its original owner, and instinctively looked in the direction of the sound, and then saw a pair of scarlet Sharingans. Magic, the art of the flail. That's right, Qingming was waiting for the opportunity to perform this technique at close range. The red bee had been flying in the sky, and he had no chance to get close to it. After planning for a long time, he finally created such an opportunity. First he pretended to make a mistake to let Akagi relax, then he used the substitution technique to divert the other party's attention and took the opportunity to get closer. Finally, he used the magic jail technique to finalize the matter. Looking at the free-falling red bee, Qingming jumped out, swung his dagger in the air, and instantly cut the opponent's throat. Even so, Qingming was still not at ease, so he threw another kunao, piercing the opponent's heart. Feeling the other party's breath rapidly fading, Qingming breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he expected, dealing with the red bee led by the queen bee would not require much effort as long as he found the right opportunity. End of this chapter. Chapter 66 Sudden Death. Chapter 66 Sudden Death. Buzz. With the death of the red bee, the surrounding bee colonies lost control, their formation suddenly became scattered, and they instinctively flew outwards. Seeing this, Qingming did not waste his energy chasing and killing them. Without the control of the red bee, these bees could not pose much threat. However, the surrounding Iwagakure ninjas had gained the upper hand in just a short while. Although the number of Iwagakure ninjas was less than theirs, and they had just experienced a forced march and were not in peak condition, but who could blame them for being in a worse condition? Not to mention the wounded, just the others had just come back from another battlefield, how good could their conditions be? Therefore, once they started fighting, their strength was discovered. The rock ninjas were anxious to support the front line and naturally would not waste time with them here, so their attacks were very ruthless. In this case, the result is predictable. In just this short period of time, more than 20 people on their side were killed and they were completely passive. If people hadn't come to support from the valley battlefield from time to time, the situation here would probably have collapsed. After roughly understanding the situation on the field, Qingming's eyes wandered, looking for any trace of Mizutani Shizuko. Before being surrounded by the swarm of bees, he remembered that the other party was fighting with a Chunin from Iwagakure. Some time has passed and he doesn't know what's going on now. Well, here it is. Qingming's eyes focused on Mizutani Shizuko, who was not far away. At this time, the opponent's condition was not very good. Not only were his steps weak, but he also had several injuries on his body, especially on one side of his waist, where blood was flowing out uncontrollably. Seeing this, Qingming did not delay any longer and immediately used the instant body technique to approach the opponent at an extremely fast speed. During the attack, 3 shurikens shot out and struck the opponent's vital points on the back while the Iwagakure Chunin was attacking. Unfortunately, the opponent, like everyone else on the battlefield, was very alert, and even when attacking, he secretly held back some of his strength. Therefore, after sensing the danger, the Iwagakure Chunin immediately stopped his attack and moved sideways to avoid Qingming's sneak attack. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qingming flashed between the two of them and protected Mizutani Shizuko behind him. Qingming. When she saw Qingming appear, Mizutani Shizuko's eyes turned red and she felt a sense of security for the first time in a long time. At the same time, he was also happy that Qingming had escaped from trouble. Just now, she saw the scene where Qingming was surrounded by a swarm of bees. She was very worried about him for a while. Now that she saw that he was fine, she finally felt relieved. Qingming heard Mizutani Shizuko's murmur, but didn't say much. He just said, "Hurry up and recover. I'll take care of that guy first." After saying that, without caring about Mizutani Shizuko's reaction, he pushed off the ground with his feet and rushed towards the Iwagakure Chunin in front of him. Although Qingming is only a genin, Shi Songjian did not dare to be careless at all. Because he also discovered that Qingming was the person who was targeted by the Akagi Jonin just now. Now that Qingming appeared here, Qifeng's life or death was self-evident. No matter how the other party did it, the facts were before him and he couldn't ignore them. In just a moment, Shi Songjian raised his vigilance to the highest level. Hey! A cold light flashed, and Qingming's dagger was blocked by the kunao. Both parties exerted force at the same time, a harsh friction sound was heard, and sparks burst out between the sharp blades. After a moment's stalemate, and after confirming that he could not overwhelm the opponent with strength alone, Qingming immediately changed his moves and skillfully performed the KONOHA-style sword technique. However, since Ishimatsujian was able to follow Huangtu into the battle, his strength was not bad among the Chunins. Therefore, he was not directly overwhelmed by Qingming. For a while, the sound of ding-dong-dong was heard continuously in the field. Qingming's sword moves were fast and accurate, forcing Shi Songjian to passively defend himself. As for ninjutsu, don't even think about it. Under such a strong attack, if he dared to use ninjutsu, Qingming could kill him with one sword. Time passed by minute. Qingming's sword was like the drizzle in the sky, continuous and endless. Shizong could only hold on for less than 3 minutes before he showed a flaw. Qingming seized the opportunity and slashed with his sword, cutting off a large piece of flesh from the opponent's left shoulder. The severe pain caused beads of sweat to appear on Shi Songjian's forehead, but Qingming was relentless and continued to attack. Finally, 2 minutes later, Qingming pierced the opponent's heart with a sword. Shi Song saw that his face was full of resentment, but he could do nothing. Qingming drew out the dagger, shook off the blood on it, and walked towards Mizutani Shizuko without looking back. Qingming. Seeing Qingming coming over, Mizutani Shizuko asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Qingming shook his head and said, "It's okay." After saying that, he looked at the other person's waist. There, blood was still gushing out, and it was obvious that the injury was extremely serious. Qingming glanced around and saw that there was no danger for the time being, so he said, "Jingzi, come here, I will treat you first." After saying that, he walked towards a big tree. Mizutani Shizuko responded softly, followed him over, and leaned against the big tree. Qingming quickly formed seals with his hands and performed the healing technique he had just learned. A ball of green light appeared between his palms. Then, Qingming pressed his palm on Mizutani Shizuko's wound. A warm feeling came over her, and Shizuko Mizutani couldn't help but let out a comfortable hum, and then her face blushed and she didn't dare to look at Qingming anymore. However, Qingming's expression did not change at all. He was still experiencing the process of the healing technique taking effect. This was the first time he had performed this technique on a human after learning it. Previously he had practiced on small animals. It didn't matter whether the treatment was successful or not, as long as his proficiency improved. It is different now. It doesn't matter whether the proficiency level increases or not. What matters is not to make people sick during the treatment. Medical ninjutsu is not like other ninjutsu. Once it is successfully performed, you just need to throw it away and that's it. There is a process for medical ninjutsu to heal injuries. During this period, it is necessary to pay constant attention to changes in the injured person's injuries, and guide the cell division of various parts of the injured person according to the actual situation, so as to achieve the purpose of rapid healing. It can be said that this is a delicate job. Because of this, Qingming did not notice that there was suddenly a figure behind him. It was not until Mizutani Shizuko showed a look of horror and pulled him aside that he noticed something unusual. A burning sensation came from his cheek, and Qingming saw with his peripheral vision that a kunai was held by someone, scratching his right cheek and going straight into Mizutani Shizuko's throat. At this moment, Qingming didn't know what to feel. Everything happened too suddenly. He never expected that Shizuko Mizutani would die like this, which made his brain crash for a moment. After the outage, there was an unexpected amount of anger. He was not present when Ryusuke and Furukawa died, so when he received the news later, he just felt a little regretful. But Shizuko Mizutani died right in front of him, and in a way, she died to save him. How could he be calm? It can be seen from the speed of the man's attack just now that if Mizutani Shizuko hadn't pulled him back, he would probably be dead now. Although the opponent was able to launch a successful sneak attack, it was also because he was distracted while treating Mizutani Shizuko's injuries, but one thing is for sure, he has to repay the life-saving favor. End of this chapter. Chapter 67 Hatred. Chapter 67 Hatred. All kinds of thoughts flashed through my mind. Qingming saw the person behind him pull out a kunai and slash it towards his neck. He knew that he could not dodge it under normal circumstances, so he stopped hiding and instantly opened his Sharingan. The next moment, the other party's movements looked like a turtle crawling in his eyes. Qingming raised his head suddenly to avoid the attack of the kunai, and at the same time pushed the ground with both feet, pulling his whole body backwards. It was not until this moment that he could see clearly the person who attacked him. The other person was in his early 20s, wearing the uniform of a jonin from the Uegakure village. He had a doubtful expression on his face, as if he was wondering why Qingming was able to dodge the attack. It was not until he saw the Sharingan in Qingming's eyes that he put away the confusion on his face and instead revealed an undisguised hatred. This hatred was not directed at Qingming himself, but at his eyes. Looking at this pair of Sharingan, Heiji Ohara was reminded of the humiliation he had suffered when he was still a genin. At that time, he followed his teacher to carry out the mission. On the way, he encountered an Uchiha ninja with open eyes. The opponent was too strong, and the whole process was like a cat playing with mouse, killing his teacher and companions in a playful way. He himself was too scared to do anything and just watched it all happen. Finally, the Uchiha ninja let him go. It's not because the other person is kind-hearted, but because he is simply disdainful and thinks he is too cowardly. Killing him would dirty his hands, so he let him go. From then on, he lived in guilt, and even after being promoted to Jonin, he could not let it go. If it were just that, it would be fine. At worst, he would fight that Uchiha ninja to death. He would be able to accept it regardless of winning or losing. The key is that Uchiha ninja was damn dead. In this way, he had no chance of revenge, and his frustration had no place to vent, so he could only cause trouble for the Uchiha. Since then, whenever he encountered an Uchiha ninja, no matter how strong he was, he would take action, and this time was no exception. Just after defeating his opponent, he set his sights on Qingming and directly used the camouflage hidden technique to get close to him, ready to kill him with one blow. Unexpectedly, not only did he fail, but he also allowed the other party to awaken the Sharingan. That's right, in Ohara Haiji's eyes, Qingming was stimulated by seeing the death of his companions and then awakened the Sharingan. The conditions for awakening the Sharingan are not a secret in the eyes of the top leaders of the major ninja villages in the ninja world. Not to mention the information left over from the Warring States period, the Ninja World War alone broke out 3 times. As long as you summarize the relevant information a little, you can find the common points among them. Perhaps we cannot get accurate information yet, but we can still guess some general conditions, such as the death of companions. As a senior ninja with a deep obsession with Uchiha, Haiji Ohara naturally collected relevant information. It is for this reason that he thought that he helped Qingming awaken the Sharingan. This is also what makes him most uncomfortable. After all, what could be more disgusting than helping your enemies become stronger? Qingming was not clear about the grudge between Ohara Haiji and Uchiha, and he didn't want to know what the other party was thinking. Now, he had only one thought, which was to kill the other party. Only in this way can you resolve the anger in your heart. As for the issue of the Sharingan being exposed, it does not matter. The reason why he hid his Sharingan was to save his life at the critical moment. In the situation just now, if he hadn't used the Sharingan, he would have been seriously injured even if he didn't die. If that's the case, then there's no need to hide. The trump card is meant to be used. If you don't use it and lose your life, there is no point in keeping it. Qingming threw several shurikens, which directly attacked the vital points of Ohara Haiji. Ohara Haiji flashed slightly, and the kunao in his hand flew, blocking all the attacks. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qingming leaped back and once again put some distance between himself and Ohara Haiji, while raising his hands and preparing to form seals. Seeing this scene, Haiji Ohara immediately looked away and threw the kunao in his hand. Qingming dodged the kunao attack and stopped casting the illusion. That's right, what he was about to perform was an illusion just now. He wanted to catch the opponent by surprise, but when he saw the opponent immediately look away, he knew that he knew how to avoid the Sharingan illusion. At this point, forcing it to perform would be meaningless except exposing flaws. So, he stopped. Sure enough, the level 2 magic jail art can no longer keep up with my pace. He had this feeling when he dealt with Red Bee before. Even though the Red Bee was dominated by the will of the Queen Bee, he still needed to spend some effort to find the right opportunity to perform the magic jail technique. If Qi Feng came by himself, Qingming didn't know whether he could find such an opportunity again. In the final analysis, the casting speed of the LV2 magic shackle technique is too slow, and it requires a very good opportunity to be used. This will invisibly lead to missing out on a lot of opportunities. After this, I have to upgrade the level of magic jaghang technique. While thinking this in his mind, King Ming's hands moved quickly. Several more shurikens flew out. One part blocked Haiji Ohara's space to dodge, and the other part attacked his vital points. With the level 4 ninja tool throwing, combined with the Sharingan's insight, Ohara Haiji did not dare to ignore the shuriken thrown by Qing Ming, and immediately swung his kunao to block it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qing Ming raised his hand again, preparing to form a seal, and Ohara Haiji quickly looked away. However, what Qing Ming performed this time was not an illusion, but a ninjutsu, fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. As his most proficient offensive ninjutsu, he performed it in just over a second. Fireballs like impatience seeds kept flying out and hit Ohara Haiji. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions sounded. Haiji Ohara's figure flashed, and he accurately avoided all the attacks from the fireballs. The opponent's reaction speed was too fast. Even with the help of the Sharingan, Qing Ming was unable to accurately predict the opponent's landing position. Even if the prediction is successful sometimes, the opponent can rely on his rich combat experience to adjust his position in time and avoid the attack. Not only that, but while he was dodging, the other party came closer. As soon as Qing Ming finished his ninjutsu, Ohara Haiji raised his kunao and slashed at his throat. Sensing the danger, Qing Ming immediately took a step back, created some distance, and narrowly avoided the attack. When the first attack failed, Ohara Haiji immediately changed his moves and stabbed King Ming's right neck with the kunao in his hand. The distance was too close, Qing Ming had no time to draw his sword to block, and could only retreat again. Thanks to the powerful insight of the Sharingan, he once again avoided the attack. After 2 consecutive failures, Haiji Ohara still did not give up and immediately launched a third attack. Qing Ming had no chance to breathe and could only continue to dodge. So, at this close distance, the two men started a life and death battle. End of this chapter. Chapter 68 ends abruptly. Chapter 68 ends abruptly. After dodging several attacks in succession, Qing Ming flipped his hand, took out a kunao from the ninja tool bag, and fought with Ohara Haiji. The two sides fought each other, and a series of ding-ding sounds were heard. But Ohara Haiji's combat experience was obviously greater than Qing Ming's. In just a few moments, Qing Ming had several more scars on his body. Stab! Glancing at the new wound on his arm, Qing Ming exerted force to deflect Ohara Haiji's attack. Then, he took a half step back, threw the kunao in his hand, and drew the dagger at his waist. Compared to kunao, the dagger is undoubtedly more handy for him. Ohara Haiji turned his head to avoid the kunao thrown by Qing Ming. When he saw him draw out his dagger, he sneered and pounced on him again. Hey! Ding ding ding! The sound of metal clashing became more rapid, indicating that the battle was about to become more intense. Qing Ming originally thought that after using the KONOHA-style sword technique, he could at least be able to compete with his opponent, if not defeat him. Unexpectedly, in just 2 or 3 minutes, he fell into a disadvantage. When weapons clash, there is always a saying that an inch longer is an inch stronger, an inch shorter is an inch more dangerous. His short sword undoubtedly had an advantage in attack range compared to Ohara Haiji's kunao, but he was unable to fully utilize this advantage. On the contrary, Ohara Haiji's attack made him truly realize what danger meant. In this small space, the opponent's offense and defense transition was so smooth. At first, he could still cope with it, but as time went on, he could only passively defend. Qing Ming had only briefly experienced this feeling of being crushed by skills on Gukwen. However, it was training at that time, and although Qing Ming was not an opponent, he did not feel much pressure. It is different now. In the fight between life and death, he finally witnessed the true combat power of the Jonin. Qing Ming even had a vague feeling that in terms of close combat ability, Ohara Haiji might have surpassed Furukawa. In addition, the opponent had extensive experience fighting against Uchiha ninjas, and he had tried to counter with the Sharingan many times, but had not been successful. At this time, Qingming also discovered his own problem, which was that in order to hide the Sharingan, he was too clumsy in using the Sharingan and did not understand many of the techniques at all. In this way, it is okay to bully the middle and lower ninjas who have never seen the world, but if you face the experienced Joninjas, it will be a bit difficult. As expected, practice brings true knowledge. This battle made Qingming realize his own shortcomings and also pointed out the direction for his future improvement. Now, Qingming no longer thought about how to kill the other party, because he simply couldn't do it. Now, he just wanted to learn more fighting skills from the other party, and brush up his proficiency in Konoha-style swordsmanship and Sharingan. As for revenge, once his strength improves, there will always be a chance. Qingming is not a person who overestimates his own abilities. Time passed by minute, and just when Qingming was immersed in the battle, several sharp whistles suddenly rang out throughout the venue. This is the signal that the mission is accomplished. Qingming was awakened by the whistle, and this thought immediately popped up in his mind. Immediately, without any hesitation, at the cost of being injured, he suddenly widened the distance between himself and Ohara Hidegi. Then, he used the flash body technique and approached the nearest Konoha Jonin at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, other Konoha ninjas also moved closer to the surrounding Jonin. Afterwards, before the rock ninjas could react, they all gathered in one direction, led by these Jonin. During this time, some Iwagakure also tried to stop them. But Konoha was well prepared and gathered people very quickly, which briefly formed a situation where the majority were fighting against the minority, and there were always senior ninjas in charge. Therefore, the rock ninjas couldn't stop them at all. By the time the leader Huang Tu reorganized the team, all the Konoha ninjas had left the battlefield. But Huang Tu didn't want to give up. Judging from the reactions of the people in Konoha, they knew they had achieved their goal. And their goal, needless to say, was to stop them. But now, the other party is about to withdraw, and what this means is self-evident. Huang Tu judged that it was probably too late to carry out the support mission now, so he simply gave the order to continue the pursuit. However, not long into the chase, they discovered that there was a new group of people in the Konoha team ahead. These people were none other than the surviving Konoha ninjas from the River Valley battlefield. In this way, Konoha's team became stronger again and more confident. On the contrary, Huang Tu did not dare to chase too closely, for fear of being ambushed and counterattacked. But at the same time, they cannot give up the pursuit. After all, this is the defense zone of the Iwagakure village. Even if it is a polite farewell, they have to watch the Konoha ninjas leave and can't let them run around. Just like that, with the tacit understanding of both parties, the Konoha ninjas gradually moved away from the River Valley corridor. About an hour and a half later, they met up with the three teams participating in the attack. Half an hour later, another team responsible for blocking the enemy also arrived. At this point, the rock ninja completely gave up his unrealistic fantasies. They had already lost this confrontation, and they had to admit defeat, so they could only follow Qingming and the others from a distance and watch them leave. Of course, Qingming and others did not dare to stay for long. After all, they were in the enemy's hinterland. If they were surrounded, it would be a big trouble. Therefore, they left the control area of Iwagakure village at almost the fastest speed. The next day, morning. After more than 10 hours of forced march, Qingming and others finally returned to their own territory. In Konoha's frontline stronghold closest to the Iwagakure, hundreds of Konoha ninjas were lying in a mess, and almost every one of them was injured. The medical ninjas who had arrived earlier were walking among them, treating these people. Qingming glanced at the surviving ninjas around him, and their number was only about half of what it was when they set out. Now, he finally understood why the Ninja World War could not last long. With this death rate in battle, how could it last too long? Fortunately, there are not many such actions, otherwise all the ninjas would be wiped out in a short time. Shaking his head, Qingming stopped thinking about it and began to perform the healing technique to heal himself while thinking about his future training plan. First of all, the number of times you practice the art of reflecting the heart can be reduced appropriately. His Sharingan has been exposed, so there is no need to hide it any longer. He can open it for a long time and use the time-consuming method to increase his proficiency. In this way, some chakra can be saved. And these chakras can be used to improve the magic Jiahang technique. Secondly, the KONOHA style swordsmanship still needs to be improved, and Qingming doesn't want to experience the feeling of powerlessness of having his skills crushed again. Finally, there are the techniques for using the Sharingan. Thinking of this, Qingming pondered for a moment, and finally murmured, "It seems that I have to contact the clan leaders as soon as possible." That's right, he planned to start from within the clan. Although he could figure it out on his own, it would be a waste of time and unnecessary. After all, no matter how much he thinks, can it compare to the Uchiha clan's 1,000-year heritage? So, when it's time to speak, you should speak. I believe that after the clan knows that he has awakened the Sharingan, they will not be stingy in imparting this knowledge to him. End of this chapter. Chapter 69 Practice. Chapter 69 Practice. Qingming, are you sure you don't want to join the clan's combat team? Inside a tent, an Uchiha Jonin with a 3-Magatama Sharingan looked at Qingming and asked. Ah. Qingming nodded silently, with a hint of sadness still visible in his eyes. If you want to act, you have to act it out fully. Since in the eyes of others, his Sharingan was awakened because he witnessed the death of his companion, he cannot appear too calm. Seeing Qingming's performance, Uchiha Jonin sighed and said, "Okay then." After that, he took out a scroll from his arms and continued, "It contains some techniques for using the Sharingan. You should take the time to familiarize yourself with it." As he said that, he threw the scroll in his hand to Qingming. That's right, this is what Qingming wanted, but he didn't ask for it from his clan. Instead, his clan gave it to him voluntarily after knowing that he had opened the Sharingan. Qingming admitted that he underestimated how much the Uchiha clan valued the Sharingan. He had just returned to the base camp for 2 days, and before he could report the awakening of the Sharingan, the clan had already sent people to verify it. After confirming that he had really opened the Sharingan, the scroll was delivered to him the next day. As for the combat team that joined the clan mentioned earlier, it was to protect the young ones who had just awakened the Sharingan. Even though Qingming did not have much sense of belonging to the Uchiha clan, he had to admit that the Uchiha clan was really good to their own people. This point is fully reflected in the clan's provision of living expenses after the death of this body's parents, and the care he received after awakening the Sharingan. However, he had many secrets and did not want to be under the control of so many Sharingans, so he rejected the kindness of his clan. Otherwise, he might have been able to survive this war. Suppressing these thoughts, Qingming reached out and caught the scroll thrown by the other party. Before he could check, the Uchiha Jonin in front of him took out another scroll and said, "It seems that you are good at swordsmanship. This is the swordsmanship passed down by our Uchiha clan." Qingming's eyes lit up when he heard this. He took the scroll, opened it and glanced at it, then murmured, "Uchiha-style swordsmanship. That's right, it's the swordsmanship that is unique to our Uchiha clan. When combined with the Sharingan, it can unleash its greatest power." The Uchiha Jonin said proudly. "Thank you, uncle." Qingming thanked him sincerely. Ah! Hearing Qingming's thanks, the Uchiha Jonin nodded and finally encouraged, "Practice well and don't disgrace the name of our Uchiha clan." Having said that, he was about to leave. But just as he turned around, he seemed to remember something and turned back to say, "Remember to prepare. In 2 months, the clan will arrange for you to take part in the Chunin exam." Chunin exam? Qingming was stunned at first, then nodded and said, "I understand, uncle. Well, as long as you know." After saying this, the Uchiha Jonin turned and left. Looking at the other person's disappearing back, Qingming murmured, "It turns out that before I knew it, it's time for the Chunin exams that are held every 6 months. It's just..." Thinking back to his 2 teammates and the teacher who led the team, Qingming couldn't help but sigh. I am the only one left in class 17. Even Qingming couldn't help feeling a little lonely at this moment. But soon, he dispelled the loneliness. Now is not the time to be sad. Since he has already got what he wants, he should focus on practicing. In the following time, Qingming divided the 5,500 chakra points he could use every day into 5 parts. Among them, 3,400 points were used to practice the mind-reflecting technique, which could increase its proficiency by 20 points, thereby increasing the Sharingan's evolution by 4 points. Another 900 points are used to keep the Sharingan open for 15 hours, which can increase the evolution of his Sharingan by 3 points. The remaining 1,200 points were divided into 3 parts, of which 1,000 points were used to practice the fire style, Phoenix Fire technique and the magic, Kagami technique. This can increase their proficiency by 6 points respectively. As for the remaining 200 points of chakra, he used them on skills that did not consume much chakra, such as Konoha style swordsmanship, Uchiha style swordsmanship, and ninja tool throwing. In addition, he would study the techniques of using the Sharingan whenever he had time. In this way, except for the time of carrying out missions, the rest of the time, he was either practicing or on the way to practice, and every day was fully arranged by him. Qingming lives a very fulfilling life. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. Just as Qingming expected, the frequency of the Uegakuer village's troubles slowed down because its logistics base was destroyed. Thanks to this, the tasks Qingming performs are not difficult. Therefore, the practice plan is progressing quite smoothly. This night, Qingming performed the art of reflecting the heart on himself as usual. Once, twice, 3 times. It was not until the 11th time that a strange feeling came to his mind, and Qingming's understanding of the art of reflecting the heart suddenly rose to a higher level. He knew that his art of reflecting the heart had made a breakthrough. After a while, Qingming opened his eyes and muttered silently, "Panel." The next moment, a familiar light blue light curtain appeared. Name, Uchiha Qingming. Age, 11 years old. Constitution, 8. Spirit, 9. Chakra, 2105, 6102 6109. Bloodline, Sharingan Single Megatama, 317/1000, 715/1000. LV450/2000 LV4415/2000. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique, Level 2, 55/500. LV3226/1000 LV3612/1000. Fire Style, Dragon Fire Technique, Level 2, 25/500. LV3305/1000 LV3460/1000. Shadow Clone Technique, Level 0, 5/100. LV115/200 LV160/200. LV25/500 LV2371/500. Asterisk Illusion Sharingan, LV1, 150/200. LV4946/2000 LV51/5000. LV3615/1000 LV4315/2000. Asterisk Uchiha Style Swordsmanship, LV3, 510/1000. LV450/2000 LV4350/2000. LV3190/1000 LV3210/1000. 3 Body Techniques, Level 3, 0/0. Qingming skipped over the other columns and looked at the art of reflecting the heart. LV4946/2000 LV51/5000. Of course, if he had followed the original training plan, he should have achieved a breakthrough in his art of reflecting the heart about half a month ago. But the exposure of the Sharingan forced Qingming to adjust the distribution of chakra and reduce the investment in the reflection heart technique, which took a full 2 months. However, the evolution speed of his Sharingan did not slow down, but instead increased a lot. The reason is very simple, that is, after opening the Sharingan, he can use less chakra to make the Sharingan gain more evolution. The overall effect of this increase and decrease is still positive. Therefore, the evolution of his Sharingan was faster than expected. At this time, according to the panel, the evolution degree of his Sharingan has reached 715/1000, and the progress has exceeded 2/3. Next, it depends on the effect of LV5's heart reflecting technique. If it is good enough, it won't take long for his Sharingan to evolve into a double Megatama. End of this chapter. Chapter 70, Preparing for the Village. Chapter 70, Prepare to return to the village. Retracting his thoughts, Qingming looked at other skills. The first are 2 new skills, Illusion Sharingan and Uchiha Swordsmanship. The former was what he learned from the scroll when he was studying the techniques of using the Sharingan. Rather than being an illusion, it was more like an advancement of the Sharingan's hypnotic ability. According to what was written on the scroll, if this illusion technique was practiced to perfection, one could even pull the target into the illusion with just a glance, without even making any hand seals. This illusion scene can also be constructed independently by the caster, which is very useful whether it is in frontal combat or interrogation of intelligence. Therefore, Qingming spent some effort and brought it to level 1, 150/200. At this moment, he could perform this technique in less than half a second. However, the effect is much worse, and is only slightly stronger than the hypnotic ability of the Sharingan itself. Basically, as long as you have a certain understanding of illusions and know how to remove them, or have stronger mental strength, you can break free. But at the same time, he can also spend more time preparing, thereby constructing a more realistic illusion scene to enhance the illusion effect. At times like this, it's not easy to break free. In other words, there are 2 ways to use the Genjutsu Sharingan. The former is simple and quick, but the effect is poor, while the latter is complex and slow, but the effect is good. Qingming can be used depending on the situation. However, Qingming estimated that he would not need to use the second method of casting spells in the short term. There is no other reason. With this much skill, he might as well use the magic jail hanging technique. This effect is much stronger than the level 1 illusion Sharingan. The first way of using it, on the other hand, can interfere with the enemy in battle, and when combined with the Uchiha-style swordsmanship, it can completely achieve the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. Speaking of Uchiha-style swordsmanship, Qingming glanced at the panel. Perhaps it was because he had the foundation of KONOHA-style swordsmanship, so when he practiced Uchiha-style swordsmanship, his progress was very fast. In just 2 months, his level had reached level 3, 510/1000, almost catching up with the level of KONOHA-style swordsmanship 2 months ago. This speed seems to be about the same as when he was learning the KONOHA-style sword technique a few months ago. But don't forget, in the past 2 months, he has not only been practicing the Uchiha-style swordsmanship. He spent a large part of the rest of his time and energy on in-depth study of KONOHA swordsmanship and ninja tool throwing. Being able to reach a similar level of proficiency with less time and energy can naturally be considered fast. Also, it's because of his hard work. LV3615/1000 LV4315/2000. Now, if he were to fight with Ohara Haiji in close combat again, Qingming was sure that he would not be at a disadvantage. As for why he didn't defeat his opponent, it was very simple. He was not lacking in skills, but his combat experience was far inferior to that of his opponent. Close combat is highly dependent on combat experience, so Qingming can only guarantee invincibility. However, once he upgrades the Uchiha style sword technique to level 4, Qingming will be confident that he can defeat his opponent in close combat. As for remote, for physical attacks, he has the ninja tool throwing. Even 2 months ago, he was not afraid of the opponent. LV450/2000 LV4350/2000. In this way, Qingming will be even less afraid. In terms of ninjutsu, LV3226/1000 LV3612/1000 LV4. As a jonin, Ohara Haiji knows at least 2 types of ninjutsu. When combined with each other, the effect is far beyond what his mere fire-style ninjutsu can achieve. In addition, the opponent must know some auxiliary ninjutsu such as the shadow clone technique. In this way, he is even less of a match. Perhaps only with illusion can he rely on his Sharingan to compete with the opponent, but if he wants to suppress the opponent, his Sharingan must be upgraded to double Megatama. With this thought, Qingming quickly glanced at the other skills that had not changed much, then closed the panel and began to test the effect of the level 5 heart reflecting technique. After skillfully forming the hand seal, Qingming released the heart reflecting technique on himself. When he performed it this time, he discovered the difference. In the past, although his brain would produce special chakra due to the stimulation of this technique, the amount was very small. It is different now. Qingming only feels that the special chakra is like a trickle, continuous. It may not be much in a unit of time, but it lasts for a long time. Therefore, when all the chakra flows into the eyes, the effect will be more obvious. Qingming had a feeling that after about 2 times, the degree of evolution of his Sharingan would be improved a little. Surprised and happy, Qingming hurriedly began to cast the spell for the second time. 2 minutes later, Qingming opened his eyes again, opened the panel and took a look. As expected, the evolution degree of the Sharingan had increased a little. It only takes 340 chakra points to perform the heart reflection technique twice, which is almost as much as the 300 chakra points needed to open the Sharingan. If the training plan remains unchanged and he continues to maintain the previous chakra distribution plan, he will be able to gain 13 points of Sharingan evolution every day in the future. In this way, it would only take a little over 20 days for his Sharingan's evolution degree to increase from 715/1000 to 1000/1000. This is much faster than expected. As expected, it requires 5 proficiency points to advance to level. The effect is amazing. Then Qingming thought about the 6 proficiency points needed to advance to LV. His scalp suddenly went numb, and he felt that it would be impossible for him to complete it in a short period of time. But LV6's heart reflecting technique, what is the effect? Qingming couldn't help but lick his lips. After a long while, he withdrew his gaze and closed the panel. Then, he did some calculations and found that 20 days later would be the time for the Chunin exam. But this is not important. With his current strength, the Chunin exam would not be difficult for him at all. Therefore, it doesn't matter whether the Sharingan evolved at that time. Therefore, Qingming just paid a little attention to it and then ignored it and started a new round of practice. Time flies by like a white horse. In the blink of an eye, a week passed. That afternoon, Qingming completed his last patrol mission and returned to the base camp. According to the order from his superiors, he will return to the village with a group of genin tomorrow to prepare for the Chunin exam in half a month. That night, inside the tent, Qingming packed up his luggage, completed his routine training, and opened the panel before going to bed. It can be seen that after a week of hard training, the evolution degree of his Sharingan has reached 807/1000, which is one step closer to evolving into a double Megatama. In addition, there are Magic Jaghang Technique and Illusion Sharingan, which are also on the verge of promotion. LV2371/500 LV2412/500 LV1150/200 LV1191/200. It is these visible and tangible progress that allowed Qingming to maintain his current ascetic life. Otherwise, no matter how strong your will is, if you don't see the rewards after your hard work, you will inevitably feel lazy. He is different. As long as the proficiency panel is still there, he will never slack off. End of this chapter. Chapter 71 Depression. Chapter 71 Depression. The next day. Early morning. Qingming and a dozen genin, escorted by a jonin team and a chunin team, set out on the journey back to the village. Along the way, people would secretly look at Qingming from time to time. It's not these people's fault, but Qingming had his Sharingan open the whole time, so it was hard not to attract attention. Qingming didn't care about this. The exposure of the Sharingan made him lose his trump card. In this situation, he naturally had to focus on improving his own strength. If I don't take advantage of the time on the road to improve my Sharingan, wouldn't that be a waste of time? As for other people's eyes, what does it have to do with him? Therefore, Qingming appeared very calm throughout the whole process, but this gave people the illusion that he was deliberately showing off his Sharingan. However, everyone had just returned from the battlefield, so no one bothered him because of this, although he was not afraid of it. But since they can live in peace, Qingming doesn't want to make any extra efforts. Just like that, 2 days passed quietly. This night, Qingming completed the practice of illusion Sharingan as usual, and suddenly a flash of enlightenment came to his mind. Then, he realized that his Genjutsu Sharingan had been upgraded. LV1191/200 LV21/500. Qingming tried to perform it and found that the speed of forming seals was about 20% faster than before, and the effect was also slightly stronger. Although the improvement is not big, it is still some progress. Qingming calmed himself down and continued his practice tonight. In a blink of an eye, several hours passed and it was late at night. Qingming finally completed today's practice plan and fell asleep. Of course, he didn't fall asleep. Now is a time of war, and who knows if enemy ninjas will come to kill them, so Qingming always remains vigilant. This method will undoubtedly reduce the effectiveness of the rest, but he has become accustomed to it, and it will not affect his condition in the short term. Silent all night. The time came to the next morning. After eating a little, the group continued on their journey. In this way, Qingming traveled during the day and practiced at night. 5 days later, when he returned to KONOHA village, the evolution of his Sharingan had reached 872/1000, and the proficiency of the magical shackle technique had also risen to level 2, 442/500. As for the attack he was worried about on the way, it did not happen. After bidding farewell to the leader Jonin, Qingming returned home. The house has been uninhabited for several months and is now covered in dust. Qingming spent some time cleaning the house thoroughly from inside to outside before beginning to rest. That's right, rest. Several months of life on the battlefield left him physically and mentally exhausted. In that kind of environment, it is impossible to have a good sleep. Even in the base camp, we have to be careful of enemy attacks. It is really terrible. Now that he had finally returned to the village, a relatively safe place, Qingming did not plan to start practicing immediately. Instead, he planned to have a good sleep first to relieve his fatigue. And this sleep lasted for a whole day. When Qingming woke up, he felt relaxed all over. All the fatigue that had accumulated for a long time disappeared. And he felt much more energetic. Ah, so comfortable. Qingming stretched lazily and couldn't help but say, "Goo." Just then, a gurgling sound was heard. Qingming touched his stomach, took his wallet, and walked out of the room. Coming to the street, Qingming could clearly feel that the village was much more desolate than before, and there was a hint of sadness on the faces of the passers-by. Looking back half a year ago, during the last Chunin exam, a new store opened. Now, the streets are mostly filled with notices of shops for sale, and some shops that are still open are dead, with few customers. Come to think of it, in Konoha village, although ordinary people make up the majority, ninjas are the high-income group. In the past, they were the ones who drove consumption. Now that all these people have gone to the battlefield, the shop has naturally become deserted. Coupled with the unrest in the ninja world, transportation costs have greatly increased, and prices in Konoha village have skyrocketed. It would be strange if there was no depression. Shaking his head secretly, Qingming didn't think any more about it. He immediately quickened his pace and ran in one direction. From a distance, he saw a ramen restaurant that was open for business. That's right, it's Ichiraku Ramen. Seeing Qingming coming over, the chef in a white chef's robe immediately greeted him warmly. What would you like to eat, sir? A bowl of miso jashu noodles. Qingming didn't waste any time and directly ordered a bowl of the most luxurious ramen. Okay, guest, wait a moment. He typed a reply and then started making noodles. Soon, a bowl of delicious ramen was served. Gudong. Qingming, who had been eating dry food and simple meals for several months, immediately swallowed his saliva when he saw the bowl of ramen. Seeing Qingming's expression, Xiaoda seemed very satisfied and said with a smile, "Enjoy your meal, sir." At this time, Qingming couldn't bear it any longer, so he picked up a pair of chopsticks and started eating voraciously. In just less than 2 minutes, he finished a big bowl of ramen. I touched my stomach and felt it was not feeling well, so I ordered another bowl. Soon, another bowl of flavored barbecued pork noodles was served. Qingming finished the meal in no time, but still felt unsatisfied, so he ordered another bowl. However, this time I didn't order the miso jashu noodles, but instead ordered the tonkatsu ramen. In this way, Qingming ate 10 bowls in a row, and only stopped when a pile of empty bowls was piled on the table. Oh! Qingming burped, rubbed his stomach with satisfaction, and asked, "Boss, how much?" "Thank you for your care. 875 taels." He typed back. Qingming made a rough calculation and found that the other party did not raise the price, but he did not say much. He just took out his wallet, counted out 875 taels, and handed it to the other party. When I received the money, I almost couldn't see my eyes because of smiling. Finally, with the other party's warm farewell, Qingming left the ramen restaurant. Instead of returning home immediately, he went to the Hokage building first. Because his team leader had died, he had to go in person to pick up the application form for the Chunin exam. Without any obstacles, he successfully received the application form, signed his name, and returned it. Next, all you have to do is wait for the exam in 10 days. And Qingming doesn't plan to be idle during these 10 days. First of all, his magic jail art was about to be upgraded, and Qingming planned to upgrade it to level 3 before the exam. It was not to deal with those candidates, he just wanted to set a goal for himself so as not to slack off. In addition, there is the Uchiha style swordsmanship. He has been traveling all the time in the past few days and has no time to practice. He can make good use of the time these days to practice, and maybe he can advance to level 4 before the exam. Qingming had a vague premonition that after he had mastered both the KONOHA style swordsmanship and the Uchiha style swordsmanship to perfection, he could combine them together to create a swordsmanship that was even more powerful and more suitable for him. By then, he might be able to develop a few unique skills similar to the dance of the crescent moon. With this thought in mind, Qingming returned home and began his own practice. End of this chapter. Chapter 72, Low-Key Training. Chapter 72, Low-Key Training. The time spent in cultivation always passes quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was already the 10th day. This evening, Uchiha Clan. In a training ground, Qingming stood quietly under a big tree with his eyes closed. Suddenly, a strong wind blew, causing the branches of the big trees to tremble. Large flakes of leaves fell like rain, surrounding Qingming. Qingming's ears moved slightly, and when the leaves were about to approach him, he suddenly opened his eyes. In the scarlet pupils, a pitch-black megatama was spinning rapidly. Qingming glanced casually and memorized the positions of all the leaves. Then, there was a clang sound, and the dagger was pulled out from Qingming's waist. Then, there were flashes of cold light, and the short sword in Qingming's hand left an afterimage when he swung it. All the leaves around him were cut in half by his sword. At the same time, he was also moving around in this small space, not letting even a single leaf fall on him. After a long time, the strong wind subsided and the tree stopped shaking. When the last leaf broke into two and fell to the ground, Qingming put away his dagger. Standing there with eyes closed, thinking about it for a while, Qingming said with emotion, "Is this the level 4 Uchiha-style sword technique?" "That's right, his Uchiha-style swordsmanship has been upgraded to level 4. Over the past 10 days, he has practiced this technique whenever he has time. In order to speed up the progress, he even temporarily gave up the practice of Konoha-style swordsmanship and ninja tool throwing." In this way, coupled with the fact that the Konoha-style swordsmanship had been promoted to level 4 early on, with a high-level view, it was finally upgraded to level 4, January 2000. It has to be said that the Uchiha-style swordsmanship is worthy of being the inherited swordsmanship of the Uchiha clan. After it was promoted to level 4, the power it could exert in conjunction with the Sharingan has surpassed the Konoha-style swordsmanship of the same level. This is not to say that the Konoha-style swordsmanship is not strong enough, but that the Uchiha-style swordsmanship is too suitable for the Uchiha ninja who has awakened the Sharingan. Unfortunately, the Uchiha clan's ninjas relied too heavily on the Sharingan, and few people delved into this technique, which made the Uchiha-style sword technique less famous. Looking back at the memories of the previous life, it seemed that in recent years only Uchiha Shisui had mastered this technique to perfection, and then combined it with illusion and instant body movement techniques, earning him the name Instant Body Shisui. Thinking of Uchiha Shisui, Qingming murmured, "It seems that the other party will also participate in this Chunin exam." Although Qingming was devoted to cultivation and didn't pay much attention to things in the outside world, he had heard about the emergence of a genius ninja in the Uchiha clan these days. Uchiha Shisui, now 9 years old, applied for early graduation after 2 years in the ninja school. Afterwards, he went straight to the battlefield, and in less than 3 months, he awakened the Sharingan, and he had double Megatama at the beginning. Therefore, he was directly transferred back to the clan to participate in this Chunin exam. It can be said that the fact that he could practice so peacefully was largely due to the fact that the other party attracted everyone's attention. Although his light was obscured by someone, Qingming didn't mind at all. He even wished he could become an unknown person. In this way, he can improve himself with peace of mind. Unfortunately, as a member of the Uchiha clan who has awakened the Sharingan, no matter how low-key he is, he can never become an invisible person. And after tonight, his Sharingan will also turn into a double Megatama. That's right, after these days of hard work, the degree of evolution of his Sharingan has reached 992/1000. As long as he completes the routine training tonight, it will evolve into double Megatama. By then, it is estimated that it will attract a wave of attention. Qingming is even considering whether to postpone this time point and evolve after the Chunin exam. But after thinking about it, he finally gave up the idea. Because the evolution of the Sharingan is not just about changing from a single Megatama to a double Megatama, it also affects the improvement of his potential. According to the situation when the Sharingan was awakened before, this time his Sharingan evolved from a single Megatama to a double Megatama, and the physique and spiritual attributes would definitely increase accordingly. The improvement of these two basic attributes will further raise his physical upper limit. What follows is an increase in chakra amount and chakra recovery speed. In this way, you can also improve the proficiency of other skills faster. With so many things happening one after another, Qingming really doesn't want to delay any longer. Moreover, it only evolved from a single Megatama to a double Megatama, not from a triple Megatama to a Mangekyo, so there is no need to hide it. What's more, isn't there Uchiha Shisui as a shield in front? The other party is 2 years younger than him, and he has dual Megatama when he awakens. No matter how you look at it, his potential is stronger than his, so no one should pay too much attention to him. Thinking of this, Qingming packed up his equipment and hurried home. However, he forgot that once his Sharingan evolved successfully, in the eyes of others, it would take more than 2 months for it to evolve from a single Megatama to a double Megatama. In this way, the initial potential may not be as good as that of a monster like Uchiha Shisui, but it is definitely not bad, so he will definitely be the focus of attention. That night, Uchiha Clan, Qingming's home. After restoring the chakra to full state, Qingming did not practice the art of reflecting the heart immediately, but practiced the magical art of shackles first according to the plan. After these days of practice, this technique has reached the brink of advancement. Qingming plans to upgrade it to level 3 first. Qingming quickly formed seals with his hands, then suddenly opened his Sharingan and looked at the rabbit in front of him that he had bought to practice illusion. The moment the two looked at each other, the rabbit froze in place. Even if the other party is unable to express emotions, Qingming can feel the pain brought by the magic jail technique from his trembling body. After a while, when the proficiency of magic jail technique on the panel reached +1, Qingming finally lifted the illusion. After staying for a while to let the rabbit relax, Qingming formed seals again and performed the magic jiahang technique. Compared to the last time, his movements were a little faster, and his understanding of the magic jag art in his mind was also a little deeper. This is the effect of proficiency +1. Perhaps Qingming's talent is not as good as those monsters, and he cannot learn ninjutsu at a glance and master it in a very short time. But every time he practices, he will gain something. Therefore, as long as Qingming is given enough time, he is not afraid of any genius. Time passes minute by minute. Finally, after performing the magic jail technique for the 4th time, Qingming felt that his understanding of this technique had reached a new level. When it was cast again, both the casting speed and the illusion effect were much stronger. I opened the panel and took a look, and sure enough, my proficiency had reached level 3, 2/1000. At this point, Qingming has completed 2 of the goals he set 10 days ago, leaving only the evolution of the Sharingan. End of this chapter. Chapter 73 Evolution. Chapter 73 Evolution. Rubbing his sore shoulders, Qingming calmed himself down and began to release the art of reflecting the heart on himself. Once, twice, 3 times. Feeling the special chakra produced by the heart-reflecting technique in his brain constantly flowing into his eyes, Qingming's heart gradually became heavier. Although he was sure that there would be no problem in evolving his Sharingan from a single Megatama to a double Megatama, he still couldn't help but feel a little nervous when the moment really came. The 6th time he performed the art of reflecting the heart, Qingming felt a little sore in his eyes. After checking and making sure there was no problem, Qingming took a short break. After the soreness in his eyes eased, he began to perform the heart-reflecting technique for the 7th time. After a while, the soreness came back again. However, Qingming did not interfere this time, but instead went all out and performed the heart-reflecting technique for the 8th time. This time, the special chakra produced in his brain was more than in the previous times. After all the chakras poured into his eyes, Qingming's Sharingan opened automatically, and a new Megatama slowly emerged. At this moment, 2 inky black Megatama appeared in his scarlet pupils. There is no doubt that his Sharingan evolved successfully, from a single Megatama to a double Megatama. Qingming walked out of the house quickly and looked around, only to find that everything around him became clearer. If the world in his eyes was 720p before awakening the Sharingan, and 1080p after awakening the single Megatama Sharingan, then now after activating the double Megatama, it is 4K ultra high definition quality. Even at night, he could use the faint light to see everything around him. Besides, Qingming glanced towards the corner of the yard. A flying insect had just emerged from the grass, and he could clearly see the flapping of its wings. Obviously, after evolving into a double Megatama, his Sharingan's insight ability has been greatly improved. At this time, if Qingming were to deal with Ohara Haiji, even if he did not have the Uchiha-style swordsmanship and the Konoha-style swordsmanship had not been advanced, he would have the confidence to fight back with just these eyes. This is the power of the double Megatama Sharingan. It is no wonder that so many Uchiha ninjas become arrogant after awakening their Sharingan. It is not because of their nature, but because these eyes have brought them so many things. Think about it, other ninjas have to work hard for more than 10 years to reach the level of Chunin. As for the Uchiha ninja, once they open their eyes, their strength will soar to above the level of Chunin, instantly making up for the gap of more than 10 years. In this situation, anyone would be distracted. Only Qingming knew the origin of the Sharingan and understood that it was nothing in the face of a higher level of power, which allowed him to remain calm. Otherwise, he would most likely become arrogant like many Uchiha ninjas. Qingming collected his thoughts and stopped thinking about it. Instead, he began to feel the changes in other aspects of his body. Just as he guessed, since the awakening of the Sharingan will lead to improvements in physical fitness, then the evolution of the Sharingan will naturally be possible as well. As expected, he now felt that his mental strength had become much stronger, and the activity of cells in his body had also increased. After feeling it carefully for a moment and waiting for everything to settle, Qingming opened the proficiency panel. A familiar light blue curtain of light emerged. Name: Uchiha Qingming. Age: 11 years old. Constitution: 8-9. Spirit: 911. Chakra: 4324, 6109. Bloodline: Sharingan Single Megatama, 992/1000, Sharingan Double Megatama, 1/5000. LV4415/2000 LV4510/2000. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique, Level 2, 57/500. LV3612/1000 LV3710/1000. Fire Style, Dragon Fire Technique, Level 2, 26/500. LV3460/1000 LV3511/1000. Shadow Clone Technique, Level 0, 5/100. LV165/200 LV32/1000. LV21/500 LV265/500. LV51/5000 LV5446/5000. Konoha Style Swordsmanship, LV4, 520/2000. Uchiha Style Swordsmanship, LV4, January 2000. Ninja Tool Throwing, Level 4, 350/2000. LV3210/1000 LV3220/1000. 3 Body Techniques, Level 3, 0/0. It can be seen that with the advancement of Sharingan, his constitution attribute increased by 1 point and his spirit attribute increased by 2 points. This increase seems to be the same as when the Sharingan is awakened. But is this really the case? The answer is obviously no. As he said before, as the basic attributes continue to improve, the gap between each point is widening. Just like now, the spirit attribute increasing from 9 to 11 is completely different from increasing from 7 to 9. If we have to compare, the increase brought by the former is at least twice that of the latter. The same goes for the constitution attribute. At the beginning, when the Sharingan awakened, his spirit attribute increased from 7 to 9, and his constitution attribute increased from 6 to 7, which increased his chakra limit by about points in total. Now, Qingming estimated that his chakra limit would increase by at least 5,000 points. In other words, once his potential is fully tapped, his chakra volume will officially break through the 10,000 point mark, achieving the one-card achievement. And it's not Kakashi's bloated 10,000 points. He looks like he has so much chakra, but when he uses it, he can't even use half of it. After all, his Sharingan is original, and the consumption is not great when it is used. It is not impossible for it to be closed, thus consuming chakra for no reason. In this case, his 10,000 chakra points are definitely more durable than Kakashi's. Also, speaking of consumption, Qingming stared at the chakra bar on the panel. After about a minute, the number behind it decreased by 2 points. In other words, now that he has started to use the Sharingan, he needs to consume 2 points of chakra per minute, which is double the 1 point when he only had 1 Megatama. But overall, it is acceptable. It's just not clear whether it's still possible to accumulate some proficiency in 5 hours. If that's the case, that's it. I'm afraid that this time will be extended, which would be a bit uncomfortable. As for the reason, it's very simple. Qingming stared at the bloodline column, 1/5000, behind the double Megatama Sharingan, and felt his scalp tingling. Although this number is not like the proficiency required for the evolution of a single Megatama to a double Megatama, which is 10 times higher than that required for awakening. It is also 5 times higher than the previous 1000 points. At the current rate of accumulating 13 points of proficiency every day, it would take 385 days, or a little over a year, to accumulate 5,000 points of proficiency. Even so, this is still based on the premise that the effect of the art of reflecting the heart remains unchanged. If the effect of LV5's heart reflecting technique on the dual Megatama Sharingan is reduced, then the time required will be longer. Thinking of this, Qingming no longer had the heart to read on. Now, he just wanted to test how much effect the heart reflecting technique still had, and whether it would still increase his proficiency a little in 5 hours after opening the Sharingan. If he doesn't figure these things out, Qingming feels that he might not be able to sleep tonight. Qingming did it as soon as he thought of it. He closed the panel, returned to the house, and immediately started testing one item after another. End of this chapter. Chapter 74 Open Source Chapter Flow. Chapter 74 Increase Revenue and Reduce Expenditure. Time flies and it is the next morning. Today is the first day of the new Chunin exam, which is held at the ninja school. Therefore, all ninja school members were given a holiday. Today, besides the genin who came to take the Chunin exam, the only other people here were the Chiyujounin who were in charge of supervising the exam. Qingming looked at the gate of the ninja school for the first time in a long time, yawned, and then walked into the school weekly. He took out the exam notice, took a look at it, and then walked towards the target classroom. Soon, he came to a spacious classroom. There are a lot of people here. Although they are all genin, their temperament is far from comparable to that of ninjas in peacetime. Qingming arrived relatively late. So, as soon as I entered the door, I immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. Suddenly, the classroom fell silent. These people first looked at his appearance, then their eyes passed over his Sharingan inconspicuously, and finally began to whisper to each other. Even though these people looked away, Qingming could still feel that they were secretly watching him. Qingming didn't care about this. Qingming scanned the entire classroom and saw only a few empty seats in the back corner, so he walked straight over. Here, Qingming had just sat down when a gentle voice came to his ear, "You are Qingming, right?" Qingming turned his head and saw a child with a dumpling nose with a pair of Megatama Sharingan, looking at him with a smile on his face. If it's not Uchiha Shisui, who else could it be? Seeing Qingming looking over, Uchiha Shisui took the initiative to introduce himself. "My name is Uchiha Shisui, you should be Qingming, right?" Qingming's eyes swept across the other's Sharingan, nodded, and said in a cold voice, "Yes, it's me, is there anything wrong?" Seeing Qingming's cold look, Uchiha Shisui's smile faded slightly, but soon returned to normal, and said with a smile, "It's okay, just getting to know each other." "Profound," Qingming replied and then ignored the other party. Instead, he lay down on the table and began to catch up on his sleep. At the same time, last night's test results flashed through my mind. What's the result? It's a mixed bag. The good news is that after activating the Sharingan, it still only takes 5 hours to accumulate some proficiency. What worries me is that the effect of the art of reflecting the heart has indeed weakened. Before, every 2 points of proficiency could increase the Sharingan's evolution by 1 point, but now it has become 3 points, or 510 points of chakra. In this way, taking into account the doubling of the chakra required to maintain the Sharingan, if one continues to accumulate 13 points of proficiency every day as before, then a full 5,700 points of chakra will be required. Although the improvement in basic attributes increased the maximum amount of chakra he could use per day from 5,500 points to 8,000 points. But he couldn't spend 5,700 points to upgrade his Sharingan. According to previous calculations, even if he accumulated 13 points of proficiency every day, it would still take 385 days for it to evolve. During this period of time, the improvement rate of his other skills will inevitably slow down. In other words, before the Sharingan evolves into 3 Megatama, his strength will not be able to grow rapidly. And this is something he can never accept. After the Chunin exam, he still has to go to the battlefield. Once on the battlefield, the enemy will not wait for you to slowly improve your strength, so he must not slow down the pace of improving his strength. But at the same time, he didn't want to slow down the evolution of the Sharingan. In this case, the only option is to increase revenue and reduce expenditure. Let's talk about saving first, which means using the least amount of chakra to do the most things. To achieve this, Qingming could only think of upgrading the level of chakra control. Currently, its level was LV3, 220/1000, which could save him 16% of chakra when performing ninjutsu and genjutsu. When it is promoted to level 4, this number will become 20%. Don't underestimate this 4%. The chakra saved at one time may not be much, but when accumulated over time, the saved chakra is not a small number. Coincidentally, as his Sharingan evolved into double Megatama, his control over chakra became more and more adept. In this way, it won't be as difficult as before to improve the proficiency of chakra control. Of course, if you want to go further, it is best to follow the previous plan and find a way to steal a puppet secret technique from the Sand Ninja, and improve it by condensing and manipulating chakra threads. Only in this way can the upper limit be higher. Perhaps after going to the battlefield this time, I can apply to be transferred to the defense line facing the Sand Ninja. This thought flashed through his mind, but Qingming temporarily suppressed it and turned to consider the issue of open source. Compared with a single method of cost cutting, there are more ways to increase revenue. First of all, you can start from yourself and improve your basic attributes to increase the maximum amount of chakra you can use every day. And it is not too difficult to do this. Qingming had a hunch that after he integrated the KONOHA-style swordsmanship and the Uchiha-style swordsmanship, the physique attributes should be improved. By then, the amount of chakra that can be mobilized every day will increase. This starts from oneself. Similarly, he can also use external objects to enhance the chakra he can use in disguise. For example, the sword Samehata from the Hidden Mist village. It can absorb other people's chakra and then transmit it to the owner of the sword. If he can get it, he can improve the proficiency of various skills by absorbing the enemy's chakra. By then, the speed at which his strength improves will inevitably increase greatly. Unfortunately, at this point in time, the sword Samehata is still in the hands of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon, and the other party is an Anbu ninja from the Hidden Mist village, so Qingming cannot reach him at all. Even if he came into contact with the other party, with his current strength, he would not be able to defeat the other party. What's more, not everyone can use the big sword Samehada. The other party has life and will only recognize the person he likes. Therefore, even if Qingming got it, he might not be able to use it. Something similar to the big sword Samehada is the infinite whole armor of the artisan village, which can also absorb external chakra and then feed back to the wearer. But compared to the real sword Samehada, the infinite whole armor is more difficult to obtain because the opponent has not been born yet. So, Qingming could only think about it. In addition to these ninja tools, some ninjutsu also have the ability to absorb chakra. For example, water style, Great Samadin Jutsu, earth style, earth lock barrier, Tsuchiyadu no Mu, Shiki Kiss, wood style, wood dragon jutsu, etc. These ninjutsu can theoretically accelerate his development. However, to practice these ninjutsu, one either needs special bloodline limits or the development of new chakra attributes, neither of which Qingming can accomplish now. Moreover, most of these ninjutsu are difficult to acquire. Even if he wants to learn them, he doesn't have the opportunity. But at the same time, this also indirectly shows that ninjutsu with this effect is actually not uncommon. As an ancient family that has been passed down for thousands of years, the Uchiha clan should have a similar collection. Perhaps, after this exam, I can try to find it. Thinking this in his mind, Qingming gradually fell into a deep sleep. After a moment, Uchiha Shisui looked at Qingming, who was snoring softly not far away, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart that this fellow tribesman of his was really generous. It's already this time, and I can still sleep. End of this chapter. Chapter 75 The exam begins. Chapter 75 The exam begins. Jingle bell bell. There was a rapid ringing sound. Qingming woke up from his dream, looked up, and saw a dozen Konoha ninjas walking in from the door, led by someone holding a briefcase. The word top secret was clearly written on it. In this way, it is self-evident what is inside. Apparently, the first written test of the Chunin exam was about to begin. There were no fancy test items as later. After the Jonin examiner reallocated their seats, he opened the file bags and handed out the test papers. During the period, the only thing emphasized was that cheating was not allowed, and nothing else was said. Qingming got the test paper and roughly scanned it. The difficulty of the test paper was average. As long as the theoretical knowledge was not bad, it should not be difficult to pass. But just passing the exam is definitely not enough, you should score as high as you can. Thinking this in his mind, Qingming immediately concentrated and began to answer the questions seriously. As for cheating, since the other party did not make it difficult for them on the test questions, when they said no cheating, they really meant that cheating was not allowed. Of course, if you can hide it from the invigilator, there shouldn't be any problem. But Qingming doesn't need to do this. With his current knowledge reserves, it is enough to get a good grade. In that case, there is no need to create unnecessary complications. Time passes minute by minute. When the exam time was halfway through, a voice suddenly broke the silence in the classroom. Number 45, you can go now. Hearing this, everyone looked in the direction where the voice came from, only to see an invigilator standing up by the window and walking towards a candidate in the middle of the classroom. The other person's face was pale at this time, and he obviously knew what he had done wrong. He grabbed the edge of the table with both hands, and after a struggle, he walked out of the classroom silently. Seeing this, the invigilator sat back in his seat. Qingming could clearly feel that the atmosphere in the classroom had become much more depressing. But what does this have to do with me? Muttering to himself, Qingming withdrew his gaze and began his journey of answering questions again. Afterwards, 4 more people were caught cheating, and the first written test finally ended. When the bell rang, everyone was asked to sit still and not move. After the Jonin examiner collected all the test papers, everyone was allowed to disperse. According to the examination process, the examination results will be announced at noon today. At that time, those who pass the written test will take part in the second comprehensive ability assessment. Before that, you can move freely. Qingming stayed up all night yesterday and rushed to take an exam this morning. Now that he has some time, he naturally wants to catch up on some sleep. After sleeping for 2 hours, when Qingming returned to the ninja school, the test results had already been posted. Without any surprises, he passed the written test smoothly. In addition, there are 59 more people on the list. Qingming made a rough calculation and found that the pass rate for the first round was about 50%, which was neither high nor low compared with previous years. Obviously, the village did not release water at the first level. Then the difficulty of the second level should not be too high. As for the reason, it's simple: KONOHA needs manpower now, especially the backbone. If the difficulty of the test is too high and only 1 or 2 chunins are produced at a time, how can we meet the needs of the front line? Therefore, the second assessment will definitely not be so strict. As for the problem of insufficient strength, on the battlefield, as long as you can survive, you are an elite. As for how many people would die due to lack of strength during the period, this was not within the consideration of the KONOHA high-level officials. From the beginning to the end, they only cared about whether they could win the war. Everything else is unimportant. Shaking his head secretly, Qingming stopped thinking about it and ran towards the 44th training ground, also known as the Forest of Death. That's right, the second exam is in the Forest of Death. As a dangerous place in KONOHA village, the Death Forest has a diameter of about 20 kilometers. There is a high tower in the center, a circle of barbed wire around it, and forests, lakes and rivers in the middle. Because of its unique ecological environment, the Death Forest is full of poisonous insects, ferocious beasts, and miasma, which is very suitable for testing the comprehensive qualities of a ninja. Therefore, this place became the most commonly used venue for the Chunin examination in KONOHA. This time is no exception. More than 10 minutes later, Qingming came to the outside of the Forest of Death. At this time, there were still more than 2 hours before the exam started, but quite a few candidates had already gathered here. They were either in groups of 3 or 2, or standing alone, but no one spoke, just quietly waiting for the exam to begin. Qingming understood this very well. Which ninja present here has not come back from the battlefield? Who hasn't had a relative or friend die on the battlefield? They had agreed to become Chunin together, but now they are all alone. It would be strange if they were in a good mood. Even Qingming, standing here at this moment, couldn't help but think of Mizutani Shizuko and Ryusuke in his heart, let alone others. After calming himself down, Qingming came to a corner, then sat cross-legged, and began to refine his chakra with his eyes closed. As the basic attributes improve, the shackles of the body are released. Qingming can now use the chakra refining technique to not only restore the chakra, but also increase the chakra limit. Just as he guessed when the chakra extraction technique was advanced to level 4. Now, every hour of running the chakra refining technique can increase his chakra limit by 16 points, which is doubled compared to level 3. In this way, by practicing for a maximum of 8 hours a day, he can reach a chakra limit of 128 points. According to his previous estimate, if the chakra limit is increased by 5,000 points, it will only take about 40 days for him to realize all his potential. This is the benefit of having a high level of chakra refining technique. The only pity is that it takes more than 4 points of proficiency to upgrade the chakra extraction technique from LV5 to LV. At his current rate of accumulating proficiency, it would take him about half a year to be promoted. This is too long. Otherwise, it is also a good way to internally open source. According to the effect of the previous upgrade from LV3 to LV4, once his chakra refining technique is upgraded from LV4 to LV5, the amount of chakra he can use every day will inevitably increase. Moreover, this number will not be less than 1,300 points. Alas! What a pity! With a sigh, Qingming stopped thinking about it and focused on practicing. As time goes by, more and more candidates gather here. About an hour before the exam started, the 60 genin who passed the written test arrived. It was not until this moment that the scene became a little more noisy. People were either talking to each other or asking about other people's information. In short, the scene became much more lively. During this period, Qingming heard his name being mentioned several times, and felt the gazes of others from time to time, but he ignored them. What's the use of knowing his intelligence? In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy or trick is a joke. Therefore, Qingming didn't care at all about them observing him. End of this chapter.